where the monarchy's larger institutional problem becomes impossible to ignore. Because if these reports are even partially accurate, the palace faces a dangerous public optics issue either way. Refusing the requests risks another public narrative about security disputes and mistreatment, but agreeing to them risks creating the perception that royal privileges remain permanently available, regardless of responsibility, hierarchy, or institutional role. Then there is the issue of Archie and Lilibet. According to the speculation surrounding the story, Meghan allegedly requested dedicated fashion management for the children, including a personal stylist overseeing wardrobe planning, similar to arrangements associated with senior royal children during official appearances. That detail especially frustrated many commentators online, because critics argue such privileges traditionally exist for children expected to participate in official royal life and public ceremonial duties. Harry and Meghan, however, chose a path built around privacy and independence outside the monarchy, and that contradiction keeps resurfacing again and again throughout these alleged demands. The Sussexes publicly separated themselves from royal structure, yet according to critics, many of the reported expectations still rely heavily on royal infrastructure, royal prestige, and royal-level institutional support. And for many observers, that is exactly why the backlash surrounding these reports has become so intense. According to the latest insider claims, Prince Harry's role in these negotiations has become increasingly focused on one central issue: protecting Meghan from what he reportedly views as a hostile, royal environment. Sources now suggest Harry allegedly wants guarantees that Meghan would not face criticism, tension, or uncomfortable interactions during any future return to Britain. Reports claim he requested measures designed to ensure she feels emotionally protected throughout the visit, including what some commentators describe as special handling from palace staff and careful management of interactions behind the scenes. And that request reportedly frustrated some insiders immediately, because within royal protocol, emotional guarantees are almost impossible to formally provide. Even senior royals who have served the institution for decades do not receive assurances about media treatment, public reaction, or interpersonal dynamics behind palace walls. But according to the speculation surrounding these talks, Meghan allegedly wants something even broader: protection from negative public perception itself. Reports claim Harry believes Meghan should be treated with the same level of deference and respect afforded to active senior royals, despite the Sussexes no longer carrying out official duties. Palace insiders, according to commentators, found that expectation difficult to reconcile with reality. And this is where the entire situation reportedly became deeply frustrating for Prince William, because from the Wales household perspective, critics argue these negotiations no longer resemble discussions about a family visit. Instead, they allegedly resemble negotiations surrounding a celebrity appearance or Hollywood contract writer, with detailed personal conditions attached before any agreement can move forward. That perception matters enormously. Royal life traditionally operates around duty first and personal preference second. But according to observers discussing the alleged demands, the current dynamic appears reversed, with institutional arrangements being asked to reshape themselves almost entirely around Meghan's comfort, image management, and personal expectations. And for many commentators, that is where the backlash intensifies. Critics argue Harry and Meghan voluntarily stepped away from the monarchy while continuing to publicly criticize parts of the institution afterward. So the idea of now requesting elite accommodations, image protections, luxury staffing, expanded security, and emotional guarantees from the very system they left has struck some royal watchers as astonishingly contradictory. According to reports, Prince William allegedly views the situation as crossing a serious line institutionally. Insiders claim he believes adjusting long-standing royal protocol to satisfy non-working royals would weaken the structure and credibility of the monarchy itself. From that perspective, granting these requests would create a dangerous precedent, one where royal privilege becomes detached entirely from royal responsibility. And according to commentators, that may be why this situation could become one of the final breaking points between William and Harry personally. Because for William, The monarchy is not supposed to function like celebrity culture. It is not meant to operate through negotiation tactics, image demands, or Hollywood-style conditions, and insiders reportedly say he has no intention of allowing the institution to bend in that direction under his watch. If you enjoy these deep dives into the hidden tensions, power struggles, and royal dynamics unfolding behind the headlines, make sure to subscribe, because this story is clearly far from over. So what do you think? Should Harry and Meghan receive these kinds of accommodations if they return to Britain? Or should the palace draw a hard line and reject the request completely?
A cynical new low for the prince as he plots yet another fake royal trip overseas in a last shameless attempt to win over King Charles and make himself a frontline serving royal once again.
Well, it has to be stopped. They need to have lots of police and all sorts of people there to stop her doing that, to ruin that for the royal family, because she's not representing the United Kingdom one bit. She's representing herself, and I don't think she should be allowed to do that.
Harry sees this trip as a potential game changer in his relationship with the family, and our source goes on to say Harry wants to turn heads, wow everyone, and show the royals what they're missing.
Stop everything for a second, because the timing of this is way too loud to ignore. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have just confirmed they're heading to Australia in mid-April. On paper, it sounds clean and polished. Private business, charity events, all very official.
Harry wants to be a frontline serving royal because he's bored in America and he's flat broke. Don't forget, the deals are disappearing and Netflix have just pulled the plug.
But let's be real. The timing? That's where things start to get interesting. This didn't drop during a win, not even close. It came right after a major shakeup. Netflix has reportedly cut ties with Meghan.
She walked out of a market that had been done specially for her, that had taken days, if not weeks, to be ready.
And asked to be paid.
And asked to be paid. But she didn't like that either. She felt uncomfortable. And she just hated it there. She didn't want to go. Rather like she doesn't like the royal family. She hates it. But there's all sorts of rumours that she wants to go back. It's the same thing in Australia. She didn't like it. She hated it. But she wanted to, she wants to go.
The same streaming giant that was supposed to help build their media empire, gone. No new shows, no renewals, just a quiet exit that speaks volumes. And then suddenly, boom, headlines shift. Now it's all about Australia. That doesn't feel random, it feels strategic. Because in today's media game, one big international appearance can flip the narrative overnight. Cameras flashing, public appearances, polished outfits. And just like that, the conversation changes from setback to comeback. Let's rewind for a second. The last time Harry and Meghan were in Australia was back in 2018.
So the Sussexes have announced that they're planning a major trip to Australia next month, April 2026. And the Mark Dolan show has been told by a very well-placed royal source that we trust implicitly that this trip is one that Harry hopes will put him and Meghan back on the royal map.
Royal tour, massive crowds, non-stop media attention. At that moment, their image looked unstoppable. Fast forward to now.
Red flag literally waving right in front of Charles's face. It's waving right in front of his face about Harry and Meghan, and he just seems unable to recognize how past actions, past dealings with Andrew have resulted in Harry and Meghan, and how that's just going to get worse.
And everything's different. They're no longer working royals. Their brand is built on deals, partnerships, and media presence. And losing Netflix is a serious hit. But almost instantly after that news, a new storyline appears. Australia, Sydney, Melbourne, big cities, big buzz. So now the real question is, why now? Because when something big falls apart, there's one move that always works. Create noise, shift attention, and keep things moving forward. This doesn't feel like a casual trip. It feels like a calculated media play, one designed to project influence, relevance, and momentum.
Yes, Harry and Meghan went to Nigeria back in 2024, but going to Australia, really making this seem like another attempt at a cosplay royal tour on such close, in a country so closely connected to the monarchy, should be very, very disturbing to those working in Buckingham Palace right now.
And it's already working. The headlines are changing, the focus is shifting, the narrative is being rewritten in real time. Now everyone's talking about the trip, instead of what really happened behind the scenes. Netflix is out, but the spotlight is still on.
Now, our insider has said, and I quote, Harry believes that the optics of this Australia trip will be perfect. You heard me right. Harry believes the optics of this Australia trip will be perfect. Revisiting a country where the couple last visited as frontline members of the royal family in 2018. Our source goes on to say, Harry is hoping to tap into some of the magic of that last trip 7 years ago, where he believes that he and Meghan truly shone. He thinks that his father, the king, will be impressed with this Australian trip and will reach out.
And if this Australia visit unfolds the way it's being teased, expect a full-on spectacle. Early reports mention Sydney and Melbourne, but here's the catch. There are no real details, no confirmed events, no official partners, no named organizations.
Everything they do, Angela, seems to be driven by a sense of revenge. And we've even seen that overnight with the news that it looks like their plan to go to Australia.
Just a headline and a promise that more is coming. And when you see that kind of rollout, it usually means one thing. The headline did its job. Within hours, media outlets picked it up everywhere. Old 2018 tour photos started resurfacing. Commentators began revisiting their past popularity. Just like that, the story flipped. And here's where it gets even more interesting. There's talk Meghan might appear on an Australian podcast called Her Best Life.
But what we see is them acting their fantasies out. They're acting as if they are what they always intended to be. And the Queen told them no. And if Charles does not address this, again, we have seen with Andrew how this leads to absolute.
Hosted by Jackie O. Henderson, there are even whispers of a live event tied to it. Nothing confirmed. But the buzz already building. And in this game, buzz is everything. Maybe it turns into a celebrity Q&A. Maybe it's a flashy live appearance designed to pull in cameras and social media buzz. Nothing is confirmed, but
People will say wow, right? So he wants to turn heads and wow everyone. People will say wow when he goes to Australia. They'll say, wow, this couple are so embarrassing. Wow, this couple are deluded. Wow, this couple are living on another planet.
that's the whole strategy. Because the rumors do the heavy lifting. They build anticipation, they spark curiosity, and most importantly, they generate headlines. And once those cameras start flashing, Sydney Harbour glowing in the background, red carpet energy in Melbourne, the narrative flips again. Now it's fashion, appearances, celebrity presence. Exactly the kind of spotlight that pushes uncomfortable questions out of view. Because let's be honest.
And Harry and Meghan, of course, always wanted to conflate that. Meghan, in particular, wanted to be paid to do a walkabout. When they went to Australia and these huge crowds appeared, she was looking around going, why isn't anybody paying me for my appearance? I'm a stinking celebrity, gosh darn it. When I was an actress on Suits, I would get paid to shake hands with people. I would get paid to spend time with fans. Like, that's part of it. But that's not what royals do. Royals give of themselves a lot much more than celebrities do in many ways. And Meghan just couldn't understand that.
That spotlight was getting a little too intense. The reported Netflix fallout didn't just raise eyebrows, it raised serious doubts. That deal was supposed to be the foundation of everything Harry and Meghan were building post-royalty. And if it's truly over, that leaves a noticeable gap, which makes this Australia timing feel even more deliberate, because global appearances don't just show relevance, they create it. They reinforce influence. They remind people that the brand is still moving, still visible, still active. And if this really is a media move, then this trip isn't about Australia at all. It's about time to shift focus, time to control the narrative.
That is how deluded these people are, that they think there's a chance that there's a way back when clearly there is not.
Time to make sure one story doesn't define the bigger picture. But here's where it gets deeper. That Netflix deal wasn't just another partnership, it was positioned as the crown jewel. A major content pipeline meant to secure long-term influence in entertainment. And according to insider chatter, it didn't fade, it collapsed. Projects halted, direction changed. Problems.
And Meghan Markle walked into the royal family thinking, oh, her multi-millionaire dreams were finally coming true. And then she gets stuck in Nottingham Cottage and is like, oh my gosh, this sucks. I need to get out. I need to get out. How dare I? I'm a duchess now, and I'm living less well than I was when I was an actor.
And suddenly, Meghan is no longer part of that equation. That kind of shift doesn't stay small. It shakes perception. It raises questions. It puts pressure on everything connected to the brand. And right on cue, Australia enters the chat. Big cities, big visuals, big distraction. Now
It's quite extraordinary. It's going to have the opposite effect. If Harry thinks that this will be a game changer, the game will be changed and it will work against him, because Harry is going to once again infuriate not just his father, King Charles, but of course the real power behind the throne, William, who is the equivalent of the president-elect. He is the heir to the throne. He's the king in waiting, and he won't take any of this nonsense from Harry when he becomes the main man.
headlines are filled with travel plans, possible appearances, and rising buzz. Meanwhile, the bigger issue quietly steps out of focus. That's not coincidence, that's timing. Some insiders even suggest the PR machine kicked into full gear. Shift the energy, change the conversation, make the moment feel bigger than the problem. Because if the spectacle is strong enough, people stop digging, and the media follows the momentum. Suddenly it's lifestyle coverage, outfit breakdowns, event speculation, and the deeper story fading into the background. That's how this game works. Headlines don't just inform, they redirect. They act like shields. They reshape perception.
And this is another clear sign and indicator of why Charles needs to take the ultimate step that he seems so reluctant to do, which is strip them of not only their titles, but places in the line of succession. Because Harry and Meghan are doing this not because they have anything to offer the people of Australia. No. They are doing this because the royal family has not held them to the Sandringham Accord. Harry and Meghan agreed that they could not be half in, half out working royal.
And sometimes they buy just enough time to reset everything. Because this isn't just about one deal falling through, it's about what that deal represented. Without it, every next move gets scrutinized. Every partnership gets questioned. Every opportunity carries more weight. That's where pressure builds. But here's the twist. This Australia trip instantly restores a certain image. Now it's global movement, purpose-driven travel, influence across continents, entrepreneurs, public figures, still in motion. And while that image grows stronger, the harder questions get quieter. The strategy feels clear. Glamour over scrutiny, movement over pause.
So Harry wants to be right at the heart of the royal family again because he wants the fame, he wants the status, he wants the privilege, and he wants the money.
Headlines over hesitation. The public sees energy, expansion, visibility, but underneath, there's still a story unfolding. And that flashy Australia coverage, it buys time to recalibrate, time to reposition, time to make sure the setback doesn't take over the narrative. Because when something major falls apart, sometimes the only move left is to go bigger, louder, and impossible to ignore. Now let's get into the details of this Australia trip. Because this isn't just a visit, it's a rollout, a carefully staged moment. And so far, almost nothing is actually confirmed. No venues, no partner organizations, not even a clear schedule. Just phrases like private business and philanthropic work floating around with no specifics. That's not transparency, that's controlled messaging. PR being shaped in real time. And the reason for that sudden headline push? It's complicated. Reports suggest Netflix has stepped away from Meghan, ending what was supposed to be a defining media partnership. A deal that once positioned her as a major content force now appears to have quietly dissolved. But that's not the part dominating the conversation. Instead, the public sees Australia. Travel, appearances, style, buzz. A complete shift in focus. Some observers are calling it exactly what it looks like, a distraction. The timing lands right after the reported Netflix fallout, and almost instantly, the narrative pivots. Now it's red carpets over contracts, visibility over viability, and whether intentional or not, it's effective. Because speculation keeps the story alive. There's talk of podcast appearances, exclusive events, and media moments. None confirmed, but all generating attention. And in this environment, attention is currency. Meanwhile, every new image, every public sighting builds a polished surface. But underneath, questions are stacking. Back in 2018, their Australia tour was framed as a clear success, structured, celebrated, and widely embraced. Now, 7 years later, the tone feels different. Less celebration, more control. Every move appears measured, every headline carefully positioned, because beyond the visuals, there are broader pressures being discussed. The reported end of the Netflix deal removes a major pillar. Their lifestyle brand has faced mixed signals around demand. Their foundation has drawn scrutiny over operations and funding balance. Individually, these might be manageable. Together, they shift perception. And that's what makes this Australia trip carry more weight than it seems. It redirects the lens. Suddenly, the narrative becomes global movement, influence, presence. Not contracts ending or partnerships changing, but momentum, visibility, continuation. A different story, told at the same time. Insiders suggest the PR effort feels intense. Fast-moving, highly responsive, built to stay ahead of the cycle. But there's a limit to how long optics can lead the conversation. Because while the surface may look strong, the underlying questions don't disappear. They just wait. And as this Australia tour unfolds, if it unfolds the way it's being hinted, the real test won't be how it looks. It'll be whether it holds. Financial pressure, partnerships shifting, big plans facing real tests. That's the layer sitting underneath all the photos, appearances, and polished moments. Because this Australia trip, it doesn't just feel like a visit, it feels like a live narrative shift. A way to keep attention locked on movement, style, and global presence, while deeper questions stay out of focus. And it works, at least for now. The more the spotlight stays on travel and appearances, the less space there is for conversations about deals ending, brands adjusting, or foundations being scrutinized. But that raises the bigger question: how long can headlines hold attention away from the full picture? Because behind every curated image and every high-profile appearance, the broader story is still developing, and it's not as controlled as it may seem. This is where everything connects. The timing, the buzz, the rollout. It all aligns with a moment where perception matters more than ever. When pressure builds, visibility becomes strategy. Every appearance reinforces momentum, even if the reality behind the scenes is more uncertain. And according to ongoing discussions, that pressure is real. When major partnerships change direction, it naturally leads to bigger questions. About long-term positioning, about sustainability, about what comes next. That's why this Australia moment carries weight. It doesn't just generate attention, it reshapes how things are seen. It creates the impression of continuity, of forward motion, of stability, even while adjustments may be happening behind the curtain. And that contrast, that gap between image and underlying reality, is where the story gets interesting. Because this kind of narrative only works if the focus stays on the surface. On visuals over structure, on presence over detail. Australia becomes the stage. The audience watches the highlights, but the rest of the story doesn't disappear. It just waits outside the spotlight. For now, the coverage is doing its job. The images are strong, the attention is there, but the situation is still evolving. Changes have already happened. More questions are forming, and this trip is becoming a defining moment in how that story is told. So while the world watches the highlights, the full picture is still unfolding just out of frame. If you've got thoughts on all this, share them below. And if you're into breaking down the bigger story behind the headlines, stay tuned, because there's always more happening beneath the surface.
Harry, it ain't gonna happen. Dream on, baby.
Hasn't Australia suffered enough? What have you done to deserve this?
There shall be a crowd, and they shall be mobbed. It'll be like the Beatles in the 1960s. No one's interested. They could do a press release about where they're going to be and when, and it'll be a no-show. So a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess, we don't know who it is, but it will be someone that will be fired early tomorrow morning. And it'll be another member of the Sussex Survivors Squad. Here's what they said. They said, the Sussexes.
What happens when a country that once cheered on a royal couple suddenly says, "Not so fast, you're not welcome here"? And what does it mean for the monarchy when one of the Crown's most loyal Commonwealth nations starts pushing back? Welcome in. Thanks for clicking this video. Seriously, it means a lot.
Will visit Australia in mid-April to take part in a number of private, business and philanthropic engagements. Who do these people think they are? What are those business engagements going to be? Given the fact that the world's biggest streaming giant has just fired Meghan Markle and has had nothing to do with Harry for years.
And if you enjoy these breakdowns, make sure to subscribe, because it costs you nothing and you won't miss the next part of this story. That's the storm building right now as Prince Harry and Meghan Markle prepare for their next trip to Australia.
Forget, or don't think for 1 second they won't try to make it look like an official royal engagement. They will want certain photo opportunities where there's an audience clamoring for them so that they can send those pictures to People magazine. But for the most part, I do think that it will be mostly private events and commercial ventures that they're pursuing more so than charity opportunity.
But before they've even boarded a plane, a political firestorm is already erupting. A petition signed by thousands of Australians is spreading fast online, demanding that not a single cent of taxpayer money goes toward their visit. And this isn't some small corner of the internet making noise. This is turning into a full national debate. For many Australians, it all comes down to one simple question.
So it's quite extraordinary. It's going to have the opposite effect. If Harry thinks that this will be a game changer, the game will be changed and it will work against him, because Harry is going to once again infuriate not just his father, King Charles, but of course the real power behind the throne, William, who is the equivalent of the president-elect. He is the heir to the throne. He's the king in waiting, and he won't take any of this nonsense from Harry when he becomes the main.
Why should public money support two people who no longer officially represent the crown? And here's what makes this even more intense: the history. Back in 2018, Harry and Meghan landed in Australia for their first royal tour as a married couple, and the reception was massive.
I expect there'll be a very different level of public access to them this time. Would they be likely to be doing public events with meets and greets of members of the public, do you think, or will this all be very tightly controlled?
It will be tightly controlled. I've seen, what I thought was interesting was the announcement included private events. Like, wouldn't we just assume that they would want privacy throughout the excursion? But don't.
Crowds filled the streets of Sydney and Melbourne. People waited hours just to catch a glimpse. Meghan's style and confidence connected instantly, and Harry looked completely at ease. At that moment, they felt like the future of the monarchy. But that moment didn't last. Since then, everything has changed.
I mean, the couple's, I'm thinking thoughts and prayers. The couple's popularity in Australia in 2018 was the catalyst for Harry and Meghan making demands as working members of the royal family. I don't know if you know that. In trying to step out of William and Catherine's shadow, Meghan started comparing herself to Princess Diana and tried to use this trip as leverage with the late Queen. As of late 2025, Harry and Meghan's popularity in Australia is at an all-time low.
The couple stepped back from royal duties, moved to California, and launched major projects, from the interview with Oprah Winfrey to their documentary series and Harry's memoir. Along the way, they built a global brand that critics say still leans heavily on royal connections. Now they're returning to Australia under a completely different spotlight, not as working royals, but as private figures with something to prove. And the second their visit was announced on March 8th, backlash hit immediately. The petition gained traction fast, with a message that couldn't be clearer. If they visit, it must be treated as a private trip.
Harry wants to be right at the heart of the royal family again, because he wants the fame, he wants the status, he wants the privilege, and he wants the money.
She and Harry have been a massive disappointment for Netflix.
Yeah, I feel like we had this on our 2026 bingo card, didn't we?
No official status, no government coordination, and absolutely no taxpayer-funded perks. For many Australians, the rules have changed. The era of automatic royal privilege may be coming to an end.
And the Mark Dolan show has been told by a very well-placed royal source that we trust implicitly that this trip is one that Harry hopes will put him and Meghan back on the royal map. That is how deluded these people are, that they think there's a chance that there's a way back when clearly there is.
The petition lays it out bluntly. No VIP treatment, no ceremonies, no public spending. With rising living costs, many argue that public money should stay focused on everyday citizens, not high-profile visitors. And the comments? They're brutal. Some say Harry and Meghan can easily afford their own expenses. Others go further, calling these visits performances, or even cosplay tours, suggesting they mimic royal duties without delivering real value. That word, cosplay, it hits hard, because it raises a bigger question. Has the line between royalty and celebrity already been crossed? And once that line is crossed,
by up-and-coming reporters, people just starting out, people you don't know of. Jackie O! I mean, Jackie O, how does she qualify? The whole thing is such a farce.
It's so unserious. It is so unserious. And I used to have maybe a shred of respect for them. Now it's totally gone at this point. I can now see the truth of what Meghan's PR strategy is. Craven views, that publicity here and there, She doesn't care about independent journalists. She just doesn't. It's true. All she wants is a bit of a headline, and unfortunately, we keep giving them to her because she's easy. She's very easy to go after, but she makes it like that for herself, Andrew.
Can it ever really go back? If you're already seeing where this is heading, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what comes next. Because in the next part, things escalate even further and the reaction gets even more intense. According to royal commentator Tom Sykes, writing in his Substack newsletter, this backlash isn't coming from just one side. It's spreading everywhere. And if you're following this closely, you already know this is where things start getting serious. So make sure you're subscribed because the next parts only get more intense and you don't want to miss how this unfolds. Opposition is now building from both monarchists and Republicans, two groups that almost never agree on anything. And that might be the biggest signal of all.
They're doing this all wrong. I mean, they're very lucky that they got out of Jordan just days before the Middle East erupted. But you can see that they're not privy to any of the sort of stringent protocols that go with being a royal, going on a royal tour. I think it's totally disrespectful to the royal family, especially with all they're going through at the moment.
Republicans see this visit as the perfect moment to question the monarchy's relevance in modern Australia, especially when Harry and Meghan are now global celebrities running private ventures. But for monarchists, the reaction cuts even deeper. Many loyal supporters no longer see Harry and Meghan as representatives of the crown. Instead, they're viewed as individuals who have openly criticized the monarchy while still benefiting from the global attention tied to their royal titles.
And there's no way that any self-respecting entrepreneur is going to throw a few Australian dollars in their direction. The other thing about the Australians that I know intimately well is they don't like grifters. They don't like fakes. They don't like phonies. If you go to Australia, you don't have to be perfect, but you got to be real.
For them, the idea of the Sussexes arriving and receiving anything that resembles an official welcome feels like a direct contradiction of Queen Elizabeth's long-standing principle. You're either in or you're out. No middle ground. And suddenly, the timing of this trip becomes incredibly interesting. Harry and Meghan are expected to arrive in April. But months earlier, something happened quietly behind palace doors. Last September, Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese met with King Charles and extended an official invitation for the Prince and Princess of Wales to visit.
In a way, it's confected. It's because they're irrelevant. They're falling off the news cycle. Meghan isn't selling any jam. You know, it was the Queen's dying wish. She did say in that statement when they Mexited that she didn't want them to be 1 foot in, 1 foot out royals. Now, over here, we're calling them kind of gig economy royals because it seems like they're just picking up jobs here and there, wherever they want to do them. They never wanted to do the full-time work. I think Meghan found it way too hard.
There were strong rumors that Prince William and Princess Catherine might tour Australia later this year. But now, those plans are uncertain. And by the day, they seem less likely. And that creates a twist no one expected. The couple who stepped away from royal duties could end up being the first major royal figures to step foot in Australia in years. While William and Catherine remain thousands of miles away, Harry and Meghan are the ones meeting veterans, attending major events, and dominating headlines. Palace insiders reportedly say that contrast is already creating quiet tension.
And of course, they're so worried about their security. Are they going to have armed cops in Australia? Well, the good people of Australia will not be expected to cough up money for the protection of these royal spoiled brats. Why should they? The Australians have no skin in that game. And we know that Harry's battling the Home Office in the UK for armed royal protection.
Because every headline about the Sussexes sparks the same question across the Commonwealth. Why aren't the future king and queen showing up more often? The spotlight is about to get intense. For years, William and Catherine have been positioned as steady, reliable, carefully managed. Meanwhile, Harry operates outside the system, free to move fast, grab attention, and dominate global conversations in ways the future monarch simply can't. And
it is a total farce. You can see, I love that, the Bogan vote. I mean, you can't get more sort of out of touch or out of tune with how Australia is than to think, oh, I'm going to stand up for women's rights and talk about my, my plight and my fight for freedom with Jackie O.
Australia isn't just another stop. It's a stage loaded with history. Their 2018 tour won over the public, but reportedly stirred friction behind the scenes. Now they're returning as private figures with business interests, controversies, and a completely different public perception.
Our source goes on to say, Harry is hoping to tap into some of the magic of that last trip 7 years ago, where he believes that he and Meghan truly shone. He thinks that his father, the king, will be impressed with this Australian trip and will reach out.
Every appearance now carries weight. Every handshake, every photo, every moment gets analyzed. The same country that once embraced them is now questioning their place. This isn't just about a visit anymore. It's about identity, influence, and the future of how royalty is seen.
Harry sees this trip as a potential game changer in his relationship with the family, and our source goes on to say Harry wants to turn heads, wow everyone, and show the royals what they're missing. Yikes! What is going on? Is Harry back on the mind-altering substances? We know from reading the book Spare that he was baked for a decade. Well, people will say wow, right? So he wants to turn heads and wow everyone. People will say wow when he goes to Australia. They'll say, wow, this couple are so embarrassing. Wow, this couple are deluded. Wow, this couple are living on another planet.
Australia is bracing for something bigger than a tour. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex have become a symbol of a monarchy under pressure, of a global family drama, and of growing public frustration. And that petition demanding they fund their own trip, it's now turning into something much larger. The government has already made one thing clear. This is a private visit. Taxpayers are not automatically expected to cover the costs, but in reality, it's not that simple.
Harry and Meghan plan to rebound from this latest flop with another tour of Australia. A spokesperson for the couple telling news.com.au the couple will be visiting in mid-April. Kinsey, their last tour here was back in 2018, 18 months before they quit their royal duties and relocated to the US.
Local authorities still have responsibilities. Police forces may still need to manage security, crowds, and logistics. Which raises the next question. Even if it's labeled private, who really ends up paying the price? Stick with this, because in the next part, we break down exactly how that plays out and why this situation could escalate even further.
They're among the least popular members of the royal family. I would say reception will be a combination of morbid curiosity with the side of, why are they here?
Yikes! Harry's desperate move, a cynical new low for the prince as he plots yet another fake royal trip overseas in a last shameless attempt to win over King Charles and make himself a frontline serving royal once.
They're coming to do a mock royal tour of Australia next month, Samara, where Meghan Markle is going to appeal to the bogan vote by going on a podcast with Jackie O. What is this visit all about?
Oh God, can they just stop with the pseudo-royal tours? I mean, they're like pound store royals at this point. You just can't sort of understand why they're doing. And Meghan and Harry, it's just another cheap publicity stunt for them. What's new? What's new? Honestly.
And if you're still here, drop a quick subscribe. It genuinely helps and keeps you in the loop for everything coming next. The symbolic punch of that petition is now colliding with real-world logistics, and the gray area just keeps getting bigger. Every public appearance during this visit will feel like walking a tightrope. Will cheers overpower the boos? Or will old tensions flare up even stronger?
Now, Harry wants to be a frontline serving royal because he's born in America and he's flat broke. Don't forget, the deals are disappearing and Netflix have just pulled the plug.
Because sometimes the fate of major institutions isn't decided in Parliament. It starts with petitions that grow louder and louder until they can't be ignored. Australia is about to test what many are calling the Sussex model.
Sources told Page Six the return on investment simply wasn't there. The show was a significant disappointment to the streamer, and with the product line being an extension of With Love Meghan, it makes absolutely no sense to maintain this working relationship.
Private celebrities with royal blood stepping into public spaces that may no longer see them as heroes. And if you've been following this story, you already know it's escalating fast, so make sure you're subscribed, because the next part might be the most revealing yet, and you don't want to miss how this plays out. What started as a whisper has now become a full-scale political story. The petition has exploded across major outlets and even gone international, and it's forcing Harry, Meghan, and even the palace itself to confront questions they've managed to avoid for years. The stakes couldn't be higher. When the Sussexes land in April, they'll be stepping into a nation that feels divided. The Prime Minister has tried to stay neutral, carefully labeling the visit as private. But neutrality doesn't stop headlines, and it definitely doesn't stop public opinion. Every move will be analyzed. Every smile will be questioned. Every headline will carry weight. Australia, once the backdrop of their biggest royal success, has now turned into something very different. A high-stakes battleground. And behind the scenes, officials in Canberra are walking a diplomatic tightrope. Show too much support, and they risk angering thousands of petition signers. Show too little, and it creates awkward tension with the king's own son. It's a fragile balance, because while Harry may operate like a global celebrity, he is still a royal by blood, and that changes everything. Meanwhile, political voices are starting to take advantage of the situation. Critics are using the petition as proof that the monarchy itself may be losing its grip, arguing that the Sussexes have blurred the line between duty and personal ambition. This visit is no longer ceremonial. It's a test of relevance. The monarchy once commanded automatic respect, but today, every decision is questioned. Every cost is scrutinized. Public pressure, online campaigns, and petitions have become powerful tools, and now they're shaping the narrative in real time. And Harry and Meghan stepping onto Australian soil? It's no longer just a visit, it's a moment of reckoning. At the same time, William and Catherine remain silent, exactly as protocol demands. But make no mistake, they're watching closely. Every headline, every shift in public opinion, every debate about royal funding, it's all being tracked. Some palace observers believe this could be part of a long-term strategy. Let Harry and Meghan absorb the pressure, spark the controversy, and raise the difficult questions, while William and Catherine later step in as the steady, dependable alternative. The royals who follow the rules maintain the balance and earn public trust rather than chase headlines. And then there's King Charles, caught in the middle of it all. On one side, his son. On the other, the survival of the institution he represents. Publicly, he stays neutral. He avoids commenting on non-working royals. But privately, the situation is far more complicated, because he understands something crucial. Harry and Meghan's global presence still draws power from the royal name. Every appearance, every project, every headline. It all ties back to the crown in some way. And now, this petition in Australia is a direct reflection of that tension. The timing couldn't be worse. The king is managing his own responsibilities, shaping his reign and dealing with personal challenges, while controversy linked to his own son erupts in one of the monarchy's most important Commonwealth nations. And now, the questions are getting louder. Questions about funding, responsibility, and where the line should really be drawn. Stay with this, because in the next and final part, everything comes together, and the possible outcomes might be even bigger than anyone expected. And if you've made it this far, take a second to subscribe. It genuinely costs you nothing, and you'll be first to catch what happens next. Relevance, loyalty. These are the words now following Harry and Meghan everywhere they go. Royal watchers are starting to notice a clear pattern. From Canada to the United States to the UK, public scrutiny doesn't fade, it follows. And now, Australia has become the ultimate testing ground. If Harry and Meghan are forced to cover their own costs here, it could set a precedent that spreads across other countries. And if you've been following this whole situation, you already see how big this is getting. So make sure you're subscribed, because this final stretch really shows what's at stake and what could happen next. For Meghan, this moment is deeply personal. That 2018 tour was supposed to define her role, to prove her place inside the monarchy. Now she returns to something completely different: criticism, accusations of entitlement, and a country openly questioning her position. Harry feels it too. This isn't a minor inconvenience anymore, it's a full-scale reckoning. Australia was once the stage where he believed Meghan would be embraced not just by the public, but by the institution itself. He's spoken about how powerful that tour felt, how it was meant to shift everything. Coming back now, and facing doubt instead, that has to hit hard. And yet, critics argue this moment didn't come out of nowhere. Every step since that tour, the interviews, the memoir, the Netflix and Spotify deals, has gradually shifted public perception. What once felt like admiration has, in some circles, turned into skepticism. Because their post-royal world depends on something fragile: public interest, attention, and a narrative that keeps them elevated. And once that narrative turns negative, everything starts to wobble. Sponsors hesitate, partnerships become uncertain, and the image they've built begins to show cracks. That's why this Australian petition matters far beyond politics or logistics. This is a test, a real proving ground. If they manage to navigate this storm and shift the narrative, it proves their influence still holds. But if they don't, The fallout could be serious: negative headlines, public pushback, and a story that spirals beyond their control. And while all of this unfolds, the palace is watching closely, quietly. Ideal outcome? A visit that passes without major disruption. Enough positivity to avoid damage, but not enough to overshadow William, Catherine, or the king. But here's the problem. Mediocrity is no longer an option. Because of the petition, every single moment of this visit will be under a microscope. Every appearance, every reaction, every headline, framed by controversy before it even happens. In a way, the narrative is already set. They become the lightning rod, the test case. And whether the visit ends quietly or explodes into global headlines, one thing is already clear: the petition has already changed the game. As mid-April approaches, the uncertainty is building. Will crowds show support, or will protests take over? Can Harry and Meghan still connect with the public the way they once did? Or will they be forced into a defensive position at every step? Because whatever happens next won't stay in Australia. The outcome will ripple across the Commonwealth and shape how the monarchy and the Sussexes are viewed moving forward. Sometimes the biggest turning points don't come with official announcements. They don't start with speeches or decisions made behind palace walls. Sometimes they begin with a single petition, a quiet signal that grows louder and louder, until it forces an entire nation to ask what it really believes. And that moment, it's almost here. If you made it this far, drop your thoughts below. I'm genuinely curious where you stand on this. And if this breakdown gave you a new perspective, hit subscribe. It costs you nothing and you won't miss what's coming next.
She wanted to be there to show that she was as important as Kate, and that she was part of the family on the eve of her return to back to America. I mean, everything she did was completely motivated with one agenda: her own fame and importance. That's why she wanted to go to Balmoral.
Hey, quick one. This story gets wild fast, so stay with me. And if you're into this kind of royal drama, tap subscribe real quick so you don't miss what's coming next. Meghan Markle stepped into the royal family with what some now claim was a bold, hidden agenda.
That's exactly why she left, because she never wanted really to stay. She wanted the label, she wanted the title, she wanted the money. She didn't get so much money, but she did get the status. And now she's set on building herself up
to outshine Princess Catherine and eventually take her place. That claim stayed under wraps for a while, but Tom Bower just put it front and center in his book, Betrayal. So what was the alleged plan here? Stick around because the details start stacking up fast. According to Bower, even before Harry and Meghan made their exit, Meghan reportedly already felt unsure about royal life. He claims she didn't truly connect with the institution and saw it as intense, structured, and stressful, something she believed would only grow heavier over time.
Roberts, you see Diana's influence, really. She was so hands-on with her children. She hugged them in ways that the royal family never did. Well, you see Meghan and Harry in the crowds, hugging, shaking hands, just embracing the world and bringing a modern touch to the royal family.
But things allegedly shifted once she was inside and watching closely. Seeing Princess Catherine, how she carried herself, her image, her role in the family, Meghan, reportedly started to view her less as a relative and more as direct competition. And when that mindset kicks in, it turns into a silent contest where, in her eyes, someone had to come out on top. From there, Meghan allegedly began turning up her presence in a big way.
Meghan Markle has come under fire for recreating Diana's famous cross-legged photo shoot for Harper's Bazaar. And Kinsey, this isn't the first time she has recreated some of Diana's most iconic looks.
She connected more with the public, both inside palace circles and beyond, and even stepped outside traditional royal rules to stand out. Hugging people, breaking formal distance, showing a more casual side, moves that made her seem more relatable and approachable compared to the usual royal style.
Women, especially when they're pregnant, you're really vulnerable, and so that was made really challenging. And then when you have a newborn, it's
a long time ago, but I remember, yeah.
And especially as a woman, it's a lot. So you add this on top of just trying to be a new mom or trying to be a newlywed. It's, I guess, and also thank you for asking, because not many people have asked if I'm okay.
At the same time, reports claim she leaned into image and presentation, choosing looks and jewelry that reminded people of Princess Diana, aiming to spark comparisons and grab attention in a powerful way. Headlines followed, and the spotlight grew brighter around her every move. Bauer also suggests Meghan believed she brought something different to the table, seeing herself as more modern, more driven, and more in touch with the current world.
She couldn't understand why she, better looking and in her view more intelligent and harder working and everything, should be the queen. And she hated the idea that she and Harry were relegated so far down the order. Everything, she got everything she wanted and then knew what she wanted and couldn't get, and that was a lot. That's why, of course, she never intended to stay.
She even spoke openly on podcasts about the challenges of motherhood, which critics felt may have helped shape a public image of resilience and hard work, placing her firmly in the center of attention. Behind the scenes, the claims go even further. Meghan reportedly felt she deserved a higher position within the royal structure and didn't fully agree with how roles were ranked, especially when it came to Catherine's place at the top tier beside Prince William. According to Bauer, this may have come from a misunderstanding of how deeply rooted and fixed the royal hierarchy really is.
Sure, whenever Kate and William do anything, she sort of balances it with something that she's done, knowing she will squash the British royal family's initiative and hopefully put herself on top. I mean, this is really where it's all really quite ugly and quite nasty, and it's all part of the betrayal, which is, I think now, leading to a new climax.
And that's where things start to get even more intense. Because what came next wasn't just about image. It started affecting relationships in ways no one expected. This next part gets even deeper, because once reality hit, things didn't exactly go the way she expected. So stay locked in. You don't want to miss how this shifts. When the royal hierarchy didn't place Meghan where she reportedly wanted to be, sources claim she struggled to accept it. In the monarchy, rank isn't about effort or popularity. It's strictly tied to bloodline and succession.
Well, we have more details about Meghan Markle's new luxury lifestyle brand. The Duchess of Sussex announced the launch of American Riviera Orchard earlier this month by posting a video of herself on the brand's Instagram account.
Prince William and Princess Catherine are set as the future king and queen, and that path is locked in no matter what. Meanwhile, Prince Harry and Meghan were always positioned further down the line, meaning the top roles were never realistically within reach. But according to Tom Bauer, Meghan allegedly believed she could move up faster by increasing her visibility and public impact.
I think she wouldn't want to emulate her. She just wants to undermine her and beat her. I mean, that's the whole point. She's constantly looking for opportunities.
The idea reportedly was simple: be seen more, do more, and be viewed as more impactful than Catherine. The problem? That's not how the system works at all. The monarchy runs on tradition and lineage, not personal branding or performance. Bauer suggests that because Meghan didn't grow up inside that structure, adjusting to those fixed rules may have been frustrating. And in his view, the plan to overtake Catherine was already falling apart before it could even take off. Still, the strategy allegedly didn't stop. It just changed direction.
That Meghan thinks that once she marries into the royal family, she's going to be God.
Yeah, exactly.
which is pretty hilarious. But clearly, she believed it. Clearly, she thought, and I've come to the conclusion, helped by others on the inside, that she really thought she, rather than Kate, should be the next queen after Charles.
Instead of trying to rise within the system, Meghan reportedly began focusing on standing out publicly, going head-to-head with Catherine's image in the media. Bauer claims there were moments where major royal events tied to William and Catherine were closely followed, or overlapped, by Meghan's own announcements pulling attention in a different direction. For example, when Catherine held significant events like her Christmas service, Meghan was reportedly rolling out media projects and promotional news around similar timing, including ventures connected to streaming content and brand launches.
And that person very quickly discovered that Meghan was not going to obey any rules. She had no intention of staying, and that she was going to be a huge problem. And that was reported, obviously, to the Queen and the rest. And they realized that this was a marriage which was not going to last in Britain.
Then when Catherine made a return to public life after her health recovery, Meghan also stepped forward with announcements tied to her own projects, shifting part of the spotlight. According to Bauer, this wasn't random. It was a calculated move to position herself as the more modern, more influential royal figure, aiming to redirect public attention in her favor. Rather than following Catherine's traditional path, Meghan allegedly tried to present a completely different style.
She's money obsessed and always has been. and that is why she married Prince Harry. Her great surprise and disappointment was to discover that Prince Harry had very little money. She imagined he'd be worth hundreds of millions, if not billions, and she's having to make up for it now.
One she believed connected more strongly with today's audience. Where Catherine leaned into long-standing royal customs and charity work, Meghan reportedly focused on a more contemporary image, believing she could perform the role in a stronger, more relatable way and deserved quicker recognition because of it. But instead of admiration, Bauer claims Meghan saw Catherine less as someone to learn from and more as the main rival to outpace.
Was Meghan Markle strategic with her wedding invites? Royal biographer Andrew Morton claimed the Duchess had a purpose when inviting high-profile celebrities to her and Prince Harry's nuptials in May 2018. Morton told Vanity Fair, quote, "She invited people she didn't know well. Oprah Winfrey, George and Amal Clooney, the big Hollywood hitters. It was a clever move because they are the ones who have stood up for her when she has been attacked."
And once it became clear Catherine already held that central position, the alleged focus shifted fully toward becoming the standout royal figure in her own way. And here's where it gets even more interesting. Because before the wedding even happened, there were already quiet warnings behind palace doors about how this might all play out.
And we just can't predict it because these two who grip our attention because of all the circumstances which made them and all that they've created in their damning interviews are struggling to survive. And the battle is being fought.
Now this is where everything really comes together, and the fallout says a lot, so don't miss this final part. And if you've been following along, hit subscribe so you don't miss what's next. The advisor had reportedly warned early on that Meghan might feel restricted by royal rules, and that prediction, according to Bauer, didn't take long to show signs of becoming real. Tension reportedly grew behind palace walls, staff turnover increased, and some employees allegedly described the working environment as difficult and intense. Bauer claims this all tied back to a bigger issue. Meghan's reported ambition to become the standout royal figure didn't unfold the way she expected, reinforcing his view that she may have seen royal life as a stepping stone rather than a long-term role.
For interview, what she really wanted was control, because she is a manipulator. She wanted to be able to manipulate people, and she couldn't manipulate the press in the UK. That's why she was angry. She couldn't force people to write the stories that she wanted them to write. So therefore, she left to get privacy so that she could write the stories in her own perspective.
He also points to a major difference in priorities. Catherine focused on stability, tradition, and keeping the institution strong, while Meghan, according to these claims, leaned more toward building a global profile and personal brand. Royal duties, in this interpretation, became just one part of a much larger public identity she was shaping. Eventually, Meghan chose to step away from royal life and move toward independent ventures, where visibility and global recognition played a bigger role. Even during her wedding, critics noted the strong presence of Hollywood celebrities, which some saw as a shift toward global fame rather than royal tradition. After leaving, Meghan continued appearing in high-profile spaces and business projects, moves that observers felt didn't fully align with traditional expectations of royal conduct. Bauer goes further, claiming that Meghan and Prince Harry later relied on sharing personal conflicts with the royal family as part of building their life outside the monarchy. Within that ongoing narrative, Catherine became indirectly linked to the wider tension, with media stories, often highlighting a supposed rivalry and public disagreements. Meghan also spoke about feeling unheard within the institution, adding another layer to the situation. Because of all this, public reactions stayed divided. Many people expressed sympathy for Catherine during difficult periods, while Meghan continued to face strong criticism in parts of the press. Bauer even claims that when some online supporters targeted Catherine, Meghan did not publicly step in, which led to more speculation about underlying tensions. In the end, Bauer's conclusion is direct. He believes Meghan thought she could surpass Catherine within royal life, both in influence and public impact. But when the structure of the monarchy made that impossible, it led to conflict, a major departure, and ongoing public debate that hasn't slowed down. The book Betrayal paints a picture of someone entering the royal world, aiming to compete at the highest level, only to stalk into a system that doesn't, bend, and choosing to walk away when it didn't match expectations. If you want more breakdowns like this and updates on everything unfolding, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what's coming next.
I choose people whose lives are shrouded in mystery and they've climbed the greasy pole. They want to be famous, they want to be influential, they want to be powerful.
We can't ignore them if they keep popping up doing stuff like this. That's the thing. We're kind of in a mutually abusive, toxic relationship, aren't we? The media and Harry and Meghan, because they keep doing stuff wanting attention. Then they get quite adverse reaction most of the time. Then they react really badly to the reaction. And so it goes on.
Well, what it really boils down to is the threat they offer. If their threat was punctured, which I hope my book will do.
Well, I do think the Sussex overdrive is unbelievable. But, I mean, I don't think that he is going to get back in.
What if the royal fairy tale people around the world once celebrated was never the whole story? What if the glowing headlines, the emotional TV interviews, and that carefully polished public image were only the shiny outer layer hiding something far more complicated behind the palace curtain? The deeper people dig into the story of Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, the more the picture starts twisting in ways almost nobody expected. What once looked like a bold, modern royal love story has slowly turned into one of the most debated royal dramas in decades.
Meghan Markle likely spent time with Prince Andrew and Jeffrey Epstein before she even met Prince Harry.
The relationship that once symbolized change and progress now sparks arguments everywhere, across headlines, documentaries, social media debates, and even dinner table conversations. To many supporters, Meghan entered the royal scene like a breath of fresh air, a confident outsider stepping into a centuries-old system ready to shake things up. But to critics, the situation quickly began to feel less like a magical romance and more...
And that's what she used as a weapon at the time. So there were quite a few things about her personal life. I'll work them into another book, I think.
Like a carefully managed public brand driven by non-stop media buzz, dramatic headlines, and constant controversy. Prince Harry, who was once widely respected for his military service and his role inside the royal family, now appears in a completely different position. Instead of quietly representing the institution he grew up in, he now openly challenges it while sharing personal accusations about life behind palace walls. Supporters argue the couple are simply speaking their truth and freeing themselves from a strict royal system. Critics, on the other hand, say the story keeps shifting every time a new interview, podcast episode, or documentary appears, leaving even more questions floating around every time the spotlight lands back on them. And now investigative biographer Tom Bower has stepped forward again, pointing toward details from Meghan's earlier life that he believes many people overlooked when the world first celebrated the royal romance.
And also saying all that work to do in Africa, which he dedicated his life to, but prefers now to paddle in the Pacific in Santa Monica.
Right.
Or Monsignor. Well, he does it because he needs a profile. That's the only way they can get money, by showing the profile. And for Netflix, everything is built around the future documentary series to promote the Sussex.
His claims have stirred serious curiosity among royal watchers who wonder if those details could change how the entire story is viewed. Before diving deeper into those claims, take a quick second to like the video and subscribe, because the next part of this story moves into territory that many people honestly did not expect. Hovering above all of this is another powerful layer in the story, the lasting legacy of Princess Diana.
Is that Meghan has got no real income anymore. She's finished.
Right.
Netflix series is over. There's no great podcast. They don't generate any money. And I don't see where she is going from here. I think she has a major problem.
Her influence hangs over the entire conversation like a crown people keep mentioning, yet one that some critics say may never have truly belonged to Meghan at all. But here's where the conversation gets even more interesting. Some critics argue that Meghan and Harry are not the rebels battling the system the way their public narrative sometimes suggests. According to those critics, they have actually become one of the biggest controversies connected to the royal family itself. Instead of fully separating from the monarchy, critics claim the couple still lean heavily on their royal connection while reshaping the story through emotional interviews, bold public statements, and non-stop media attention.
She flirts openly with other men.
Who does not want to inherit a mess. He wants the stables cleaned. He wants Andrew out. And coming on to Harry and Meghan, I think for them now in Montecito, there's a moment of grave concern, because stripping the royal family of titles was unheard of in our lifetimes and for hundreds of years.
At the same time, they continue building business ventures that remain closely linked to their royal titles and status. As the interviews keep coming, more people begin questioning the story itself. What once looked powerful and inspiring to supporters now feels messy and confusing to others, almost like the carefully built public image is starting to crack under the bright spotlight. But something Tom Bower recently suggested pushes the discussion into an even more surprising direction. According to Bauer, Meghan's focus on Princess Diana may have been more strategic than many people first believed. While the world admired Diana for her compassion and the challenges she faced inside the royal spotlight, Bauer claims Meghan carefully studied that public image almost like a guide for connecting with the public.
Declining, I think that his reputation is somewhat toxic, and I think Invictus is his only lifeline.
He suggests Meghan paid close attention to the details, the soft head tilts, the thoughtful hand gestures, and the emotional moments that once captured sympathy from millions of viewers around the world. Bauer argues it sometimes looked like someone studying a powerful public figure and trying to recreate that same emotional bond with the audience.
They want to hide their secrets, and I just love digging away to find out what they don't want us to know.
And that was very critical, because at that moment last year, she was about to promote her Netflix series and didn't want to firstly be seen with Harry, and secondly didn't want to go somewhere where she'd appear cheap.
But critics say there is a big problem with that approach. Genuine emotion cannot simply be copied like a performance on a stage. Over time, some viewers began noticing expressions that felt overly staged, carefully angled head movements, and emotional moments that seemed almost too perfectly timed. Instead of building sympathy, some critics say those moments made audiences suspicious. Rather than feeling moved, many people began reacting with eye rolls because the performance appeared obvious from a distance. Then there is Prince Harry's role in the situation. Many expected him to guard and protect the legacy of his mother, Princess Diana, with deep care.
Which showed that he is very commercially minded, which we'll get into later on, which makes it impossible for him. And of course, Meghan wouldn't come back to Britain.
Yet critics argue that legacy slowly became woven into the couple's public narrative in ways that looked less like remembrance and more like a powerful public symbol. For many observers, that shift felt uncomfortable. Diana's very personal history began looking less like a private family memory and more like a symbol repeatedly used in the public spotlight. To critics, that change did not feel like a tribute at all. It started to look more like branding. Some even believe Meghan thought she could step into the emotional space Diana once held with the public, presenting herself as a modern figure carrying that same connection with people.
Prince Harry, his heart seems to have softened, or there's been some sort of evolution. So I do think you're right that a lot of us were kind of caught off guard by the Prince Andrew decision, because we had grown accustomed to cuddly Charles, Grandpa Charles, with the grandkids in his lap. And I when I saw the news, I thought, I don't know if I'll ever see anything like this again in my lifetime, but maybe I will because of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle.
But critics argue that comparison only made the differences stand out even more. Instead of capturing the same respect and admiration Princess Diana earned, critics say the imitation started becoming easier to notice. And once people began spotting those differences, the conversation exploded into something much bigger than a simple royal comparison. The story slowly turned into a public spectacle that keeps getting louder, messier, and harder for the world to ignore. But according to Tom Bauer, the Diana comparisons were only the beginning. In his telling, that was just the opening chapter. The next part of the story pushes the debate into even more controversial territory, and it connects to one of the rumors that has been circulating online for years.
Meghan didn't like the surname Mountbatten Windsor. If you remember, in her first lifestyle series with Meghan with Them Forever, she says to Carling that her surname isn't Markle but Sussex.
Mm-hmm.
And she was desperate to get it. She said, we never had a proper surname. And of course they did.
If the Diana discussion already stirred backlash, the talk about Meghan's earlier connections inside elite social circles created an even bigger storm. Bauer does not avoid that controversy at all. He points toward claims and rumors that Meghan reportedly tried to keep far away from public attention, including photos said to show her spending time on luxury yachts surrounded by wealthy businessmen, well-known party figures, and powerful names in entertainment circles. According to these claims, she was not appearing in those spaces as a major Hollywood actress with a long list of...
And then gets a sort of success, not just people like Meghan, but also often very controversial and, inverted commas, criminal businessmen, or politicians, and all the other people I've read, or the music people. I mean, I do find people who climb the greasy pole and junk victims on the way and are ruthless in their ambition fascinating. And I think that is what makes Meghan fascinating, because in the end, there are very few women who were C-D-list actresses who were really completely unaccomplished. but who in the end have perfected an image. And it's got to be said, I mean, if 75% of people disapprove of her in polls, 25% do approve of her.
Blockbuster roles. Instead, critics argue those environments were less about traditional acting opportunities and more about influence, charm, visibility, and strategic networking. In that world, people say success often depended on who noticed you, who introduced you, and which doors suddenly opened when the right powerful names were in the same room. Some observers claim Meghan did not climb the celebrity ladder in the typical Hollywood way.
She wanted wealth and she wanted fame. And she targeted, there's no doubt she targeted Harry.
To tell the truth, I spoke to very few friends of Meghan because she put a fatwa on anyone talking to me who she could. So I sent off dozens and dozens of emails to her friends, and most of them didn't even reply.
They believe she moved through influential social circles where connections could push opportunities forward faster than any casting call ever could. For critics, that is exactly where the polished fairy tale image begins to crack wide open. The story of the self-made actress starts facing tougher questions when people revisit old photos, old rumors, and the same stories that keep resurfacing across the internet again and again. Whether fair or not, those images and whispers continue floating around every time the conversation about her past returns. Prince Harry is also aware that these rumors exist. He is not completely shielded from what people say online or in the media, yet he continues standing beside Meghan while presenting their relationship as a heartfelt love story. But for many critics watching from the outside, the situation appears far more layered than the simple royal romance that is often presented to the public. The central argument from critics is blunt. They believe Meghan's rise in Hollywood was not mainly built on major auditions or standout acting performances. Instead, they argue access played the biggest role.
She was warned before she married what the nature of being Harry's wife and part of the royal family would be, and the nature of how she ignored all that advice. For two reasons. One is she really did believe she could do what she wanted. And secondly, I don't believe she ever intended to stay. She always intended to take the title, take the connections and get back to California.
So when Meghan came along into the scene, I just thought, this is fascinating. How is this going to play out?
Meeting influential people, building the right relationships, and moving through powerful social circles until she eventually crossed paths with Prince Harry. From that perspective, some commentators say Harry became the biggest turning point in Meghan's path to global fame. They believe the relationship brought massive attention almost overnight, transforming her public profile in ways Hollywood alone had never done. Tom Bower's reporting does not soften that idea either. His portrayal suggests Meghan did not simply stumble into royal life through random luck. According to critics who support his view, they believe she carefully moved through opportunities and connections that slowly placed her closer and closer to the royal spotlight.
Who she could use and who could serve her purposes. She did want him because she then was promoted from an unknown actress into a global star.
And once she entered that world, the public disagreements, interviews, and ongoing disputes only made the entire situation louder. Because critics say if Meghan's past already looked complicated, the present situation looks even more chaotic. The story has turned into such a tangled web of claims and counterclaims that it almost feels like a plot pulled straight from a dramatic TV series. One moment, Meghan says she barely knew who Prince Harry was before meeting him. Then later, in another interview, she speaks about learning details about him and about the royal world. That shift immediately sparks one blunt question. From critics, which version of the story is the real one? Is she the outsider who walked into royal life without knowing much about it, or someone who had already studied the spotlight before stepping into it? Critics argue those two stories cannot live side by side forever. Yet in public interviews, Meghan's comments sometimes make it sound like both versions are somehow true at the same time. Prince Harry is often right beside her, repeating the same explanations during interviews and appearances. To critics watching closely, it can feel like the same talking points getting delivered again and again. Each new interview or carefully framed public appearance is meant to feel personal, but instead it often sparks even more debate and raised eyebrows. According to critics, those shifting accounts keep raising bigger questions. Every time the story appears to change, public trust weakens and the carefully built narrative begins looking less stable under the spotlight. To some observers, Meghan now appears like someone struggling to keep the story consistent as the pressure grows stronger. Meanwhile, Harry, once known for speaking openly and directly, now seems pushed slightly into the background of Meghan's very public narrative. Critics say he often stands beside her while the main focus stays fixed on messaging, presentation, and how everything plays out on camera. And Tom Bower does not soften his criticism here either. In Bauer's view, these contradictions are not simple mistakes or random slip-ups. He suggests they could be part of a much larger strategy, but critics argue that strategy is becoming easier for the public to recognize, and once credibility begins slipping, the damage can spread fast. Public trust is fragile, and the moment audiences begin doubting the story, skepticism can explode across media and social platforms almost overnight. Some observers believe Meghan once expected Hollywood to roll out the red carpet and fully embrace her as a duchess turned global media star. On paper, the crossover sounded powerful. Royal fame mixed with entertainment industry connections, massive streaming deals, and the promise of big productions that could dominate headlines around the world. But Hollywood can be brutally unforgiving. The moment controversy starts growing and the public narrative gets messy, studios, producers, and investors often step back fast. In that business, reputation is everything, and nobody wants to attach their name to projects that might generate more drama than success. Critics argue the real problem was never Netflix or Spotify failing the couple. Instead, they claim the issue came from how those massive opportunities were handled once they landed right in front of Meghan and Harry. What could have turned into groundbreaking projects ended up receiving mixed reactions from audiences and industry insiders. Some viewers began complaining that several projects felt weighed down by personal complaints, repeated accusations, and stories that sounded more like long therapy-style conversations than the powerful productions people expected. Instead of bold storytelling or creative ideas, critics say the content sometimes felt like a public airing of frustrations delivered through cameras and microphones. Hollywood usually loves a comeback narrative, but according to critics, Meghan's repeated attempts to reshape the public story only fueled more suspicion around her image. Every new interview, podcast appearance, or documentary seemed to reopen the same debates instead of finally closing them. Prince Harry was often right beside her during those moments, repeating similar points in interviews and public appearances. Critics say that patterns sometimes made the situation even more uncomfortable for viewers who felt they were hearing the same explanations again and again. The same celebrities who once smiled for photos alongside the couple now appear noticeably more distant. In the entertainment world, reputation shapes opportunity, and when public perception shifts, partnerships can disappear almost overnight. Meghan frequently presented herself as a strong advocate for change and an influential public voice. But critics argued that when the intense spotlight cooled down, that image began facing serious scrutiny from both the public and industry insiders. Now, every quiet red carpet appearance, every uncertain public speech, and every business deal that slows down adds another layer to the ongoing debate. Some commentators even wonder whether the couple's global attention was driven more by hype than by long-term influence inside the entertainment industry. A number of critics now claim Meghan's reputation has become a risk that many powerful figures prefer to avoid. But the most controversial part of Tom Bauer's claims is not only about her past or her shifting public brand. It is what he suggests about the dynamic between Meghan and Prince Harry. According to those claims, after their relationship became public, Meghan played a strong role in shaping how their story was presented to the world. That included guiding interviews, influencing public messaging, and helping control how their narrative unfolded across media platforms. Critics argue this dynamic sometimes made Harry appear less like an equal partner and more like someone repeating the same message during interviews and public appearances. In that version of events, a prince once widely respected for his military service began looking very different in the public spotlight. Instead of the confident and independent figure many people remembered, critics say he started appearing more defensive, more frustrated, and more pulled into the couple's ongoing public battles with the media. Tom Bauer's portrayal also suggests that many public moments people watched, the carefully framed photos, the constant hand-holding appearances, and the emotional interviews were all part of maintaining a specific image. According to critics who agree with him, that approach kept Meghan firmly positioned at the center of public attention. Meanwhile, Harry slowly drifted toward the background of the story. What once looked like a powerful royal partnership now sparks debates about influence, control, and how much of the narrative may have been carefully shaped for public attention. And according to Tom Bauer's claims, the biggest cost in all of this might be Harry's own sense of identity. Bauer argues Meghan did not simply marry into the royal family. He claims she helped reshape Harry's public image in a dramatic and lasting way. In this portrayal, Harry shifted from being seen as an independent royal voice to someone whose message now appears closely tied to the couple's shared media strategy. Critics say the prince who once spoke with strong confidence now sometimes looks more like a supporting character inside Meghan's very public storyline. For many observers, that change feels striking. The world still remembers the version of Prince Harry who served in the military and built a reputation for being bold, direct, and willing to speak his mind. Watching that image transform so dramatically has made the shift impossible for people to ignore. Some critics even argue that Harry now appears stuck inside a role where he follows a carefully managed script rather than leading the story himself. The confident prince many people once recognized sometimes seems to have stepped back while the spotlight moves somewhere else. Bauer also points to moments involving the couple's children that have become part of public discussion and major headlines. Critics say certain mentions or appearances connected to their daughter, Lilibet, sometimes seem to surface right when media attention around Meghan and Harry starts heating up again. According to those critics, these moments can sometimes appear less like simple family updates and more like carefully timed public messaging. That perception has added yet another layer of controversy to an already intense debate surrounding the couple. Some critics argue that even small updates involving Lilibet occasionally end up pulled into the spotlight instead of remaining completely private, which has often been the case for many royal children. Discussions about her have sometimes appeared during moments when media scrutiny around Meghan and Harry was already at its highest. Certain commentators claim that whenever criticism toward Meghan begins growing louder, the image of devoted motherhood suddenly becomes a stronger part of the public story. Then, when the pressure fades or difficult questions begin circulating again, the couple appears to step back from public attention once more. And Prince Harry, critics say, often appears beside Meghan during these situations without directly pushing back against the headlines. To some outside observers, it can look like he is simply standing there while the media storm continues swirling around their family. Observers also point to moments that created massive global headlines, including the announcement of Lilibet's name and the conversations connected to Queen Elizabeth. Those events quickly exploded into worldwide debates filled with emotional reactions and non-stop media coverage. Tom Bauer and other critics claim that several of these moments seem to appear alongside the couple's larger media strategy. From that perspective, critics argue the pattern raises uncomfortable questions about timing and public messaging. When children become part of major headlines, backlash can grow quickly. Even supporters who once strongly defended the couple sometimes begin creating distance when situations become too controversial. Critics increasingly argue that Meghan sometimes appears less like someone focused only on protecting family privacy and more like a public figure carefully managing attention around her life. From their point of view, many public moves appear connected to keeping her name circulating in the spotlight. By the time the couple's major media partnerships started facing challenges, many commentators say the only people who seemed truly surprised were Meghan and Harry themselves. The massive deals that once looked like unstoppable opportunities suddenly began producing mixed reactions instead of the universal praise many expected. Tom Bauer strongly challenges the image the couple originally built in the public eye. He describes how a glamorous brand powered by royal fame slowly turned into what critics call a carefully managed narrative filled with contradictions and tension. What once sparked global fascination has, for some viewers, slowly shifted into something closer to fatigue. The Oprah interview that once shocked audiences is now heavily debated, with critics arguing that parts of the story felt exaggerated or incomplete. Their Netflix series, which many people expected would launch a powerful media legacy, instead left some viewers feeling like they were watching two public figures repeating frustrations while the audience slowly lost interest. The excitement that once surrounded every new project announcement has noticeably cooled in certain circles. Now almost every project, interview, or appearance triggers questions about motive and timing. Critics claim each move feels carefully calculated, each moment structured to keep attention locked on the story. And Prince Harry, once seen as an equal partner in the spotlight, sometimes appears more like a quiet protector standing beside Meghan while criticism grows louder. In the unpredictable entertainment world, reputation can shift quickly, and once influence begins slipping, rebuilding that public image becomes extremely difficult. Tom Bauer delivers his criticism very directly. In his view, Meghan Markle is not the modern version of Princess Diana that some supporters once imagined. Instead, critics argue her story has become more like a warning about what can happen when ambition, media strategy, and image building grow too powerful. Remove the glamour, the emotional interviews, and the endless media battles, critics say, and the picture can begin looking very different. Rather than the bold royal outsiders they once presented themselves as, some observers now see two public figures trying to maintain relevance while their carefully crafted image faces intense public scrutiny. Bauer's claims also challenge the idea of Meghan as a misunderstood victim of royal tradition. In his portrayal, she appears more like a strategist who eventually became trapped inside the same narrative she helped build. And Harry, critics argue, no longer appears like a prince leading a dramatic shift inside the royal world. Instead, he sometimes comes across as a supporting figure caught inside the same public storyline. For many viewers, the fairy tale image that once surrounded the couple has slowly faded. What remains, critics say, is a story filled with branding battles, media strategy, and the risks that come with building a global image that eventually starts cracking under pressure. But the debate surrounding Meghan Markle is far from finished. Even today, controversial rumors, resurfacing photos, and revived stories continue circulating across social media and news platforms, keeping the conversation alive and constantly evolving. If you found this breakdown interesting, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with others, and drop your thoughts in the comments below.
We landed in Canada, and one of our security guards who had been with H for so long, and these guys were so wonderful, I just collapsed in his arms crying. I was like, I tried so hard. He goes, I know you did. I know you did, ma'am. I know you did.
Harry and Meghan are going to be petrified about the idea of Tom Bower snooping back into their married life, right?
Hey, this one gets intense fast, so stay with me. If you're into real breakdowns like this, hit subscribe real quick so you don't miss what's coming next. When Queen Camilla told a friend that Meghan had brainwashed Harry, people brushed it off like cheap gossip, just another royal rumor dressed up in fancy headlines. It sounded dramatic, sure, but easy to ignore. Oh, then Tom Bower's new book, Betrayal, dropping March 26th, flipped that whole narrative on its head.
When she was about 9 or 10, she said to her father, I want to be famous, I want to walk down the red carpet. And she has now done that. And she's calculated that she could be a great success and by marrying Harry.
Suddenly, that one line didn't sound like gossip anymore. It sounded calculated, almost like a warning hiding in plain sight. Bower doesn't treat it like a throwaway comment either. He builds it up piece by piece, laying out details that feel way too specific to ignore.
I think that's why he cuts quite a lonely figure. Because his friends all throughout his life do feel ostracized, he is just a bit of a lonely soul, where she's got her friends in America. He, though, is very much on his own, and I think it's quite sad.
And here's the wild part. The backlash from Harry and Meghan's side. It only pushed the book higher, turning it into a #1 bestseller before it even hit shelves. So what did Camilla actually say? She didn't just toss out the word brainwashed and move on. According to Bower, she backed it up with examples, clear ones. Harry started cutting off old friends. He changed his phone number and didn't even tell his own family.
He is having a breakdown in real time. We see it. He is completely unable to hide the totally complex feelings that come to the fore every time he is in public with Meghan Markle. He does despise his wife. I mean, we saw that on the recent Middle Eastern tour when he was constantly rejecting her attempt at public displays of affection because he knows that what she's doing is like ownership. It's not about love. It's not about affection. It's about ownership, and it's about showing the world who is in control, and he can't stand that.
And slowly, his personality began to shift. Things he once shrugged off suddenly became intense dislikes, even full-on resentment. The easygoing guy people knew. Bower describes him as someone now driven by something much heavier, almost like he was chasing payback. Now, 6 words in a private conversation might not seem like much. Easy to dismiss, right?
Harry has a problem because he's lost his charity centre Bailey in Africa. He had better up on all these commercial deals.
But Bower didn't stop at one quote. Across 300+ pages, he maps out a pattern, and once you see it, it's hard to unsee. It moves step by step. Friendships, then family, then institutions, then even charities and business deals. And every time, it follows the same path. Distance, influence, then fallout. Keep that phone number detail in mind because it comes back in a way you don't expect. Most people covering this story will stop at that brainwashed quote.
Are declining. I think that his reputation is somewhat toxic, and I think Invictus is his only lifeline, and there'll be problems with that.
That's the flashy headline. But Bower goes way deeper. In the Times serialization released Friday, March 13th, he describes a shift that wasn't gradual. It felt directed. He writes that, encouraged by Meghan, Harry began pulling away from palace structure, stepping out of the traditional spare role tied to his uncle, Prince Edward. And it didn't happen quietly.
Sussexes only will talk to people who repeat their own narrative.
Yes.
And who they can control. So the idea that you could get the truth from the Sussexes is contradictory.
Old friends, gone. Phone number, changed without notice. Palace advisors, completely sidelined. One by one, the connections started dropping off. Then things escalated. Bower describes a 2018 meeting at Kensington Palace where William and Catherine tried to step in. During that conversation, Meghan allegedly told William to take his finger out of her face. And this wasn't out of nowhere. William had already warned Harry earlier that the relationship was moving too fast. Catherine, according to the book, also questioned how Meghan viewed Harry's position in the royal future. Here's where it gets serious. One claim like this could be personal bias.
No comparison there, because Harry continues to back Meghan Markle, publicly back her, and all of her terrible behaviour, not to mention the fact that Johnny Depp has always been a bad boy film star rather than a royal trying to do good in the world.
Two, maybe coincidence. But when Camilla, William, Catherine, and even people outside the family like a charity executive and a brand expert all point to the same pattern without coordinating, that's something else entirely. That's not random. That's aligned accounts telling the same story from different angles. And just when it feels like you've seen the full picture, the situation at Sentabal takes everything to another level, and that's where this really starts to shift. This is where things take a sharp turn. Stay close, because this part doesn't get talked about enough. And if you haven't already, tap subscribe so you don't miss how this unfolds next. In 2023, Dr. Sophie Chandauka stepped in as chair of Sentabale's Board of Trustees. She's not just anyone, Zimbabwean-born, corporate finance lawyer, MBE, serious credentials. And this wasn't just any charity.
Not in a million years did Meghan think that she was going to score Prince Harry. She thought she was going to score Andrew, until Fergie put a stop.
This was Harry's charity, the one he co-founded for children in Lesotho, the one he once called his life's work. But Chandauka didn't arrive to play nice or flatter anyone. She came in with hard data, real numbers, real feedback. During a fundraising flight from Singapore to Tokyo, funded by philanthropist Haruhisa Honda, she sat down with Harry and presented a full brand audit. Not a quick check. 50 organizations and donors were surveyed. 50 separate voices answering one question. Do you want to be associated with Prince Harry? And this is where everything goes quiet. According to Bauer, Chandauka told Harry something no one else had said so directly. His personal brand had dropped badly. Donors weren't interested in his Netflix ventures. And then came the line that spread everywhere. People don't want to be associated with your Netflix shows, and especially not with Meghan. She didn't stop there. Meghan, she said, had little brand. Strength in the US and globally, she was hurting what Harry still had left. Now here's the moment that really stands out. Harry didn't push back with questions, didn't ask for deeper analysis. Instead, he reached for a comparison. Johnny Depp. He pointed out how Depp still pulled support even after that very public legal battle with Amber Heard. He seemed to believe he could follow the same path.
Just remember, Harry and Meghan threatened to sue at the drop of a hat, and they have never tried to sue Tom Bauer because they know what he writes is true.
Chandauka's reply? Short and sharp. Times have changed. And then she made it even clearer. We need American corporates who want to be associated with your mission, not you personally. They don't want your victimhood. Let that sit for a second. A charity executive, someone he trusted, telling him mid-flight at 40,000 feet that his image wasn't just slipping, it was actively pushing people away. And his response leans on a celebrity court case as a comparison. That's not strategy. That's someone trying to grab onto anything that still feels familiar while everything else shifts. And here's where it gets even more unsettling. Bauer claims Harry didn't reject the findings at first. In fact, he seemed to take it in. October 2024, he visits Lesotho for the first time in 6 years. For a moment, it looked like something might actually reset. But then things changed again. According to the book, once Meghan became involved, the direction shifted.
Mr. Bauer's commentary has long crossed the line from criticism into fixation. This is someone who has publicly stated the monarchy, in fact, depends on actually obliterating the Sussexes from our state of life. Language that speaks for itself.
Harry allegedly moved to take control of Sentabale itself. And instead of challenging the results of the audit, he focused on the process, claiming it caused him psychological harm. Not what it revealed, but the fact that it happened at all. By March 2025, both Harry and co-founder Prince Seeiso stepped down. The UK Charity Commission stepped in to investigate. By August 2025, Harry was cleared of widespread or systemic bullying, but the damage was already done. The charity he built, the one tied to his identity for years, was effectively finished. And what comes next ties all of this back to that earlier pattern in a way that's hard to ignore. This is where it all snaps into place. Don't miss this part because it connects everything we've been building. The woman who told him the truth? Gone. Just like that. And the pattern Camilla summed up in 6 words didn't stay theory. It played out across 2 continents in under 18 months, step by step. Now here's the move that really changed everything. The smartest thing Meghan and Harry could have done about this book? Stay quiet. Let it pass. Let the headlines burn out in a few days and fade. They did the exact opposite. March 14th, 2026, 12 days before release, their spokesperson drops a statement to People, Newsweek, and GB News all at once. Not a small response, a full blast. They called Bauer's work deranged conspiracy and melodrama, saying he'd crossed from criticism into obsession. They accused him of building wild theories about people he doesn't even know, but
I think she is a person who's done huge damage to the royal family, has been deeply, deeply inaccurate on many issues, and is of absolutely no value either to the royal family or society. But she just sucks from it, she takes from it and exploits it and profits.
Bauer didn't stay quiet either. He fired back through the Daily Express, saying the Sussexes were running out of road in Hollywood and calling out what he described as overwhelming self-importance. And then, the numbers hit. By March 15th, before a single physical copy even shipped, Betrayal shot to #1 on Amazon's bestseller list. Just like that. The response meant to shut it down. It amplified it, gave it more attention than any paid campaign could have pulled off. PR expert Renee Smith weighed in, and her take cuts deep. She said the reaction made the couple look seriously rattled, not because every claim had to be true, but because the claims felt close enough to what people already suspect. Close enough to sting, and here's the part that really stands out. They didn't directly deny the key details, not the brand audit, not Chandauka's claims, not the pattern of isolation, none of it. Instead, they went after Bauer himself. That's not a clean rebuttal. That's a signal. Think back to that phone number Harry changed without telling his family. Same pattern. When uncomfortable information shows up, whether it's a brother, a charity leader, or now an author, the focus shifts away from the message and onto the person delivering it. There's actually a name for this kind of pattern, and the royal family didn't miss it. Biographer Ingrid Seward says Prince Philip had a private nickname for Meghan, Duow, Duchess of Windsor, Wallis Simpson, and the comparison raises eyebrows for a reason. An American woman enters the royal world. The prince grows distant from his circle. Advisors fade out, the couple exits, and the man's public role slowly disappears. It's a storyline that feels familiar. Biographer Sally Bedell Smith put it straight. An American woman came into the picture and changed the dynamic of the whole thing. Now, to be fair, not everyone agrees on the history. Some argue Wallis tried to stop the abdication, that Edward was the driving force, and that she became an easy target for a much bigger issue. But that debate opens up a deeper question, and what comes next makes that comparison a lot harder to brush off. Fair enough. History is messy, and nothing is ever just one-sided. But Bauer isn't directly comparing Meghan to Wallis. What he's really pointing at is the system, the sequence, the way a royal support network slowly gets pulled apart, piece by piece, until only one voice is left standing in the room. And that's the part multiple people claim they saw coming. Philip noticed it, Camilla called it out, and now Bauer is stepping in saying the evidence backs it up. Not as a theory, but as a pattern that keeps repeating. So where does that leave Harry? According to Bauer, in a state of real fear. The book dows he's worried that a future King William could remove the Sussex titles completely, and Bauer says that fear isn't misplaced. William hasn't said anything publicly, but behind the scenes, royal insiders describe the relationship as done, completely broken, and the moment that really shows it, August 2024, Norfolk, at Lord Robert Fellowes' funeral. Same place, same time, no interaction, no words, not even eye contact, just distance. Royal expert Ian Pelham Turner was asked straight up if William would ever welcome Harry back. His answer? A clear, blunt no. Now look, this is all built from public reporting. The facts are out there, but when you line everything up, it starts to hit differently. Camilla's warning, friends disappearing, that Kensington Palace confrontation, the Chandauka audit, Centibale falling apart, the way critics get shut down instead of answered. Even that Wallis-Simpson comparison Philip reportedly made, it stops feeling like random drama and starts looking like a consistent pattern told by different people at different times, all pointing in the same direction, and every single one of them faced backlash for saying it. So the real question isn't whether Camilla exaggerated, it's why her version might have been the most restrained one. But here's where it shifts again, because the brainwashed quote and that brutal brand audit, that's just the beginning. What Bauer uncovered about the Invictus Games in Vancouver goes even further, way more uncomfortable, way more specific. We're talking reports of just 43 paying spectators at a wheelchair basketball match, Canadian executives criticizing the image, and one moment involving a veteran's wheelchair that Bauer describes in serious detail. That part changes how you look at everything tied to Invictus, and it's not something people are ready for. So if you want the full breakdown when that drops, make sure you're subscribed, because this story isn't slowing down anytime soon.
She's saying, no, I'm letting him be a man sometimes.
I think
It was quite sweet.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I thought that was so funny because it's like, oh right, you let him, the one thing you let him manage his relations with his own family. That's it's incredibly generous of you. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
But it's so interesting because it's like basically confirming everything that we've all been.
The timing was what immediately raised eyebrows. Not the cover itself, not even the article. The timing. Because the People magazine feature centered on Prince Harry and Meghan Markle was reportedly scheduled to land during one of the most symbolically sensitive windows imaginable. The third day of King Charles' high-profile state visit to the United States, and on the exact same day, Prince William and Princess Catherine marked their 15th wedding anniversary. And according to commentators on this week's Royally Unfiltered broadcast, that overlap was far too precise to dismiss as coincidence.
They were appalled that Meghan would wear a blue striped shirt that many Jews thought were evocative of an Auschwitz camp uniform to the Bondi Beach massacre site and then immediately sell it on her new AI one-off platform.
Kinsey Schofield, joined by royal commentator Tom Sykes and media analyst Paula Froelich, framed the release strategy as something much bigger than ordinary celebrity publicity. Their argument was not simply that the Sussexes wanted attention, it was that the cover functioned as a calculated counter-programming operation against two major royal moments unfolding simultaneously. If you enjoy deep royal analysis that goes beyond the headlines and examines the media strategy, timing, and institutional power plays happening underneath the surface, make sure to subscribe, because this story becomes far more revealing the deeper you follow the timeline. Because here is the critical point many casual readers miss. Major magazine covers are not thrown together overnight. A People magazine cover is planned weeks in advance. Publication schedules are coordinated carefully. Public relations teams know the release windows. They understand the surrounding media environment. And according to the analysis presented on Royally Unfiltered, the Sussex team would almost certainly have known exactly what else would dominate royal headlines that same week. King Charles was in the middle of a diplomatically significant American visit. William and Catherine were reaching a major marriage milestone, strongly associated with stability, continuity, and public affection inside the monarchy. Then suddenly, right in the middle of both narratives, arrives a highly personal Sussex feature, pushing a very specific message. And this is where the conversation shifts from celebrity coverage into media strategy. Because commentators noted that portions of the article read less like neutral reporting and more like direct rebuttals to recent independent royal commentary circulating online. One line in particular drew attention: the suggestion that Meghan allows Harry to take the lead on certain royal matters. Now, on its own, that sentence might sound harmless, but Paula Froelich argued the wording appeared crafted as a response to growing commentary, suggesting Meghan largely controls the Sussex household's external operations and public positioning. Observers especially connected it to recent discussions surrounding staffing decisions and household management claims examined across independent royal media channels. According to Froelich's interpretation, the article contained multiple subtle clapbacks aimed at critics and commentators who had spent months dissecting Sussex media strategy online. And then Tom Sykes added another layer entirely. His reading was that parts of the article almost resembled artificially generated rebuttal language. Familiar criticisms mirrored back in inverted form to create an opposing narrative. In other words, phrases circulating in royal commentary spaces appeared reframed and recycled inside the People feature itself. Whether viewers agree with that interpretation or not, the broader implication was striking: that the Sussex media operation may no longer be ignoring independent royal commentary networks, but actively monitoring and responding to them through carefully managed press channels. But the most explosive part of the discussion centered on Queen Elizabeth II, because the article reportedly framed Harry and Meghan as continuing a model of service the late Queen allegedly understood and supported. And critics immediately pushed back against that characterization by pointing directly to the public record. The Queen's own statements following the Sandringham summit in 2020 were clear. The so-called half-in, half-out arrangement was deemed incompatible with official public service. Harry and Meghan were given a one-year review period, after which they confirmed their intention to pursue commercial independence outside the working monarchy. Only then did the palace formally close the arrangement, which is why commentators like Sussexes argued the new people-framing attempts to retroactively soften or reinterpret a conflict the historical record already documents quite clearly. And according to those critics, the most controversial aspect of all is that Queen Elizabeth is no longer here to publicly clarify her position herself. But the broadcast did not stop with media strategy or magazine timing. The most consequential part of the discussion may actually have been the update surrounding King Charles' health, because according to Tom Sykes' sourcing, the palace is now operating from a position far more optimistic than many outside observers previously assumed. Sykes stated that Charles has reportedly been undergoing an advanced treatment program involving weekly immunotherapy injections built around RNA-based technology, similar to the medical platforms developed during the COVID vaccine era. Alongside the immunotherapy component, the king is also believed to be receiving radiotherapy as part of the broader treatment structure, and according to Sykes' sources, the treatment appears to be working. That detail dramatically changes the larger institutional picture, because when Charles delivered his Christmas address and openly suggested that the treatment had been successful, many people viewed the statement cautiously, almost symbolically, but Sykes argues the king should be taken at his word. More importantly, he points to the behavior of people surrounding Charles privately, the visible confidence, the calmness, the sense of operational optimism, as one of the strongest indirect indicators available when direct medical disclosure remains limited. Experienced royal observers often study body language and institutional behavior for precisely this reason. Palaces rarely reveal full medical realities publicly, but they do reveal confidence levels operationally. And right now, according to Sykes' reading, the confidence level appears high. Of course, every serious illness carries uncertainty, and cancer trajectories can change quickly in either direction. That caveat remains important, but as things currently stand, Charles appears to be responding positively enough that the monarchy is no longer behaving as though his reign is merely transitional or temporary. And this is where the Sussex dimension becomes strategically important, because Charles' ability to continue carrying out demanding royal duties while undergoing treatment sends a much larger institutional message. His May visit to Washington involved 5 days of intense diplomatic engagements, major public appearances, state-level responsibilities, and extensive travel. Then, remarkably, Charles continued onward to Bermuda, even after Queen Camilla returned to Britain. That level of operational activity matters enormously. It signals that the treatment protocol, while serious, is not incapacitating him politically or institutionally. And according to analysts like Paula Froelich, that changes the long-term timeline the Sussex household may have been quietly planning around. For years, many royal commentators assumed Charles' reign could potentially be relatively short following his diagnosis, leading to earlier accession by Prince William. But if Charles remains active and medically stable for a significantly extended period, the Sussex strategy suddenly operates within a completely different time frame. That means Harry and Meghan potentially have years, not months, to continue expanding their commercial ecosystem tied to royal association, media storytelling, memoir pipelines, lifestyle branding, and public narrative positioning. And according to Froelich's interpretation, that is exactly why the institutional strategy, known informally among commentators as the let them doctrine, becomes so important. The palace, rather than engaging publicly in endless rebuttal cycles, appears increasingly willing to let the Sussex operation continue speaking, branding, and commercializing itself, while trusting that public contrast will eventually become self-evident over time. In other words, the monarchy's strategy may not be immediate confrontation, but long-term patience. The theory is simple. Authentic royal duty versus commercial imitation will eventually separate itself naturally in the eyes of the public. But then came another controversy that complicated everything further. During discussion of the recent Australian tour, Paula Froelich focused on one specific moment that triggered significant backlash online. Meghan's visit to the Bondi Beach Memorial Site, honoring victims of the 2024 mass attack. The issue was not merely the appearance itself, it was the clothing choice combined with the immediate commercial context surrounding it. According to viewers cited by Froelich, including some Jewish commentators online, the blue-striped shirt Meghan wore visually resembled historical concentration camp uniforms associated with Auschwitz imagery. Then came the second layer of criticism. The outfit reportedly appeared on a commercial fashion platform for sale the very same day. Now, to be clear, there is no evidence the resemblance was intentional. But critics argued the overlap between memorial symbolism, Holocaust visual associations, and immediate monetization created what Froelich described as a severe tone management failure. And in high-level public relations operations, those failures matter enormously. Because whether the outfit passed through cultural review and was approved anyway, or whether no review process existed at all, both interpretations raise difficult questions about the Sussex team's broader media management structure. And according to Froelich, that Australian tour may not have produced the positive institutional impact the Sussex side later attempted to project publicly. One of the most damaging details raised during the broadcast was not emotional or symbolic. It was numerical. According to the Roy Morgan polling discussed by Paula Froelich and Tom Sykes, roughly 80% of Australians were aware Harry and Meghan were in the country during the tour. On the surface, that sounds impressive. Massive visibility, huge public awareness. But then came the second number, the one that completely changed the interpretation. That same polling reportedly showed that around 80% either did not want them there or simply did not care. And suddenly the entire successful tour narrative looked very different. Because visibility alone does not equal positive impact. In fact, from a public relations perspective, high visibility combined with weak public enthusiasm can become actively damaging. According to the panel's reading, the Sussex operation succeeded in generating attention, but failed to generate the emotional goodwill they expected would accompany it. That distinction matters enormously, especially because the People magazine framing presented the Australian appearances as overwhelmingly successful, warmly received, and emotionally affirming. But critics argue the polling data undercuts that construction almost completely. The disconnect between the media narrative and measurable public sentiment is exactly what commentators like Froelich believe has become one of the defining structural problems surrounding the Sussex brand. And then Tom Sykes introduced what may have been the most devastating point of the entire discussion. The counterfactual, not what happened, could have happened. Sykes asked viewers to imagine an entirely different timeline beginning back at the Sandringham Summit in January 2020. Imagine, he argued, that Harry and Meghan had accepted Queen Elizabeth's position that a half-in arrangement was institutionally impossible. Imagine they had remained working royals for a defined transitional period before negotiating a quieter, more carefully structured departure later on. According to Sykes' analysis, the outcome today could look radically different. Instead of operating independently from California under constant commercial pressure, Harry and Meghan might now occupy a position structurally similar to Edward and Sophie's old Wessex model, semi-independent but institutionally protected, financially stable, and still closely connected to the monarchy. Sykes even pointed to Royal Lodge, the massive Windsor property long associated with Prince Andrew, as a symbolic illustration of the life potentially available to them in that alternate timeline. Institutional staffing, historic royal access, long-term security, continued ceremonial relevance, a sustainable royal-adjacent existence without permanent warfare against the institution itself. Instead, critics argue, the Sussex household traded institutional permanence for celebrity market volatility. And this is where the contrast becomes especially sharp. While Prince William and Princess Catherine continue operating inside the state structure, including reports of future White House-level engagement tied to diplomatic and sporting events, Harry and Meghan increasingly appear locked into entertainment world economics, where every appearance, documentary, product launch, or speaking engagement carries commercial expectations attached to it. That difference in trajectory is becoming harder to ignore. The broadcast then pivoted toward another fascinating layer: King Charles' state visit to the United States and persistent rumors surrounding his private feelings about Donald Trump. According to commentary circulating through parts of American political media, Charles supposedly harbors strong personal dislike toward Trump. But Tom Sykes pushed back heavily against that narrative, arguing that nothing in Charles' public behavior during the visit remotely supported it. In fact, the opposite appeared true. Photographs showed warm exchanges, active conversation, and visible diplomatic ease between the two men. Charles' state dinner speech reportedly landed so effectively it received bipartisan standing ovations. Whatever private opinions may or may not exist, Sykes's point was operationally simple. Charles behaved exactly as a monarch is expected to behave, and Camilla reportedly did the same. Rumors circulated through Washington gossip circles suggesting Camilla requested seating arrangements to avoid proximity to Melania Trump. But Froelich dismissed the story entirely, arguing Camilla's decades inside royal life have required her to sit beside countless political figures she may not personally align with. That, according to Froelich, is what institutional discipline actually looks like. Paula Froelich's reference to Joan Rivers may have sounded almost incidental during the broadcast, but it actually carried a deeper meaning than many viewers realized. According to Froelich, Rivers genuinely liked Charles and Camilla personally long before they occupied their current institutional positions. And in Froelich's framing, that mattered because Joan Rivers was not known for sentimental judgment. She was famously sharp, socially ruthless when necessary, and highly experienced at reading powerful people. If Rivers kept someone close, it usually meant they had passed what Froelich jokingly described as the Rivers test, a kind of unofficial character assessment from someone who had spent decades around celebrities, politicians, and elite public figures. That becomes important because it functions as an independent character reference outside the palace public relations machine itself. Then the discussion turned back toward Harry and Meghan, and this is where Tom Sykes introduced what may be the most revealing strategic point of the entire conversation. According to Sykes, he recently spoke with a New York-based personal brand consultant who insisted he had no formal connection to the Sussex household, despite living suspiciously close to their media orbit. The consultant reportedly asked Sykes what advice he would give Harry and Meghan if he were guiding their communication strategy. Sykes' answer was remarkably direct. Step away from the public battlefield entirely, surrender the titles voluntarily, disappear for a period of silence, then eventually return with one major, serious creative project carrying emotional and historical weight, rather than non-stop reactive media output. Whether people agree with that advice or not, the logic behind it was clear. Reduce overexposure before public fatigue hardens permanently. But Sykes argued the strategy faces one overwhelming obstacle: the titles themselves. According to his reading, Harry might theoretically accept stepping away from the Sussex branding structure entirely. Meghan, however, almost certainly would not, because critics argue the titles now sit at the center of the entire commercial ecosystem. The lifestyle branding, the media positioning, the autobiography value, the exclusivity, the celebrity leverage. Without the titles, the commercial architecture weakens dramatically, and this is where Paula Froelich's phrase, "days of our Montecito lives," suddenly makes sense, because the panel argued the Sussex operation now functions almost like a continuous, serialized content stream. One headline rolls directly into another. Magazine covers, lifestyle launches, Instagram, activity, celebrity networking stories, tribute articles, business rumors, media appearances, every single item relatively small on its own, but collectively creating an almost non-stop cycle of attention maintenance. And according to critics, that pace itself reveals pressure underneath the surface. The final point raised may have been the most difficult for Sussex supporters to dismiss: polling. Tom Sykes acknowledged that individuals who meet Harry and Meghan at events often leave with positive impressions, but he argued that small event audiences are not representative of the much larger public consuming the coverage from afar. And increasingly, the broader numbers tell a very different story. Polling discussed during the broadcast reportedly placed Harry and Meghan dramatically behind William and Catherine in public favorability, which means the institutional contrast the palace appears willing to patiently wait for may already be happening naturally in public perception over time. And in many ways, the entire debate now circles back to one unavoidable question: if royal titles truly do not matter, then why hold on to them so tightly? That was the contradiction highlighted repeatedly throughout the royally unfiltered discussion. Publicly, the Sussex narrative often suggests the value lies in service, independence, and personal identity rather than aristocratic status. But operationally, critics argue the opposite appears true, because every major commercial venture, interviews, branding, lifestyle launches, speaking engagements, magazine profiles, even the Sussex identity itself, still leans heavily on royal association, and audiences notice contradictions like that immediately. You cannot simultaneously argue that titles are irrelevant while continuing to structure an entire commercial ecosystem around them. The public sees both messages at once, and according to commentators like Tom Sykes and Paula Froelich, that inconsistency is precisely what has started eroding trust in the Sussex brand over time. Then came another uncomfortable point raised during the broadcast: Meghan's pre-Harry celebrity status. Froelich pointed to the original Suits viewing figures, noting that while the show later found renewed streaming success, its initial American television audience remained relatively modest during Meghan's run on the series. In practical entertainment industry terms, critics argue Meghan was not entering the relationship as an A-list global celebrity. The royal connection dramatically expanded her international profile. But Froelich also acknowledged something many critics overlook: Meghan's early social positioning was strategically intelligent. Toronto, where Suits filmed, overlapped heavily with Commonwealth social circles and elite networking spaces Harry was likely to encounter. According to Froelich's interpretation, Meghan navigated that environment skillfully and entered the royal structure extremely effectively. The problem in this reading came afterward, because critics argue the same strategic discipline used to enter the institution did not continue once global fame and commercial opportunities exploded around the Sussex household. Instead, the operation increasingly became reactive, fragmented, and dependent on constant visibility cycles. And this is why all these stories, the People magazine cover, the Australian interview, the celebrity networking stories, the autobiography speculation, the fashion controversies, the non-stop media output, are not really separate events at all. They are symptoms of the same larger dynamic. According to commentators on the broadcast, the Sussex household now appears locked into an ongoing cycle where sustained public attention is financially and culturally necessary. Meanwhile, the monarchy itself continues operating under the so-called "let them" doctrine: minimal direct engagement, minimal public rebuttal, and long-term patience while the public gradually forms its own conclusions. And perhaps that is the most fascinating part of all, because this battle is no longer unfolding primarily through palace statements or official responses. It is unfolding through accumulation, headlines piling onto headlines, public reactions building over years, comedy shows, polling numbers, media analysis, celebrity culture, and audience fatigue all slowly shaping perception in real time. If you've enjoyed this deep dive into the hidden strategy, media warfare, and long-term institutional chess game unfolding behind the royal headlines, make sure to subscribe, because the deeper you follow this story, the clearer the larger pattern becomes. And right now, many observers believe the pattern is becoming impossible to ignore.
I just think she's crying for sympathy, playing the victim when there's nothing to be a victim about, and there's also no sympathy to be granted for this lifestyle that she's chosen to live.
You can't trust Meghan and Harry. That's the point. Even if you think you've got a deal, and that I don't believe that is possible, but if you think you have, the palace will be shocked that they will renege immediately because they have no advantage of reconciliation. They've got no advantage of ending their vendetta.
And that's the thing about Meghan. She's a very, very deceitful person.
Tom Bauer just dropped a book that's flipping everything upside down, and the reaction from Meghan and Harry has people looking twice real fast.
Looking at Meghan Markle saying, well, she's in Harper's Bazaar, she's in a big magazine. Sweetie, this is a major downgrade from being British royalty.
This woman looks to me like a malignant narcissist. This woman has zero self-awareness.
South Park, it's come to life. That's what we're witnessing in this hospital room.
This isn't just another headline. It feels like a full-on exposure that's got everyone locked in and talking nonstop. People are starting to question what's really been going on behind closed doors, and the book digs deep into their world, pulling out details that were never meant to be seen. Now the pressure is rising quick, and the tension is getting harder to ignore by the second. What's really catching attention is how fast things are escalating.
Magazine editor that wanted to turn you into a star, that in their cover feature, they actually screw you over in such dramatic fashion that you may end up being stripped of your royal title. That is just what's happened overnight with this extraordinary cover feature on Harper's Bazaar with Meghan Markle as they claim that she's meeting her moment.
You know, Meghan's podcast has fallen off the charts. She's been criticized for the content. There are rumors that her As Ever launch wasn't as successful as she considered it. Critically, With Love Meghan was not a success.
Reports are spreading saying there's a strong effort to keep certain parts quiet, and that only makes everything look even more intense. When something gets pushed down this quickly, it usually means there's way more happening behind the scenes than people thought. Now everyone's watching closely, waiting to see what unfolds next, because this situation feels like it's only...
Let's talk a little Harry and Meghan. Their Archwell Foundation has been declared delinquent by the state of California, meaning it is not in good standing as a charity and not permitted to engage in activities like raising and spending money, pretty much all you would expect a charitable fund to do.
That Meghan was warmly welcomed in Britain, that everyone in the royal family tried their very, very hardest to make her feel at home and accommodate her, but that unfortunately Meghan only wanted to be the star and made it impossible for her and the royal family to collaborate.
Just getting started. South Park, it's come to life. That's what people are saying, and it shows just how unreal this moment feels. Sources close to the situation are hinting that this could be a major turning point, not just for their public image, but for everything tied to their brand. The timing, the details, the reactions, it all feels too big to ignore.
It's uncomfortable. I don't think, because she's done this before for photos, I don't think that is a real baby bump. I think
way too big. It's way too big.
And sort of too low as well.
Yeah, it's like a metre out there. I mean, it looks the wrong shape.
Where's she going to give birth there? Through her knees or something? I mean, that is too...
I think there were various things about her sexual life which I dropped out on the grounds of privacy laws in Britain.
And if even a small part of these claims holds up, it could seriously change how people view them going forward. Before diving deeper into what's inside this explosive book and what it could mean, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Because things are heating up fast, and every new detail is turning up the pressure even more. They had one simple job: stay quiet.
Guys, an internet glitch on Meghan Markle's website has revealed more than she probably ever wanted people to know about how poorly her business is performing. Yes, oh yes, she tried to really promote last year that As Ever was this massive success. It was selling out left, right, and center. But just, what is it, about 8, 9, 10 months in, we see a very different picture. Because right now, it looks like a good chunk of your spread is probably going to expire before you ever sell it, and probably going to end up in a landfill.
That was it. And somehow they still didn't stick to it. This week, Harry and Meghan released a sharp public statement calling investigative journalist Tom Bauer deranged. That one word made people stop, scrolling instantly and pay attention. And this is where things take a sudden turn. The book hadn't even officially launched yet, and within 48 hours, that statement was everywhere online. Instead of shutting things down, it pushed Tom Bauer's book straight to #1 on Amazon. They didn't silence the noise, they amplified it without even realizing. But here's the part that people aren't fully connecting yet, and it changes how this whole situation looks. This book isn't just focused on what went down behind palace walls, it goes way deeper than that. It opens up Meghan's life before Harry was even around, and that part of her story has stayed quiet for years. That's what's making everything feel so tense right now, because once those layers start coming out, controlling the narrative becomes almost impossible.
Cartoon, it's satire, it is what it is. South Park has done episodes on the royal family, on the royal wedding of Kate and William, for instance, so it's not something that they would be able to sue about, and I genuinely just don't believe it.
The book, Harry Must Be Nuts. This is one of the text messages his friends were sending around to each other after Meghan's first introduction to Harry's friends in 2017 during a shooting weekend at Sandringham.
Now here's the question that keeps coming up. If the book is packed with false claims, why not take legal action? Harry has never been shy about going to court. He's challenged major tabloids, stood in courtrooms, and spoken openly about press intrusion like it hits close to home. Legal battles have been a big part of his approach, so the silence here stands out even more. So why not go after Tom Bauer?
But what they need to do is face up to the blackmail that's coming from California and in some way or other undermine Harry's and Meghan's credibility. South Park cartoon, you know, when they on their worldwide privacy tour, and you see this shot where they slice off the head of Meghan's head and look inside and it's empty.
Hollow.
And that is exactly the issue.
They didn't file a lawsuit when Revenge dropped back in 2022 either. They pushed back publicly, called it inaccurate, showed frustration, but still no legal move. And now the same pattern is playing out again, and people are starting to notice that trend. Tom Bauer isn't just some random writer sharing opinions. This is where it gets serious. He's a trained barrister with a strong legal background. He doesn't just tell stories, he builds tight cases, stacks evidence, and makes sure everything is backed up.
It's ludicrous. It's all about her. And there's an extraordinary interview with Serena Williams where the first 11 minutes is all about her and not about this phenomenal tennis
Serena
champion.
Williams.
I mean, so that's why it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And who'd want to put herself or himself, as always, women. I mean, she does have this strange distrust, I think, of men.
He's written more than 25 books on powerful figures, politicians, billionaires, royalty, and not one of them has successfully taken him down in court. Not once. Then there's Vancouver, and this part gets messy real quick. Members of the Sussex squad showed up at the Invictus Games, closed in on Tom Bauer, filmed him, surrounded him, and tried to call him out online.
Last year, she was about to promote her Netflix series and didn't want to, firstly, be seen with Harry, and secondly, didn't want to go somewhere where she'd appear cheap and give it gratis. And this year, she is desperate to be seen.
And that she's sitting on $21.8 million worth of product.
The goal seemed obvious. Put him on display and embarrass a 79-year-old man in front of everyone watching. But here's the twist they didn't expect. By putting cameras on him at the event, they actually confirmed he was there the whole time. They turned him into a direct eyewitness.
The abdication happened because of the American Wallace. That was a catastrophe in a way, but we overcame it, and his successor, George VI, was a terrifically successful king. And of course, the Queen was phenomenally successful, and we'll see what happens.
Nobody gave a crap about the box. And Meghan Markle's, I think, whole idea that this was going to be, like, the box was going to be a huge thing. Like, it's a normal box. And I have her dumb keepsake thing from the spread that she forced us to buy for the first round, and it's useless. And so she was kind of a dummy and wildly overstocked the box.
Someone who could speak on exactly what happened because he saw it himself. Later, he even pointed out how that moment worked in his favor, flipping the situation in a way nobody saw coming. Now take a closer look at their official statement. It says, Mr. Bauer's commentary has long crossed the line from criticism into fixation.
Tom, do you think Harry and Meghan are fast learning what they signed away when they took this Netflix big moolah? And I would say they signed away their credibility and their dignity.
Well, that's our view, but it's not theirs. They need the money, and they need it now more than ever because they've got no other source of income. So I think they're just stuck with the devil now. They're tied to Netflix, they're tied to their book, and all the criticism they're going to take means nothing because that's the only way they can earn their money.
That one line alone has people talking heavy about what might really be happening behind the scenes. But when you break it down, that argument doesn't fully land. He wrote one book about them, then moved on to other projects, including a biography on the Beckhams.
She sells 0.03 of her overall stock every day. Now, for a big company, I can maybe somewhat understand that because they're so big, they have so much, like, it's sort of understandable. But I really feel like that is way too much for a small, struggling business.
That's not obsession. That's just someone doing his job and keeping it moving. Then comes the word that really stands out, deranged. That choice wasn't random at all. Online, labels like that get thrown around quick, especially at voices people don't agree with, and that word carries serious weight in those spaces. Dropping it publicly sends a strong message, especially when it's aimed at a 79-year-old journalist with a big audience watching closely. Suddenly, the focus shifts. It's no longer just about the book.
His job was to go to a new city wherever they were opening up a new Soho house, and his job was to find the best and the brightest of that city to invite to the founding members' party. And they didn't just invite anybody. To be a founding member, you really had to be somebody in the social scene of the city where they were open.
It's about how intense the response is getting. In British law, the usual move is simple. If something is false, you take it to court. If not, you release a statement and try to control the situation. And that's exactly what played out here. They chose a statement instead of legal action, and people noticed that instantly. That decision alone sparked even more talk about what could be.
Was forced to lie on behalf of her principals, claiming, you might remember, Brittany, that there was this special form that the Sussexes had filled in before attending Kris Jenner's 70th, explaining that they didn't want to have their photographs taken. Problem is, it never existed. James Holt, moving back to the United Kingdom, some people believe to lay the groundwork for a potential
happening behind the scenes. The book was already being serialized in the Times before its full release, and what's been revealed so far is just the start. One detail that grabbed attention involves Queen Camilla. According to Tom Bauer, she allegedly told a close friend, Meghan has brainwashed Harry. That claim isn't coming from a random online comment.
Everything Harry and Meghan do is topspin, trying to convince the world, and very often the mainstream media are sucked in, that everything's okay, but it's really not. And the first revelation in regards to Archewell is that the charity is down to just 2 staff.
It's tied to someone who has spent years inside royal circles, watching everything closely. When a figure like that is linked to a statement like this, it hits differently. It doesn't come off like casual talk. It feels more serious, more personal, like it's based on long-term observation instead of quick reactions. Then there's the moment that reportedly changed everything. June 2018, right after the honeymoon. A meeting at William and Catherine's Kensington Palace apartment was supposed to calm tensions and bring the brothers back together. But according to Bauer, things escalated fast. William reportedly,
I think in the end they're going to have to somehow publish the report into the investigation of Meghan's alleged bullying of her staff in Kensington Palace.
All right, in the end, I was told that 57,000 people complained to the television regulator, Ofcom, in the UK. A world record, I'm proud to say, complained about me for not believing Princess Pinocchio. And eventually my boss had said, can you just apologise to Meghan Markle or you're going to have to, maybe lose your job? I went, I'll take the job option, thanks, I'll leave. And I walked off into the sun.
Pointed his finger during the exchange, and Meghan responded, if you don't mind, get your finger out of my face. That moment shifted the entire energy, and from there, nothing felt the same. Then comes what some people describe as a sudden disconnect. Harry reportedly changed his phone number without telling close contacts, and longtime friendships seemed to fade almost overnight. Some people from his past weren't even at the private wedding gathering.
Sage pointing out that she pillaged Pinterest, Joanna Gaines, Martha Stewart for her show. Can't wait for the lawsuits after the news that Meghan Markle will release her first cookbook this year, featuring recipes from her Netflix series as Duchess plots expansion of her As Ever brand. I mean, the delusion. Brittany, the absolute delusion. Because, of course, we know Martha Stewart is very angry about the one pot pasta. So if Meghan dares goes and puts that recipe in the book, she could be facing a lawsuit.
A former royal butler later backed up parts of this shift publicly. From the outside, it didn't look like people just drifted away. It looked like distance was being created around him. Then comes Santa Barbara, and this part raises serious questions. Harry reportedly traveled to Tokyo trying to secure support from a wealthy Japanese investor to keep his charity going. That alone suggests pressure was building behind the scenes.
Once a Soho House basic, always a Soho House basic bitch.
Meghan has always had this very, very strange fascination with Soho House, very much this weird obsession with it.
Markle only becomes prominent for Soho House, guys, after she starts being on Suits and she's introduced to Marcus Anderson. And then she gets more consistent and more prominent work, okay? Because then she could be in the presence of Marcus Anderson.
On a flight to Singapore, Dr. Sophie Chan reportedly presented him with a detailed brand audit. Based on feedback from over 50 major corporations, the conclusion was tough. His public image had taken a major hit. Meghan was reportedly described in direct terms as a reputational liability. That's not casual wording. That's a heavy label in business circles, and it caught attention fast. Harry's response didn't exactly quiet things either. Faced with that report, he compared his situation to Johnny Depp, which only pulled more attention into the situation. Not long after, Sophie Chan was no longer involved, and she later made public claims of harassment, adding another layer to everything. Soon after, the charity itself struggled to stay steady, and then the Netflix situation added even more pressure. Harry's polo documentary reportedly ranked low, and at a major Netflix event, comedian John Mulaney openly joked about them in front of top executives and big names. That moment didn't slide under the radar. It added even more noise to an already heated situation. Meghan's project didn't even get mentioned during the main presentation, and that silence said a lot. The narrative shifted quickly and not in their favor. A visit to a wildfire-affected area with cameras present drew criticism instead of support. What was meant to come across as compassionate ended up raising eyebrows everywhere. Filmmaker Justine Bateman stepped in and called them disaster tourists, and that phrase spread fast across the internet like it had a life of its own. It stuck instantly, and just like that, the focus shifted. People weren't even talking about the visit anymore. They were questioning the intention behind it. A label like that doesn't just disappear. It changes how every move gets viewed after that. Now this is where things get more serious, because Tom Bower's style, built over more than 25 books, is all about spotlighting the moments that hit hardest. He doesn't skim over things. He locks in on the details people can't stop, discussing and puts them right at the center. That's exactly what's happening here, and it's why the conversation keeps gaining momentum. This brings everything back to the part people keep circling, the past that was never meant to stay front and center. So who was Meghan before Harry came into the picture? She was known as a briefcase model on Deal or No Deal, a role she openly said she didn't enjoy. She spoke about feeling boxed in, like she was just there waiting to be picked, and that frustration clearly left a mark that didn't just fade away. At that time, her acting career wasn't exactly taking off either. There were pilot episodes that didn't move forward, smaller roles, and quick appearances that didn't leave a major impact. By typical Hollywood standards, she wasn't seen as a breakout name at that stage. Then came Suits, a legal drama filmed in Toronto, and that's when things finally started shifting in a real way. According to Tom Bowers' earlier book Revenge, now revisited in Betrayal, this is where a pattern starts to stand out more clearly. Her first husband, Trevor Engelson, they were together for 7 years and got married in 2011 in Jamaica. People close to them described the relationship as genuine and solid. But after Suits picked up and she relocated to Toronto, the relationship ended within 2 years. Reports claim Engelson didn't expect it and was left surprised by how fast things changed. Then came chef Corey Vitiello. They were together for around 2 years, living together and building a routine. But that relationship also ended around the same time she was introduced to Harry through a mutual connection. The timing raised eyebrows, and people started paying closer attention to that pattern. What Bower highlights is a consistent shift across different stages of her life before the royal spotlight. Relationships and connections appeared to change quickly when new opportunities came in. One chapter would close, and another would open just as fast, with no looking back. That pattern is what keeps people talking and watching closely. And this goes back even further, long before the palace, long before Harry was part of the picture. For years, there have been ongoing conversations about Meghan's social circles in Hollywood. Private events, high-profile connections, exclusive spaces that most people never even get access to. Those discussions have been around for a long time, but they've never been fully detailed in public. And that's exactly the kind of area Tom Bower focuses on, digging into the parts that haven't been fully explained. It raises a bigger question people keep coming back to. How much of Meghan's public image happened naturally, and how much was shaped over time? That question alone keeps attention locked in tight. Then there's the topic that always sparks the strongest reactions whenever their names come up. Their children. Royal author Lady Colin Campbell, known for her ties in aristocratic circles, has publicly called for more clarity around the births. Meghan's father, Thomas Markle, has also said that questions remain unanswered. Her half-sister, Samantha Markle, has made public statements suggesting that if surrogacy was involved, it should be openly acknowledged. There have also been reports claiming that a senior palace aide spoke to media outlets about ongoing speculation. For years, details about the children have been kept very private, with limited public information shared, and that level of privacy continues to drive strong reactions and ongoing debate. Under British royal succession rules, specific conditions can affect placement in the line of succession, which is exactly why this topic keeps pulling so much attention. Archie and Lilibet are currently 6th and 7th in line to the throne, and that alone makes anything connected to them a serious point of discussion people can't stop watching. If the circumstances around their children's births were ever formally challenged in a legal setting, the impact on titles and succession could be massive, no doubt about it. That kind of situation wouldn't just sit in the headlines. It would send shockwaves through the entire system and spark even louder debate across the board. One detail people still bring up is how different everything looked right from the start. There was no traditional hospital steps moment for Archie, and that stood out immediately because that's usually expected with royal births. The level of privacy felt very different from what the public had seen before, and that contrast is something people haven't stopped talking about. Then in June 2025, Meghan posted a video on Instagram dancing with Harry while visibly showing a baby bump. Some viewers took it as a direct response to long-running speculation, but almost instantly, critics started questioning what they were seeing. Others pushed back, saying the assumptions went too far, and just like that, the conversation got even louder and more divided. That reaction added more attention to an already sensitive topic, and what keeps it alive is the lack of a clear, detailed public explanation over time. This specific issue hasn't been addressed directly. Not in the Oprah interview, not in the Netflix series, not in Spare, not in any major public setting. And when something that's straightforward could settle questions, silence often keeps the discussion going even stronger. Tom Bower's betrayal puts a spotlight on the period when these conversations were at their peak, which is why the timing feels so important right now. It ties past speculation to current attention, keeping everything active and adding more pressure to an already intense narrative. And then there's what's coming next. Australia, mid-April, their first visit back in 7 years. The last time they were there in 2018, they were newly married working royals, pulling huge crowds and non-stop media coverage. That moment was seen as a major high, but now, the energy surrounding this return feels completely different. A petition on change.org is already gaining traction, calling for Australian taxpayers not to cover any of their security costs. The argument is direct. They are now private citizens and no longer representing the monarchy. That was their decision, and now people are reacting to it in real time. The message behind the petition is clear. Treat them exactly how they've chosen to live, as private individuals, and that viewpoint is spreading as more people weigh in on what this visit actually represents. So what are they heading to Australia for? Meghan is set to headline a high-end weekend retreat in Sydney, and the pricing alone is turning heads fast. Tickets start at $2,699, and a VIP package, including a group photo with Meghan, goes up to $3,199. Attendance is limited to just 300 women, making it feel exclusive, tightly controlled, and very high profile. At the same time, Harry is scheduled to speak at a workplace mental health summit in Melbourne. That appearance is also drawing attention, especially given past online clashes between supporters and critics. It adds another layer to how his message might land with that audience. Some commentators are already weighing in with strong takes. Royal commentator Rob Shooter pointed out that this isn't being seen as a traditional royal tour. Instead, he suggests they're appearing as private figures while still being closely linked to ongoing royal conversations. And that contrast is hard to ignore. Royal historian Tim Hewitt came through with an even stronger take. He described Australia as a major turning point in their story, suggesting that what happened during the 2018 visit may have shaped the path they later followed. Back then, they were newly married, representing the monarchy, and pulling in huge crowds everywhere they went. It was a completely different energy. Now they're heading back under totally different circumstances, and not everyone sees this as a simple return. The shift in status, public image, and overall reaction has changed the tone completely, and this visit might end up revealing more than anyone expects. One moment from that 2018 trip still gets brought up even now. Meghan was reportedly overheard near the Sydney Opera House, looking at the crowd and saying, "What are they all doing here? It's silly." That comment stayed with people. Staff later explained that the crowds were there out of respect for the monarchy, but that moment still sparks debate years later. Back in 2018, people showed up freely just to catch a glimpse. Fast forward to 2026, and things look very different, with reports of high-priced events where access comes at a premium. That shift hasn't gone unnoticed. People are comparing, questioning, and trying to figure out how everything changed so fast. Tom Bower's book officially drops on March 26th, and the timing feels intense. By the time Harry and Meghan land in Australia in mid-April, media outlets will have already broken down every chapter, every claim, every detail. That means every appearance, every interview, every moment on camera will be watched closely, not just for what's said, but for what's avoided. Before that public statement, the book already had steady attention building. But after that response, it shot straight to #1 on Amazon before most people even had a copy. Across social media, people admitted they weren't planning to read it until that statement made them curious enough to pre-order. Major outlets didn't just cover the book, they focused on the reaction. Publications like People Magazine, Daily Beast, AOL, IB Times, and Parade all picked it up, pushing the story across a global audience. That kind of coverage builds fast, and once it starts, it's hard to slow down. There's a name for this exact situation: the Streisand effect. When someone tries to limit attention on something, it often does the opposite and brings even more eyes to it. And here, the reaction didn't reduce the spotlight, it made it even bigger. They didn't stay on the sidelines, they stepped right into the center of it. And what's out right now is only a preview. Once a Soho House basic, always a Soho basic, baby day. That line alone has people talking, sharing clips, and debating non-stop across platforms. The full book lands March 26th, and the unseen chapters are what people are really focused on. That's where the pressure is building, because no one knows exactly what's still to come. The anticipation keeps growing stronger every single day. What really stands out is how fast everything escalated, before the full release, before all the details were even public. A strong statement dropped, calling Tom Bower deranged, and instantly attention exploded. The book climbed the charts, and suddenly everyone wanted answers. 7 years ago, Australia welcomed them with huge crowds and open support. Now, there's a petition pushing back, a book sitting at #1, and constant conversation happening across every platform. The contrast is sharp, and people are watching every move closely. Reports of expensive events, past moments being pulled back into focus, and unanswered questions still circulating. It's all building basura and gaining momentum. Right in the middle of it is Tom Bower, with no legal action taken, no slowdown, and no sign of this story fading anytime soon. If anything, the reaction made it even bigger. So now the real question is, what happens next? Will there be a direct response, or will things stay exactly as they are? When the full book drops, will it confirm what people suspect or flip the narrative again? And when they arrive in Australia, how will the public react this time? Let me know what you think. Do you believe the claims, or do you think this is all being blown out of proportion?
Netflix series is over. There's no great podcast. They don't generate any money. And I don't see where she is going from here.
In Meghan's case, it seems to me she's absolutely determined to force feed the narrative. And damn it, they're going to accept it and keep going. And people are just too smart.
Bad news in Harry and Meghan world, their show has been canceled. Season 3 of With the Love Meghan has been canceled by Netflix.
Devastating moment for Prince Harry's reputation and credibility, as he argues with a judge while in the dock, contradicts himself, appears to fib about using the pseudonym Mr.
Royal biographer Tom Bower just dropped a headline-grabbing claim, and reports say Meghan Markle is seriously upset about it. The timing made the situation even more intense. At the same moment this story started spreading, Prince Harry was sitting inside a London courtroom, visibly emotional while facing a tense exchange with a judge during a legal fight.
Wherever she is, whether it's at Costner or in Colombia, or in Nigeria or wherever, she's always, her publicist will reveal that she's wearing one of Diana's pieces of jewelry.
Prince Harry, his heart seems to have softened, or there's been some sort of evolution. So I do think you're right that a lot of us were kind of caught off guard by the Prince Andrew decision, because we had grown accustomed to cuddly Charles, Grandpa Charles, with the grandkids in his lap. And I when I saw the news, I thought, I don't know if I'll ever see anything like this again in my lifetime, but maybe I will because of Prince Harry.
That courtroom scene grabbed major headlines, but another surprising twist was quietly unfolding behind the curtain. Behind the scenes, Netflix reportedly hit the brakes on Meghan's heavily promoted cooking and lifestyle show. And according to Tom Bauer, there's a specific reason the project lost momentum so quickly. He says the situation had little to do with basic ratings or routine production delays. Instead, he claims something deeper was happening inside the partnership, and the explanation has royal watchers talking nonstop. Before diving deeper into this dramatic situation, make sure you hit subscribe and drop a like.
He holds on to these terrible, unhappy moments with Meghan, who he says, she's absolute misery, but that's not true either. And she wasn't around in the late 1990s. I mean, it's a sort of extraordinary way of behaving.
Even season 2 of her show was fake. It was not a season 2. It was a lie.
It helps keep the spotlight on these royal headlines and the surprising twists surrounding them. Now here's where things start getting interesting. Tom Bauer, the journalist behind the controversial book Revenge, Meghan, Harry, and the War Between the Windsors, recently gave an interview where he discussed what he believes happened with Meghan's Netflix project. The comments he shared immediately caught attention across media outlets and online discussions. Bauer didn't soften his statement at all during the interview. He said, "It turns out she's not any kind of talent." That single line triggered strong reactions across the internet. It's a blunt opinion, and reports suggest Meghan was not happy seeing that quote repeated across news coverage and social media discussions. Bauer says his opinion didn't appear out of nowhere. While researching his book, he spent several years studying Meghan's background and reportedly spoke with more than 80 people who had...
It's almost like Harry 2.0 is Brooklyn Beckham. Have you seen any of this action where...
Yes, I'm into it.
I'm so
very
into it because he doesn't talk to his father, fall out with the...
He was trying to humiliate her by clearly suggesting she came onto him. There was a little incestual dance.
Interacted with her over the years. Some worked alongside her professionally, while others knew her personally. According to him, his reporting is based on interviews, research notes, and documents collected throughout that investigation. Then came his big claim about Netflix. Bauer said the streaming company reportedly began having concerns earlier than many people realized. According to his comments, within about 6 months of signing the massive deal, said to be worth roughly $100 million.
He wanted half in, half out. He wanted his own cake and eat it. And the royal family said, no, you're either in the royal family or not in the royal family.
April 2025, she said it's the happiest she's ever been. She's having a wonderful time. She can't believe it, and she's happy and grateful. Now, what sort of idiot would say that in court when he talks to the person herself has given something completely different?
Some insiders allegedly began questioning whether the partnership would develop the way executives first imagined. According to Bauer, the challenge became clearer when Netflix started searching for content that audiences would strongly connect with. He claims the team struggled to develop projects that sparked real excitement among viewers. One of the biggest hopes reportedly centered on Meghan's lifestyle and cooking series titled With Love, Meghan. The show was expected to present a polished return to the lifestyle space, placing her alongside well-known personalities like Martha Stewart or Ina Garten. On paper, the concept looked promising, but Bauer believes an important ingredient was missing. In his view, that missing ingredient was authenticity. Modern audiences can quickly sense when something feels overly polished or carefully staged.
Your show's been canceled. You're not going to be the next Martha Stewart, Meghan. I mean, the fact that Meghan Markle had a cooking show and she moved pretzels from one bag into another was crazy.
Professionally, they've gone down dramatically. And I predicted it in the book, but even I would not have been that accelerated. I think personally, I think they've separated their professional lives But I think what's really a great problem for them now over the last few weeks is that Meghan has got no real income anymore. She's finished.
According to Bauer, viewers often look for warmth, personality, and genuine enthusiasm from the host. He argues that the series struggled to capture that kind of natural feeling on screen. He also suggested the issue wasn't only about the show's format. Bauer pointed to Meghan's public image, which often highlights cooking, hosting guests, and celebrating family life.
And even the publishers couldn't quite believe some of the things which I just covered. One of the big things at that time was sensitivity reading. There was a great fear that she would play the race card.
I was doing an interview to offer them a platform to tell their story about why they left. And that was my number one intention, was just clarity on why did you leave? And so some of the things that were revealed in that interview came as a surprise to me. And those surprises are now referred to as bombs.
But he said some critics believe the public image and personal reality sometimes appear inconsistent. One example he referenced involved Meghan's father, Thomas Markle. During the time the show was reportedly being produced, Thomas Markle faced serious health issues. Bauer noted that media reports suggested Meghan did not visit or communicate with him during that difficult period.
And that's the thing about Meghan. She's a very, very deceitful person, which they've created, and they're going to earn a fortune out of it. And don't forget, there's Harry's book still to come next month. And then at some stage, there'll be Meghan's book. I mean, they're making a career out of this stuff.
That detail quickly sparked intense debate online. When a public brand strongly focuses on themes like compassion, family, and connection, audiences sometimes expect those values to show up consistently in personal relationships too. Bauer summed up the situation by saying the topic raised complicated questions about public image compared with private life.
The more Meghan must have been convinced of her importance to the monarchy. Do you still think she's that delusional? And maybe the answer is watching her at Kevin Costner's 805 Live event in $300,000 worth of jewelry, including Diana's Cartier watch.
Then the numbers came into the conversation, and this part surprised a lot of people. According to Bauer, with Love, Meghan reportedly ranked around 1,217 on Netflix during the second half of 2025. That position placed the show far down the platform's enormous catalog of content. The viewing numbers also raised eyebrows. Reports suggested the show received about 2 million views during its first 4 months on the platform. For a project connected to a globally recognized figure and a large streaming agreement, some critics said those numbers looked relatively modest. To put that into perspective, certain independent YouTube creators sometimes reach similar view counts in a short amount of time. That comparison quickly sparked online conversations about expectations versus actual results. A holiday-themed special connected to the project reportedly performed slightly better, bringing in around 2.4 million views.
He lost at the trial court level on this push to make the British royal family pay for his security when he goes to the UK.
Once they realise that myself, my wife, and our kids are happier outside of the institution, please just look at the fact, look at the risks, look at the threat, look at the impact. That if anything was to happen to me, my wife, or my father's grandchildren, look where the responsibility lies.
What a manipulation. My father's grandchildren. They're gonna die, and it will be his fault.
It's gaslighting on a grand scale.
Even with that increase, however, the special reportedly landed near the 1,500th position within Netflix rankings. For someone often described as one of the most talked about public figures in the world, those placements triggered plenty of discussion about whether the project truly connected with viewers. According to Bauer, those results may have influenced how quickly excitement faded among some people inside Netflix.
The internet is undefeated. You cannot fool it. You will never get away with it.
Be doing any more, which I'm not shocked because nobody was watching it. Okay, that show is like number 5,206 on the Netflix.
Tom Bauer was very direct when describing the situation. According to his perspective, Netflix genuinely made an effort to help Meghan's projects succeed. The company reportedly invested significant time, resources, and patience because executives believed the partnership could eventually produce something huge. Some insiders hoped the deal might open the door to exclusive stories connected to the modern royal narrative. Ideas reportedly floated around about personal documentaries, behind-the-scenes royal insights, or even projects connected to Princess Diana that could capture massive global attention. But instead of dramatic royal revelations, Bauer claims the final result looked much quieter. According to his description, viewers saw moments of Meghan arranging flowers or carefully placing pretzels into small bags.
Absolutely, but don't even believe that there were 5 options. What you really saw were Harry and Meghan's fantasy narrative, which they call the truth. What Meghan never really understood, probably not even now, is that when she was cheered as a working royal, it wasn't because she was Meghan Markle, it was because she represented British royalty and all the values of the Queen and all the tradition and 1,000 years of history. So people were cheering not just the person, but also the institution.
Many viewers expected energy, storytelling, and a strong personality driving the show. What they reportedly saw instead felt calm and uneventful. Bauer also shared that some Netflix insiders were surprised by Meghan's on-camera presence during filming. In his interview, he claimed she didn't come across as very spontaneous or naturally playful during certain moments of production.
They bought 12 episodes and you sliced it. What do you? Everybody
Craft
knows
Services
that.
did not come back. The trucks did not drive up the driveway again and relight the whole place.
What I discovered was, of course, that she was hunting for a man in England from 2013, and she wanted wealth and she wanted fame, and she targeted. There's no doubt she targeted.
He described her approach as highly controlled and carefully managed, something he believes translated directly onto the screen. According to Bauer, many scenes appeared extremely planned and rehearsed. He suggested that approach made the show feel more rigid than lively, which can be challenging for a lifestyle program that depends heavily on warmth and personality. He also said Netflix reportedly provided significant support for the project. Experienced producers, a large production budget, and creative freedom were all believed to be available to help the series succeed.
I bet you guys they put so much money into the show and then no one tuned in to watch it that it was just not a good return on investment.
In Meghan's mind, she is Diana.
Yes.
I mean, Diana Spencer is Meghan Spencer. And that was all part of her imagination that somehow she could inherit the glow of her dead.
Even with those resources, however, Bauer argued the team struggled to produce a show that truly captured widespread audience attention. That's where his criticism became sharper. In his opinion, the main challenge wasn't a lack of money or opportunity. Instead, Bauer suggested the deeper issue came down to style and presentation. He believes the focus leaned heavily toward image and presentation, which he argues may have made it harder for the project to build a strong connection with everyday viewers.
Authenticity is really what the issue is, and there's they just hired a whole new PR firm.
Because in the end, one of Meghan's many deficiencies is she has nothing to say. There's no originality. There's no profundity.
And when someone is trying to build a lifestyle brand, that connection with the audience becomes absolutely critical. Without that sense of trust and relatability, the entire concept can start to fall apart fast. Bauer pointed out that many of the biggest names in the lifestyle world share one powerful trait: authenticity. Martha Stewart built her reputation through decades of hands-on experience, business ventures, and practical home skills. Gwyneth Paltrow, even when people debate her ideas, still presents a personality that feels aligned with the brand she promotes. But Bauer argued Meghan sometimes appeared to be stepping into a role instead of simply showing her natural self.
A documentary on his mother would be, by him, surrounded by all of these yes people.
It would be totally inaccurate. I mean, from his own book where he says for a long time he thought his mother had just disappeared and now believes she'd been murdered by the paparazzi, which is ridiculous. It is filling most people with nausea and fury, what they're doing, because they're setting themselves up as the victims, but in fact they're the aggressors.
According to him, modern audiences are extremely quick to spot anything that feels overly polished. People can sense when the energy on screen feels natural, and they can also sense when something seems carefully staged. Bauer believes that difference may have played a big role in how viewers reacted to the show.
Ignore them if they keep popping up doing stuff. So that's the thing. We're kind of in a mutually abusive, toxic relationship, aren't we? The media and Harry and Meghan, because they keep doing stuff wanting attention. Then they get quite adverse reaction most of the time. Then they react really badly to the reaction. And so it goes on.
Well, what it really boils down to is the threat they offer. If the threat was punctured, which I hope my book will do.
I don't know that he would hang on with Meghan because, as we know, he's not in the top 1,000 that for
He also shared claims from individuals who reportedly worked on the production. According to those accounts, Meghan was very precise about how scenes were filmed and often asked for multiple retakes if something didn't look right on camera. Bauer said the focus sometimes leaned heavily toward visual presentation. Lighting setups, wardrobe choices, and camera angles reportedly received intense attention during filming. One example he mentioned caught people's attention. Bauer claimed Meghan placed strong importance on making sure her hair looked perfect in every shot.
I think, however, that if he did a program about his mother, that would be for money.
Yes.
And I think it would be a shocking act of further disloyalty.
I can't even be around it as a consumer. I can't imagine how Harry handles this as a full-time part.
Even though the program focused on cooking and home activities, he suggested the filming environment sometimes felt closer to a styled photo session than a relaxed kitchen setting in many traditional cooking shows. Chefs tie their hair back, roll up their sleeves, and jump straight into the cooking process. But Bauer suggested Meghan appeared more focused on maintaining a polished appearance while filming. And in his view,
the way she's artificially building herself up with like the humble brags that she constantly does, she's so incredibly needy.
And his mother had amazing status. She looked beautiful. She had terrific poise. She worked very hard at being a royal. She was very empathetic with a lot of sick people. None of the things that Meghan would ever dream of.
That choice changed the overall vibe of the show. He also argued that parts of the filming location seemed highly staged. According to his description, the house used during production wasn't presented as a regular everyday home. Background elements like beehives, decorations, and certain props appeared carefully arranged for visual effect. Some guest appearances reportedly felt a bit stiff as well, which added to the impression that everything was tightly managed rather than spontaneous. Bauer believes all of those elements together created a show that struggled to feel natural to viewers.
It's unlikely that there will be a third series of With Love Meghan on Netflix, is that right?
Yes, that's right. Yes, definitely. That's what they've said. 2 series failed and there's not going to be another one.
These are things you would know if this were actually your friend. So I'm going to miss their like latent fear in interaction.
And when a lifestyle series loses that feeling of authenticity, audiences can lose interest quickly. The biggest twist reportedly came after Netflix decided not to move forward with the project. According to Bauer, Meghan was extremely disappointed by that outcome. He claimed she believed the series had the potential to receive awards and help establish her as a major figure in lifestyle entertainment. So when the public response turned out to be much colder than expected, it reportedly came as a major surprise. The production activity that once filled the filming location suddenly stopped. The vehicles used by the crew stopped arriving. Cameras and equipment were no longer brought back. The lights that once filled the set never switched on again. The entire production quietly faded out. And while this Netflix situation was unfolding behind the scenes, Prince Harry was making headlines in a completely different place. Inside a London courtroom. What happened there added another layer to the ongoing conversation surrounding the couple, and it connects directly to the bigger picture Tom Bauer has been describing. Prince Harry recently appeared in court as part of his legal case against the Daily Mail, arguing that phone hacking took place between 2001 and 2013. These events happened years before he even met Meghan Markle. But instead of a calm courtroom appearance, reports say the atmosphere quickly became tense. According to courtroom accounts, Harry ended up clashing with the judge several times during the hearing. Not once, not twice, but 3 separate exchanges where the conversation reportedly grew heated. Imagine the scene for a moment. A British prince standing in a high court going back and forth with a judge during live testimony. That moment alone captured headlines across the world. At one point, the judge reportedly stepped in and reminded Harry to stop interrupting and focus on answering the questions directly. That's a serious moment in any courtroom, especially when the judge involved is a respected expert in media law. The judge even told him, "You are doing what lots of litigants do. You tend to argue." The message was straightforward. Harry didn't need to debate the case himself during that moment. His role was simply to answer the questions clearly, but emotions appeared to rise during the hearing. Witnesses reported that at one point during his testimony, Harry became visibly emotional. His voice reportedly cracked, and tears formed in his eyes as he spoke about the impact media coverage had on his family. At one moment, he said, "They have made my wife's life an absolute misery." It was a powerful scene inside the courtroom, but it also triggered very different reactions from the public. Here's where things became even more surprising. The legal case itself focuses on events that allegedly happened many years ago, long before Meghan Markle entered Harry's life. The courtroom discussion was technically about historical media practices rather than recent events. Yet during the testimony, Meghan's name reportedly came up several times. Royal biographer Tom's Bauer has highlighted this pattern before. According to him, Harry sometimes brings conversations back to Meghan even when the original topic started somewhere else. In Bauer's view, Harry's current outlook is strongly shaped by his relationship with her. What made the situation stand out even more was the fact that Meghan wasn't in London for the hearing. While Harry appeared inside the courtroom, Meghan was reportedly in California, thousands of miles away. Social media posts showing her smiling and going about her day circulated online around the same time. That contrast quickly became a hot topic across comment sections and discussion forums. On one side, Harry appeared emotional during courtroom testimony. On the other side, Meghan appeared relaxed while sharing updates online. Bauer has previously suggested that Harry often seems strongly influenced by Meghan's perspective on media coverage and public life. According to him, moments like this reinforce that perception among some observers. Then there's the irony that many commentators have pointed out. Inside the courtroom, Harry criticized media organizations for invading his privacy and causing personal harm. But critics quickly reminded people that Harry himself revealed many deeply personal stories in his memoir, Spare. The book spans more than 400 pages and includes detailed stories about his family, childhood experiences, and relationships. It describes private conversations, emotional conflicts, and several sensitive moments involving members of the royal family. So some observers say they see a clear contradiction here. Tom Bauer has raised that exact argument before. In his view, it becomes difficult to demand complete privacy while also participating in major interviews, documentaries, and memoirs that reveal detailed stories about personal life inside the royal family. Over the last few years, Harry and Meghan have taken part in several high-profile media projects. There was the large Netflix documentary series, the globally watched Oprah interview, and other public storytelling appearances that reached millions of viewers. Those projects brought massive attention, but they also sparked huge waves of debate across the internet. And now, the online reaction has become intense. Comment sections discussing Harry's recent court appearance quickly filled with strong opinions from both sides. One post that collected more than 1,400 likes said, if Harry wanted privacy, he wouldn't have released Spare. That line spread quickly through discussion threads. Another widely shared comment read, "Court is for facts, not feelings." That message also picked up hundreds of reactions within hours. Many people online say they're becoming frustrated with what they see as repeated complaints about media treatment. Some critics argue the couple often present themselves as victims, even though they have platforms and global visibility. But others strongly defend Harry. Supporters say his emotional reaction in court reflects the heavy pressure he has faced from media attention since childhood. For them, the courtroom moment showed a person expressing genuine frustration after years of public scrutiny. The discussion has become deeply divided. One thing many observers agree on, though, is that public opinion appears to have shifted compared with a few years ago. Conversations that once focused mostly on sympathy are now often centered on questions about consistency and public messaging. People are openly debating the contrast they see between requests for privacy and the very public projects the couple have released. Harry's memoir, Spare Alone, revealed many private details about family relationships, including stories involving his brother William, Catherine, his father King Charles, and several moments from his past. Because of that, some critics say arguments about privacy in court can be a difficult message for audiences to fully accept. And when the topic turns to Meghan's Netflix show, the online reaction becomes even more heated. The response from viewers was intense, and many people didn't hold back with their opinions. Comment sections filled quickly after news spread that Meghan's Netflix project would not continue, and the tone of many responses was extremely direct. Some users even appeared to celebrate the news. One comment that spread widely online said, "She's made our lives a misery listening to all her behavior and hypocrisy." Another viral response read, "Finally, Netflix found its spine." That comment gathered thousands of reactions almost immediately. Moments like this are exactly what Tom Bauer said he believed might eventually happen. For years, Bauer has argued that public patience with Harry and Meghan could wear down over time. According to his analysis, audiences might eventually grow tired if they continued hearing similar complaints about media, treatment, and royal conflicts. Now, some commentators believe that shift may be happening right in front of everyone. Bauer once predicted that American audiences, who initially welcomed the couple with excitement, could lose interest if the projects connected to their media deals didn't bring fresh ideas or compelling stories. His argument was simple. If the content didn't evolve, audiences might slowly move on. With the Netflix project ending and Harry appearing in another headline-making court case, some analysts believe that prediction could be unfolding. The emotional reactions that once surrounded nearly every story about the couple seem to be changing. Instead of intense anger or passionate debate, many conversations now show something different. Simple disinterest. Bauer once captured that idea with a striking line. He said, "The opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference." In his opinion, that shift toward indifference can become the biggest challenge any public figure faces. According to Bauer, Netflix may eventually step further away from the partnership. The original agreement between the streaming company and Harry and Meghan was described as a first look deal, meaning Netflix had the option to review and develop projects with them. But media insiders say arrangements like that can also quietly fade if projects fail to attract strong audience engagement. One entertainment analyst even joked that the situation feels like slow ghosting, where a partnership gradually fades without a dramatic public breakup announcement. It's a humorous comparison, but it reflects the growing speculation about what the future of the Netflix relationship might look like. Bauer has also raised questions about the financial side of things. He claims that large amounts of money may have already been spent developing projects that didn't deliver the results originally expected. Reports have circulated suggesting that millions of dollars were poured into several productions that either stalled during development or failed to attract large audiences after release. Those numbers have sparked serious conversations in entertainment circles about how much was invested compared to the results that followed. At the same time, maintaining a luxury lifestyle in California comes with enormous costs. A large property, private security, travel expenses, and entire teams of professional staff can add up incredibly fast. Those kinds of ongoing expenses can create major pressure, especially when new projects are expected to keep everything moving forward. Bauer argues that those pressures could explain why Meghan has reportedly started reconnecting with people across the entertainment industry. According to reports, she's returned to working with the well-known PR firm Sunshine Sachs, the same company that previously helped manage her public image earlier in her career. That move signals a clear effort to reshape how she is presented in the media and entertainment world. There have also been rumors about Meghan reaching out to influential figures within Hollywood circles. One name that often appears in entertainment gossip is Jennifer Aniston, although those reports remain largely speculative and unconfirmed. At the same time, several small lifestyle ideas and product concepts have started popping up. Items like bookmarks featuring phrases such as "fell asleep here" have appeared as part of early brand experiments. Critics say projects like that feel scattered and unclear. Supporters, however, argue that experimenting with small lifestyle products is a normal step when someone is building a new brand from scratch. Tom Bauer's interpretation is far more direct. He believes the steady stream of new ideas suggests a search for something that will finally connect with audiences in a meaningful way. In his view, Meghan is putting out multiple concepts, hoping one of them eventually gains strong momentum. At the same time, Bauer believes Harry's ongoing legal battles could create additional complications. He has suggested that the current case may face difficulties if strong evidence is not presented during the proceedings. Bauer also pointed out that Harry's emotional reactions and courtroom interruptions could influence how the hearing is perceived by observers and legal commentators. If the case were to end unsuccessfully, some legal analysts note that financial consequences in British courts can be extremely significant. In certain cases, the losing side may be required to cover large portions of legal costs, which can reach very high amounts. That possibility alone has sparked plenty of discussion among commentators who closely follow royal news and legal developments. For years, Tom Bauer has warned that Harry and Meghan may have underestimated what leaving the royal institution would mean over the long term. According to his perspective, the monarchy provided layers of support, global influence, and institutional protection that are difficult to replicate outside that system. Once they stepped away, the couple entered a completely different environment. In that world, success often depends on building a powerful entertainment brand and consistently delivering projects that capture public attention. And building a global brand at that level is far more difficult than it might appear from the outside. Right now, the public conversation surrounding them appears to be shifting once again. Their projects are facing stronger scrutiny, media partnerships are being questioned, and the spotlight of public attention is beginning to move toward new stories. The big question now is whether this moment is simply a temporary setback or the start of a much bigger turning point in their public journey. What do you think about everything happening right now? Do you believe Tom Bauer's predictions about Harry and Meghan are starting to play out? Or do you think the couple still has time to turn things around and stage a major comeback? Share your thoughts below.
This 5-star VIP experience, and I guess it's 5-star if it means dropping 3,000 to watch Meghan talk about herself, you cannot have a room for yourself, which means that you might have to share a room with a total stranger. But it gets better. they cannot guarantee 2 beds. So yeah, you might end up sharing those 2 or 3 nights with a complete stranger on a queen-size bed.
Hey, this one gets weird fast, so stick with me, seriously. And if you're into these kinds of breakdowns, hit subscribe real quick so you don't miss what's coming next. Poo balls. Yes, poo balls might actually be the thing shaking up Meghan Markle's entire Australian wellness retreat.
Meghan Markle would like you to spend
Wembanyama may eventually solve the puzzle, but as things stand today,
to spend
the Knicks
time
have
with her,
solved.
if you lock down an early bird ticket, you can get it for $1,900.30. And for this, you can see her at a luxury retreat in Australia, where she will be headlining some gathering of women for the podcast. This is not her podcast. Quote, Her Best Life.
Not some huge scandal, not a lawsuit, not even bad headlines, just poo balls. Sounds wild, right? Stay with me because this gets deeper than it looks. Meghan is heading to Australia.
So Meghan's charging 3,000 Aussie dollars if people want to hear her speak at her Best Life retreat in Sydney. Apparently there's going to be yoga, motivational speaking, manifestation workshops. And here's the real kicker. Those who purchase VIP tickets, they'll be privy to a group table photo with the Duchess and seats in the front 2 rows for the gala dinner. And VIPs will also get an exclusive goodie bag and a premium ocean view hotel room where this retreat is.
And one of her biggest moves is promoting her brand, as ever, at a Sydney event called the Best Life Retreat. It's being sold as a luxury weekend by the ocean, promising transformation, healing, and personal growth. But once you start looking closer, things don't feel so polished. Questions start stacking up fast. Who is really running this retreat? Is Meghan actually hands-on or just putting her name on it? And the big one, are people really getting their $3,000 worth?
I'm going to tell you, apparently the hotel, they've barely even finished the swimming pool.
Right.
So it's a beautiful building.
So they're basically going there probably and the pay of the people who developed the wellness centre to bring some publicity to the wellness centre so they can do some business. I bet you that's what it is.
This isn't cheap either. Each guest is expected to drop around $3,000 for a short session with Meghan, plus what's being advertised as a full high-end wellness experience. The schedule includes yoga sessions, reports of Meghan herself, along with chill time by the beach and full relaxation time. Now, we're starting to shift. Not in a good way. Meghan has reportedly been excited about for months is already being labeled as messy and disappointing behind the scenes. Critics are saying this kind of chaos follows her. For them, this isn't even surprising anymore.
Started in Coogee has now spread. Several more eastern suburbs beaches tonight closed after mysterious balls washed ashore. Where they came from, still unknown. What they are made of is still under investigation. But beachgoers today were undeterred.
The retreat is set at the Intercontinental Beach, spot supposed to be top-tier luxury. But here's where things really start to fall apart. The pool, spa, and leisure deck, the main selling points, are currently shut down with no clear reopening date before the event. And that's just the beginning of what's going wrong. This is where it starts getting even messier, and you'll want to hear this next part, because it only gets worse. For an event that pushed poolside luxury and spa time so heavily, this is a huge problem. People paid expecting calm vibes by the water, not locked doors and closed signs. Anyone who signed up thinking they'd be relaxing in style might be walking into straight disappointment instead. There are claims that a lot of spots were filled, but people aren't fully buying that story.
They're the mysterious black balls now closing even more of our favourite beaches. Thousands of pieces of debris from the size of marbles to tennis balls originally detected at Coogee Beach on...
And even if they did sign up, most were probably hoping to unwind, connect, and enjoy the atmosphere. But now those expectations are looking shaky. And just when you think it can't get more strange, it does. Beaches around Sydney have reportedly been dealing with what people are calling poo balls. These aren't just random debris either. They're said to include cooking oils, soap residue, and human waste, which makes the water unsafe and honestly just unpleasant to deal with. Because of this, several beaches have already been shut down, and on top of that, there's talk of a strong, awful smell in the area. No one is paying $3,000 for a luxury escape just to deal with that kind of situation. Imagine expecting ocean breeze and getting hit with that instead.
But I will tell you that lots of Australian viewers of the Mark Dolan show don't want to see Harry and Meghan. The reason why it went down well in 2018, Paul, is because the Australian public didn't know Meghan Markle very well. Well, they know her now. And what do they know her to be? A gold-digging...
It's not what anyone signed up for, and it doesn't stop there. Some people in Australia are still not happy about Meghan Markle visiting at all, especially with the controversy tied to her past trip. There were claims she expected payment for appearances and meeting the public, and that didn't sit right with a lot of locals. Now people are speaking up, signing petitions, and making it clear they don't want this visit or any public money involved. Thousands have already backed those petitions, which raises a real question. Who wants to attend an event where the host isn't even welcomed by a large group of locals? With all this backlash building, there's even talk the retreat could get canceled. Entirely. But that's not even the full picture yet.
Of the speakers that will be joining us in person on the weekend, I am beside myself about, because I have admired this woman and what she has endured, how she's risen above it, and how she has demonstrated how a woman can be pushed down and she can still rise. And that person is Meghan, Duchess of Sussex.
Because behind the scenes, there are reports that the organizers themselves are dealing with serious financial pressure. The whole thing was put together by Gemma O'Neill, who likely thought bringing Meghan in would guarantee success. But what's happening next might surprise you even more. Now this is where everything really starts falling apart, and you're not going to believe how deep this goes. Organizer Gemma O'Neill is reportedly drowning in debt, serious debt. We're talking about 543,000 Australian dollars in unpaid taxes alone.
Pay about $3,000, you get a photo with Meghan at some big table with a million other people.
Yeah.
You get a photo with Meghan, and then you get the opportunity to, be in the same room with her, and she'll talk to people about. She's not going to turn up. Apparently the hotel, they've barely even finished the swimming pool, so it's a complete sort of building.
Plus another $3,000 owed to an accounting firm. And it doesn't stop there. Her talent business, the Jimmy Agency, quietly went into voluntary liquidation back in November 2025. Then when administrators showed up on February 20th asking about repayments, O'Neill reportedly made it clear. She had no savings, barely any income, and even failed to refinance her beachside Sydney apartment. So think about that for a second. The same person charging people $3,000 a ticket to live their best life.
Imagine paying well over $2,000 for a so-called luxury retreat where the main attraction is a group photo and a short fireside chat with Meghan Markle.
Is reportedly struggling to stay afloat herself. What was supposed to be her financial comeback is now starting to look like an even bigger problem. Her plan was simple: use the retreat to bring in enough money to stabilize everything. But with key facilities shut down and beaches dealing with those conditions, that plan is slipping fast. It raises a real question. Can this event even happen like this? And if things keep getting worse, why would Meghan still go through with it? And even if it does happen, it might not go the way people expect. Guests paying premium prices could end up getting way less than what they were promised. Some reports say attendees may even have to share rooms with strangers after paying thousands.
Honestly, who would pay $3,000 for quotes like, "You have to anchor yourself in your own knowing," or "My bacon brings all the boys to the yard"?
Meanwhile, nearby hotels are offering deals like around $872 for 2 nights, with full access to working amenities. So when you compare it, this retreat is nearly 3 times the price, with fewer benefits, and some of those perks might not even be available at all. That's a tough sell for anyone expecting luxury. At the end of the day, people could be paying more just to feel uncomfortable, all for a quick chance to see Meghan and maybe exchange a few words. And even that level of access might not match what's being advertised. And trust me, there's still one more piece to this that changes how unreal. But it doesn't stop there. There's clothing, which makes sense, teas and candles too. But then a whole mix of everyday household stuff that had people saying, "Mate, I can literally go to Target and get all of this stuff a step away from that environment." They've spoken openly about it through interviews, documentaries, and Harry's book, Despair. That's their position, analyzed in real time. With the spotlight already intense, this just turns it up even more.
The interesting aspects of the story is someone with decades of loyal institutional access, a respected publishing house behind him, attendance at major royal
Big Cat is just taking his ass to the woodshed, plain and simple.
Thank you so much for watching. I noticed most of you aren't subscribed yet, so if you're enjoying the video, hit subscribe. It really means a lot.
Crossed into territory
Every trip down the floor has felt like a grind when Robinson is involved.
It began as a question circulating through long-form YouTube commentary, discussed mostly in corners of the internet, mainstream royal coverage preferred to ignore. For 6 years, Lady Colin Campbell kept knocking on the same door from Castle Goring in West Sussex. repeating the same argument while critics dismissed her as fringe, controversial, or obsessed. But now, according to many observers, the conversation has crossed into an entirely different tier, because the issue is no longer confined to live streams and online speculation. It now sits inside a hotter hardback biography available in mainstream bookshops across Britain. It exists in a Daily Mail serialization. It exists in a Dan Wooten interview featuring one of the monarchy's most established historians, speaking cautiously but publicly on camera. And that changes the atmosphere around the debate, whether people agree with the claims or not. The documentary record itself has not changed. The Buckingham Palace easel from May 6, 2019 still reportedly contains no publicly identified doctor's signature. The amended birth certificate filing from June 2019 still exists on the public record. The Sussex spokesperson's statement from 2021 remains publicly available. And according to critics, no independently named medical witness has ever stepped forward publicly to clarify the timeline questions being discussed. But what changed this week was not the evidence. It was the register of legitimacy surrounding the conversation, because now the same concerns long associated with controversial internet commentary are being echoed, however carefully, by someone deeply embedded within royal institutional history itself. And once a question enters mainstream establishment publishing and respected royal biography circles, many observers believe it becomes much harder to simply dismiss through ridicule alone. That does not automatically prove any allegation correct, but it does mean the conversation has undeniably moved. And according to royal commentators, the next major test may come very soon. Andrew Loney's upcoming paperback release, already being promoted as containing major new material connected to the House of York, is now looming directly behind the Hugo Vickers interview timeline. Many are watching closely to see whether the royal rota engages with these discussions more directly or continues maintaining distance, because sometimes the biggest shift in public narratives does not happen loudly. It happens quietly, step by step, as conversations move from fringe commentary into accepted mainstream debate, before audiences fully realize the center has already shifted underneath them. If you enjoy these deep dives into royal history, institutional narratives, and the slow-moving stories reshaping public perception behind the scenes, make sure to subscribe, because this conversation is clearly not ending anytime soon. So what do you think? Has the establishment finally started catching up to questions that were once dismissed entirely? Or will this moment fade away without changing anything at all?
There are apparently protesters going around holding flags.
Every day for 10 years, I have been bullied and attacked, and I was the most trolled person in the entire world, man or woman. And I'm still here.
Australia has once again become the stage where every move made by Meghan Markle and Prince Harry is examined in real time, pulled apart, amplified, and transformed into global conversation. But this time, the atmosphere feels noticeably different. It doesn't feel like a structured royal-style visit or a predictable sequence of appearances moving neatly from one engagement to the next. The energy feels sharper, more divided, almost as if people are no longer simply talking about them, but talking through them, using them as symbols in much larger debates about media, celebrity, influence, and public identity. And before we go deeper into this, make sure to subscribe if you want more breakdowns like this, because what's happening here is bigger than just one trip. At the center of the latest storm is a single statement that changed the tone almost instantly. While speaking to a group of Australian students, Meghan made a comment that immediately spread far beyond the room itself. She said she had spent 10 years every single day being bullied. She also stated that she believed she was one of the most trolled people in the world. There was no hesitation in the delivery, no attempt to soften the wording or dilute the emotion behind it. The comment landed with a directness that made the room pause for a moment, but outside that space, the reaction was immediate and intense. Within minutes, social media exploded.
Aussies take no bullshit, and it's not working. One woman who was on board Meghan Markle and Prince Harry's Qantas flight told the MSM of the Duchess, "I don't like her at all. Don't come to Australia. You don't belong here. We don't want you here.
Headlines moved quickly across platforms, and comment sections turned into arguments almost instantly. Supporters defended her strongly, arguing that her words reflected a reality people had watched unfold for years. They pointed to the relentless scrutiny surrounding her public life, where every appearance, every expression, every outfit, and every decision becomes material for endless online debate and criticism. To those supporters, the statement did not feel exaggerated. It felt overdue. Critics, however, interpreted it very differently. Many did not deny that Meghan has faced extraordinary levels of public attention, but they questioned the framing itself. The claim of being the most trolled person in the world became the focus of the backlash. Opponents argued that online harassment is a much broader issue affecting countless individuals, including activists, journalists, politicians, celebrities, and ordinary people with no public platform at all. To them, the statement felt too absolute, too centered around one perspective within a much larger digital problem. And that is where the divide deepened most visibly. Because in today's media environment, perception forms at extraordinary speed. A single sentence becomes a headline, the headline becomes an identity marker, and that identity marker is then repeated endlessly in debates that often have less to do with the original comment itself and more to do with what people already believe.
And have a look at this. We have to fund it. Yes, us hard-working taxpayers have to pay for them.
All of this is being supported by the British royal family as part of Operation Thor.
For Meghan, this moment became another layer added to an already deeply divided public image. One side sees vulnerability, honesty, and someone speaking openly about years of pressure. The other side sees self-focus, exaggeration, and carefully shaped narrative framing. Both interpretations now exist simultaneously, feeding off one another in real time. And just as that conversation began settling into familiar camps, Harry entered an entirely different controversy that quickly generated just as much discussion. While Meghan's comments dominated conversations around online bullying, Harry focused on digital safety, specifically praising Australia's push towards stricter social media restrictions for users under 16. He described the policy as epic leadership, a phrase that instantly drew attention because of both its tone and timing. At first glance, the comment appeared straightforward. Supporters interpreted it as a responsible stance on protecting young people from the harmful effects of social media, especially considering growing concerns around online addiction, harassment, and mental health. In that context, Harry's comments aligned with broader international discussions already taking place around digital regulation and youth well-being. But critics immediately pushed back here too. Some argued that there was a contradiction in publicly criticizing the dangers of digital spaces, while simultaneously relying so heavily on media visibility and online engagement to maintain influence and relevance. Others viewed the statement less as policy commentary and more as part of a carefully shaped public identity centered around moral authority and social advocacy. And that's what makes this entire Australia trip feel so charged. Nothing remains isolated anymore. Every speech becomes symbolic. Every comment becomes part of a larger narrative. Every appearance is interpreted not only for what it is, but for what people believe it represents underneath the surface. That is why this visit feels different from earlier ones. The reactions are no longer unified. They are fragmented, emotional, and constantly shifting between support and skepticism, depending on who is watching. And in that environment, even the smallest moment can instantly become part of a much larger global argument. They pointed to what they saw as a contradiction. A couple whose visibility, influence, and global relevance are deeply tied to media coverage and digital platforms were now publicly supporting tighter restrictions on those same online spaces. To supporters, there was no contradiction at all. They argued that Harry's comments were specifically about protecting younger users from harmful online environments, not limiting free expression or shutting down digital communication entirely. But critics interpreted it differently. To them, the message felt layered and conflicted, as if two separate narratives were trying to exist side by side without fully aligning. And just like that, the conversation surrounding the tour expanded again. Even smaller details suddenly started carrying symbolic weight. During the visit, attention began shifting towards subtle elements of Meghan's styling and public presentation that, in another context, might have passed unnoticed. In particular, mama-themed references connected to her image started circulating widely online. What could have been viewed as a simple personal expression quickly became another subject of interpretation and debate. For some observers, those details suggested a deliberate repositioning of her public identity, presenting herself as more grounded, more relatable, and further removed from the polished expectations traditionally associated with royal life. The messaging felt softer, more personal, and more lifestyle-oriented. But in the environment surrounding this tour, nothing remained simple for long. Because once a public narrative starts forming, every detail gets absorbed into it. Every image, every phrase, every outfit becomes part of a much larger conversation about intention and presentation. At the same time, the tour began feeding into a broader discussion about the way modern public figures operate in today's media culture, where lifestyle, identity, influence, and business no longer function separately, but merge together into one continuous system. Visibility itself becomes part of the product. Public appearances become branding opportunities, and audiences increasingly interpret even personal choices through a commercial lens. That level of scrutiny only intensified as attention shifted toward Meghan's evolving public image, especially her wardrobe and presentation choices throughout the trip. What once might have been dismissed as ordinary celebrity fashion coverage now carries a very different meaning. Some observers noted how frequently her outfits changed between appearances, suggesting it may not simply reflect personal style, but a carefully managed branding approach tied to influence culture and lifestyle marketing. Conversations quickly moved beyond aesthetics into commerce, with discussions surrounding curated looks, online shopping links, and audiences recreating her style through digital platforms. Supporters viewed this as a natural evolution of modern celebrity influence. To them, it reflected adaptability in a digital-first era where fashion, visibility, and entrepreneurship naturally overlap. In that interpretation, style becomes empowerment and visibility becomes opportunity. Critics, however, interpreted the same dynamic very differently. To them, the image felt increasingly structured, commercialized, and strategically managed in real time. Rather than seeing authenticity, they saw branding. Rather than evolution, they saw constant repositioning. And once again, everything came down to perspective. What supporters described as modern influence, critics framed as calculated image management, yet nothing during the Australian tour triggered a sharper divide than Meghan's unexpected appearance on MasterChef Australia. By that point, the visit was already under intense public scrutiny, but this moment introduced an entirely new layer of debate involving celebrity culture, authority, credibility, and entertainment value all at once. Inside a brightly lit kitchen filled with contestants, cameras, and a massive viewing audience, the discussion surrounding Meghan shifted almost instantly from advocacy and public engagement to qualifications and relevance. Her appearance was introduced as a special guest moment, but it rapidly became one of the most talked about aspects of the entire trip. Supporters embraced it enthusiastically. They described the appearance as relaxed, engaging, and confident, arguing that it showed Meghan comfortably navigating modern entertainment spaces outside the traditional royal framework. To them, the appearance aligned naturally with her public interests in food, wellness, lifestyle media, and storytelling. Clips showing her smiling, interacting warmly with contestants, and moving easily within the format spread quickly online, reinforcing an image of adaptability and media confidence. But critics responded just as strongly in the opposite direction. Questions flooded social media almost immediately. Why was a former royal appearing as a guest judge on a competitive cooking program? What exactly qualified her for the role? Some viewers argued that celebrity recognition was being prioritized over culinary expertise, turning what they viewed as a respected competition into another publicity-driven media moment. The reactions ranged from confusion to outright frustration. For some, the issue was not Meghan herself, but what her appearance symbolized. It fed into a larger concern that entertainment culture increasingly rewards visibility and name recognition over subject matter expertise. Others viewed it as another example of how the tour seemed to move constantly between humanitarian imagery, lifestyle branding, celebrity media, and commercial influence without fully settling into any single identity. And that uncertainty is exactly what continues to fuel such divided reaction.
Oh my God,
MasterChef Australia should remain reserved for chefs and industry experts whose experience directly relates to the competition itself. Others point toward Meghan's previous media, wellness, and lifestyle ventures as part of a much broader conversation about the direction of her public identity, questioning whether this appearance represented another calculated step in the ongoing brand evolution. Then, another layer entered the discussion entirely: titles. For many viewers, confusion resurfaced around why she continues to be referred to as Duchess, despite stepping away from official royal duties years ago. That detail alone reignited a familiar debate about status, identity, and public positioning. Some argued that the continued use of royal titles while operating primarily in celebrity and media spaces creates an ongoing contradiction that the public still hasn't fully resolved. And that single issue added even more fuel to an already divided reaction. At the same time, however, a strong counter-response continued building online and across sections of the media. Supporters defended her appearance enthusiastically, emphasizing her confidence, warmth, and ability to connect naturally in front of cameras. To them, the MasterChef moment represented a modern form of visibility, someone moving comfortably between entertainment, advocacy, and lifestyle influence without being confined to traditional expectations. Some viewers even framed her involvement as symbolic rather than technical. In their eyes, the appearance was never truly about culinary expertise. It was about presence, cultural relevance, and the ability to attract attention to a platform through personality alone. But the criticism never really disappeared. Comments questioning her credibility, her relevance to the format, and even the broader direction of the show itself continued circulating widely online. And that's exactly what makes this entire moment feel so unstable and emotionally charged, because it stopped being about a television cameo almost immediately. Instead, it became about interpretation. To critics, the appearance looked like another carefully managed step in a larger transformation where visibility itself becomes currency, and every platform becomes an opportunity for expansion. In that interpretation, television appearances, wellness branding, emotional storytelling, and public advocacy all begin blending together into one continuous commercial ecosystem. To supporters, however, it reflected something far simpler: a public figure adapting to a modern media world where traditional boundaries barely exist anymore. In today's landscape, celebrities move between industries constantly. Entertainment, philanthropy, business, activism, and lifestyle branding overlap all the time. From that perspective, Meghan's appearance didn't feel unusual at all. It felt current. And that divide is not shrinking. If anything, it continues getting wider. Because in Australia, where every part of this visit is unfolding in real time, those two completely different interpretations keep colliding every single day. The result is a public conversation that refuses to settle into one clear narrative. Every statement becomes a headline. Every appearance becomes a debate. Every image gets pulled apart and reinterpreted depending on who is watching. And as the tour continues, one thing becomes increasingly obvious. This is no longer simply about Meghan Markle or Prince Harry as individuals. It's about what they represent. Because once public figures reach this level of visibility, almost nothing they do remains neutral anymore. Ordinary actions stop feeling ordinary. Every gesture carries symbolic meaning. Every public moment becomes part of a much larger cultural argument, shaped by audiences projecting their own beliefs, frustrations, admiration, or skepticism onto them. And right now in Australia, that attention feels especially intense, almost like the entire visit has become a lightning rod for much broader conversations about celebrity, royalty, media influence, and authenticity. Strip away the polished photos, the carefully timed visits, and the emotionally resonant public appearances, And one uncomfortable question continues surfacing underneath everything else. Is this compassion? Or is it choreography? That is where the sharpest criticism begins to emerge, not around fashion, speeches, or titles, but around optics themselves. More specifically, critics point toward the repeated use of emotionally sensitive settings, hospitals, vulnerable communities, shelters, and outreach spaces, as the backdrop for highly visible public moments. Some observers are beginning to question whether these appearances function purely as humanitarian engagement or whether they also operate as part of a broader narrative strategy designed to shape public perception in real time. Because through a more critical lens, a pattern starts becoming difficult for some people to ignore. A visit to sick children can instantly shift public emotion. A stop at a homelessness center can soften criticism almost immediately. And when those images dominate headlines and social feeds, it becomes harder for some audiences to separate emotional response from media framing. That's exactly why the backlash feels so sharp and emotionally loaded. Critics argue that emotionally sensitive environments should never be perceived as protective layers for a public image. In their view, hospitals, shelters, and vulnerable communities carry a seriousness that should remain separate from branding, media strategy, or personal positioning. The concern is not necessarily about whether the visits themselves are genuine, but about the possibility that these settings can start being interpreted as strategically valuable because of the emotional response they naturally generate. And that is where the tension surrounding this trip becomes much harder to untangle. Because the more closely people examine it, the more complicated even the word tour begins to feel. What is unfolding in Australia does not fully resemble a traditional royal tour, but it also does not look entirely like a simple humanitarian visit either. Instead, it exists somewhere in between. Part public service, part media presence, part personal brand expansion. And it is precisely that mixture that continues making audiences uneasy. The lines feel blurred. While the public-facing moments focus heavily on empathy, connection, and emotional engagement, another parallel conversation keeps running quietly in the background, one centered around paid speaking. Appearances, branded experiences, private events, and structured forms of visibility tied to influence and access. And that contrast is where phrases like performative philanthropy begin surfacing more frequently in online discussions and commentary. Supporters reject that interpretation completely. To them, this represents independence, a modern approach to building influence and purpose outside rigid institutional systems. They see Harry and Meghan as public figures using visibility to highlight causes while simultaneously creating careers that no longer depend on royal structures. Critics, however, see something far more calculated. In their interpretation, purpose itself becomes part of the packaging. Advocacy becomes intertwined with image building. Emotional engagement becomes inseparable from publicity and branding. And sitting above all of this is something that never fully disappears, no matter how far they move away from it. The monarchy. Even without official royal duties, the institution still frames how people interpret them. Their titles remain part of public conversation. Comparisons to working royals continue constantly. Even the visual structure of these appearances, community visits, formal welcomes, carefully staged engagements, still echoes royal tradition in ways that are difficult to separate completely. That's where another uncomfortable question begins forming. Are Harry and Meghan truly moving away from the institution? Or are they still operating within its visual and symbolic framework whenever it remains useful? Because visually, so much of the trip still feels familiar. The pacing, the settings, the symbolism, the public walkabouts, the outreach spaces, it all resembles the structure of official royal duty, even without the constitutional role behind it. And that is exactly where the phrase quasi-royal starts gaining traction among critics and commentators. The idea describes a version of royal visibility and presentation that still carries the appearance of monarchy, but without the formal obligations, restrictions, or accountability attached to working royal life. Then, there is Harry's praise for Australia's proposed under-16 social media restrictions, which he described as epic leadership. On the surface, the comment fits naturally into broader conversations about online safety and protecting younger audiences from digital harm. Supporters interpreted it as straightforward advocacy connected to issues Harry has spoken about for years, particularly mental health and the psychological effects of online environments. But within the broader context of this tour, critics interpreted it differently once again. To them, the statement felt like another carefully positioned alignment with socially popular causes, issues that naturally generate public approval while reinforcing a specific public identity built around mental health, online harm, emotional well-being, and youth protection. And once again, interpretation split sharply. Supporters saw advocacy, critics saw positioning, because in this environment, even intention itself becomes something audiences argue. Appearances still mirror official royal engagements so closely that the distinction often feels blurred to the public eye. And that ambiguity keeps fueling debate, because both interpretations can exist at the same time, depending on how someone chooses to read the situation. Supporters argue that visibility is exactly what gives these causes power. But the fact that Harry and Meghan now exist inside a space where almost nothing they do can simply exist on its own anymore. Everything becomes part of the argument. Everything becomes part of the performance. And in today's media landscape, once a public figure reaches that point, controlling the narrative becomes almost impossible, because the story no longer belongs entirely to them.
Harry and Meghan cancelled again.
Oh dear. Oh, there's trouble in paradise.
Serena Williams just officially dumped Meghan Markle for Emma Finn, the Marchioness of Bath, and the whole thing is mortifyingly awkward.
Did Meghan Markle get quietly shut out of the Met Gala again? That's the question that exploded online after this year's event, and honestly, the reaction felt much bigger than ordinary celebrity gossip. Because while Hollywood royalty, fashion icons, billionaires, influencers, and music superstars climbed the famous steps of the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, one name was missing once again: Meghan Markle. And people noticed immediately. Before we get deeper into this, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications, because this story says a lot more about celebrity power and public perception than most people realize. The Met Gala is not just another glamorous red carpet. At this point, it has basically become Hollywood's biggest social scoreboard. Being invited means you are still relevant inside elite entertainment circles. It means designers want you wearing their clothes, photographers want your image, and powerful people still see value in having you in the room. That's why absences matter so much. If someone skips the Met Gala once, nobody really pays attention.
You've got Prince Harry and Meghan Markle having to try and justify to their propagandists in the mainstream media, and there's not many left now, but Town and Country magazine and Harper's Bazaar, why they skipped the 2026 Met Gala. And effectively, it was simply that they were not invited.
Maybe they had another commitment. Maybe they simply didn't want to go. But when somebody is missing year after year, especially someone with Meghan Markle's level of global fame, the internet starts asking questions. Because whether people support her or criticize her, Meghan remains one of the most talked about public figures in the world. She exists in a strange space between royalty, celebrity, media personality, and cultural symbol. And for someone with that much visibility to never appear at fashion's biggest night feels unusual to a lot of people. Social media wasted absolutely no time pointing that out. What made the conversation even louder this year was who did attend. Serena Williams, often described as one of Meghan's closest celebrity friends, arrived fully embraced by the glamorous world surrounding the event. Cameras followed her everywhere. Fashion blogs highlighted every detail of her look. Photos of her standing beside major celebrities spread instantly online. And almost immediately, people started making comparisons. Because in celebrity culture, visuals quietly tell stories all on their own. Who you stand beside matters, who invites you matters, which designers dress you matters. These things shape perception before anyone even says a word. And while Serena appeared completely at home in that elite fashion world, Meghan simply wasn't part of the picture again.
So it's a big humiliation, and it's a financial headache, because that's how Megs was hoping to make her money, selling clobber to the great unwashed.
Instead, reports suggested Meghan spent the weekend attending a much quieter private gathering in Chicago, connected to close family friends. Compared to the chaos and spectacle of the Met Gala, the contrast could not have been stronger. And strangely enough, that contrast became part of the story too. Some people viewed it positively. They argued that Meghan looked more grounded and authentic, staying away from the celebrity circus entirely.
But for Serena Williams, for Meghan to lose her support is highly significant because for a long time, Serena Williams remained steadfastly loyal as one of Meghan's only genuine A-list friends.
Others felt the timing seemed almost too perfect, like two opposite public images were being presented side by side at the exact same moment. On one side, there was luxury, status, fame, and non-stop media attention. On the other, there was simplicity, privacy, and distance from the Hollywood spotlight. Whether intentional or not, that contrast generated attention by itself. But even with those quieter images circulating online, one question refused to disappear. Why has Meghan Markle never attended the Met Gala at all? That's the part many people genuinely find surprising. Meghan has global recognition, celebrity friendships, streaming deals, luxury branding connections, and years of non-stop media coverage. She has existed at the center of entertainment and royal headlines for years. And yet somehow, she has never walked those famous Met steps even once. At some point, people stop treating that like coincidence, because in Hollywood, being absent from the room can sometimes create more speculation than showing up ever would. The Met Gala doors have opened for countless celebrities, influencers, designers, royals, and media personalities over the years, just never for Meghan Markle. And that's exactly why the conversation keeps coming back every single year. Some supporters argue there's nothing mysterious about it at all. They believe the Met Gala simply no longer fits Meghan's world, that her focus has shifted toward different projects, different priorities, and a completely different public image than the one she once carried during her early Hollywood and royal years. And honestly, that explanation could make perfect sense. Over the last several years, Meghan's identity in the public eye has changed dramatically. She is no longer viewed only as an actress or even strictly as a royal figure. She now exists somewhere between entrepreneur, media personality, public speaker, and cultural figure. That kind of shift naturally changes which spaces someone moves through and which industries they stay connected to. But even with that explanation, the speculation never fully disappears, because beyond the missing invitation itself, there's been quiet chatter surrounding Meghan's relationship with elite fashion circles for years. Nothing officially confirmed, nothing explosive enough to become major headlines, but enough whispers online to keep people talking. Conversations about connections that once looked strong publicly but appeared to cool over time. Partnerships that generated excitement initially, but never fully evolved into long-term influence behind the scenes. One name that often comes up in those discussions is Edward Enninful, especially because of his widely publicized collaboration with Meghan during her British Vogue guest editor period. At the time, the partnership looked powerful. Fashion, media attention, celebrity influence, and royal visibility all collided perfectly. It seemed like the beginning of a lasting relationship within the highest levels of fashion culture. But over time, people noticed the silence, and in celebrity culture, silence almost always creates more curiosity. Then there is the larger ecosystem surrounding the Met Gala itself. The event is not really just about fame. Plenty of famous people never receive invitations. The Met Gala operates more like a reflection of an interconnected network involving designers, luxury brands, stylists, editors, celebrities, and media executives. At the center of that world sits Anna Wintour, whose guest list choices quietly signal influence, relevance, and cultural positioning. That's why Meghan's absence feels unusual to so many people. Someone with her level of global recognition, media attention, and public visibility would normally seem like an obvious fit for an event built around influence and conversation. Yet year after year, she remains outside that picture, while the speculation only grows louder. And maybe that's why this discussion never really dies down. Because at this point, it feels less about one event and more about a bigger question surrounding where Meghan Markle currently fits inside celebrity culture itself. Is she intentionally creating distance from traditional Hollywood approval systems? Or have some elite spaces quietly become harder to access than they once appeared to be? Nobody outside those circles truly knows. But one thing remains clear. Even without walking those famous Met Gala steps, Meghan Markle still manages to become part of the conversation every single year. And in today's celebrity world, attention itself is often the most powerful currency of all. Princess Diana famously attended the Met Gala in 1996, creating one of the most talked about royal fashion moments in modern history. Queen Rania has also moved comfortably through those same elite circles, representing a polished and internationally respected royal presence. Even younger aristocratic figures like Charlotte Casiraghi have become familiar faces within that world of luxury fashion, celebrity influence, and cultural prestige. So the idea that royalty somehow does not belong at the Met Gala never really holds up when you look at the history of the event. In fact, the opposite is true. The Met Gala has always loved figures who sit at the intersection of fame, status, fashion, and global recognition. And on paper, Meghan Markle seems like someone who fits that formula perfectly. She's a former actress, a duchess, a globally recognized public figure, and someone whose name still dominates conversations across both Hollywood and royal coverage. If anything, she feels like exactly the type of crossover personality the Met Gala usually embraces. A figure who naturally blends celebrity culture with institutional prestige. And yet, year after year, she remains absent from the event. No confirmed invitation, no public rejection, no dramatic explanation, just silence, while the internet continues, trying to fill in the blanks on its own. A lot of the speculation circles back to relationships inside the fashion industry itself. Not wild conspiracy theories, but long-running conversations about connections that may have shifted quietly over time. One name that repeatedly comes up is Edward Enninful, especially because of Meghan's British Vogue guest editor collaboration several years ago. At the time, that partnership looked incredibly strong. It generated major attention, dominated headlines, and was treated like a significant cultural moment for both Meghan and the fashion world. The collaboration positioned her as someone deeply connected to elite media and fashion spaces. But since then, people have noticed something interesting. The public relationship never seemed to evolve much further. No major follow-up collaborations, no visible long-term creative partnership, no repeated appearances together in the same influential fashion environments. And in industries where relationships often function as currency, silence becomes noticeable very quickly. Then there's the broader network surrounding events like the Met Gala itself. Because invitations are not based purely on fame, they're built around relationships, alliances, visibility, and positioning within very specific cultural circles. Take Serena Williams, for example. She has long been viewed as part of Meghan's close celebrity circle, publicly supported for years. But Serena's place at events like the Met Gala also reflects her own deep connections within elite fashion and entertainment spaces. She moves easily between sports, celebrity culture, luxury branding, and high fashion. And then you have figures like Emma Thin, the Marchioness of Bath, who adds another interesting layer to this conversation. Like Meghan, Emma represents a modern blend of aristocratic identity and contemporary celebrity culture. She attends major fashion events consistently, maintains visible relationships across elite British and international society, and appears fully integrated within those environments. That contrast stands out to people. Because while Meghan's relationship with elite fashion spaces sometimes appears uncertain or heavily debated online, Emma's presence in those same circles feels steady and uninterrupted. Then, there's Anna Wintour herself, whose influence over the Met Gala remains unmatched. Her guest lists are famously strategic. They are not simply collections of famous people. They reflect a carefully curated vision of culture, relevance, influence, and long-term positioning. And that's where this conversation becomes more complicated, because Meghan's public narrative over the past several years has been incredibly high profile. Interviews, documentaries, streaming deals, public criticism of the royal institution, lifestyle branding, media projects. All of it has shaped how she is viewed across multiple industries simultaneously. In entertainment spaces, that visibility can create enormous influence. But inside more traditional or institution-connected environments, visibility can sometimes create tension too. And that tension sits right at the center of the Met Gala mystery. Because the event exists between two worlds at once. It is modern, celebrity-driven, and theatrical on the surface. But underneath it remains deeply connected to legacy institutions, long-standing relationships, and carefully managed cultural power. Hosted inside the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and backed by some of the most established names in fashion, the Met Gala exists in a very specific space between spectacle and tradition. On the surface, it looks chaotic, glamorous, and celebrity-driven. But underneath all of that, it operates through structure, relationships, and carefully managed influence. Not everyone moves through that world in the same way, and that's part of why Meghan Markle's absence continues to stand out. Because while the Met Gala represents exclusivity, status, and elite cultural access, Meghan's recent public image has started leaning in a noticeably different direction. Her more recent appearances, including the quieter Chicago gathering tied to close family friends, projected something almost opposite to Met Gala culture. The atmosphere around those appearances felt grounded, controlled, and intentionally relatable rather than extravagant or fashion-centered. Instead of giant designer moments and red carpet, spectacle, the visuals connected to Meghan recently have emphasized simplicity, normalcy, and accessibility. And in today's media environment, that creates a completely different kind of influence. For some audiences, stepping away from hyper-exclusive celebrity spaces actually strengthens relatability. It presents a more approachable image, one built less around glamour and more around authenticity. But at the same time, that approach naturally places someone outside the ecosystem the Met Gala is built around. Because the Met Gala thrives on exclusivity. It's designed around a tightly connected network of designers, editors, stylists, executives, celebrities, and cultural gatekeepers, all orbiting around one central figure, Anna Wintour. Her role goes far beyond fashion itself. The event functions almost like a yearly snapshot of who currently holds cultural power and who remains aligned with the direction elite media and fashion spaces are moving toward. And that's why Meghan's absence keeps generating so much conversation. The question is no longer simply why she wasn't there. The bigger question is what her absence actually represents. Because for someone with Meghan Markle's level of global recognition, visibility, and media attention, not attending year after year starts to feel less random and more symbolic. Especially when her trajectory now appears noticeably different from the circles she once seemed naturally connected to. While other celebrity figures continue moving deeper into elite entertainment and fashion spaces, Meghan's path has become harder to categorize. Actress, duchess, media personality, entrepreneur, public critic of royal life, lifestyle brand figure. That unpredictability keeps attention focused on her constantly, but attention and institutional trust are not always the same thing. And the Met Gala, despite all its theatrical glamour, still operates as a controlled environment built heavily around consistency, alignment, and long-term relationships. Every invitation, every seating arrangement, every designer pairing is deliberate. The event rewards people who understand how to move within that structure comfortably and predictably. Meghan has never fully operated that way. Her public identity has always been more disruptive, more debated, and more polarizing than many of the figures who move seamlessly through those spaces. That doesn't necessarily reduce her influence. In some ways, it may even increase it. Because even without attending, she still became part of the conversation surrounding the event. And maybe that's the most interesting part of all. While celebrities climbed the Met Gala steps posing for cameras and performing status in real time, Meghan Markle remained outside the frame, but not outside the narrative. And in modern celebrity culture, sometimes being absent from the room can create just as much discussion as being inside it. Now, compare all of that to the 2026 Met Gala itself. The carpet was filled with familiar names, carefully selected rising stars, fashion power players, and established cultural icons. These weren't just celebrities showing up for attention. They were people who fit naturally into the current direction of fashion, entertainment, and media culture. They belonged inside that ecosystem, and that sense of belonging is exactly what makes Meghan Markle's absence stand out so much to some observers. Because by almost any measure, Meghan still has enormous global recognition. She has visibility, influence, and a public story that continues generating conversation around the world. But influence alone is not always enough in elite spaces like the Met Gala. The bigger factor is integration, being connected to the same networks, relationships, and cultural systems that continuously reinforce relevance at the highest level. And right now, that level of integration feels less visible around Meghan than it once did. The connections that previously appeared strong publicly no longer show up in the same obvious way. The appearances still happen, but often in different settings, with different people, and within different types of cultural moments. In today's media environment, those shifts matter more than ever because visibility is not just about being seen. It's about where you are seen and who you are standing beside when cameras are rolling. The Met Gala sits at the very top of that system. One single night where fashion, celebrity, media, and influence all reinforce each other publicly in real time. And at least for now, Meghan appears positioned outside that loop, which brings everything back to the Chicago appearance. On its own, it was simple. A quieter, private gathering connected to family friends, far removed from the spectacle happening in New York. But visually, the contrast became impossible to ignore. One world built entirely around glamour, exclusivity, and attention. The other built around simplicity, privacy, and relatability. And that contrast immediately raised a bigger question. Is this a deliberate rebrand, a conscious decision to move away from elite celebrity spaces? Or is it a repositioning shaped partly by circumstances outside her control? Because there's a major difference between choosing distance from those worlds and gradually losing access to them over time. Without clear answers, everything becomes interpretation. Critics see this as the natural result of shifting relationships and weakened industry connections. In that view, doors rarely slam shut dramatically. They simply stop opening as easily as before. Supporters, however, see something entirely different. They believe Meghan is intentionally building a separate lane, one that no longer depends on traditional gatekeepers like the Met Gala or approval from old institutional circles. And honestly, both perspectives now exist side by side. That's because Meghan Markle no longer fits neatly into one category. She is simultaneously a former actress, a duchess, a media personality, a brand figure, and a global public conversation all at once. That combination creates visibility, but it also creates tension inside environments built around clearly defined roles and carefully managed cultural positioning. So maybe the clearest way to understand her absence is not rejection, but misalignment. Two worlds that once seemed naturally connected now moving in different directions, at least for this moment. Because cultural influence is never fixed forever. It shifts constantly through timing, relationships, perception, and strategy. And if you've watched this far, here's the real question. Do you think Meghan Markle is intentionally stepping away from elite spaces like the Met Gala? Or do you think those spaces are slowly moving away from her?
He researched Harry very carefully and knew exactly what buttons to press. That he would like Africa, was interested in animals, was interested in philanthropy. She's very tactile, she's very seductive. And she landed him on the first night, even on his own admission. He says, I realized on the first date, she was the one. And of course, that's because she's also a great, in that sense, an actress. She knew exactly how to play.
Hey, quick one. This royal story isn't as perfect as it sounds. Stick around, and if you're into behind-the-scenes drama like this, hit subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Meghan Markle has always described her wedding to Prince Harry like a real-life fairy tale. But Tom Bower paints a totally different picture, and it's way more intense than people expected. He lays out what he claims are 10 dark truths behind that royal wedding. And trust me, number 7 is wild enough to make anyone pause for a second. Bower argues the marriage wasn't some random love story, but something far more planned out. According to him, Meghan had been aiming for a higher social circle for years, looking for someone powerful and well-connected.
You're absolutely right. I mean, what I discovered was, of course, that she was hunting for a man in England from 2013 onwards, when her marriage had crashed and she couldn't find anyone in Canada at the time. And she wanted wealth and she wanted fame. And she targeted, there's no doubt she targeted Harry and found someone who was a childhood friend of his who could introduce them. And then on the days before they met at their blind meeting in a club in London, she researched Harry very carefully.
Then Harry entered the scene, and everything allegedly shifted fast. Bauer suggests the timing of her split from Trevor Engelson and the start of her relationship with Harry wasn't just coincidence, but part of a bigger move toward the life she had always imagined.
This particular saga at Sandringham, which obviously was told by someone who was there, was a decisive moment. I mean, it's the moment where effectively she says to Harry that you've got to dump all your friends. And none of those people at his shooting weekend were then invited to the dinner after the wedding. I mean, that was the crunch, that she separated him from his hinterland. And of course, he does suffer now enormously.
And once she stepped into that world, there was no turning back. It was full speed ahead into royalty, no hesitation. Meghan once said in an interview that she didn't know much about the royal family before meeting Harry. But Bauer strongly disagrees.
No, why did Harry never go to meet Thomas?
Why is that?
Well, I think because Meghan didn't want him to meet a fat old man. I mean, Meghan was very worried. That's why she brought her mother across the wedding just 2 days before the ceremony.
What do we know about her mum? Her mum's a mysterious figure.
Very mysterious. The book tells it all. I mean, the mother really was a very odd woman, disappeared for 10 years effectively during her childhood. That's why Thomas had to bring her up. And in the end, what Thomas says is that it was Doria who really engineered the split between himself and Meghan, because she wanted the fame and the glory.
He claims she went full research mode, digging into everything about Harry, his life, and the royal system like she was building a full profile. Then things reportedly got tense with Harry's inner circle. Bauer says Meghan created distance between Harry and some of his closest friends. At a 2017 Sandringham shooting weekend, she allegedly called out jokes she felt crossed lines around sexism, feminism, and transgender topics. And that didn't sit well with everyone there. It didn't stop there either.
The same then happened when they went to Tommy Inskip's wedding in Jamaica, which was a great friend of Harry's, who in the end was banned from the dinner after their wedding.
Yeah, well, I know at least 3 of the very good friends were apparently
banned, all by Meghan.
And then they saw all these celebrities filing it.
Exactly.
Who'd known her about 3 minutes.
Yeah, if that.
At a pre-wedding event in Jamaica for one of Harry's friends, Meghan was reportedly seen as distant and critical, even complaining about the food and service. That kind of behavior, according to these claims, pushed people further away.
The whole problem she found with this last Vanity Fair issue, the hustle issue, is that she couldn't control the content. And she is somebody who believes, understandably, she's got to control everything down to the last full stop.
And suddenly, some of Harry's longtime friends weren't as close as before. Behind the scenes, things were already shifting, and not everyone was on board anymore. And that's just the beginning of what was happening around the wedding. This next part gets even more tense. Some of these moments almost changed how the whole wedding played out, so don't miss where this leads. One of the most surprising claims is that King Charles reportedly asked Meghan to fly to the United States and fix things with her father before the wedding.
That is everything that matters. She's a creature of Hollywood. She knows that celebrity images is what earns the money, and that's what she must protect.
He allegedly wanted her to meet him face to face and calm the situation before it spiraled further. But Meghan is said to have refused, pointing to security risks and privacy concerns. That decision didn't sit well with senior royals at all, and suddenly, what was supposed to be a joyful moment had a layer of tension hanging over it. Then there's the emotional side of things. Bauer claims that during the engagement, Harry often drew comparisons between Meghan and his late mother, Princess Diana.
That's always been the view of many people, that she will dump him when he is no longer much use. But she'd have to have an escape route. She'd have to find a sort of a Silicon Valley or somehow aging billionaire that would want to take her on. I don't think she'd walk into the wilderness. I can't imagine any man finding happiness with Meghan Markle. I mean, I think it'll be pretty difficult.
While some saw it as heartfelt, others inside the royal circle reportedly viewed it very differently. They felt those comparisons were uncomfortable and even inappropriate, especially given Diana's legacy and everything she represented. Details like the wedding veil, the storytelling in interviews, and the overall presentation seemed, at least to critics, to push that connection even further. And for many watching closely, that didn't go unnoticed. Princess Diana had built her reputation over years of public service, so some felt these comparisons came too soon and stirred emotions that were already sensitive.
That she was Diana was always a fantasy both of herself and of Harry. And Harry completely misunderstood his mother, who he obviously barely knew, and didn't realize what a manipulative and determined woman she was herself. So he completely misjudged the comparison between Meghan and his mother had amazing status. She looked beautiful, she had terrific poise, she worked very hard at being a royal, she was very empathetic with a lot of sick people, none of the things that Meghan would ever dream of doing.
As the wedding approached, the pressure behind the scenes only grew. Palace staff were working non-stop to make everything perfect, but reports suggest Meghan's approach created friction. Her attention to detail and strong preferences reportedly clashed with long-standing royal traditions, and she wasn't quick to compromise. That led to frustration among staff, with some feeling overwhelmed or constantly corrected. During discussions about the bridesmaid dresses, Princess Catherine reportedly offered input, but those suggestions were turned down. It may have seemed small, but moments like that added up and created visible tension between the two. Staff were said to feel under pressure, dealing with constant changes and high expectations. Some even avoided direct conversations because they expected new instructions or last-minute adjustments every time. The atmosphere behind palace doors was starting to feel anything but calm. Bauer also suggests that image played a huge role in all of this. He claims Meghan, and the Sussex brand overall, was very focused on shaping how they were seen publicly. The wedding build-up wasn't just about tradition, but also about presenting a polished, modern image, even if that sometimes clashed with royal expectations. And then came the media spotlight, with moments like the 2017 Vanity Fair cover making everything even more public than ever. And what happened next only added more pressure. The Vanity Fair headline read, "She is just wild about Harry," and that reportedly didn't sit right with Meghan at all. She allegedly wanted the spotlight on her charity work, not just her relationship. But critics quickly pointed out that the romance had already taken center stage, and there was no separating the two anymore. From that point on, many believed Meghan was trying to carefully control how the world saw her, making sure every appearance, every story, and every headline matched the image she wanted to project. Still, critics argue that things didn't fully go as planned, and that's where Tom Bauer's claims get even more intense. According to Bauer, Meghan's ambition was on another level. He suggests her goal wasn't just influence, but something much bigger. He claims she aimed for the very top, wanting power and status far beyond what she had before. These are strong accusations, but they've definitely fueled ongoing debate around her intentions. Bauer even argues that Harry's role in all of this came at a cost. He claims the situation created tension between Harry and his own family, putting him in a difficult position publicly and privately. And while royal titles and positions are always complex, critics have speculated about what the future could hold for both of them. In an interview with Closer magazine, Bauer said, "Meghan Markle wants to be Queen Kate Middleton has everything Meghan Markle wants. Kate is glowing. Kate is successful. Kate is popular. Everything that Meghan wanted." He goes further, suggesting Meghan didn't want to remain lower in the line of succession, adding even more weight to the narrative he's presenting. But here's where it gets even more interesting. Some critics believe there may have been a plan all along. Looking back, they point to the wedding guest list, filled with major Hollywood names, as more than just celebration. At the time, it seemed like a mix of two worlds, but now some say it looked more like strategic networking. The idea is that connections were being built quietly, relationships forming behind the scenes, and opportunities lining up long before any public shift away from royal life. And when deals with streaming platforms, books, and media projects later appeared, critics started connecting the dots. Bauer takes it even further, describing the wedding as more than just a royal event. He frames it as a calculated step into a bigger spotlight. According to that view, every moment added momentum, and what came next only made people question things even more. And now the final piece. This is where all those claims come together and it gets seriously intense, so don't miss this ending. Bauer makes one of his boldest claims here, saying Harry may have been the perfect stepping stone in Meghan's rise. He even suggests that if someone more powerful or influential came along, she wouldn't hesitate to move on. That's a heavy accusation, and it's exactly why this topic keeps people talking. Critics who agree with Bauer often point to what they see as a pattern. They say she moved on from her first marriage when it no longer matched her goals, created distance from her father during difficult moments, and stepped away from friendships that didn't fit her path anymore. From this perspective, they argue these decisions weren't emotional, but strategic. Bauer's overall claim is that loyalty, in this case, is tied to opportunity. He suggests that Harry gave up a lot: his royal role, military titles, close relationships, and the life he once knew. And according to that viewpoint, all of it may have been part of a much bigger shift that centered around Meghan's long-term ambitions. He even speculates about a future scenario. If someone with more influence, more wealth, and bigger opportunities appeared, Meghan could choose a different path without looking back. Again, these are claims and opinions, but they've definitely added fuel to an already intense public conversation. At the same time, Harry's actions during their relationship have also been closely watched. When they first got together, he seemed fully committed to protecting Meghan, sometimes pushing beyond royal expectations. One moment that stood out was during the tiara selection, where reports claimed Harry reacted strongly, saying, "What Meghan wants, Meghan gets." That reportedly caused tension, especially with the Queen. Harry was also said to have stepped back from friends who raised concerns, choosing instead to fully support Meghan through everything. During the wedding planning, he reportedly shielded her from criticism and pushed back against any pressure coming from tradition or staff. That level of protectiveness, while personal, is said to have created even more strain behind palace doors. So there you have it, 10 claims and perspectives presented by Tom Bauer about Meghan and Harry's wedding, each one adding another layer to a story that still has people debating today. Which of these stood out to you the most? Drop your thoughts below, and if you want more breakdowns like this, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what's coming next.
To push forward, well, what better way to do that than to go to these countries and sort of test run how the business could go if they expand into Australia. I think nothing has been confirmed, but certainly it feels like that's the mood music.
And what do they know her to be? A gold-digging grifter.
Something unexpected just flipped the script on Meghan Markle's upcoming Australia trip, and the internet is loud about it right now. Fresh reports say the chaos kicked off after a private email somehow leaked into public view, and this wasn't just some random message people could ignore. This email allegedly pulled back the curtain on behind-the-scenes details tied to an event connected to Meghan's visit.
No, can I just tell you that Australia has tackled illegal immigration very successfully. And I think given the fact that Harry and Meghan are on their way, I think it's time to reactivate Operation Sovereign Borders, Paul. Just, you know, airstrikes, get the boats out. Because no, the bottom line is, I mean, I can't speak for your viewers, but I will tell you that lots of Australian viewers of the Mark Dolan show don't want to see Harry and Meghan. The reason why it went down well in 2018, Paul, is because the Australian public didn't know Meghan Markle very well. Well, they know her now.
Details that were never supposed to go public. Now insiders claim Meghan is seriously concerned about what else could surface next. Because once one private message gets out, people instantly start asking what else is being kept hidden. And the timing could not be worse. This Australia trip was meant to be smooth, polished, and drama-free for Meghan. The goal was to rebuild momentum around her public image and spotlight her latest projects. But now the conversation online is shifting fast, and not in her favor.
It's so interesting. I was actually on that royal tour back in 2018, and the optics for us at that time, because we didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, and to Tom Bauer's book, I mean, these are the claims that he's talking about. It's the lead up to Megxit. But for us as journalists and members of the public seeing that tour, it looked like a huge success. There were thousands of people greeting them everywhere. They were so popular at that time. It felt like this really huge moment for them and a really exciting moment for the monarchy. Now, as we know, that wasn't how they felt about it behind the scenes. And, 18 months later, they had left the royal family.
People are suddenly debating transparency, high-end, lifestyles, and whether this event is really what it claims to be. And that shift is dragging attention away from what was supposed to lead the headlines. To really understand why this situation is blowing up, you have to look at what was actually revealed in that leaked email. Reports highlighted by Sky News Australia claim the message came from internal communications linked to Meghan's planned appearance at a women-focused retreat in Australia. And somehow it ended up everywhere. The contents reportedly included planning details, internal notes, and logistical info meant strictly for people behind the scenes. And once something like that hits the internet, it moves fast, speculation spreads instantly, opinions form in seconds, and everyone starts building their own theories. Now, leaks around celebrities are nothing new. Private messages and internal plans do slip out sometimes, but this situation hit differently.
But apparently Australia holds a special place in the handlers' minds? Because somehow they think Australia has been kinder to the formers than anywhere else. I'm pretty sure Australia's not massive fans.
This email didn't just reveal basic planning, it pushed people to zoom in on the event itself, and that's when things started getting complicated real quick. The event tied to Meghan's visit is being promoted as a luxury women's retreat focused on empowerment, networking, and personal growth.
So there is that aspect of it where they want to come here and I guess just sort of launch this new phase of their career. But at the same time, it will, of course, invite comparisons to that trip back in 2018 when there were thousands of people out to meet them. And now you're looking at situations where they're selling tickets for events. So Meghan will be doing this best.
On the surface, it sounds inspiring, a place where women can connect, share ideas, and level up together. But as the story spread, critics quickly locked onto one detail that grabbed attention instantly. The price? Tickets for this retreat are reportedly listed at levels many people are calling extremely expensive, running into the thousands of Australian dollars.
Right back to the current moment.
You know, I just think this is another Montecito money grab. As you rightly mentioned, I mean, the Netflix deal has been cancelled. These two just won't give up and they're just desperate for this relevance. They've got relevance deprivation.
Supporters argue that pricing like this makes sense when you factor in celebrity speakers, exclusive access, and upscale venues, but critics are not buying that explanation at all. Instead, they're asking a bigger question. If this is about empowerment and opportunity, why does it feel like it's built only for a small group of wealthy attendees? That one question has...
Well, you know, thankfully, Meghan Markle grew up in Hollywood, where hiring extras or seat fillers is a go-to to avoid looking like you failed miserably at something. So who knows? There might not be an empty seat in the house. But honestly, who would pay $3,000 for quotes like, you have to anchor yourself in your own knowing, or my bacon brings all the boys to the yard? I would pay $3,000 for a grifter's guide to making millions off of Netflix and Spotify while doing the bare minimum. I would definitely pay $3,000 for a lesson on how to trap a prince. But that's not what these ladies will get. They'll get Meghan transferring one bag of pretzels into another bag of...
Sparked intense debate across social media, with comment sections blowing up as people dropped strong and divided opinions. And just when things were already heating up, another layer of curiosity started building online.
So, there is a brand new book which is all in and around Meghan Markle being able to brainwash Harry. Do you buy it? Do you believe it? Or is it just a way to sell some paperbacks?
Well, listen, Tom Bauer is one of the most feared biographers in the world, and he's gone after Richard Branson, Tony Blair, and of course, Meghan Markle. None of those people have successfully sued him because, like you, Paul, he's an elite level journalist who checks his facts. And don't forget that these publishing companies are not stupid. They're not going to publish things that aren't true because they know they'll wind up in...
More voices jumped in, and a second question began popping up everywhere, pushing this controversy even further into the spotlight. Was this email leak just an accident, or was it intentional? Right now, there's absolutely no proof that the message was leaked on purpose, but just the idea alone has people talking nonstop. In the world of celebrity coverage and royal watchers, even the smallest mystery can turn into a massive story overnight, and this situation is doing exactly that.
The royal family 6 years ago, and we have seen even just the fact their Netflix deal was downgraded, although that's not how they have said it, but it is. These sorts of things, I mean, their value has changed, and that is a very expensive ticket. I will say one thing on a personal note, when I saw that $3,000 doesn't get you an individual photo with Meghan, I thought, well, I'd be pretty upset.
Yes.
if I'm going to pay that kind of money to attend this event, presumably just to hear her speak and be in proximity to her, I want a selfie with the two.
Some observers believe this controversy could completely overshadow the real purpose of Meghan's Australia trip. Others say it highlights something that has followed her for years, the gap between public messaging and how the public actually sees things. Supporters often point to Meghan's advocacy work, charity efforts, and campaigns for social causes. But critics keep circling back to what they see as mixed signals, especially when those values seem to clash with the high-end lifestyle surrounding events like this. And now, that tension is front and center again in a big way.
Expert Richard Kay has claimed Princess Diana was preparing her youngest son, Prince Harry, to be the king, preferencing him over the shy Prince William, who Diana felt wasn't interested in the top job. Kinsey, look, we have a lot of respect for the late Princess Diana in this country, but man, did she get that one wrong.
Yeah, I'm allergic to this story. Are we really expected to trust her judgment? Diana died in the backseat of a car with a guy who was engaged to another woman. Another one of her ex-lovers wrote a tell-all about her titled Princess in Love, airing all of their dirty laundry. Prince Charles, period. I mean, I don't even have to go into that one. Her poor judgment in men should be studied in classrooms. Harry is right where he should be, taking pictures with paying customers like he's Mickey Mouse.
That exact tension is why this email leak is pulling so much attention right now. For people watching from the outside, it feels like a rare behind-the-scenes look. Suddenly, private planning details are out in the open, and that instantly sparks curiosity because people always want to know what really happens behind closed doors at events like this. But the email isn't the only reason this story is exploding. Another major factor is the location, Australia, and that adds a whole new layer of interest to everything unfolding. Back in 2018, not long after their wedding, Prince Harry and Meghan traveled to Australia for a royal tour that many called a huge success.
Figure. His book is called Betrayal. It contains some really juicy allegations, including claims that Queen Camilla, King Charles's wife, confided to a friend, Harry's been brainwashed by Meghan. Who could disagree? Since they got married, he suddenly hates his country, hates his family, hates being a royal, and goes off for a very boring life in...
Massive crowds showed up, the media coverage was overwhelmingly positive, and some even described it as one of the most successful royal tours in recent memory. The energy around them at that time was strong, exciting, and impossible to ignore. Now fast forward to today, and things look very different. Since stepping back from royal duties and moving to the United States, Harry and Meghan have taken a new path focused on media projects, documentaries, and independent ventures. Some of those projects got praise and major attention, while others sparked serious debate and criticism across news outlets and social media. Because of that mixed journey, every public appearance now comes with intense scrutiny, and that brings everything right back to this moment.
About a year since With Love Meghan launched, and we had, 2 seasons of that and a one-off holiday special, and that's no more. So now really all of her eggs are very literally in the as ever basket, especially now she's going it alone without Netflix. So this all kind of feeds into this this image and this career she's trying to build for herself as sort of a Gwyneth Paltrow type, or just getting out there, and it's about lifestyle and self-help and all of those sorts of things. And it does feed into that.
If this Australia trip was supposed to mark a fresh chapter for Meghan, this leaked email may have already shifted the narrative in a major way. Instead of excitement building around her appearance, the conversation online is now packed with questions about the event, questions about transparency, and questions about whether this situation could turn into something even bigger. And here's where things get even more intense. Some insiders say the biggest concern behind the scenes isn't just the email that already leaked, but the chance that more information could drop.
So it is now 7 years on, they're going to be coming back to Australia, but the landscape for them could not be more different. So as I mentioned earlier, I have had sources telling me that it's about coming back here for, there's 2 main reasons that were mentioned to me. And one is Harry's connection with friends that he's cultivated over the years in Australia. He has a lot of close friends here, particularly in the military community. Then he'll be looking to doing some work in that space while he's here. And also for Meghan, as I said, she's at a very important point in this lifestyle company that she's running and trying to build this empire, because she has now split.
If additional messages or planning details surface, this situation could escalate fast and pull even more attention. As the email spread across social media and news platforms, one detail started getting just as much attention as the leak itself: the exclusive women's retreat Meghan is expected to attend during her Australia trip. The event is being promoted as a high-end experience centered on empowerment, networking, and personal growth.
For that are around $3,000, so she'll need to sell out that event because the optics would be terrible if she didn't. But also with Harry, he'll be doing a mental health speech on workplace mental health in Melbourne while he's here. And again, tickets for that are around $2,000. All proceeds go to charity, but they are now commercial and private citizens, as they say. So it's a very different landscape, and there will be comparisons when they're here to that big trip for the monarchy 7 years ago.
On paper, it sounds like a powerful and inspiring gathering designed to connect ambitious women, but the price tag instantly triggered strong reactions. Reports suggest tickets could cost thousands of Australian dollars, and that number alone sent social media into overdrive. People began questioning whether the event truly reflects accessibility and empowerment, or if it's mainly designed for a wealthy crowd. Comments flooded in fast. Some people said things like, "How empowering can a retreat be if only the richest women can attend?" Others added, "Meghan talks about inclusivity, yet this is outrageously expensive." Another reaction gaining traction claimed, "This is starting to look more like a celebrity vacation than a serious event." These responses highlight a pattern that has followed Meghan for years, the gap between how her message is presented and how some audiences interpret it. And right now, that gap is once again becoming a major talking point. For many observers, this retreat and the leaked email feel like another example of that ongoing tension. Supporters argue that high-profile events are necessary to attract attention, bring in influential voices, and support important initiatives, but critics see it very differently. To them, events with luxury price tags can come across as disconnected from the ideas of accessibility and empowerment that are often tied to Meghan's public image, and the debate doesn't stop at ticket prices. According to multiple reports, the leaked email also revealed behind-the-scenes details about Meghan's schedule, travel plans, and even some of the people expected to attend or meet with her during the visit. On their own, those details might not seem shocking, but when you stack them on top of everything else, they add serious pressure to a situation that's already got people talking everywhere. In fact, the information sounds like standard planning for a major public appearance. Nothing unusual at first glance, but the second private details go public, everything changes fast. Curiosity spikes, speculation spreads, and suddenly something routine turns into a major headline. And of course, media. Outlets wasted no time jumping on this story. News organizations across different countries started breaking it all down. Not just what the email said, but what it might reveal about Meghan's planning style, her priorities, and her overall approach to public events. Some headlines kept it straightforward, focusing on what was actually exposed. Others leaned more critical, suggesting this leak raises bigger questions about how the entire trip is being handled. Online reactions are showing a very clear split. Some people continue to support Meghan, pointing to her work, her causes, and the projects she's involved in. But there's also a large group of critics who remain skeptical, and that skepticism gets stronger every time private details or internal decisions end up in public view. Even before this email leak, Meghan's post-royal journey was already under intense scrutiny. Her documentaries, interviews, media deals, and public appearances have all sparked strong reactions. Some projects brought praise and major attention, while others faced mixed feedback or sharp criticism. Now, with this email spreading everywhere, the narrative is shifting again. One question is starting to take over online discussions. Can any public appearance involving Meghan avoid this level of scrutiny anymore? Because right now, every move seems to trigger a wave of analysis, debate, and non-stop speculation. And the timing just makes everything feel even more intense. This Australia trip was supposed to highlight key engagements, bring attention to Meghan's initiatives, and strengthen her global presence. Instead, the leaked email is dominating headlines and pulling focus away from what this visit was supposed to be about. Social media has been non-stop. Reactions are coming in from every direction. Some users are saying things like, "Meghan seems more focused on exclusivity than empowerment." Others are asking, another email leak, how many more details are going to come out? One frustrated comment even said, "This Australia trip is already a mess before it even starts." These reactions show just how divided public opinion around Meghan has become. Even something as simple as a logistical email can turn into a massive debate when every move is being watched this closely. The stakes around public perception are extremely high, and the bigger picture explains why this story is getting so much attention. Since stepping away from royal duties in 2020, Meghan and Prince Harry have been navigating a complicated mix of media deals, charity work, business ventures, and public appearances. Some of those moves brought major success and positive headlines. Others sparked skepticism and heavy criticism. Because of that history, this leaked email isn't just a one-off situation. It fits into a much bigger ongoing narrative that people are already watching closely. Observers often point out that even the smallest missteps, or moments that seem slightly off, can quickly blow up into major controversies for the couple. And with this trip already tied to luxury, exclusivity, and global attention, it was always going to be under a microscope. Now insiders say Meghan is fully aware of the intense scrutiny surrounding this situation. Reports suggest the leak has raised concerns about how things could be misinterpreted, and the possibility that even more private details might surface later. If that happens, the focus could drift even further away from the real purpose of the trip, and that's where things take another sharp turn. Some sources claim Meghan may now be quietly reviewing parts of the trip in response to the leak. That could mean adjustments to schedules, changes to guest lists, or even subtle shifts in how certain events are organized. And of course, that leads to a major question people keep asking. Will everything move forward exactly as planned, or are changes already happening behind the scenes to avoid even more backlash? With so many moving parts and the leaked email spreading fast, no one really knows how this Australia trip will unfold, or what other details could still come out. For people watching closely, this story is far from finished. That's exactly why this situation feels so intense right now. Every new reaction, every viral post, and every rumored adjustment instantly turns into another chapter in a story that's moving at full speed. People online are tracking everything in real time, and because Meghan and Harry's post-royal journey has already been packed with headlines, the pressure feels even higher this time. As the countdown to the Australia trip continues, media outlets, commentators, and audiences are all locked in. Everyone is waiting for the next twist. Will more details leak? Will plans shift quietly behind the scenes, or will everything go ahead exactly as scheduled? Right now, despite all the noise, the conversation keeps circling around three main things: the luxury retreat, the leaked email, and the flood of reactions taking over social media. But beyond those headlines, a bigger question is starting to build. What does this moment mean for Meghan's public image, and how could it shape what comes next? At this point, this isn't just about one event anymore. It's part of a much larger story involving intense celebrity scrutiny, powerful media narratives, and the challenge of maintaining a carefully managed public image in a world where even the smallest detail can go viral in seconds. One email leaks, and suddenly millions of people are debating it across every platform. With that in mind, attention is now shifting to the final piece of the puzzle, the Australia trip itself. The meaning behind Meghan and Harry returning there, and the impact this visit could have on both their personal and professional path. With the leaked email dominating headlines and the luxury retreat facing heavy criticism online, all eyes are now locked on Meghan Markle's upcoming visit. This isn't just another appearance, it carries layers of significance for both Meghan and Prince Harry. Originally, the trip was designed as a major moment to spotlight Meghan's initiatives, promote the retreat, and reinforce their presence on the global stage. For some observers, it even feels like a subtle return to places they once visited as senior royals. Back in 2018, Australia played a huge role in shaping their early public image. Massive crowds showed up, the coverage was overwhelmingly positive, and many described that tour as one of the most successful royal visits in recent history. Because of that history, expectations for this new trip were already sky high. Organizers planned structured appearances, exclusive gatherings, and events designed to generate buzz around Meghan's work. But the leak changed everything almost overnight. Now the spotlight isn't just on Meghan's advocacy or the retreat. It's shifted toward how her plans were exposed, how people are interpreting them, and what the fallout could be. Critics moved fast, sharing their opinions across platforms. Social media filled up with posts questioning the retreat's cost and pointing out what some see as a disconnect between empowerment messaging and the exclusivity of a luxury event. Memes started spreading everywhere. Viral posts popped up non-stop. Commentary videos followed almost instantly. It's a clear example of how fast public perception can flip in the social media era. One unexpected detail can rewrite the entire narrative in hours. Some observers now believe the leak could completely overshadow the retreat itself. For them, the timing couldn't be worse. Instead of headlines about empowerment and networking, the focus has shifted to transparency, privilege, and access. Meanwhile, reports suggest Meghan and Harry's team is fully aware of how serious this situation could become. Insiders claim parts of the trip are now under close review, with possible adjustments to schedules, guest lists, and event logistics in an effort to reduce further controversy. Whether those changes will actually calm the conversation is still unclear, and that uncertainty is only adding more tension to an already fast-moving situation. Beyond the immediate drama, this situation highlights a bigger issue that continues to follow Meghan and Harry: the ongoing gap between intention and public perception. In today's media environment, even the most carefully planned events can turn into major debates the moment private details become public. Meghan Markle has spent years building a public image centered on advocacy, empowerment, and charitable work. Those themes show up consistently across her speeches, appearances, and projects. But now, every move, especially something as high profile as this Australia trip, faces intense scrutiny. Even small details like a leaked email or the cost of an event can explode into major talking points that overshadow everything else. At the same time, commentators and media outlets keep linking this moment to Meghan and Harry's past ventures, from streaming projects to major interviews and public appearances. Critics argue the couple often operates in a space where influence and controversy sit side by side, and that pattern continues to drive attention. Because of that history, every new appearance gets picked apart in detail. Observers watch closely for any signs of inconsistency, flashes of luxury, or decisions that could spark debate. In that sense, this Australia trip isn't just another date. It feels like the latest chapter in an ongoing, high-profile storyline. Every move involving Meghan and Harry gets analyzed step by step. People break down the messaging, the setting, the guest lists, and even the smallest logistical choices, all searching for clues about their priorities and intentions. Still, supporters are firmly on Meghan's side. Many argue that high-profile events like this retreat can be powerful tools for raising awareness, supporting initiatives, and bringing attention to causes that might otherwise be ignored. From their perspective, celebrity visibility can amplify important conversations and even push real change forward. But this clash of views is exactly what's making everything feel so intense right now. On one side, supporters see purpose, advocacy, and smart use of influence. On the other, critics believe the execution sometimes doesn't match the message. That tension has followed Meghan for years, and now, with this leaked email, it's been pushed right back into the spotlight in a major way. Another layer making this even more interesting is the international angle. Australia has a long and complicated connection with the British royal family, so any visit involving former senior royals naturally draws huge attention. For Meghan and Harry, this trip carries extra weight. It's not just about showing up at a retreat. It's a highly watched public moment in a country where they once received massive crowds and strong media support. Back in 2018, huge audiences turned out during their tour, and the coverage was overwhelmingly positive. Because of that history, expectations for any return are automatically set high. But now, instead of the spotlight staying on the retreat or Meghan's initiatives, the focus has shifted hard toward the leaked email and the reactions surrounding it. Observers say that while some supporters may still focus on the retreat itself, much of the media coverage is now centered on the leak, the online backlash, and the potential impact on public perception. Every tweet, every comment, and every headline adds another layer to the story, and in today's fast-moving media space, that narrative can spiral quickly. Reports suggest Meghan is fully aware of how sensitive things have become. The leak is a clear reminder of how fast private planning can go public, and how quickly the narrative can shift away from the original message. Insiders say this awareness is already shaping how her team is handling communication around the trip. Planning, messaging, and logistics are reportedly being reviewed closely as the visit gets closer, with the goal of reducing confusion and keeping attention on the purpose of the trip. And this is where things get even more intense. After the email leak, people are watching closely for what happens next. How will Meghan and Harry present themselves during the visit? Will the retreat be adjusted or reframed in response to the criticism? Even casual observers are getting pulled into the conversation. Online discussions range from speculation about motivations to bigger debates about transparency, privilege, and authenticity. These conversations spread fast, and every new update keeps the momentum going. As the countdown continues, one question keeps getting louder. Will Meghan and Harry manage to navigate this situation smoothly, or will the leaked email end up defining the entire trip? That uncertainty is exactly what's making this story so gripping right now. In the world of celebrity coverage, every move is watched closely, and even the smallest detail can explode into a massive headline overnight. With the spotlight locked on Meghan and Harry, even minor developments can suddenly turn into major news. At this point, all the pieces are in place. The leaked email, the luxury retreat, the intense social media reactions, and the long history tied to their public image have all come together into one high-stakes situation. What started as a planned visit has now turned into something much bigger. For many observers, this isn't just about a trip anymore. It's become a test of perception, influence, and control over the public narrative, and everyone is watching closely to see how it all plays out.
The tone of their response about this particular petition, it reeks of animosity. And you understand why the pair are polling so poorly globally. I mean, it just sounded so bitter. Stay home with your kids. It doesn't sound like Australia wants you.
Meghan Markle is reportedly heated right now, and word is she snapped at Australians after a petition started gaining traction against her upcoming visit to the country. What was supposed to be a smooth trip has turned into a full-blown drama, and people are not holding back.
A spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess has said, and this is where I don't think they're quite picking up what we're putting down, said, quote, "It's a moot point. The trip is being funded privately, so I'm not sure what this petition hopes to achieve."
Critics keep repeating the same line. Where there's money involved, Meghan always finds her way there, and this situation is only adding more noise to that claim. Even with thousands of signatures piling up and public pushback getting louder, she's not stepping away from the spotlight. Instead of canceling, she's pushing forward, and her response has people talking even more than before, with some calling it defensive and others calling it bold. Now it's already April, and Meghan is getting ready to head to Australia for a wellness event hosted by her friend Gamma O'Neill, and this is where things start to look even messier.
But the issue you've got, as I intimated earlier, the couple need money, Caleb. They've got, they do have a few $1 million in the bank, but they're getting through the caps very quickly. They've got security costs. They've got a mortgage on that Montecito mansion. And the income is diminishing. I mean,
reports claim Gamma herself is dealing with financial issues, which has only made people question the timing and purpose of this event. Tickets are reportedly going for thousands, not hundreds, and that's just the start. Attendees are expected to drop even more cash just to snap group photos with Meghan and sit through motivational talks that critics say might not even be worth the price tag. Some people are straight up saying the whole thing feels more like a cash grab than a genuine wellness experience. Still, Meghan doesn't seem bothered at all by the backlash, at least on the surface.
36,000 brave souls, and I'm proud to say, as a patriotic Australian, Australian souls have signed a petition calling for Harry and Meghan's tour of Australia to be deprived of all public.
This event is being seen as a major chance for her to pull attention back in her favor, rebuild her image, and bring in some serious income at the same time. Lately, her popularity hasn't been as strong as it once was, and this trip looks like a strategic move to change that. For her, this isn't just another appearance. It's a shot at getting back into the spotlight and securing her position again, both financially and publicly. But here's the twist. Australians are not having it.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have criticised an online petition ahead of their trip to Australia next month. More than 35,000 people have signed the form saying security and logistics for the pair's tour should not be taxpayer funded. A spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex responded saying the trip is being privately funded.
A lot of citizens are speaking up, making it clear they don't want any taxpayer money going toward what they describe as two runaway royals. That frustration quickly turned into action, and before long, a petition started gaining serious momentum. Thousands jumped in, signing their names and demanding that no government resources be used at all during Harry and Meghan's visit, and the numbers kept climbing fast. At first, sources say Meghan brushed it off like it was nothing. Just another wave of online chatter that would fade away. But that didn't happen. The signatures kept rising, the conversation kept growing, and suddenly this wasn't something she could ignore anymore.
Poorly globally. I mean, it just sounded so bitter. Stay home with your kids. It doesn't sound like Australia wants you.
Her team reportedly got caught off guard by how quickly the situation escalated, and that's when Meghan finally responded publicly. Her reaction was described as firm, but also a bit frustrated. She made it clear that the trip is a private visit, saying it's fully privately funded and organized and that taxpayers shouldn't be concerned at all. But critics weren't convinced. Many people are saying that this explanation only came after the pressure got too big to ignore, and they believe she was trying to clean things up once public opinion started turning against her.
Some wags have started up this petition. They're saying, we don't want you here, but the petition demands that no taxpayer funding or official support is provided for Harry and Meghan's private visit to Australia.
The whole situation has people debating whether this is damage control or just a misunderstanding that spiraled out of control. Trying to cool things down, Meghan reportedly brushed off the petition like it didn't matter, calling it pointless and saying that since the trip is privately funded, people signing against it just doesn't make sense. But that response didn't land the way she probably expected, and instead of calming things, it made people even more frustrated and confused. Then things took an even stranger turn when her spokesperson came out with a claim that had people raising eyebrows everywhere.
vote. I mean, you can't get more sort of out of touch or out of tune with how Australia is than to think, oh, I'm going to stand up for women's rights and talk about my, my plight and my fight for freedom with Jackie O. It's so unserious. It is so unserious. And I used to have maybe a shred of respect for them. Now it's totally gone.
They argued that because only a small number of Australians signed the petition, the remaining 26.5 million people, basically 99.9% of the population, must support taxpayers covering any costs tied to the visit. Yes, that's actually the argument being pushed, and people online were quick to call it out as completely off track. By that same logic, if you haven't signed a petition against something, you must fully support it, right? That idea alone had critics shaking their heads. Think about it like this. If you didn't sign a petition against pineapple on pizza, does that mean you're suddenly a huge fan of it?
As part of their official tour, Harry and Meghan also took a trip to the Sydney Opera House, where thousands of well-wishers gathered to meet the couple. The Duke and Duchess made special time for one royal enthusiast, who's now met the prince 3 times.
Of course not. But that's exactly why people are saying this argument doesn't hold up. The reality is most people aren't sitting around signing petitions all day. They're busy with work, family, responsibilities, and a million other things. A lot of people don't even see these petitions in the first place, so using that as proof of support just doesn't add up, and that point has been getting repeated across social media. Now, the petition itself came from an advocacy group called Beyond Australia, and even they admitted they were caught off guard by how suddenly this visit was announced. According to the organizers, this isn't an official royal tour at all. It's a private commercial trip, and they believe it should be treated that way. No exceptions. Their concern is that even if it's labeled private,
he has lost a legal challenge over changes made by the UK government to his publicly funded security arrangements. This following his decision to step down from royal duties with his wife Meghan. Harry had sought to overturn a decision that would take away his automatic personal police security while in Britain. The High Court in London upheld the ruling last year.
There's still a chance politicians or government officials might get involved in welcoming the couple, which could quietly lead to public money being used. Their stance is pretty direct. If Harry and Meghan stepped away from royal duties, then they shouldn't receive any of the benefits that come with those roles, especially when the visit is tied to private profit instead of public service. That's the line they're drawing, and they're sticking to it. Another big issue fueling the backlash is the current economic pressure many Australians are dealing with right now. People are facing rising grocery prices, expensive fuel, increasing mortgage stress, and higher energy bills, and it's hitting hard. Because of that, many feel the government should be focusing on real everyday struggles instead of putting attention or any resources toward high-profile visitors connected to pricey events. For a lot of those signing the petition, this isn't even about Meghan personally. It's about protecting public funds during a time when many households are already stretched thin.
She's not going to turn up. Apparently, the hotel, they've barely even finished the swimming pool. Right. So it's a complete sort of building site.
So they're basically going there probably on the pay of the people who've developed the wellness centre to bring some publicity to the wellness centre so they can do some business. I bet you that's what it is.
That's why the movement has picked up speed. It's tapping into a much bigger concern about priorities and spending. And people haven't forgotten the past either. Back in 2018, right after their wedding, Harry and Meghan visited Australia for an official royal tour. And the istiqbal was huge. They were welcomed with open arms, given full royal treatment, including police escorts, official housing, and heavy security, all of which reportedly cost taxpayers a significant amount. At the time, they were active members of the royal family, and the public response was overwhelmingly positive, which makes the current situation feel even more complicated and divided.
Sounds great. It promises yoga, sound, healing, dinners by the pool, a disco night. Okay. Here's what's really going on at the Intercontinental. It is under extensive renovations. The swimming facility, which I'm going to guess includes the pool. These fancy words. Swimming facility, it's a pool. Spa, leisure deck, due for completion in April.
Now, critics are saying things are completely different compared to before, and they're not wrong to point that out. Back then, Harry and Meghan were official members of the royal family. But now they've stepped away from those duties, and that changes everything.
They're the mysterious black balls now closing even more of our favourite beaches. Thousands of pieces of debris from the size of marbles to tennis balls originally detected at Coogee Beach on Tuesday.
They no longer represent the monarchy in any formal way, and because of that, many Australians feel there's no reason for them to receive the same level of treatment they got in 2018. Some even believe the couple might be trying to recreate that same royal stylistic bell, and that's exactly what supporters of the petition are trying to shut down before it even starts. One of the biggest concerns hanging over this whole situation is security, and right now, there are still a lot of unanswered questions. Harry and Meghan are dealing with ongoing legal battles over their security arrangements, and reports claim their protection costs are extremely high. That's where the worry kicks in. People are concerned that local or federal authorities could end up covering parts of those costs, even if it's not made public right away. That uncertainty alone has been enough to push more Australians to speak out, because nobody seems to have a clear answer on who is actually paying for what. When officials were asked directly whether any level of government would step in to help with security, the responses were vague and unclear, which only made things worse. The lack of transparency has fueled suspicion, and more people started backing the petition because of it. Meanwhile, Meghan continues to insist that no public money will be used at all, but critics aren't fully convinced, and the debate just keeps getting louder. The wellness retreat itself is set to run from April 17th to April 19th, with around 300 guests expected to attend, and it's being marketed as a high-end, exclusive experience. Packages reportedly include VIP access, front row seating, private sessions,
God damn it, I have
them. Organizers are saying it's completely sold out. Not everyone
My greed is biblical, but goddamn.
The venue is even ready to host something like this. Reports suggest that maintenance work is still happening at the hotel, and some of the main features aren't even finished yet. The infinity pool is reportedly incomplete. Spa areas and leisure docks are still under construction, and parts of the beachfront have allegedly been affected by environmental issues locals refer to as poo balls, which have been linked to unpleasant smells along. That detail alone has had critics online making jokes, saying guests might end up to a luxury wellness retreat while literally trying to avoid the smell just to get through the day. All of that, just for the chance to take one photo with Meghan Markle, and people are seriously questioning whether it's worth it. Still, despite all the backlash, the concerns, and the unfinished setup, Meghan has reportedly confirmed she will be attending the event no matter what. Observers say this decision only strengthens the belief that stepping away isn't really an option for her right now, especially when it comes to appearances tied to major financial opportunities. With fewer consistent public projects and deals compared to before, events like this might be more important than ever behind the scenes. Now the big question is, was her response simply her defending herself against criticism, or are Australians right to question the entire situation? What do you think about all this? Are Australians justified in pushing back, or is this being blown out of proportion? Drop your thoughts in the comments and make sure to like, share, and subscribe for more updates.
The reason why these pictures are so problematic for Meghan Markle is because these pictures place her with Jeffrey Epstein.
Meghan is at the bottom of the barrel.
Quick recap before we go deeper, because this part flips everything. And hey, if you're into breakdowns like this, tap subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Yesterday, we broke down what Tom Bower uncovered in Betrayal.
In fact, I've seen the tapes. I've got them somewhere. God knows where now. I've got them on some
So you've seen Nudie Rudy Meghan too?
I've seen more than one thing.
She's a con artist.
It was really important to me. I remember where I come from.
It's going to be explosive.
I tried so hard.
Camilla's 6 sharp words, the Scentiball brand audit, that wild Johnny Depp comparison at 40,000 feet, and Sophie Chandoka telling Harry his wife had wrecked his earning power. It was a lot. If you missed that, go watch it, because today picks up exactly where that left off. No repeats, just the part that starts getting uncomfortable. Here's what kept bothering me after we finished. The Sussexes have taken hits before. Piers Morgan, Samantha Markle, Valentine Lowe, even Thomas Markle Sr. all went public with criticism.
Once a Soho House basic, always a Soho House basic.
And every time, silence. Then Tom Bower dropped revenge in 2022, throwing out claims of social climbing, manipulation, and tightly controlled image moves. Still nothing from them. Even when Omid Scobie's Endgame accidentally exposed the names of 2 senior royals tied to racism claims, they stayed quiet. But then Betrayal shows up, and suddenly, 12 days before release, their spokesperson fires off the most aggressive statement they've ever made, calling it deranged conspiracy and melodrama. Everyone assumed the panic was about the brainwashing claims, or Scentiball falling apart, or that Invictus footage.
She's being flown all over the world. The Suits cast members didn't understand where she got the money to fly business class all over the world.
That made sense, but it turns out that wasn't it at all. Because when you actually read the serialized excerpts in the Times, front to back, something feels off. The parts that should have triggered that reaction, they're not even there. The excerpts covered Harry's isolation, Camilla's warning, the charity drama, but skipped one topic completely.
Let me take you through what Tom Bower has revealed. He's told the Daily Mirror, I've got a lot of new material already, and I think the whole world wants new insights. It's an amazing story.
The one subject that could seriously damage Meghan if Bower brings it into the mainstream. Keep that in mind, because just 4 days later, someone decided to say what nobody in major media had dared to say before. Julie Burchill is not known for playing it safe. She lost her role at the Daily Telegraph in 2021 over a racist tweet about baby Lilibet's name. She's paid damages over an Islamophobic attack. By most standards, she's considered untouchable. But she still writes for The Spectator, a magazine that's been around since 1828.
The yacht girl. Oh my God. Ghislaine Maxwell spoke. She said so. Virginia Roberts spoke. They both talked about Meghan Markle, but the world chose to ignore it. And even now, with these pictures out in the public domain, the press still refuses to expose Meghan.
On March 17, 2026, she published a piece titled Spare Us the Girls' Weekend, Meghan, going after Meghan's upcoming luxury retreat in Sydney, with tickets pushing nearly $3,000 Australian dollars. The tone was harsh, personal, exactly what you'd expect from Burchill. But right in the middle of it, she dropped this line. No one will get to ask anything interesting, like how many yachts she was a guest on before she met her prince.
This is Rachel Meghan Markle in 2006 at a Hamptons party where Harvey Weinstein was there. But of course, nobody was mentioning Meghan Markle because she was a nobody.
Was it double figures or triple? Read that again. That wasn't some random comment online. That was printed in The Spectator. Editors saw it, lawyers reviewed it, and it still went out. That matters because,
in my opinion, in my analysis, and my experience of decades, this kind of analysis is the real deal. If a photo such as this of Meghan Markle with Prince Andrew years ago surfaces, that would be quite a scandal.
It doesn't mention yachts. It doesn't mention Soho House. It doesn't mention Markle. It does.
For years, those kinds of claims stayed buried. So you need a voice that anonymously sounds human. Fringe content. Well, your major outlets avoid thousands of users. It didn't even exist. Burchill didn't prove anything about Meghan's past.
This
but
is
what
the
she did
Valley's
show
number
is that
one.
the media is no longer avoiding the
Tonight,
topic.
we
And as of March
investigate
17,
true crime
that
UK,
silence is
shocking
officially
motorway
over.
madness and
Key line there, and the line
The
that
distance
really,
to the world.
really interested me was not a question about whether she was a yacht girl, but just simply stating as a fact and then asking, was it double figures or triple in terms of how many yachts she was a guest on before she met Prince Harry?
Now, before we go any further, we need to draw a clear line, because this topic has been flooded with fake stories, misidentified photos, and reckless claims that got entire channels wiped earlier this year. Some information about Meghan's pre-Harry years is verified.
Want to ask Meghan Markle about her yacht girl past. To me, it feels like quite a significant moment, because of course there is so much about Meghan Markle's time on those yachts that we do not.
Some comes from named sources, and some of it is completely made up. This breakdown sticks to what can actually be traced and supported. The analysis is mine, but the facts, those are on record. And what comes next is where things start getting very specific. We're getting into the part where names and timelines start lining up.
This gentleman right here, that's Nick Jones, the original founder of Soho. Guess where he's going there? He's arriving at Meghan Markle and Harry's wedding as guest of honor. Oh yeah, Soho was present.
And yeah, you'll want to stay with this one. If you haven't already, hit subscribe so you don't miss how this connects later. Marcus Anderson, Global Membership Director at Soho House. Canadian-born, started as a waiter, then worked his way up to become one of the closest people to founder Nick Jones. He met Meghan during her Suits years in Toronto. He was at her royal wedding in 2018.
All the big stories
He showed
as
up
they
again at her
happen.
New York
Sport,
baby shower
business,
in
climate,
2019.
innovation.
And according to royal correspondent Katie Nicholl on Channel 4, Harry didn't ask Anderson to set up a traditional date. He asked for a private meeting space at Soho House. Now, Anderson wasn't the original matchmaker. Harry confirmed in his own memoir that Violet von Westenholz first connected them through Instagram in July 2016, but Anderson handled everything after that. The setup, the early meetings, the environment. He wasn't the spark. He was the system behind it.
I wonder if Prince Andrew's going to come out and say, hey, Harry, I did your wife quite a few times on yachts before you got her.
Tom Bauer wrote in Revenge back in 2022 that Meghan regularly attended Brett Ratner's Hollywood parties multiple times a week for years. And then there's Nanaki Pretty, her childhood friend, who told Bauer that Meghan was a conniving social climber who had been focused on marrying a prince since high school.
You have to question that, and you have to address it, and it has to be something that we continue to talk about, because there is something there that we need to find the missing pieces to, because I believe a lot of it was scrubbed off of the internet way before we even knew who Meghan Markle was.
That's not speculation. That's a direct quote from someone who knew her long before any of this went public. Now this is where things start getting uneasy. The man who owned about 60% of Soho House at the time, Ron Burkle, American billionaire and founder of Yucaipa Companies. Burkle's name shows up in Jeffrey Epstein's address book. It appears on Epstein's private jet flight logs.
They couldn't keep these pictures hidden because there's just too many people involved. And now they don't care about protecting Meghan Markle anymore.
And when the Department of Justice released more Epstein-related documents in January 2024, Burkle's name came up again. Not tied to charges, but deep enough in the records to grab attention. To be clear, no verified reporting has ever shown any direct connection between Burkle and Meghan. That claim simply does not exist.
She was coming to New York all the time. She was in New York when Andrew was in New York for an entire month in September 2013.
But here's the part people are now focusing on. The person tied to the network that brought Meghan into Harry's orbit had documented links to Epstein. That proximity, fair or not, is exactly what writers like Burchell are now pointing at. And this time, it's being printed, not just posted. Remember the name Burkle, because it's not fading out of this conversation. Then February 2026 hits, just days after Andrew's arrest, and suddenly a photo blows up online. 7 women on a yacht, bright sun, big smiles. 2 red arrows added on top.
Sussexes only will talk to people who repeat their own narrative.
Yes.
And who they can control. So the idea that you can get the truth from the Sussexes is contradictory.
One pointing at Meghan Markle, the other at a woman labeled Karina Shuliak, known as Jeffrey Epstein's last girlfriend. The caption from RT read, Epstein's 10-year girlfriend with Markle. And just like that, it went everywhere. Hundreds of thousands of views reposted across every major platform, millions of people seeing it within hours. But here's the issue. Snopes looked into it. The photo itself is real. Meghan is in it. No edits, no manipulation. But the woman labeled as Karina Shuliak? That's not her. It's actually Flavia Cirincione, an Italian lifestyle blogger who runs the Chic Picnic. The original post, uploaded August 10, 2016 by photographer Carlotta De Luca, even tags Cirincione by name. Shuliak was never on that boat. Now don't just brush this off because of one mistake, because the correction actually makes things more precise, not less. The yacht trip is real. It happened in the Mediterranean, near Formentera in Spain. August 2016, just weeks before Meghan and Harry officially started dating. And the people there? Misha Nonu, Heather Dorak, Benita Litt, all confirmed through their own social posts. Nonu especially matters. She designed the shirt Meghan wore during her first public appearance with Harry. She wasn't just present, she was right in the middle of those early connections. And once you start mapping who was where and when, the next piece starts raising even more questions. The Shuliak claim completely fell apart under scrutiny, and that's how it should be. But here's the part people can't just brush off. The verified pieces didn't fall apart. The yacht, the timeline, the people involved, the network around it, all still there, untouched and unanswered. Now watch this shift, because Burkle's name comes back into focus. In December 2021, something happened that major media covered for a single news cycle, and then it just vanished from the spotlight. David Boies, chairman of Boies Schiller Flexner, one of the most powerful law firms in the US, gave an interview to the Daily Beast. At the time, he was representing Virginia Giuffre in her civil case against Prince Andrew. And during that interview, he said his team was considering deposing Meghan Markle. Not as a defendant, as a witness. His reasons were laid out clearly, and these are direct quotes from December 21st, 2021. 1, she is in the US, so we have jurisdiction over her. 2, she is somebody who obviously, at least for a period of time, was a close associate of Prince Andrew, and hence is in a position to perhaps have seen what he did. And perhaps if not to have seen what he did, to have heard people talk about it. 3, she is somebody who we can count on to tell the truth. That's not vague. That's specific. Boys also made it clear his team only had room for about 10 to 12 depositions total. He wasn't throwing those around casually. He considered Meghan because he believed she had relevant proximity and potential knowledge tied to Andrew's circle. And here's another detail. He ruled out deposing Queen Elizabeth entirely, citing respect and deference and her age. Meghan didn't get that same pass. Let that sink in. This is a lawyer who has taken on the US government, major studios, massive corporations, and he publicly stated that the Duchess of Sussex could be a useful witness in a case tied to Epstein-related allegations, not internet chatter, not anonymous posts. A senior attorney saying this, on record. Then look at what happened next. January 12th, 2022, Judge Lewis Kaplan denies Andrew's motion to dismiss. The case is moving forward. Discovery is coming. Depositions are getting close. 5 weeks later, February 15th, 2022, Andrew settles, reportedly around £12 million. The case never reached the stage where Meghan would have been called. Then in April 2025, Virginia Giuffre died at her farm in Western Australia. She was 41. Her family said the long-term impact of abuse had become too much to carry. Months later, her memoir, Nobody's Girl, Wangari, was released. Now here's the part that keeps raising eyebrows. Boys didn't operate blindly. He understood the Soho House network. He knew about Burkle's documented connections to Epstein. He was aware of how these elite social circles overlapped. And he still said, publicly, that Meghan was worth considering as a witness. That statement exists. It's on record, and it has never been directly addressed. That's the pattern people keep pointing to. Not just the claims, but the silence around them, because the Sussexes do respond when they want to. When Revenge came out, they stayed quiet publicly, but allies pushed back through media. When Endgame caused backlash, they issued careful, controlled responses. They have legal teams, PR strategy. They know how to shut something down when needed. With Betrayal, they went hard, calling it a deranged conspiracy, accusing Bauer of spinning stories about people he doesn't even know. They pushed that message through Newsweek, People, and GB News at the same time. PR expert Renee Smith even said the response made them look seriously shaken, and that Bauer had clearly hit a nerve. But look closely at what their statement actually does. It attacks the author, it questions the method, it challenges the motive, but it doesn't touch the specifics. And that gap is where the next part starts getting even more uncomfortable. At no point did they directly deny the yacht allegations. No mention of yachts, no mention of Soho House, no mention of Burkle, no mention of boys, nothing about the pre-Harry network at all. I went through every major public statement they've released since 2020, and there isn't a single clear denial of those claims. Not from Meghan, not from Harry, not from Sunshine Sachs, not from Schillings, not from any spokesperson. Anywhere. They've denied other things. They pushed back on the brainwashing narrative. They rejected claims about staff treatment. They disputed parts of the Oprah interview fallout. But the yacht questions, the exact ones Julie Burchill printed in The Spectator, the same topic boys raised in the Daily Beast, the same angle independent researchers have tracked for years, those got nothing. No comment, no denial, no legal warning, just silence.
Another major part of the conversation.
When a public figure goes after the author of a book but avoids addressing the one claim people keep asking about, that doesn't look like strategy. That looks like a gap people start paying attention to. Now look at the timing, because it's not random. February 19th, Andrew is arrested, just weeks after the Department of Justice released millions of pages tied to Epstein. Within days, conversations that used to stay in smaller circles suddenly start appearing in mainstream spaces. March 17th, Burchill prints those questions in The Spectator. The next day, Dan Wooten talks about it on his Substack show, reaching hundreds of thousands of viewers. Then Bauer's Betrayal enters the picture. Even though it focuses on the post-Megxit years, it gives the entire topic something it didn't have before: mainstream legitimacy. That's the shift. Because once a subject moves into outlets like The Times, backed by major publishers and legal review, it stops being fringe discussion. It becomes something institutions are willing to touch. And that's why the response came in so strong. Not just because of the claims about influence or charity issues, but because the conversation itself crossed a line into territory that used to be off limits. Jack Royston from Newsweek even pointed out the Streisand effect. By going after the book so publicly, they may have pushed more people to read it. And that's exactly what happened. By March 15th, Betrayal hit #1 on Amazon before it even shipped. The door opened, and once it opens at that level, with editors, lawyers, and full institutional backing, it doesn't just swing shut again. Now here's the reality. Everything discussed here comes from public reporting, named sources, and documented records. That's what's being analyzed. And none of us were inside those private rooms. But when a Spectator columnist prints the question, when a senior attorney publicly considers Meghan as a witness in a case tied to Epstein, when internal voices raise concerns about public image impact, and the response is to challenge every messenger without directly addressing the core claim. At some point, the silence itself becomes part of the story. And here's the thing, the yacht questions are only one piece, because there are 6 individuals across 8 years and 3 continents who each tried to bring parts of this into the open. They weren't connected, they didn't coordinate, but every single one faced consequences. And when you line those cases up side by side, it starts to look less like coincidence and more like a pattern people haven't fully examined yet. That breakdown is coming next. This is Star Spotlight. Subscribe so you don't miss what's next.
Then Meghan Markle, fresh off of her dumping by Netflix, they've made no room for error. They're done with her.
Things just went from tense to explosive. Investigative force Tom Bauer and Royal Insider Lady Colin Campbell are now stepping into what looks like a full-on takedown mission.
She is now going to be featured. The billing is it's called Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, Her Best Life Retreat.
The focus? A book called Betrayal, and the timing couldn't be more dramatic, just 9 days before its global release. Now the pressure is rising fast. Meghan Markle's legal team is reportedly pushing hard to have both digital and printed copies wiped out completely, trying to shut it down before anyone even gets past page 1. And here's the twist. The first chapter alone is already causing serious buzz, with insiders saying this move is all about controlling the story before it spreads too far. And this is where it flips. Legal experts in London are already warning that this strategy could seriously backfire, with some even calling it tactical suicide. This isn't just gossip anymore. It's turning into a real legal clash, and people watching closely know this could shift everything about. How this situation unfolds. Quick pause. If you think information shouldn't be silenced through legal pressure, hit subscribe right now. Tap the bell and drop truth in the comments to keep this conversation alive and seen. Back to the heat. The approach coming out of Montecito is being described as bold and all-in. This isn't just about protecting an image anymore. It's about stopping certain claims before they even gain momentum.
Carefully, an event that promises a lot of word salad that sounds very Meghan Markle. Quote, powerful conversations, relaxation.
By leaning on the UK's Libel Act, the mission seems simple. Shut it down early. But here's the part that changes the whole game. Under UK law, the burden of proof doesn't sit where most people think. If this goes to court, it may fall on Meghan to prove the claims are false with clear evidence, not the other way around. And that's where things get risky real quick. Because stepping into this kind of legal fight can trigger something called discovery.
That is vague. One can also purchase a VIP experience, which includes, quote, seating at a table in front 2 rows for the gala dinner with Meghan, Duchess of Sussex. Never forget, I don't know what that means.
That's the phase where both sides may have to hand over documents, messages, and records tied to the case. It's the moment where everything behind closed doors could be pulled into the spotlight. Legal insiders are already calling the atmosphere intense. While legal warnings are being sent out, Tom Bauer is reportedly staying calm and steady. He allegedly told his team, "Let them sue. Discovery is exactly where I want her. She is handing me the subpoena power I need to verify the final receipts." That line alone has people talking. And then Lady Colin Campbell steps in. No hesitation, no filter. With years of royal knowledge behind her, she reportedly didn't hold back, saying, "Harry is a very complicated person because he is not very intelligent and undoubtedly remains damaged. His arrogance is now beyond belief. Let him sue me. I have waited years for a courtroom to become a matter of public record." That statement is now echoing across royal watchers everywhere. She's not stepping away, she's stepping forward, because in the court, things hit different. There's no polished interviews or managed messaging, just timelines, documents, and sworn testimony laid out for everyone to see. Now the stakes are getting even bigger. This situation isn't being brushed off as tabloid chatter anymore. It's entering serious legal ground. Some discussions are even brushing against frameworks like the Succession to the Crown Act of 2013, raising questions that go way beyond headlines. If any legal process starts uncovering gaps or inconsistencies in official records, the ripple effect could be huge. That's why this moment feels heavy, because it's no longer just about public perception, It's about what can actually be proven when it counts. What started as an attempt to shut something down might have just opened the door to something much bigger. By making this move, Meghan Markle could have unintentionally set the stage for a legal showdown where every claim, record, and timeline gets tested under oath. The countdown to March 26th is on, and the pressure is building fast. A move has already been made, but whether it lands clean or sparks something even bigger is what everyone is watching right now. Prince Harry is reportedly already on a private flight to London, trying to stay ahead of the situation as things escalate quickly. But here's the catch. The High Court filing is already in motion, and this process won't slow down for anyone. In the next part, attention shifts to the specific claims and inconsistencies that triggered this sudden legal push. Stay locked in, because this is where things take another sharp turn. Hit that like button if you want every detail broken down clearly. And don't go anywhere. There's growing talk about a so-called red USB that insiders claim could flip the entire narrative. This is still developing in real time, and every hour seems to bring something new. Now picture this. Room 204 at the Portland Hospital in London. Quiet. Controlled. Almost too calm. Officially, this room was meant to be the center of a major royal moment. But now, as of March 18th,
welcome to the new era of video creation with digital avatar. Get started by
raising serious questions that won't go away. Tom Bauer isn't someone who throws guesses around. He sticks to paperwork, timelines, and records that can actually be checked. For months, his team has reportedly been digging through medical systems in both the UK and the US, tracing details from Portland Hospital all the way to Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital. And here's where things get real strange. What they found, or what they couldn't find, is now being labeled by some legal voices as the Portland Void. That phrase alone is turning heads, because when it comes to royal matters, missing documents can carry serious weight. So why does this even matter? Inside the British monarchy, a birth tied to succession isn't just a private family moment. It has constitutional importance. That's where the born of the body protocol comes in, a long-standing system designed to remove any doubt completely. Traditionally, it follows 3 clear steps. First, the birth is publicly announced. Second, senior royal doctors sign an official bulletin confirming all the details. Third, that signed bulletin is displayed publicly at Buckingham Palace so everything stays transparent. That process builds a chain of trust meant to protect the line of succession. But in this case, critics argue that parts of that process didn't follow the usual pattern. According to public reports and ongoing commentary, privacy was given as the main reason for limiting certain details. Names of medical staff were not widely shared, and the traditional signed bulletin didn't appear in the same format people have seen in past royal births. Now here's where it gets tricky. Some analysts are saying that when standard verification steps aren't fully visible, it can open the door to questions, not conclusions, but questions that start getting attention in legal and constitutional conversations. Then there's that moment from May 6, 2019 that people keep bringing up. During a media interaction near Windsor, Prince Harry casually said the baby had changed a lot in the past 2 weeks. Standing right beside him, Meghan Markle quickly corrected it to 2 days. That contrast caught attention instantly. 2 weeks versus 2 days might sound minor, but in a moment that important, even small differences can get people talking. Observers have pointed to that exchange as an example of how fast public statements can come under the spotlight. Now the focus is also shifting toward official registration language. Every birth in the UK is recorded, but some legal commentators are zeroing in on wording used in announcements. One phrase in particular, born for the Duke and Duchess, is getting attention. At first glance, that might not seem like a big deal. But in legal terms, wording matters a lot. Some experts say phrases like born for can appear in specific contexts, which is why it's now being looked at more closely in discussions around this case. If this situation moves into full legal proceedings, these details won't just sit in headlines. They could be examined in court under oath. That means documents, explanations, and testimony could all come into play. And just as things build, another strong voice is stepping in even louder. Lady Colin Campbell is pushing things further, shifting the focus away from paperwork and straight into something much more direct. Because now, according to her, the answers may not just sit in records, they could come down to something far more personal and immediate. This situation is moving fast, and the pressure keeps climbing with every new claim and response. Stay locked in, because now things take a sharp and explosive turn. The focus shifts to what's being called a DNA ultimatum.
One clip
and insiders say the pressure around Montecito is reaching a whole new level. The mood in London feels tense, almost electric, as one question keeps rising above everything else. And it's not something PR teams can easily smooth over. This is now being framed as a question of biology, and it's front and center. Lady Colin Campbell has stepped forward in a very direct way. No more careful wording. She's made a clear public challenge. She's calling for a verified DNA test for Archie and Lilibet, presented openly. Now, for some people, that sounds extreme. But in certain circles, it's being framed as a blunt way to shut down speculation once and for all. Their stance is simple. If the claims being discussed are completely false, then a quick independent test could clear everything immediately. She's calling it a 15-minute solution. A neutral third-party test, done transparently, could end the debate in one move and completely undercut the credibility of these claims. But here's where the volume turns all the way up. As people wait for some kind of response, the silence itself is starting to speak loudly. In high-pressure PR moments, saying nothing can hit harder than any statement, and critics are already reading into that silence in completely different ways. Lady C isn't just calling for action, she's flipping the script and making the lack of action part of the story. She's suggesting that if there's truly nothing to hide, then simple proof should come easy, instead of leaning on heavy legal pushback. And this is hitting a nerve for a reason. Because now, attention is swinging back to past controversies that never fully settled.
One
moment that keeps coming up is the 2018 conversation that later surfaced during the Oprah interview. Harry and Meghan previously shared that a senior royal raised concerns about their future child's skin tone, and that claim sparked global reactions instantly. But now, Lady Colin Campbell is putting forward a completely different version. According to her sources, she describes that moment as a casual family-style conversation about possible traits, like hair color or appearance, not something meant with harmful intent. She even claims that Harry was calm during that exchange and took part in the discussion. That sharp contrast between the two versions is exactly why this topic refuses to fade, and why opinions stay divided. What started as a private issue has now grown into something much bigger. This isn't just about image anymore. It's now brushing up against legal structures and constitutional discussions. The spotlight is now landing on the succession to the Crown Act of 2013. This law lays out the framework for royal succession, including the long-standing principle that heirs must be born of the body within a royal marriage. Reports suggest that senior advisors, including figures connected to the Privy Council, are watching closely as this situation develops. If the legal case involving Tom Bower moves deeper into court, the discovery phase could force detailed evidence into the open. And that's where things get serious, because courts don't deal in narratives, they deal in proof. If inconsistencies were ever proven, hypothetically, it could raise tough legal questions about how these rules are applied. That's why this moment feels so intense and heavily watched. At the same time, another layer of pressure is building quietly. While legal tension rises in the UK, financial conversations are heating up across the US. Behind closed doors in places like London and New York, analysts and corporate advisors are reportedly reviewing the Sussex brand from a completely different angle, and the tone is shifting fast. What was once seen as a strong global brand is now, according to some insiders, being reevaluated as a possible risk. One name now getting attention is Dr. Sophie Chandaka, a corporate lawyer and strategist. Initially linked to stabilizing organizational efforts, her reported internal review, now being called in some circles a toxic brand dossier, is raising serious questions. According to those discussions, the findings point to concerns about long-term stability, partnerships, and public trust. So while one side of this story is focused on legal battles and public claims, another side is quietly focused on numbers, influence,
One clip I wanted to break down
survival.
today is about something that has
law
brought
and finance,
Candace Owens
are now colliding around the same situation, and the outcome is far from clear. Newly discussed figures are adding even more pressure. There's talk of a reported 40% drop in donor confidence worldwide, and this isn't being framed as a small decline, but something much more serious. To understand that shift, attention is turning to how the Sussex brand has been positioned over time. Critics argue that the messaging has leaned heavily into personal struggles, while major global sponsors like Audi and American Polo tend to align with themes like luxury, legacy, and aspiration. That gap is now being pointed out in financial circles. Reports tied to Dr. Chandaka's review suggest that some high-level donors and corporate partners are stepping back, not wanting to be tied to ongoing controversy. One senior marketing executive reportedly said during a private meeting, "We are in the business of selling dreams, not hosting a 24-hour grievance cycle." That line alone is now spreading quickly behind the scenes, and now the financial side is starting to feel tight. Estimates suggest the Archewell Foundation may have around $8 million in liquidity. That sounds big, But when you factor in private travel, security, and ongoing legal costs, that number can drop fast. Every single hour spent in a high-stakes legal battle adds more pressure. Analysts are already warning that costs at this level don't just rise, they stack up fast, and even large financial reserves can start shrinking quicker than expected. But money isn't the only problem building here. There's now growing attention coming from the UK Charity Commission, and this is where things start getting very serious.
One clip I wanted to break down today is about something that has brought Candace Owens a lot of
zeroing
hate
in on
lately.
whether those expenses
Those
actually match the core purpose of a non-profit organization. Under UK law, this falls under fiduciary duty. That means anyone running a nonprofit is required to put the mission first. Not personal image, not branding, not publicity. Now the spotlight is hitting specific spending categories. Things like professional media production, wardrobe expenses, and even security arrangements are being talked about. The key question being raised, is there a line being crossed between charity work and personal promotion? If regulators were to find that funds weren't used the right way, the consequences could be serious. We're talking about possible restrictions on leadership roles or limits on future involvement in UK-based nonprofit work. So now there are two major pressures building at the same time. On one side, a legal fight that could force transparency through the courts.
Seeing this right now?
On the other, a regulatory review focused purely on finances and accountability. And just as things start closing in on a critical moment,
when you
a
see
new
multiple
twist enters the
surveillance
picture.
planes go up at
Prince
the same
Harry was
time,
reportedly
it can
seen
make
late last
anybody
night at
say,
a private terminal
"Dude,
at
what is going
LAX.
on?"
He's heading to London.
We under
But this
attack?
isn't being
That's the
described as a
crazy part.
routine trip. Insiders are calling it urgent, possibly tied to behind-the-scenes talks. Now here's the question everyone is starting to ask. What exactly is on the so-called red USB linked to the High Court filing? Because whatever is on that device, people close to the situation are treating it like it could change everything. At around 11 p.m. in London, a Gulfstream jet, identified as Flight N72SX, reportedly landed quietly with no attention at all. No cameras, no press, just a controlled, low-key arrival. Sources near the terminal are calling it an emergency movement, not a scheduled visit. And the timing has people talking, especially since it comes right after legal tensions escalated. But inside legal circles, the real focus isn't just Harry's arrival. It's that small encrypted device now being discussed as part of potential evidence. There's growing chatter about what's being called the red USB, described as a digital backup allegedly held for years. According to these ongoing reports, the device may contain encrypted material from around 2018. Not public clips or interviews, but alleged private conversations during a tense time inside royal operations. If any of that material were ever verified and brought into court, it could seriously shift the direction of the case. Right now, everything still sits in the space of claims, analysis, and developing updates. But one thing is clear, the intensity is rising fast. Because at this stage, it's not just about headlines anymore. It's about what can actually be proven with records, data, and evidence. To understand why people are calling this moment explosive, attention is now turning to how the Sussex narrative has evolved over time. Prince Harry has publicly stated that media pressure and internal dynamics played a major role in their struggles. But now, insiders are suggesting a very different angle. If the reported contents of this red USB turn out to be accurate, it could point to internal concerns being documented long before those claims ever reach the public. According to ongoing discussion, this material may suggest the narrative didn't begin in the media. It may have started behind palace walls, where staff were allegedly noting shifts in behavior and growing distance in key relationships, and now things are moving into the digital arena. As part of the legal process, Tom Bower's team is reportedly pushing to bring in subpoenaed WhatsApp data from 2018 to 2020. This is where things escalate fast. Once a case reaches this stage, certain protections can weaken, especially when legal defenses like justification are used under UK law. That defense allows a defendant to introduce private or previously restricted material if it supports their argument that the claims they published are substantially true. In simple terms, this flips the whole situation. Information that was once locked away, NDAs, private messages, internal discussions, could potentially be pulled straight into court if it's considered relevant. And that possibility changes everything. Because once those barriers start to fall, the story shifts from controlled narratives to raw, unfiltered documentation. Picture this clearly. A courtroom where private conversations aren't polished for interviews or shaped for documentaries, but presented as direct evidence. No edits, no spin. just timestamps, real voices,
They argued that when
documented
people
records
hear
under legal
numbers
pressure.
reaching tens of
Inside
thousands
legal
of dollars
circles, there's
for a
growing
single
talk
trip,
that the high court
it
evidence
naturally
involved could
grabs
already
attention.
hold key digital material connected to this case. And that brings the focus right back to Prince Harry's sudden return to London. His arrival is being read in different ways. Some see it as an attempt to get ahead of the situation, while others believe it's about preparing for what's coming next. So what is it really? Negotiation, damage control, or something bigger? That's the question everyone is asking right now, because the clock isn't slowing down. March 26th is getting closer, and with it comes the scheduled release of Betrayal. What happens before that date could shape everything that follows. At this stage, analysts aren't even asking if the book will drop. They're asking how this whole situation ends. 3 possible outcomes are now being discussed across legal and media circles, and each one carries serious weight. The first path is what some are calling a legal injunction win, but many see it as unlikely. In this scenario, Meghan Markle's legal team manages to delay the book from court action. On paper, that looks like a victory, but critics are already warning it could spark backlash, with accusations of censorship spreading fast. There's even a known pattern here. When something gets blocked, public curiosity often spikes hard. If that happens, leaked copies could spread even faster and reach more people than expected. The second path is a financial settlement. That would mean certain parts of the book get removed or changed in exchange for a major payout. But here's where it gets tricky. With reports already pointing to dropping donor confidence and tighter liquidity, a big settlement could add serious financial pressure. And beyond the money, there's perception. Settlements are often seen as avoiding a full fight instead of winning one outright. Then there's the third path, the one many insiders think is most likely. This is being called the discovery counterstrike. In this situation, the lawsuit doesn't shut things down. It actually opens everything up wider. Because once the justification defense is fully in play, Tom Bower's team gains the legal ground to request supporting evidence. We're talking documents, timelines, and possibly sensitive records directly tied to the claims being challenged. At that point, the options get real simple. Either comply and provide the material, or refuse and risk the case being thrown out, along with heavy financial penalties. There's no easy way through that. Either direction comes with serious consequences.
One clip I wanted to break down.
Is adding even more pressure. Reports say an updated witness list has been submitted as part of the case.
Are you seeing this right now?
One name is already getting attention.
When you see multiple
senior staff member connected to Portland Hospital around May 2019. According to ongoing discussion, this individual may no longer be bound by earlier restrictions and could potentially testify if called.
One clip I wanted to break down
today
alone
is raising eyebrows, especially with how closely that timeline is being examined. Meanwhile, the red USB is still right at the center of speculation. If it contains what some believe, its impact in court could be massive. Right now, everything is building toward one key moment. This isn't just a countdown to a book release anymore. It's a countdown to what information might come out alongside it. The next few days could seriously reshape how this entire situation is understood. If you want to stay updated as this continues to unfold, hit that subscribe button right now. Turn on notifications and drop checkmate in the comments so you stay locked into every new update as this story keeps developing.
Harry and Meghan Markle's surrogacy scandal has entered the mainstream media domain.
The whole description she does of the Portland hospital, the birth, that was completely fabricated. We all know.
But if she hasn't had the children herself, or Harry hadn't been involved, then they can't be in the royal line. They have to have royal blood, those little ones. Without that, there's no chance of them becoming a member of the royal.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle built their public story around honesty, family, and a fresh start far from royal life. But now, a wave of questions is shaking that carefully built image. Royal watchers, reporters, and even some former supporters are suddenly looking at the story from a very different angle. A new debate has started spreading online and across television panels, and it keeps circling around one surprising topic. Some people are wondering if a hidden detail connected to Archie and Lilibet could change how the public understands their story.
Texting each other. One clip I want.
Completely quiet, while the speculation keeps growing louder every day. That silence has only made the discussion spread faster. People across social media and news outlets are asking the same question again and again. Is this simply a coincidence that people are overanalyzing, or did the royal system quietly allow distance to grow for a reason? Either way, the missing connection many observers point out is now being discussed everywhere. This is no longer just a few rumors floating around the internet. The topic has grown into a serious debate, with people examining.
One clip I wanted to break down today is about something that has brought Candace Owens a lot of hate lately. Those Egyptian planes. And this
Tom, do you think Harry and Meghan are fast learning what they signed away when they took this Netflix big moolah? And I would say they signed away their credibility and their dignity.
Well, that's our view, but it's not theirs. They need the money, and they need it now more than ever because they've got no other source of income. So I think they're just stuck with the devil now. They're tied to Netflix, they're tied to their book, and all the criticism they're going to take means nothing because that's the only way they can earn their money.
People think her kids are fake. They think they're AI.
Paths like surrogacy are not unusual, and many people respect that choice completely. But critics say if any details connected to that topic were different from what the public originally believed, then the conversation could become much bigger. In royal history, the line of succession has always been treated with extreme care and strict traditions.
It's living a life that she's winning and she's doing all these great things, but the reality is not that. The reality is she's
You have extraordinary reporting in your book on what this was likely based on and how it doesn't match up to what Meghan said. Here's the clip, Sussexes, from the Oprah interview.
Because of that,
they argued
even small questions about family lineage can quickly attract intense attention. The monarchy has always relied on two things above everything else: stability and a clear family line. If people start believing that foundation is uncertain,
but even with that being said,
the ripple
Erica did look very intense in that moment.
Then he wore a Nazi uniform at a party. Then he was wearing absolutely nothing in the nude at the party in Las Vegas.
Every
and he
little
couldn't
reaction
cope
gets pulled
with the
apart
criticism
online.
Because in his view, he is a target. And it didn't help that his telephones were hacked
they argued that
by News International Rupert Murdoch's group here in London.
Critics say that kind of uncertainty could raise questions the royal institution normally tries very hard to avoid. That is why debates like this often attract so much attention from royal
details
and
ultimately
longtime
prove
observers.
anything.
Another reason this topic exploded so quickly is the person who first pushed it into the spotlight. Tom Bauer is not just another voice online chasing clicks or viral headlines.
He's not very intelligent and undoubtedly remains damaged by the early death of his mother, Diana. And he very foolishly blames the media for her, in his words, which is complete nonsense. But I think he loved the adulation. He loved it when he was being praised, especially when he was a soldier. But then he became criticized, firstly because he became drunk and...
He has spent years writing about royal history.
Whether those figures are completely accurate, discounted, they argued that what truly grabs attention, whether those figures are completely accurate, discounted, or based on estimates.
Point out that several of his earlier investigations eventually matched facts that later became public. That history is exactly why this latest claim caught so much attention. When someone known for controversial investigations releases a statement this bold, it instantly pulls the spotlight toward the story. Some observers say the situation now feels like a spark landing in a room full of dry wood.
The conversation, I'm told and I believe, was very early on in their relationship when Harry is bowled over by Meghan, is desperately in love, and already is talking about marriage. But long before their engagement is even announced, let alone they're married and she's pregnant. And he's sitting in Clarence's house with then Prince Charles and Camilla. And Camilla just laughingly says, well, any child you'll have will probably have brown skin and ginger hair.
It was a dreadful thing to do and actually completely wrong. He is quite hard and harsh.
Ready to ignite a massive debate. If the discussion keeps growing, it could affect more than just headlines. Critics argue that the public image Prince Harry and Meghan Markle carefully built over the past few years could face serious pressure. Others even say the controversy might influence how their place in modern royal history is remembered.
That has always been her motive. She is money obsessed and always has been. And that is why she married Prince Harry. A great surprise and disappointment was to discover that Prince Harry had very little money. She imagined he'd be worth hundreds of millions, if not billions. And she's having to make up for it now.
In the world of the monarchy, reputation and legacy often carry enormous weight. Yet what many people find most striking is not what has been said, but what has not been said. Through all the headlines, interviews, viral posts, and heated panel debates, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have not made any public response about the claims. That silence has quickly become one of the loudest parts of the entire story.
Well, that's our view, but it's not theirs. They need the money, and they need it now more than ever because they've got no other source of income. So I think they're just stuck with the devil now. They're tied to Netflix, they're tied to their book, and all the criticism they're going to take means nothing because that's the only way they can earn their money.
There has been no detailed statement, no direct denial addressing the specific rumors, and no attempt to publicly settle the questions being raised. Just complete quiet from the Sussex side while the conversation continues expanding across media platforms. For some observers, that silence has only added more curiosity. Instead of calming things down, the quiet response seems to be making the debate even louder. The same question keeps appearing across comment sections, podcasts, and news discussions.
Had you hoped your children, Archie and Lilibet, would have had that you think they won't be able to now with this decision?
Well, for a start, the only time that I've come back to the UK is sadly for funerals or court cases.
In this case, about whether you think the birth was real, whether you think there was a surrogate, whether you think Meghan was wearing a moon bum, the fact is Harry and Meghan lied. Buckingham Palace lied on their behalf. There was a complete cover-up over the birth of Prince.
If everything is exactly as the public has always believed, critics ask, why not simply clear the air? Each day without a response seems to push the speculation further across the internet. What began as small online whispers has now exploded into trending hashtags, television debates, and endless analysis videos. Commentators are examining photos, timelines, interviews, and public appearances searching for clues. Social media platforms are packed with posts repeating the same feeling again and again. Something about the situation feels unusual to them.
And that's why I think, I think Tina is a great journalist, and perhaps she has inside information. I don't see how the Sussexes can give up both the Netflix and the book deal. They won't be living in a Montecito cottage. They're more likely living somewhere in downtown LA. In a little hovel. That's their problem. They're stuck now. But, you know, the truth is about them.
Supporters of Harry and Meghan strongly argue that the couple deserves privacy and that family matters should not be turned into public investigations. Critics, however, respond that questions connected to royal records and succession rules naturally attract public interest. Because of that tension, the debate continues growing louder from both sides. From a reputation standpoint, the pressure around the Sussex brand has become very real.
Well, of course, that was brilliant of you to bring that clip up because the body language just showed her discomfort as she dug deeper into her own hole. I mean, the truth is this, that there are two truths. The first truth is that the conversation, I'm told and I believe, was very early on in their relationship when Harry is bowled over by Meghan, is desperately in love, and already is talking about.
Over the past few years, their public image was built around a modern family story that many viewers found inspiring. The move to Montecito, the high-profile interviews, and the polished Netflix series all painted a picture of love, resilience, and unity.
I can't see a world in which I would be bringing my wife and children back to the UK at this point. And the things that they're going to miss is, well, everything. You know, I love my country. I always have done, despite what some people in that country have done. So, you know, I miss the UK. I miss parts of the UK.
Every scene in those appearances presented a calm and happy family life designed to connect with audiences around the world. But critics now say the image might have looked almost too perfect, too smooth, too carefully produced. And when a public image appears highly controlled...
She never intended to go to the Portland hospital. She intended to have the baby at home. We know that they deceived the public about the birth data and time of the whole event. So, and also, you know, even it goes down to the lawyer The lawyer saying that in that statement, when they had that long attack on the Mail, which is astonishing, that Meghan, we know she lied in her statement.
Some people begin wondering what might be happening behind the curtain. Observers say that once polished picture is now starting to show visible cracks. These are not small rumors that fade after a few days. The conversation has grown into a serious discussion across major media outlets.
The Queen and the Duke.
Yes, and we just bumped into the Duke as we were walking by, which was so nice. So it'll be a nice moment to introduce the baby to more family, and my mom's with us as well. So it's been a really, here we go.
another great grand.
According to critics, those fractures are becoming harder to hide with interviews, photo releases, or carefully managed appearances. For Prince Harry personally, the subject touches something extremely close to his heart.
Well, look, Radar Online, in fairness, they do quote you and say Royal Author Lady Colin Campbell recently challenged the conspiracy of silence and misinformation surrounding both topics.
This is not just another royal headline passing through the news cycle. It reaches directly into the story he has shared with the world about his own life. Fatherhood has always been presented as a powerful turning point for him. It marked a new chapter and became a central reason he gave for stepping away from royal duties. In interviews, he often described becoming a parent as the moment that gave him a deeper sense of responsibility and purpose. Supporters often say that identity as a father became the emotional center of Harry's life after leaving the royal system.
Using everything for publicity and not really truly there. We know how she treats her family.
From the Oprah interview to the Netflix documentary, he repeatedly shared the same message. Becoming a father changed everything for him. He described it as something that grounded him and helped him see the world differently. Now critics online are directing a harsh question toward that deeply personal narrative. They ask what it would mean if the children connected to that journey were not biologically his. Doubts like that do not just challenge a public story, they strike directly at the identity someone has shared with millions of people. For Harry, speculation of that kind would carry emotional weight far beyond headlines. It questions the role he says helped guide his life after years of intense public scrutiny. That is why the conversation has become so sensitive and personal in the eyes of many observers. People also remember the powerful image that shaped how the world first saw him. The young prince walking behind Princess Diana's coffin became one of the most unforgettable moments in modern royal history. That scene turned him into a symbol of grief, resilience, and survival for millions of people watching around the globe. Today, critics online are reshaping that image in very different ways. Some claim he appears like a confused figure caught in circumstances he cannot control. Others suggest he might fully understand everything happening around him and is simply choosing to keep certain details private. Neither version presents a flattering picture. One suggests a man struggling to guide his own path, while the other portrays someone carefully managing a complicated situation behind the scenes. In both cases, the same idea keeps surfacing in public discussion: a prince trying to control a story that seems to be growing bigger than expected. Reports from individuals said to be familiar with life inside the Montecito home describe a tense atmosphere around the situation. According to those accounts, the mood in the mansion has been heavy and filled with pressure. Constant media attention and endless online debates are reportedly creating serious stress inside the household. Articles, comment sections, viral videos, and discussion panels are analyzing every public photo and timeline connected to the children. That level of attention would be difficult for anyone to handle. Some reports claim the pressure is beginning to show. According to those claims, Harry has been deeply affected by the non-stop wave of speculation. Friends quoted in several reports say he appears restless, sometimes walking through the house late at night and struggling to sleep. The constant flood of rumors and analysis, they say, has created an environment filled with tension and uncertainty. Observers say the pressure is starting to show during Prince Harry's recent public appearances. Some viewers claim his face looks tense, more serious than before, like someone carrying a heavy weight. And there is a painful twist wrapped inside all of this. Prince Harry once became famous across the world for speaking openly about mental health and therapy. For years, he encouraged people to talk about their struggles and seek support when life becomes overwhelming. He pushed the message that facing emotional challenges directly is the healthiest path forward. But now critics say the same type of intense public pressure he warned others about appears to be circling around him. While Harry is described by some commentators as looking worn down by the constant speculation, Meghan is reportedly handling the situation in a completely different way, calm, calculated, and focused on protecting their public image. Reports suggest she has relied heavily on legal advisors, with teams sending warnings and pushing to stop certain claims from spreading further online. But here is where the story takes another sharp turn. According to critics watching the situation, each legal step seems to create even more curiosity instead of shutting the rumors down. Instead of quieting the discussion, the effort to control the narrative has made more people start digging into the topic. Across social media, the same question keeps popping up again and again. Comment sections, live stream panels, and viral posts all repeat the same line. If everything is exactly as it appears, why not simply clear the air once and for all? That question keeps echoing through the internet discussions. Then there is the royal palace itself, and their silence has become one of the most mysterious parts of the entire situation. So far, there have been no official statements from King Charles addressing the rumors directly. There have also been very few widely shared public moments showing Archie or Lilibet spending time with their grandfather. Royal children are usually acknowledged publicly during birthdays and big family milestones. Messages, photos, and warm comments often appear through official royal channels. In this situation, however, the public spotlight has remained noticeably quiet. When people compare that silence to how openly Prince William and Princess Catherine's children are celebrated by the royal family, the contrast becomes very noticeable. That difference has pushed some royal watchers to ask a bold question. Could the palace know more about the situation than the public does? Others believe something completely different may be happening. A new theory spreading among royal observers suggests the distance might not be punishment at all. According to this idea, it could actually be a form of protection. Some commentators believe the palace may have quietly kept space between the monarchy and Harry and Meghan's children for one reason: to protect the institution from a controversy they worried might grow larger one day. Now that author Tom Bauer has pushed the subject back into headlines, some observers think the palace could simply be watching the situation unfold, watching closely and waiting to see whether Prince Harry and Meghan Markle eventually address the speculation themselves. If any part of that theory were true, the situation would move far beyond ordinary celebrity gossip. Because if the monarchy ever had concerns about questions involving royal lineage, that would not just be tabloid chatter anymore. It would become a serious institutional issue for the royal family. What started as quiet curiosity online has now turned into strong public suspicion, and the conversation is no longer limited to gossip blogs or small online forums. Larger news outlets, experienced royal commentators, and longtime followers of the monarchy have begun raising the same dramatic question. Would Prince Harry and Meghan Markle ever agree to a DNA test to settle the speculation once and for all? The fact that people are even asking that question has shocked many observers. But history shows that when rumors continue meeting silence again and again, curiosity rarely fades. Instead, it tends to grow louder and louder. Many observers believe the situation might have unfolded very differently if things had been handled another way early on. Some commentators say simple transparency, clearer timelines, or straightforward explanations could have calmed the noise before it grew into a massive public debate. Instead, critics argue that the couple mostly stayed silent or responded through lawyers rather than speaking directly. That approach created a completely different reaction in the court of public opinion. At first, many viewers saw silence as a sign of dignity and restraint. But as the speculation kept growing, critics began saying the quiet response was not calming the story at all. In fact, they claim the silence has only made people more curious. What makes the entire situation even more dramatic is the emotional toll people believe it may be placing on Prince Harry himself. The prince who once appeared confident, outspoken, and ready to challenge royal traditions now looks to some observers like someone carrying an enormous amount of pressure. Reports from individuals said to be familiar with his wider social circle claim that a few former military friends have quietly stepped away from the spotlight surrounding the situation. According to those claims, it is not because of personal conflict. Instead, the constant attention and non-stop media noise have simply become too overwhelming. Sources describing the atmosphere say Harry appears emotionally stretched at times. Some say he seems frustrated, while other moments show him unusually quiet and withdrawn. People around him reportedly believe he may be wrestling with deeper questions about his own identity. For years, he has tried to build a life outside the royal system, redefining himself beyond palace expectations and traditional titles. That journey became a huge part of his public story. But now, that search for identity appears to be facing another intense wave of public scrutiny. And the most sensitive part of all may be the role he has spoken about with the most passion: fatherhood. In interviews and documentaries, he described becoming a father as the turning point that gave his life a clear sense of direction after stepping away from royal duties. Because of that, critics questioning this part of the story strikes directly at the emotional foundation he presented to the world. When people start challenging that narrative, some observers wonder how much of the story remains untouched by controversy. Meanwhile, Meghan Markle has appeared calm and composed during public appearances. Observers say she seems focused, controlled, and extremely careful with every move she makes in the spotlight. Commentators describe her approach as strategic. While she keeps a quiet public profile, legal teams are reportedly working intensely behind the scenes to respond to certain claims. According to reports, lawyers connected to her team have sent letters and warnings to some outlets demanding corrections or removal of stories they believe cross legal lines. But here is where the situation becomes even more complicated. Each legal move seems to spark a new wave of curiosity online. Instead of fading away, the discussion continues spreading across media platforms. More commentators, analysts, and social media users are jumping into the debate every day. Legal pressure can slow certain reports, but it rarely erases public curiosity completely. For many critics, watching the story unfold, legal warnings only make the mystery feel even larger. For years, the public watched Prince Harry and Meghan Markle present a powerful image. People remember the glossy Netflix documentary, carefully curated photos, and emotional speeches about honesty, healing, and breaking painful cycles within families. Now, when questions about their children begin circulating and the couple chooses not to address them publicly, some observers say the contrast feels striking. To critics, it creates the impression that the public may have been shown a very controlled version of their story, rather than the full picture. That perception alone has been enough to keep the speculation alive across social media, podcasts, and television panels discussing the royal family. At the same time, the royal family itself has remained completely silent throughout the growing debate. Not a single senior royal has stepped forward publicly to defend Prince Harry and Meghan Markle against the rumors. There have been no official palace statements challenging the speculation, no supportive comments from high-ranking family members, and no visible public gestures suggesting strong backing behind the scenes. That silence from the royal institution has only added another layer of mystery to an already explosive story. For many royal watchers, the palace silence feels impossible to ignore. Some observers say it almost looks like the royal institution has quietly stepped back and allowed Prince Harry and Meghan Markle to handle the storm on their own. According to reports from insiders, King Charles has allegedly been advised to keep a careful distance from the controversy. The reasoning behind that advice is simple but serious. Even a small public gesture of support could create major complications if the speculation continues to grow. If those reports are accurate, the silence from the palace may not be accidental at all. Some commentators believe it could be a calculated move designed to keep the monarchy from being pulled directly into the center of the debate. Behind palace doors, there are claims that quiet conversations may already be happening among royal advisors. These discussions are said to focus on possible legal concerns, royal traditions, and how any controversy might affect the long-standing rules around succession. According to several royal commentators, officials may be carefully reviewing questions that few people feel comfortable raising publicly. These are sensitive topics tied directly to royal history and protocol. For example, some observers ask a complicated question. If unusual circumstances ever surrounded the births of Archie or Lilibet, how would royal rules handle that situation? How would titles, recognition, and the order of succession apply under those conditions? Right now, there are no clear answers coming from the palace. But the fact that such questions are even being discussed in public shows how serious the conversation has become. What once looked like a modern royal fairy tale is now facing heavy scrutiny from every direction. The story of a prince leaving palace life with his duchess to build an independent future once fascinated people across the world. It was presented as a bold new chapter built on honesty, freedom, and love. But critics now argue that narrative is beginning to show cracks under the pressure of unanswered questions and rising suspicion. And the longer the couple chooses not to address the topic directly, the louder the speculation seems to grow across media platforms. In the end, everything may come down to one defining choice: speak publicly and explain the situation clearly, or continue protecting personal privacy while the debate keeps moving forward. One option might quiet critics and restore confidence among some supporters. The other could leave the mystery hanging over their story for years. History shows that questions connected to royal lineage often carry enormous weight. Once doubts appear in public discussion, they rarely disappear overnight. Instead, they tend to linger, grow, and slowly shape how future generations interpret the story surrounding a royal family. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle built their modern image around themes of truth, independence, and personal freedom. Now that image is being challenged by intense curiosity and growing public debate. One question keeps appearing across television panels, online discussions, and royal commentary. Where exactly do Archie and Lilibet fit within the full story of the royal family? For now, speculation continues to swirl, and the conversation shows no sign of slowing down anytime soon. One thing is certain though, until clearer answers appear, the questions around this chapter of royal history will continue echoing through headlines, documentaries, and endless public discussions. At this moment, the questions are still hanging in the air, and the silence surrounding them is only making the story feel bigger. Maybe the truth will become clearer soon, or maybe the mystery will continue following Prince Harry and Meghan Markle for years. Either way, one thing is obvious: the world is watching this situation very closely. So now the big question turns to you. Should the rumors be addressed directly, or should the couple protect their privacy and ignore the noise? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And if you enjoy deep dives into royal stories and major headlines like this, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and stay tuned for the next update.
And she targeted, there's no doubt she targeted Harry and found someone who was a childhood friend of his who could introduce them.
Picture this: a calm morning out in California. The sky is slowly waking up, pale sunlight slipping through the windows while the house stays quiet.
She says that she didn't cooperate with Omid Scobie, and she said that she didn't consult anyone when writing the letter to her father.
A fresh cup of coffee sits on the counter inside that $14 million Montecito mansion. For a brief moment, everything feels peaceful. Then suddenly, Meghan Markle's phone bursts to life like a flashing alarm. Notifications light up the screen non-stop. Calls stacking up, messages pouring in. Something huge has just landed, and that quiet morning flips into full chaos in seconds.
In the hope that somebody will come along and say there's money in this, let's support Meghan and her As Ever brand.
So what triggered the frenzy? Journalist Tom Bauer has stepped forward with a fresh claim that has people talking everywhere. Phones are ringing, advisors are scrambling, and insiders say Meghan has been staying unusually quiet behind closed doors. This is not just another headline drifting through the royal rumor mill. This feels like a serious media storm building in real time, and the volume keeps getting louder. Here's the thing about Tom Bauer. He is not some random online commentator chasing attention. The man has spent decades investigating powerful names across business, entertainment, and politics. We are talking about CEOs, celebrities, and figures with global influence. And yes, the royal family has landed right in the middle of his reporting more than once. Before we dig into the newest revelation and why some reports say Meghan is feeling the pressure, make sure you hit subscribe, tap that like button, and turn on notifications.
It's just one of those things everybody imagines. When somebody is pregnant close to you, you wonder what the child will look like.
This story is moving fast, and new twists keep popping up everywhere. Bauer built his reputation by saying the things other people would not dare say out loud. When he focuses on a subject, calm rarely lasts very long. He is known for digging deep, chasing leads, and piecing together details others might overlook. No sugarcoating, no protecting reputations, just an after investigation until the full picture starts forming. His book, Revenge, Meghan, Harry, and the War Between.
But I thought that was just such a disgrace. I thought she behaved so badly, and Harry too. For his interview with Oprah Winfrey. So that's a major breakthrough for Samantha Markle, for Thomas Markle.
The Windsors sent shockwaves through royal watchers everywhere. The reaction exploded instantly. Reports said people inside royal circles were stunned. Headlines flooded news sites. Social media turned into a debate battlefield overnight. Claims from Bauer's book spread across the internet at lightning speed, and even now, people still reference it whenever the couple comes up. Many observers thought that moment was the peak, that Bauer had already said everything he planned to say. But now he is back, and this time he is pushing the conversation even further. Considering how explosive his earlier reporting was, that alone is enough to raise eyebrows. This time, the spotlight shifts toward Meghan's early days in Hollywood. Not the glamorous premieres or glossy magazine covers people usually imagine. Instead, the grind behind the scenes. Endless auditions, crowded waiting rooms, networking events, and the exhausting fight to land steady work. Anyone familiar with Hollywood knows the industry can be brutal. Breaking through that world often takes more than raw talent. Timing matters. Connections matter.
You write in the book, Harry must be nuts. This is one of the text messages his friends were sending around to each other after Meghan's first introduction to Harry's friends in 2017 during a shooting weekend at Sandringham.
Being around the right people at exactly the right moment can change everything. And according to Bauer's claims, Meghan's path through that system may have involved more twists than people realized at the time. Now there is talk about opportunities appearing at interesting moments, doors opening faster than expected, roles and chances showing up in ways that some observers say made people curious. That chatter alone has Hollywood insiders whispering again. For years, the public mostly heard one version of the story about her rise in the industry. But the version now being discussed sounds noticeably different, and that shift in narrative is grabbing serious attention.
Just ludicrous. It's all about her. And this extraordinary interview with Serena Williams, where the first 11 minutes is all about her, and not about this phenomenal tennis
Serena
champion.
Williams.
I mean, so that's why it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And who'd want to put herself or himself, as always, women. I mean, she does have this strange distrust, I think, of men.
And it's not healthy to have these stories of rivalry, and to split the foundation was absolutely unnecessary.
And here is where things start heating up. Questions are circulating about the connections Meghan may have leaned on while moving up the ladder. Some people are asking a simple question. Was it purely talent, or did certain relationships help open key doors? The discussion does not stop there either. Sources speaking with Bauer have shared stories about individuals from Meghan's earlier years who gradually drifted out of her circle as her career progressed.
You can't trust Meghan and Harry. That's the point. Even if you think you've got a deal, and that I don't believe that is possible, but if you think you have, the palace will be shocked that they will renege immediately because they have no advantage of reconciliation. They've got no advantage of ending their vendetta.
Who she could. So I sent off dozens and dozens of emails to her friends, and most of them didn't even reply.
Nothing explosive or dramatic, just friendships fading, colleagues going separate ways, and older connections quietly disappearing from the picture. What begins to form is the image of someone extremely focused on reaching the top. Someone determined to keep moving forward even when the path was tough. According to Tom Bauer's reporting, the journey from working actress to global public figure may have included far more turns than the polished public version suggests. And just when it seems the Hollywood chapter is the main focus,
up their whole thing, went way too hard on we're victims, and they assessed the mood of their generation and America correctly in that we are lovers of victimhood. Yeah. But America did finally find a way to say, you know what, we love victims, but you two, we've just had a little too much.
Things reportedly get even more complicated, because Bauer did not stop with the film industry at all. He claims Meghan did not simply move forward through her story. According to Tom Bauer's claims, Meghan may have also reshaped parts of that story along the way. When Prince Harry entered the picture, everything changed quickly. Meeting a real prince can transform a life almost overnight. Bauer argues that this moment marked a shift, when Meghan began carefully refining the narrative around her past. Certain moments polished, details adjusted, and a new image taking shape. A modern royal figure.
You know, Meghan's podcast has fallen off the charts. She's been criticized for the content. There are rumors that her As Ever launch wasn't as successful as she considered it. Critically, With Love, Meghan was not a success.
It starts to look like someone carefully building a powerful personal brand from the ground up. The image of a modern princess with a life story that sounds perfectly scripted. One passage even suggests that parts of her background were presented in slightly different ways to match that image. Not just small edits, but bigger shifts in how some chapters of her life were described. Claims like that naturally make people pause and reconsider the story they thought they understood.
2 a.m.
And this is where
Texting
things
each other,
reportedly
"Hey,
became
are you
uncomfortable.
seeing this right now?"
Meghan.
And honestly,
Insiders
when
claim
you
that
see
once she
multiple
realized how
surveillance
far
planes
Bauer
go
had
up at
dug
the
into her
same
past,
time, it
the
can make
situation
anybody
began to
say,
feel
"Dude,
overwhelming.
what is going on?
This was
Are
not
we under
casual
attack?"
internet gossip
That's the
or
crazy
recycled
part.
rumors
People are
bouncing
not-
around online. Reports suggested Bauer had gathered information Meghan never expected to surface. Sources say that moment made things feel personal.
Professionally, they've gone down dramatically, and I predicted it in the book. But even I would not have thought it'd be that accelerated. I think personally, I think they've separated their professional lives, but I think what's really a great problem for them now, as of in the last few weeks, is that Meghan has got no real income anymore. She's finished.
Right.
The Netflix series is over. There's no great podcast.
The information, according to reports, came from individuals who had known Meghan during earlier stages of her life, people who had once been part of her circle. That possibility alone would make anyone uneasy. If someone from the past had spoken with a journalist, it would immediately raise questions about trust. For someone known for carefully managing public image, surprises like that can feel like a nightmare. Insiders often say Meghan prefers to stay in control of the narrative, knowing what is being said, when it is said, and how it is presented in the media. That approach has long been part of how she navigates public life. Control the message, avoid surprises. But with Bauer's investigation, reports suggest she had little influence over how the story unfolded. That loss of control reportedly created serious tension behind the scenes. There were even whispers that members of her team began trying to figure out who might have spoken with the journalist. Old friends, past co-workers, former connections.
One probably to serve and be silent. Well, that's the job of the royal family, that they're not there to campaign.
Anyone who might have insight into her earlier years. And this was not ordinary celebrity chatter floating through tabloids. The details being discussed were described as insider-level information, the kind that usually only comes from people who were actually there. That is exactly why the revelation struck directly at the carefully polished image many people associate with Meghan's rise. Imagine spending years shaping a public identity, carefully aligning every interview, appearance, and public statement with the story you want to tell. Then suddenly a journalist publishes claims suggesting parts of that story might be more complicated than they appeared. Once questions like that start circulating, people begin looking at everything through a completely different lens. Meanwhile, while Meghan is reportedly dealing with this huge wave of attention, Prince Harry has not exactly been kicking back either. According to insiders, the chatter around Tom Bauer's latest material has created real tension behind the scenes.
They don't generate any money, and I don't see where she is going from.
Never really intended to stay. Her guest list to her wedding showed her real ambition was to be a star in California. The abdication happened because of the American Wallace. That was a catastrophe in a way, but we overcame it, and his successor, George VI, was a terrifically successful king. And of course, the Queen was phenomenally successful, and we'll see what happens.
When you zoom out and look at the bigger picture, it starts to make sense why things feel so intense right now. Their move to California was supposed to mark a fresh start, a brand new chapter far away from royal pressure and palace drama. But the road since that move has not been perfectly smooth. Several of their major media ventures in the United States have run into bumps that quickly turned into big headlines. Take the highly publicized Netflix deal. When that partnership was first announced, expectations shot through the roof. People were waiting for Blockbuster.
That Meghan was warmly welcomed in Britain, that everyone in the royal family tried their very, very hardest to make her feel at home and accommodate her, but that unfortunately Meghan only wanted to be the star and made it impossible for her and the royal family to collaborate.
Content and huge releases, but some projects moved slower than expected, and not every show landed with the massive splash many predicted. Then came the end of the Spotify partnership, another moment that had the entertainment world talking. Situations like that naturally invite critics to ask questions about what direction their media empire is heading next, and the conversation does not stop there. Meghan's push into the lifestyle and wellness space, another major step, has also struggled to build the explosive momentum many thought it would have right away. The buzz around the brand has been quieter than many predicted. Some audiences seem unsure about the vision, and the excitement has not fully taken off yet. But here's the twist that keeps people watching closely. For years, Meghan and Harry have built their public image around one big idea: being open, honest, and authentic about their lives. That message has echoed again and again through interviews, documentaries. podcasts, and Harry's own memoir.
One
Speaking
clip I wanted
openly,
to break down today
sharing their truth,
is about something
telling
that
their
has
side of
brought
events
Candace Owens
directly
a
to the
lot of
public.
heat lately.
But now,
Those
with Bauer's
Egyptian
claims
plans.
stirring fresh debate, that message is facing a whole new level of scrutiny.
Those Egyptian
With
plans.
Bauer's latest work making headlines, the polished picture many people once accepted is suddenly being questioned. And the timing could not be more complicated. According to discussions surrounding the book, it presents a version of Meghan that some observers say they had never heard about before. Now, the question floating around everywhere is simple, but powerful. Was that authentic image completely natural, or was it part of a carefully shaped narrative? If the public begins believing the story was overly polished or strategically framed, that becomes more than just a small public relations issue. That kind of doubt could shake the entire foundation of the brand Meghan and Harry have spent years building. Their message has always centered on honesty, transparency, and speaking openly about their experiences. So if cracks begin appearing in that idea, the ripple effect could be huge. Public trust plays a massive role in how audiences respond to public figures.
double standard
The timing
is real.
only adds more
But even
pressure.
with that being
Their
said-
California ventures have already faced a few rocky moments, and excitement around certain projects has cooled slightly. Then suddenly a controversial book arrives right in the middle of that situation. That is exactly the type of storm no public figure wants to face. Yet here it is, landing right at their doorstep when things already feel complicated. Harry understands better than most how quickly media situations like this can spiral. He has watched the cycle play out countless times before. One headline appears, then another, and suddenly every chapter of your life is being picked apart under a magnifying glass. That is exactly where they appear to be now. Every interview clip, every public speech, every old comment is being pulled back into the spotlight and analyzed all over again. For someone who stepped away from royal life hoping for more privacy and calm, that constant spotlight must feel exhausting. Instead of settling into a peaceful new life in California, they once again find themselves standing in the middle of a roaring media storm. And this time, there is a major difference. When they were still working royals, a full palace communications team handled the crisis management behind the scenes. Now they are largely steering through the chaos themselves. That
Those
alone
Egyptian
raises the
plans.
pressure dramatically. But if the situation already sounds
And this
tense,
whole thing
the
got
next
people
part of
acting
Bauer's
like late-night
investigation pushes
investors.
the story into even more personal territory. This is where attention shifts toward Meghan's complicated relationship with her father, Thomas Markle. And this subject has always carried heavy emotion. For years, Meghan's public explanation has stayed consistent. She said the relationship broke down after her father cooperated with photographers and media outlets before her wedding. That situation included staged photos that exploded across headlines around the world. According to Meghan's account, that moment deeply damaged trust and led to their separation. However, Bauer's research reportedly raises fresh questions about that chapter. The journalist suggests there may be additional layers to the story that the public has not fully heard before. Instead of a simple one-sided conflict, he hints the situation may have been more complicated than it first appeared. In conversations about his findings, one idea keeps coming up again and again: the power of framing. Public figures often shape how their life stories are presented.
They argue
Meghan has
that
long
when
been
people hear
recognized as
numbers
someone who
reaching
understands
tens of
media
thousands of
messaging
dollars
very well. When a
for a
narrative is
single
presented
clip,
clearly
it
and
naturally
confidently,
grabs attention.
audiences often
Whether those
accept that
figures
version
are
of events. Sources mentioned in discussions about the book suggest Meghan understood early on just how powerful storytelling could be. Highlighting certain details, leaving out others, and focusing on key emotional moments
clip
can
I
shape
wanted
how
to
the
break down
entire
today
situation is perceived. Of course, none of this means Thomas Markle himself was without
Is about
controversy.
something that has
Even
brought
Bauer's
Candace
commentary
Owens a lot of
recognizes
heat
that the
lately.
situation involving
Those
him has always
Egyptian
been
plans.
complicated and messy. But the argument
whole
being
thing-
raised is that the public may have only seen one part of a much larger picture, and that possibility shifts the emotional weight of the story. Meghan's family conflict has played a big role in how many people understand her life journey. The image of someone feeling hurt or misunderstood by relatives created strong sympathy from many viewers. But what happens if the narrative begins to shift? If people start wondering whether
But you
certain
even said
parts
you
were
need to-
simplified
No,
or
but I
presented
said-
differently,
yeah, but I
it
do-
naturally
I
leads to
do
even
on that
more
one,
questions
only
about the
because-
broader story. And Bauer is not limiting his focus to the family drama alone. He is reportedly taking a wider look at
9
Meghan's
months to
entire
own it.
path.
You really think
From
I'm
the
gonna be on
early
an
hustle in
Egyptian
Hollywood
plane
to
while
her
I'm
rise
wanting
as
to
a
be with my
globally
In-N-Out
recognized
burger and
figure.
my chocolate
Everyone already
milkshake?
knows the
No.
headline version, a working actress who eventually became a duchess and then a powerful international personality. But the big question now entering the conversation is this.
Some of them
how
are
much
deep
of
in
that
it.
rise
They are
unfolded
checking radar
naturally,
apps at 2
and
a.m.
how much might have been
Texting each
carefully
other,
planned
hey,
along the way.
are you seeing this right
Building
now?
a powerful
And
public
honestly,
image is not
when you
something
see
that happens
multiple
by
surveillance
accident.
planes go
It
up
takes
at the
timing,
same time,
strategy,
it
and
can make
extremely
anybody
careful
say,
planning.
dude, what is
And
going
according
on?
to sources discussing Tom Bauer's work, Meghan was incredibly skilled at handling that process. Some observers even suggest she may have been
Now,
almost too
I want
sharp
to talk
when it
about
came to
this clip
shaping her
of
public
Erica
story.
Kirk from her
The wild
interview
part,
with Bari
the book
Weiss
has not even
on
fully hit
CBS.
shelves yet,
This
and the buzz
moment
is
came up
already
in-
exploding everywhere. Social media is going absolutely wild right now. People are digging up old interviews, replaying past appearances, and pulling video clips from years ago. Then they line those moments up next to the claims now being discussed, and the comparisons are spreading across the internet like lightning. Suddenly, viewers
Because of who
online
was
say they are
scheduled to
spotting
be
things
there.
they never noticed before. Timelines that seem a little off. Details that appear to shift depending on the interview. Small moments that once slipped by quietly are now being replayed over and over again, and the internet loves nothing more than a mystery to break apart piece by piece. The comparisons are flooding in fast. Comment sections are filling with viewers pointing out moments where Meghan's earlier statements sound slightly different from what is being discussed now. Some people are asking tough questions, others are stepping in to defend her, and the debate is getting louder every single hour. But here's the twist that caught many people by surprise. It is not just longtime critics speaking up anymore. Even some supporters, people who defended Meghan very strongly in the past, have suddenly gone quiet. Spaces that once overflowed with praise now feel noticeably different. Instead of automatic support, there is more hesitation, more curiosity. Some people are even asking, wait, did we really hear the full story before? And that shift matters a lot, because those same supporters once connected deeply with Meghan's journey. They believed the struggles she described and related to the challenges she shared with the world. Now some of them are stepping back and re-examining everything. When loyal supporters begin raising questions, public conversations can shift extremely fast. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic Ocean, the British press has jumped straight into the drama. Headlines are popping up everywhere. Tabloids are printing bold titles across their front pages. Phrases like "new claims emerge" and "fresh questions surrounding the Duchess" are dominating the news cycle. It almost feels like the intense media frenzy from years ago has suddenly returned. Only this time, the coverage feels heavier because reporters say the discussion is based around detailed reporting rather than quick speculation. That difference has given the story even more momentum. Many UK outlets appear to have been waiting for a moment like this. Now that Bauer's research is back in the spotlight, journalists are digging into every detail they can find. Every quote is being examined. Every timeline is being debated. Every claim is being pulled apart from every possible angle. And while all this noise is exploding across social media and international headlines, reports suggest the atmosphere inside the Montecito mansion has been tense. Staff members are said to be moving carefully, unsure which headline might appear next. Phones ringing nonstop. Messages flooding in from reporters, contacts, and media outlets searching for answers. Behind the scenes, public relations teams are reportedly working overtime trying to steady the situation. Meetings are being arranged. Strategies are being discussed. Everyone involved is trying to figure out how to calm the storm before it grows even bigger. But when a journalist releases a detailed investigation like this, there are limits to how much control a PR team really has. Once the conversation spreads across social media and international news networks, the momentum becomes extremely difficult to slow down. Some insiders claim Meghan has told friends she feels completely boxed in by the situation. According to those reports, she feels exposed and deeply frustrated that personal parts of her life are being debated so publicly once again. After years of carefully shaping a confident and polished public image, watching that image questioned on a global stage would shake almost anyone. Because once people begin doubting one piece of a story, they often start questioning everything connected to it. That is simply how public perception works in the digital age. Now imagine what the first hours of this situation might have looked like behind closed doors. According to some reports, the morning the news started spreading was pure chaos. Meghan's phone reportedly lit up with message after message from friends and contacts warning her that headlines were about to explode. Insiders claim that once she realized how deeply Tom Bauer had researched her past, the mood inside the house shifted instantly. This was no longer a normal news cycle. It had turned into full crisis mode. Publicists were reportedly contacted immediately. Advisors started placing urgent calls. Emergency conversations were happening everywhere as people tried to understand just how big the situation might become. One source described the atmosphere as frantic. People moving quickly through the house, trying to gather information while headlines kept spreading across the internet. And the most surprising part, according to those reports, was how personal some of the details sounded. These were not just basic facts taken from public records. The information seemed to come from individuals who had known Meghan during earlier chapters of her life. Friends, old contacts, people who had once been part of her circle. That realization reportedly hit hard, because if those details truly came from someone connected to her past, it would mean trust had been broken somewhere along the way. One insider described the moment like someone suddenly realizing their protective walls were not as strong as they once believed. All that careful image management. Yet pieces of the story are still finding their way out. That is the part making the situation feel even more intense. Because Tom Bauer did not stop with Hollywood struggles or family tensions. According to discussions around the book, he pushed his research much deeper into Meghan's history.
Not because
we are
I was
talking about
embarrassed.
everything from
Not
childhood
because I didn't want
memories
anyone.
to school
Yes, we did
years
keep it
and the
very
earliest
private.
steps of her career.
But it's because
Reports say
it was
Bauer
a
examined
moment
those
very
chapters
sacred.
extremely
I was
closely.
growing a human
What he
inside
claims
of
to
me.
have uncovered
My
is
baby.
now causing
And this
some
whole thing
observers
got
to
people
wonder how
acting like
closely the
late-night
polished
investigators.
public version of Meghan lines up with the experiences that others remember. Some people who knew Meghan during her years at Northwestern University have reportedly begun sharing their own memories. According to those accounts, the Meghan they remember looks a little different from the global public figure the world sees today. Not necessarily because of fame, but because of how certain parts of her background and early experiences were later described. If former classmates start speaking more openly and comparing their recollections, that could lead to some very awkward conversations, especially if different versions of the same events start appearing side by side. Situations like that tend to spread fast online, where every small detail gets debated and pulled apart. Old stories people assumed had disappeared forever suddenly begin resurfacing again. Moments from years back get dragged back into the spotlight. For someone who spent years carefully shaping a public narrative, that kind of attention can feel incredibly intense. Because for any public figure, one of the biggest fears is losing control of their own story. Once several voices begin sharing different memories from the past, the narrative becomes much harder to guide. And this is where the situation reportedly becomes even more heated. According to people discussing Tom Bauer's research, the book contains personal details that many believe could not have come from public records alone. Some of the accounts reportedly involve private conversations, behind-the-scenes moments, and memories that only people close to Meghan would likely know. That possibility has sparked huge speculation. If those details truly came from inside her past, it would suggest that someone may have spoken with the journalist, and perhaps more than one person. Naturally, the internet has gone into full detective mode, trying to guess who it might be. Some believe former staff members from earlier periods of her life could have shared their perspectives. Others think old Hollywood contacts, people connected to acting jobs or early career days, might have offered their recollections. But the loudest speculation keeps circling back to family, and that is where the story suddenly becomes much more emotional. One name that keeps popping up in discussions is Thomas Markle, Meghan's father. There has been no public confirmation about whether he spoke with Bauer or not. However, because the book reportedly includes detailed references to family moments from the past, some observers are wondering who else might remember those events so clearly. According to a few insider reports, Meghan herself has been trying to figure out where the information might have come from. Those reports claim she has reached out to certain contacts, asking questions and trying to understand whether someone close to her could have contributed to the investigation. If that were ever confirmed, it would feel far more personal than a typical media leak. Situations involving family always carry a deeper emotional impact. And then there is another figure who often appears in discussions about Meghan's family history, her half-sister Samantha. Around the same time the book started generating attention, Samantha posted several cryptic messages online. In those posts, she thanked certain people for sharing the truth. The messages were short and vague, but they immediately caught attention. Online communities quickly started trying to decode what she might have meant. Was it simply coincidence? Or was she hinting at something connected to the book? Meanwhile, Prince Harry is reportedly right in the middle of all this tension. According to sources, he wants to support Meghan and protect her from the constant criticism. At the same time, the non-stop headlines have reportedly been exhausting for him. Every few months, another controversy seems to appear. Another documentary, another interview, another book that sparks fresh debate. Harry once spoke openly about wanting a calmer life in California, away from the intense pressure he experienced during his royal years. But instead of quiet, the spotlight keeps finding its way back to them again and again. Insiders say the atmosphere inside their home has grown tense under the weight of all this attention. Stress has reportedly been lingering in the background, affecting everyone around them. When old chapters of your life keep getting dragged back into public discussion, it can wear anyone down over time. And here is the part that keeps people watching closely. This story might not be finished yet, because if more voices from Meghan's past begin stepping forward, the conversation could grow even louder. Right now, it does not look like the spotlight is fading anytime soon. There is already talk about new documentaries, additional investigations, and even more writers exploring Meghan's early Hollywood years. It almost feels like the floodgates just opened. Suddenly, everyone seems eager to tell their version of what Meghan was like before the world knew her name. For someone who spent years carefully building a strong public image, watching all of this unfold piece by piece must feel incredibly heavy. The past she worked hard to move beyond is not staying buried anymore. Instead, it is rushing back into public view faster than anyone expected. Every polished detail about who she is and where she came from is now being looked at again under a much brighter spotlight.
Egyptian planes?
And when a personal brand relies heavily on one consistent narrative, even small cracks can suddenly appear massive. People are not just questioning one moment anymore. They are revisiting everything. Old interviews are being replayed again. Speeches are getting analyzed line by line. Past appearances are popping up across social media feeds. Viewers are watching those clips with completely new eyes.
And
that kind of attention can place enormous pressure on a public reputation. Think about how dramatic the shift feels. Meghan once stood as a global figure surrounded by huge opportunities, major partnerships, worldwide recognition, and a platform most people could only dream of having. But now every title, every speech, and every piece of that carefully built image is being examined again. And here's the twist that makes this situation even more complicated. The biggest challenge Meghan may face right now might not actually be Tom Bauer, the headlines, or critics online. The real challenge could be something far harder to control: how the past gets interpreted once new conversations begin. Public relations teams can release statements. Advisors can shape responses. But when multiple perspectives about old events start spreading widely, guiding the narrative becomes much more difficult. And the past Meghan once tried to move beyond is no longer staying quiet. One story appears, then another detail surfaces.
And when cameras are rolled,
and suddenly the conversation grows louder and louder. Maybe that is the tricky reality of building such a tightly managed public image. When everything looks perfectly controlled, even a small disruption can trigger a much bigger debate. So now the big question people everywhere seem to be asking is simple: what happens next? Can Meghan turn this moment into a comeback story and reshape the narrative once again? Or are we watching the beginning of a major shift in how the public sees her carefully built image? That question is exactly what has everyone talking right now. What do you think? Is Meghan's reputation facing long-term damage? Or could she still make a move that completely flips? The story again? Drop your thoughts down in the comments, because this topic is definitely going to spark serious debate. And if this breakdown made you see the situation from a new angle, make sure to subscribe, hit that like button, and share the video so more people can join the discussion. More deep dives and updates are coming soon, and you will not want to miss what happens next.
It was a hug from Harry that brought a woman to tears. India Brown had been waiting patiently since 4 in the morning.
Just to see them will be amazing, but if I'm lucky enough to hug Prince Harry, it will just be phenomenal.
How quickly the mood can change. What once felt like a triumphant chapter in Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's story now carries a very different tone. Their latest visit to Australia has made that shift impossible. This was meant to feel a moment of reconnection that had once embraced overwhelming enthusiasm. Instead, what comes natural, the heat of the night. As we're lucky to go deeper into what this shift really means. Make sure you subscribe, because the next part of the story only gets more revealing.
A pregnant Meghan and her husband Prince Harry kicked off their royal duties down under on Tuesday by cuddling a koala at an Australian zoo. The couple officially opened a new science institute in Sydney, mixing with locals during the first day of their packed trip. It's their first engagement since Kensington Palace announced they were expecting a baby in the spring.
Back in 2018, everything looked entirely different. Fresh from their royal wedding, Harry and Meghan arrived in Australia as newlyweds at the height of global fascination. Crowds gathered in huge numbers, people waited for hours just to catch a glimpse, and every appearance carried an undeniable sense of excitement. There was a feeling that something new was happening within the monarchy, and the public wanted to be part of it. When the couple shared the news of their pregnancy during that tour, it strengthened that connection even further. Australians didn't just feel like spectators, they felt included in a personal milestone. That moment helped create a lasting emotional bond, one that made the entire visit feel intimate despite its global attention.
Buckingham Palace has confirmed that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will not be returning as working members of the royal family. Prince Harry and Meghan stepped down from royal duties last year and moved to the United States. The couple, who are expecting their second child, have been stripped of their patronages and honorary titles, which will be returned to the Queen and distributed elsewhere in the royal family.
It was a time when the narrative felt simple. They were widely celebrated, supported, and seen as a symbol of change and possibility. Fast forward to now, and the atmosphere tells a very different story. The same locations, the same types of engagements, yet the reception feels noticeably altered. This time, there were no overwhelming crowds dominating the narrative. The arrival felt quieter, more controlled, almost cautious. Instead of spontaneous excitement, there was a sense of restraint in how people reacted. It wasn't openly negative, but it also lacked the warmth that once defined their presence. It existed somewhere in between, and that middle ground is exactly what people are focusing on. What makes this shift so striking is not just the visible difference in crowd energy, but the deeper change in perception. Over the past few years,
one clip
Harry
I wanted
and
to break
Meghan
down
have stepped
today
away from
is
their
about
roles
something
as
that has
working
brought
royals
Candace
and built a new identity outside the institution. That transition has inevitably
One clip
reshaped
I wanted
how
to break down.
audiences view them. The expectations that once fueled the excitement of 2018
One clip
were
I wanted to
closely
break down
tied to their
today
royal
is about
positions.
something that has
Now,
brought
those expectations are less clearly defined, and that uncertainty is reflected in the public
One clip-
response. There is also a growing sense
I
that people are
intentionally,
no
when I was
longer
pregnant,
reacting only to what they
hid.
see in the moment.
Not because I was
They are
embarrassed.
responding to the
Then the
broader
conversation-
narrative that has developed over time. Interviews, projects, media coverage, and ongoing debates all feed into how each appearance is interpreted. A quieter crowd no longer feels like a simple observation. It becomes something analyzed, discussed, and given meaning beyond the moment itself. At the same time, reactions remain divided. Some continue to view these visits as genuine engagement, focusing on the interactions and the effort to connect. Others take a wider view and question what these appearances represent now and how they fit into the couple's evolving role on the global stage. Both perspectives exist at once, and that contrast is what gives this moment its intensity. What is clear is that this visit is being watched differently than before. It is no longer just about appearances or crowd size. It is about perception, identity, and how both continue to shift in real time. And once a story reaches that point, it becomes far more complex than any single headline can fully capture. The excitement back then was undeniable. The energy felt electric, and wherever Harry and Meghan went, they were met with a blend of celebrity fascination and royal admiration. It wasn't just curiosity driving the crowds, it was genuine enthusiasm. People didn't simply gather, they arrived early, waited patiently, and filled entire streets just for a brief moment of connection. There was a sense that Australia had embraced them completely, not just as visiting figures, but as something closer, almost personal. But that version of the story did not last. Everything began to shift after they stepped away from royal duties. The years that followed introduced a different kind of visibility, one shaped by interviews, large media deals, documentaries, and an ongoing stream of headlines that steadily redefined public perception. Their move to California marked a turning point that went beyond geography. It signaled a transformation in identity. They were no longer operating within the framework of the monarchy, and that change brought a new level of complexity to how they were viewed. During that period, Australia faded into the background of their story. While they focused on building a new life in Montecito, expanding into media, public speaking, and business ventures, the connection to places that once played a central role in their narrative became less immediate. So when news broke that they would return this year, it immediately captured attention, but the tone of that attention was noticeably different. This time, they were not arriving as official representatives of the monarchy. There were no formal duties, no institutional structure guiding the visit, and no direct link to the traditional charitable framework that once defined their presence. Instead, they arrived as independent
One
public
clip
figures,
I wanted to break down
navigating
today
a space
is about
that
something
blends advocacy, influence, and commercial activity. That distinction changed how the visit was interpreted from the very beginning. For many observers, it reshaped the meaning entirely. Even before their arrival, signs of tension had already begun to surface. Online discussions gained momentum, and a petition quickly attracted significant support, surpassing 40,000 signatures. Its message focused on preventing any taxpayer involvement connected to the visit. Regardless of the accuracy of those concerns, the reaction itself revealed something more important. It showed a shift in how part of the public now understands their role. What once felt like a shared moment between the monarchy and the public began to feel, for some, more individualized and less connected to its original purpose. That perception has become central to how their return is being viewed. Supporters interpret this new chapter as a form of independence, a move away from institutional expectations and toward a more modern approach to influence. In that view, the shift allows them to engage with causes and audiences on their own terms, without the limitations that once defined their roles. Critics, however, see a different picture. They question whether the boundary between public service and private opportunity has become increasingly blurred. The absence of official roles, combined with the presence of paid engagements and a strong media presence, has led some to view the transition as more than just evolution. And this is where the tension becomes most visible, in the gap between intention and interpretation. In 2018, the meaning was clear. It was a royal tour supported by tradition, structure, and shared expectations. Now, the meaning is far less certain. It exists as a combination of appearances, messaging, and perception, all unfolding simultaneously and shaped by how different audiences choose to interpret it. That is why this return feels so different. It is no longer just about location or activity. It is about how the narrative has changed, and how every moment is now filtered through a lens that did not exist before. The reaction reportedly caught Meghan's team off guard, and it didn't take long for a response to follow. Their spokesperson moved quickly to clarify that the visit was entirely private, emphasizing that it had no connection to government funding or official royal support. On paper, that explanation was meant to settle concerns, to draw a clear line between this trip and any form of public obligation. But in practice, it seemed to do the opposite. Instead of closing the conversation, it expanded it, because once questions take hold in the public space, they rarely disappear with a single statement. Skepticism continued to build, and attention shifted toward a simpler, more persistent question. Why now? Why return to Australia at this particular moment, and what exactly was the purpose behind the visit? That question lingered in headlines, online discussions, and commentary, shaping how every moment that followed would be interpreted. When Meghan and Harry finally arrived, the contrast with 2018 became impossible to overlook. Back then, their presence alone had been enough to generate excitement on a massive scale. Crowds formed naturally, energy built quickly, and every appearance felt like a shared event between them and the public. This time, the scenes were noticeably different. The large, enthusiastic gatherings that once defined their visits were absent. In their place were smaller, more controlled groups, often made up of people who happened to be nearby rather than those who had traveled specifically to see them. The shift wasn't loud or dramatic, but it was unmistakable in the atmosphere. Meghan maintained her public composure, smiling, engaging, and moving through each appearance with the same outward confidence. Harry did the same, interacting with ease and familiarity. Yet the surrounding energy felt more subdued. It lacked the spontaneous excitement that once followed them, replaced instead by something quieter, more measured, and at times uncertain. That change did not go unnoticed by the media. Australian outlets and commentators began to frame the visit in ways that quickly spread beyond the country. One phrase in particular gained traction: cosplay royal tour. It captured the idea that while the appearances visually resembled a traditional royal visit, something essential was missing beneath the surface. The structure remained, the locations felt familiar, but the context had shifted. For many observers, that framing resonated. Without official roles or institutional backing, the visit appeared to recreate the format of a royal tour without the same foundation behind it. That contrast made comparisons to earlier visits unavoidable, and those comparisons highlighted just how much had changed. On the ground, reactions reflected that uncertainty. Some people still engaged positively, offering support and participating in smaller, more personal interactions. But alongside that, there was a noticeable sense of confusion. Many seemed unsure about what the visit represented. Was it a charitable effort, a speaking engagement, a media-driven appearance, or something that blended all three? That lack of clarity shaped the overall response. Instead of a unified wave of enthusiasm, reactions were fragmented. There was curiosity, indifference, and occasional skepticism, all existing at the same time. The absence of a clear, shared understanding made the entire experience feel different from the outset. For some, this moment marked a turning point in how the Sussex brand is perceived in Australia. The influence that once felt effortless now appeared more dependent on context and interpretation. The automatic excitement that defined their earlier visit was no longer guaranteed, and that difference sparked broader questions about how their public image has evolved. The shift became even more apparent during Meghan's headline event, the Best Life Retreat, which stood at the center of the trip's purpose. Designed as an exclusive, curated experience for a limited group, it promised a blend of wellness, personal growth, and connection. On paper, it represented a clear direction forward, but in the context of everything surrounding the visit, it also became another focal point in a much larger conversation about perception, expectation, and what this new chapter is meant to represent. But once the event unfolded, the reality appeared more complicated. Reports suggested that tickets did not fully sell out, and attendance fell short of what many had expected for someone with such global recognition. Images and accounts from inside the venue described a space that looked only partially filled, and that visual quickly became part of the wider conversation. In a landscape where perception carries enormous weight, even small details can take on outsized meaning, and a room that doesn't appear full can raise questions far beyond simple logistics. For some observers, the issue wasn't only about attendance, but about focus. There was a growing sense that the event centered heavily on Meghan herself, her presence, her perspective, and her personal narrative, rather than offering something broadly structured or clearly defined for attendees. Supporters saw that as the point, arguing that the appeal of the retreat was always meant to be personal and experience-driven, built around connection and storytelling. Critics, however, questioned whether that focus translated into tangible value, particularly at a premium price point where expectations are naturally higher. At the same time, another interpretation began to take shape. Some suggested that the visit may have served a secondary purpose, acting as a way to introduce or test Meghan's evolving personal brand within the Australian market. While this idea was never formally stated, it circulated widely enough to gain attention. In that reading, the retreat was not just an isolated event, but part of a broader strategy, a way to measure interest and explore whether future ventures, products, or lifestyle initiatives could find traction with an international audience. That possibility added another layer of complexity to how the trip was perceived. The visit had initially been framed around wellness and speaking engagements, yet Meghan's schedule also included stops at hospitals and shelters, spaces that carry a very different tone and expectation. For some, this combination felt natural, reflecting a balance between advocacy and public engagement. For others, it appeared less cohesive, raising questions about how these different elements connected to the overall purpose of the trip. It is within that gap that criticism began to sharpen. Some observers suggested that these appearances might be functioning as carefully constructed moments designed to reinforce a particular image. Whether or not that interpretation is accurate, it became part of the broader narrative, and once introduced, it continued to shape how each new appearance was viewed. As skepticism increased, the perception of the visit shifted. What may have been intended as a strong return began, in some eyes, to resemble a promotional effort still searching for clarity. The emotional connection that once defined their relationship with Australian audiences felt less visible, and that absence became a point of discussion in itself. Prince Harry encountered his own challenges during the trip. His keynote appearance at a mental health event drew attention after reports suggested that ticket sales had not reached expectations, leading to notable price adjustments. While such changes can occur for many reasons, in this context they contributed to the broader narrative surrounding the visit. Taken together, these moments created a picture that felt uncertain rather than definitive. Instead of a unified response, the trip generated a mix of reactions, support, curiosity, criticism, and ongoing debate. That combination reflects the current stage of their public journey, where every action is not only observed but interpreted from multiple perspectives at once. In an attempt to attract more attendees, even after ticket prices were reduced, the event reportedly continued to struggle to reach full capacity. That detail alone added another layer to the broader conversation, reinforcing the perception that demand may not have aligned with expectations. In a space where visibility and engagement are closely watched, even subtle indicators like attendance levels can quickly take on larger meaning. For Prince Harry, this moment highlighted a more complex reality. Once widely regarded as one of the most popular figures within the monarchy, someone known for drawing large crowds and connecting with people effortlessly, he now appears to be navigating a different kind of public response. The shift has not been sudden, but situations like this make it more visible. Observers often describe him as existing between two distinct worlds. On one side is the legacy of his royal past, shaped by tradition, structure, and a clearly defined role. On the other is the independent path he and Meghan have chosen, built around personal projects, public speaking, and media ventures. The challenge is that these two identities do not always align in a way that feels fully coherent to audiences watching from the outside. That tension has been noticeable throughout the trip. The same individual who once generated widespread excitement now encounters quieter receptions and more measured reactions. This does not necessarily indicate rejection, but it does reflect a shift in how he is perceived. In the current media landscape, even small changes in public response can carry significant weight. For some, this is simply part of a broader transition. Stepping away from a clearly defined institutional role was always likely to involve adjustment. The expectations have changed, the context is different, and the framework through which the public engages with him is no longer the same. For others, however, it raises deeper questions about influence, relevance, and how well this new direction connects with audiences. The Australia trip brought these questions into sharper focus. What was intended to feel like a return instead highlighted how much has evolved over time. The country that once responded with overwhelming enthusiasm now appears more divided, more cautious, and more reflective in how it interprets their presence. And that uncertainty is what makes this moment stand out. It is not just about attendance figures or media coverage. It is about what those details suggest within a much larger story about identity, perception, and change. Before you go, make sure you subscribe, because the next chapter of this story is already starting to unfold. So now the conversation turns outward. How do you interpret Australia's reaction to Meghan and Harry? Does it feel like a natural evolution or something more significant? And when you look at how things have shifted, where do you think that change truly comes from?
Why on earth should these two be given taxpayer-funded security in the first place? They are no longer working royals.
Australian viewers of the Mark Dolan show don't want to see Harry and Meghan. The reason why it went down well in 2018, Paul, is because the Australian public didn't know Meghan Markle very well. Well, they know her now. And what do they know her to be? A gold-digging grifter.
I love you. If you want the full breakdown as it unfolds, tap subscribe and stick with me, because this only gets deeper from here. Over 45,000 Australians. Yeah, that's the number sitting on a change.org petition right now. And the message isn't soft at all. The banner straight up says, "We don't want you here." Another 758 names dropped in just today alone, all aimed at Prince Harry and Meghan Markle ahead of their Australia trip.
Australians don't want them there. They're not interested. And they've raised a petition in Australia to say, look, if they do come, free country, but if they do come, they're coming as private citizens. This is not a royal tour. And we do not want a single penny of Australian taxpayers' money spent on the police protecting these two.
The title doesn't sugarcoat anything either. No taxpayer funding or official support for Harry and Meghan's private visit to Australia. That's bold. No filter. This whole thing started small too. A Sydney-based group called Beyond Australia launched it back on November 14th, 2025, and for months it barely moved.
Who are literally living a fantasy now. There's no royal visit. They don't even have a charity. This is all just a private money-making tour.
Around 200 signatures, nothing major. Then mid-March hit, and boom, Something flipped. 10,000, 30,000, 40,000. The numbers started jumping fast, like people suddenly woke up all at once.
The PR and the pomp and pageantry almost of being part of the royal family, but they don't really want any of the responsibility, do they? They like to turn up to events, have a few photos taken, look like the charming, lovely people that they wish to present themselves as, and then go home, then go back.
Behind the scenes, Beyond Australia even reached out directly to Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, New South Wales Premier Chris Minns, and Victoria's Jacinta Allen, asking one simple question: are taxpayer dollars being used here or not? Right now, officials are keeping their distance.
Can I just tell you that Australia has tackled illegal immigration very successfully, and I think given the fact that Harry and Meghan are on their way, I think it's time to reactivate Operation Sovereign Borders, Paul. Airstrikes, get the boat.
PM and cabinet, no involvement. Home affairs, same answer. Federal police, no comment. And here's the part that stands out. No Australian politician has stepped up to defend the visit. Not one. That's silence.
He loves it, doesn't he? I mean, that probably is what keeps him going. He's so sad and miserable in his own life because he's basically Meghan's spare handbag that he just feels better when he, slags off, as you said. He loves criticising everybody except for himself.
It's loud and people are noticing. Now look, 45,000 signatures in a country of 26 million isn't some full-blown uprising. Let's be real. But it's loud enough to shift the mood. Every MP now has to act like they didn't see it. And that changes things. Back in 2018, the vibe was totally different.
Gold by more than 50%.
I can't imagine why nobody's going, can you? I mean, it sounds so interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds so interesting. From a man who can't keep an employee to save his life, talking about workplace mental.
Australia welcomed them with open arms, no pushback. That image, it just took a hit, and it happened quietly on a petition page. Flashback to October 17th, 2018, Dubbo, New South Wales. Harry standing in the rain, no umbrella, talking to drought-hit farmers at a free public event. Thousands showed up. He said it clearly on camera, you must not silently suffer. And he meant it. Then in 2021, he admitted on Armchair Expert, privilege does give you blinders. Those words hit different now. Fast forward to April 15th to 16th, 2026, Melbourne Park. Same country, same topic, mental health. But now it's the InterEdge Psychosocial Safety Summit. The cause? Lifeline, a respected charity, no question there. But here's where people start raising eyebrows. The ticket prices. Platinum, $2,378. Gold, $1,978. Then just 9 days before the event, 2 new tiers quietly appear. A $997 delegate pass and a $498 virtual option.
Obviously what's going on here is some guy in Australia has gone, I'm starting up a wellness retreat. Who can I get to come and promote it and see if I can get some publicity for it? I know. I'll ring up the grifters in chief. I'll pay them a couple of £100,000. They'll come to Australia and I'll get loads of publicity, and lots of idiots might go there because they might think it's the home of, celebrity wellness. And that's what it's all about. It's completely a commercial deal. They're trying to make out that it's a semi-royal visit, right? It's not. It's literally hoping against hope that they get a free goodie bag at the end of it that might have a Rolex in it. I mean, it's that.
That's a big shift, and people caught it. Reports say Harry's speaking fee is around $50,000, lining up with what he earned earlier this year in Washington. And according to Inside Scoop, he was brought in last minute after Deepak Chopra's name got tied to controversy earlier this year, described as a Hail Mary move. That's a wild swap. So now people are asking questions. The same guy who once stood in the rain telling farmers to ask for help is now delivering that message in a room where entry can cost nearly $1,000. That contrast? It's hard to ignore. Nobody's coming for Lifeline here.
Somehow that Australians are a little naive, a little easy to skin as far as flogging her as ever merchandise. I think she thinks we're, hicks down under that won't see through it all and be just so honoured that she's graced us with her spreads.
But when did that open field turn into a VIP-only space? And this is where things really start to shift direction. Before we go further, lock in this date, October 3rd, 2025. It matters more than you think, because now we move to Meghan's Sydney retreat, her best life. happening April 17th to 19th at the Intercontinental Coogee Beach.
She's never sold, 100,000 quid's worth of jam, quite frankly.
No way.
It's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. And I see that she's off to Australia. She's copyrighted the As Ever brand, and she's going to land in Australia and she's going to get booed because people hate the woman. She's ghastly. She's toxic. She's horrible. She's ruined a young, once promising man who's now a husk of his former self, who cannot even stand up for.
Organized by Gemma O'Neill, not the radio host Jackie O, completely different person. And Jackie Henderson already stepped away from that podcast back on February 3rd, which opens up a whole new layer to this story you don't want to miss. This next part, it starts lining things up in a way that's hard to ignore. Stay with me on this, because the timeline is where it gets serious. And if you're following this story, you already know it doesn't slow down here.
Morning yoga classes, sound healing, a manifestation session. What the hell is that? What's going on, Samara?
Meghan is trading trash for cash at this point. I mean, seriously, she is.
O'Neill is running this solo through her company, Besties Australia. Now lock in these dates because the order tells the whole story. October 3rd, 2025, she buys a 3-bedroom cottage in Fitzroy Falls, New South Wales for $1.025 million. That's confirmed by property records and reported by Daily Mail Australia and GB News. Then just 7 weeks later, November 25th, 2025, her separate talent company, GMI agency PD Lelitide, enters voluntary liquidation. That's not rumor. That's straight from ASIC public records.
If you're an online psychotic sycophant of Meghan, you're more than welcome to come. But if you're a professional woman that happens to work in a media career, no, sorry, we'll take your money, then we'll kick you out. It's, honestly, this has just got disaster written all over.
Fast forward to February 20th, 2026. O'Neill tells administrators she can't repay anything. Her reasons? No personal savings, limited income, and a failed refinance on her Sydney apartment. 4 days later, February 24th, Grant Thornton files the creditors report. Total debts sitting at $546,848, with $543,548 owed to the Australian Taxation Office alone.
Ridiculousness of the petition. He said it was a stupid assertion. In their response, batting back, that Australians had dared to say, hang on a minute, we don't want our money being spent on these two. So they were very, very rude with the reaction. Any other normal person would have been like, oh, look, okay, look, I do understand there are concerns, but we will be paying our own way. No, they came out with quite a combative statement. That was very, very rude towards the Australians. Patronising, I would.
And here's where it gets uncomfortable. The administrators flagged a 7-figure commission tied to a key client, with no loan agreement, no clear benefit, nothing documented to justify it. They even noted the agency may have been insolvent as far back as December 2024. Then just 2 weeks after that, March 11th, 2026, O'Neill announces Meghan as the headline speaker for a retreat priced at $2,699 a ticket.
Hit back furiously saying, no, no, no. Okay, 32,000 people have signed this petition, but 25 million Australians haven't. So therefore, they're very popular. When they get to Australia, those two, they are going to get...
That timing? It raises eyebrows, no question. Now, to be clear, Besties Australia and GMI Agency are legally separate entities. So any claim that retreat money is directly paying off those debts, that's a question, not an accusation. But like one source put it, the real question writes itself. Who is actually funding this event? And where is the money going? O'Neill hasn't answered that publicly. Around the same time, she quietly deletes her personal Instagram. And honestly, people watching this unfold are asking what Archwell didn't. Who exactly got vetted before Meghan's team signed on?
There's no excitement, there's no build, and it's almost like they don't want to be associated with her, with Meghan Markle, because it's really bad for their brand.
Now let's break down that $2,699 price tag, because this part hits different. You get 2 nights at the Intercontinental Coogee Beach, a gala dinner, disco, Saturday lunch, yoga, sound healing meditation led by O'Neill, and a conversation with Meghan at the gala. Sounds premium. Until you hear this, you're sharing a bed with a stranger if you book solo. Yeah, for that price, you're not even guaranteed your own space. The only way to get a private room? Upgrade to VIP for $3,199.
Questions are being asked about the appropriateness of this visit to Australia now. There's a cost of living crisis, and yet there you go, Meghan is swanning around like a Z-list or Z-list celebrity, you say in America, charging money for selfies essentially at this Sydney retreat where people are paying thousands of dollars and so forth. They clearly realise that they have no other role in life. There's nothing else that they can really do except for ape the monarchy, but they were supposed to have separated themselves from the monarchy.
And then this happened. 7 News reporter Ariana Pakis actually paid the full $2,699 like a regular guest. She asked for her own room and requested a tax invoice. Normal stuff, right? That's when organizers realized she was media. Her ticket, refunded immediately. Access revoked, reason given, no media allowed. Problem is, there was no rule about media disclosed when tickets were sold. Ariana published everything. Emails included in 7 News magazine on April 9th. At the same time, the sold-out claim started shifting.
These two cretins literally accused the British royal family of institutional racism as Prince Philip lay on his deathbed as the late Queen Elizabeth II was battling bone cancer. Prince William will never forgive them, and you want to bring them back to us at a time, by the way, when their charity ventures have failed, when their business ventures have failed, when they've been dumped by net.
Back in mid-March, it was allocation exhausted. Now, a handful of additional rooms just released. That's a noticeable change. Even online users picked up on it, saying it felt like a last push to fill spots. And here's another detail. Those same retreat dates reportedly stayed open on the Intercontinental's booking system for weeks. That suggests the rooms might not have been fully booked in the first place. So think about it. You drop over $2,600, fly into Sydney, and end up sharing a room with someone you've never met. And if you happen to be a journalist, you're out the door completely. That's not a small detail. That changes how this whole thing looks. And trust me, this still isn't the part that ties everything together.
Public from what exactly? I mean, they think there's going to be so many people there that need to set up railings, they'd need crowd control? Absolutely not. The few people that might turn up to see Harry and Meghan, I don't think are really going to have nice things to say about them, but that's all it's going to be. A boo here and there. So what, they've got police protecting them from people booing? Good luck with that.
Exactly, and this is all to protect their...
Yeah. Now the response finally drops. And this is where things really flip. Stay close, because the way this was handled, it didn't calm anything down. With the petition growing, ticket drama heating up, and reports stacking, the Sussex camp broke their silence on March 26th. Daily Mail got the statement first, and then everyone else followed. The spokesperson said, "It's a moot point. The trip is being funded privately, so I'm not sure what this petition hopes to achieve." Simple. But then it took a turn.
And all this guy needed to say was, this trip is not going to be used using any Australian taxpayers' money. End. He didn't have to say anything else. Oh, there's only 35,000, but there's 27 million people. He didn't have to say that, and that's a bit childish.
They added, if you wanted to dive into the ridiculousness of this petition as an agenda for spreading misinformation, then one could equally hypothesize that there are approximately 26.5 million Australians, 99.98% of the population who haven't signed it, who must therefore agree with the taxpayer picking up the tab for their visit. And of course, that is another equally stupid assertion to make. Read that again. That wasn't support. That was sarcasm, written out and aimed straight at tens of thousands of people who signed that petition, and people noticed. Beyond Australia came back the very next morning with one clean line: silence does not equal consent. That hit. Then critics jumped in fast. Royal biographer Tom Bower told the Daily Telegraph, "Meghan is doing it for money. It's rather grubby." PR analyst Maya Riaz told The Mirror the whole thing feels tone-deaf at a time when authenticity is already under question. Those aren't random voices. That's pressure building from multiple sides. Here's the twist, though. The statement didn't shut anything down. It actually boosted it. That petition? It likely would have slowed around 5,000 signatures naturally. Instead, after that response dropped, it jumped another 5,000. That one comment didn't kill the story. It gave it more attention, more reach, more energy. That's the kind of move that backfires fast. And then this detail slipped out. Internal planning notes shared quietly with media on April 9th by their own communications chief, Liam Maguire. One line stands out: no walkabouts in Australia. Not in Sydney, not in Melbourne, nowhere. The reason? Security costs tied to managing public crowds. Now compare that to 2018. Back then it was packed. 76 engagements, 4 countries, 16 days. Opera House, Bonda Beach, Dubbo, all open, all public, thousands showing up everywhere. There's even that moment people still remember, a young boy, Luke Vincent, hugging Harry on camera. That image stuck with people. But 2026, completely different setup. The schedule now includes a children's hospital visit, an Invictus event on Sydney Harbour, a women's shelter, an AFL club stop, a rugby match, and a short Canberra visit, without Meghan. And here's what stands out. The retreat? It's not even listed in those official notes. And once you notice that, it starts raising a whole new set of questions you probably didn't see coming. And this is where it all lands. And yeah, it raises the biggest question of all. If you've made it this far, don't miss this last part. And make sure you're subscribed, because the next breakdown goes even deeper into what's buried underneath all of this. Maguire's own team treated the retreat like a completely separate commercial move and left it off the official itinerary entirely. That alone says a lot. And right at the center of everything, one question keeps coming up from every direction. Tom Bauer, Beyond Australia, 7 News, even everyday people watching this unfold, all asking the same thing. Who is actually paying for what? The petition focuses on security. Who covers that cost? The retreat brings up something different. Who's funding the lifestyle around it? The Sussex camp says it's all private, but when people start lining up the public records, reports, and timelines, it doesn't look that simple. Back in 2018, Harry and Meghan landed in Sydney, and the Istiqbal was huge. People showed up, crowds packed the streets. The energy was real. Fast forward to 2026, and now they're walking into a petition that literally says, "We don't want you here." That didn't happen quietly. Now stack everything together. A retreat run by someone whose separate company owes over $500,000 to the tax office. A keynote event that had to drop ticket prices by over 50% just days before it starts, and a schedule where the public isn't even allowed to show up and interact. That's not the same vibe as before. That's structured, controlled, and heavily monetized. It feels less like a public visit and more like pay-per-view access. Nobody outside that March 26th room knows exactly how that moot point statement came together. What we do have is what's on record. ASIC filings, the Change.org numbers, 7 News reporting, Tom Bauer speaking on record, and the Grant Thornton report. That's the material everyone is working from. And here's the part that really sticks inside that February 24th. Grant Thornton report. There's mention of a 7-figure commission payment. No contract, no documentation, no clear purpose. That detail didn't get fully unpacked here, but it will. So if you want the next piece that connects all of that and pushes this even further, hit subscribe and stay locked in. Because the deeper you go into this story, the harder it is to ignore what's sitting right in front of you.
The Queen Camilla said that Harry had been brainwashed by Meghan, and that in fact members of the royal family felt that Meghan kind of changed Harry's personality, and he went from a fun-loving guy that we all loved and we all liked to this rather furrow-browed guy who seemed to hate everybody and everything.
Hey, you're not ready for this one. It gets messy fast. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what's coming next, because this story only gets crazier from here. Tom Bauer is coming in loud with a new book called Betrayal, and this time he's putting all the spotlight on Harry and Meghan. An early excerpt already dropped, and the claims inside? Yeah, they've reportedly got Harry and Meghan seriously upset. We're talking about 25 major truth bombs, and some of them hit way deeper than expected. One of the wildest parts dives straight into private royal concerns that were never meant to go public. According to the book, Queen Camilla allegedly told a friend she believed Meghan had brainwashed Harry. Not just a throwaway comment either. This was described as a real worry behind palace doors.
Proof that I was there. Proof that I belonged. Because the truth was, I wasn't sure that I belonged. I was so nervous. I doubted myself, and I wondered if I was good enough to even be there, if what I was doing in the world, albeit important and meaningful as far as I saw it, was it deserving?
The idea floating around was that Harry wasn't thinking for himself anymore, and that Meghan had stepped in and taken control of major decisions. If that's even partly true, it shows just how intense the tension inside the royal circle really got. And let's be honest for a second, Harry doesn't come across like the same carefree, joking prince people remember. Something clearly shifted and people noticed it. Now fast forward to the One Young World Summit. Big event, big expectations, all about leadership and inspiring young people. Meghan Markle gets invited to speak, and everything is set up for a powerful moment. But according to Tom Bauer's book, things didn't go as planned at all. Instead of sticking to the theme, Meghan allegedly switched it up and spent around 10 minutes talking about herself and her personal journey. The word "I" was reportedly used nearly 50 times in what was supposed to be a charity-focused speech. That's not exactly what the audience signed up for, and it doesn't stop there. When Ella Robertson, the daughter of the summit's co-founder, reviewed Meghan's script on the autocue, she reportedly reacted strongly and said she's fucked it.
Harry apparently, reportedly, according to the book, is worried he'll be banished from royal circles when William becomes king. Well, that is almost certainly true. He'll probably lose his HRH title and his prince title.
That reaction alone tells you how off-track things may have gone behind the scenes. Then comes one of the most shocking moments in the entire book. Right after their 2018 honeymoon, Harry and Meghan met up with William and Kate for a casual tea. Everything seemed normal at first, until Meghan allegedly snapped at Prince William. The energy shifted instantly. What really stands out? Harry was right there the whole time, sitting, sipping tea, and reportedly doing nothing while things got tense. No stepping in, no calming the situation down, just silence while everything escalated. And this all connects back to William's earlier concerns. He had already warned Harry that the relationship was moving too fast, especially before the engagement. But Harry didn't listen. He pushed forward with the wedding anyway, and after this moment, things between the brothers reportedly became distant. William started keeping space, not just from Meghan, but from Harry too.
Harry claims he and his wife Meghan felt abandoned, a major factor in their move to California. He added he felt trapped by his family and the toxic environment he perceived he was living in.
That one moment may have changed everything. The book also digs into how Meghan allegedly viewed royal life. Instead of seeing it as a platform, it's claimed she saw it as something holding her back from bigger ambitions. According to the narrative, she believed the only way to build real global influence was to step away from the royal system completely, with Harry by her side. The goal? Becoming a major force in media, fashion, and global influence. But critics say the constant image control, branding moves, and public drama made it all feel less like service, and more like a non-stop Hollywood PR rollout. And Harry? He's painted as someone stuck in the middle of two completely different worlds. One side is his royal roots, and the other is the life he built with Meghan. Reports claim he's even worried about the future, especially when Prince William eventually becomes king.
Show that Harry and Meghan are running out of money as the millions that they accrued from the book Spare and the original Netflix deal are beginning to dwindle.
There's talk that Harry fears he could lose his Duke of Sussex title, especially after King Charles removed Prince Andrew's titles. That situation clearly left an impression. If something similar happened to Harry, it wouldn't just be symbolic, it would be huge. It would basically be like getting cut off from the royal inner circle for good. Still royal by blood, but without the title or role. That's not a small shift. That's history-level drama waiting to happen. And here's another layer. According to Tom Bauer, Meghan's team was always watching what the royal family was doing, keeping close tabs, and possibly using that information strategically. That kind of awareness, it adds a whole new angle to everything you've heard so far. And trust me, this is just scratching the surface of what's coming next. When Princess Catherine was scheduled to appear at the Royal Variety Performance on November 19th, a massive royal event packed with cameras and global attention, something else was allegedly set in motion at the exact same time. According to Tom Bauer, Meghan's publicist spotted the date and lined up the release of Meghan's Netflix trailer to drop right alongside it.
Turns out it's not actually jam. Under FDA regulations, it's technically a spread.
The technical term for jam includes a 1-for-1 ratio of sugar and fruit. Most people don't do that.
Bauer frames this as part of a bigger strategy. Not just coincidence, but a deliberate move to pull attention away from the royal spotlight and redirect it straight back to Meghan. In his view, this wasn't about confidence. It looked more like a push to stay in the headlines, no matter what. He even suggests that by this point, Hollywood opportunities were starting to dry up for the Sussexes. So moves like this, they came off less like power plays and more like urgency to stay relevant in a space that was getting harder to control. From Harry's side, though, the story feels completely different. He reportedly believes the royal institution left him exposed, especially when it came to security and protection. The same system that once had his back suddenly stepped away, leaving him to figure things out on his own. But from the palace perspective, critics argue it wasn't abandonment. It was the result of stepping away from royal duties. You leave the role, you lose the structure that comes with it. That clash in viewpoints became one of the biggest ongoing tensions between Harry and the monarchy. Now going back to the beginning, when Harry first introduced Meghan to William and Kate, things were already a bit uneasy.
The problem is, she's charging $12 a jar for this, and you can get jam that tastes just as good, if not better, for $4. You're paying all that extra money, so you can get Meghan Markle to send you a stupid little card that reads "enjoy" in her lame little calligraphy on one side, and "as ever" on the other, with, I don't know what that is, if it's a royal seal or what, but it's got a palm tree on it, so I'm guessing not.
According to Bauer, William and Kate didn't fully trust the situation. They reportedly saw Meghan as someone who had bigger ambitions than just fitting into royal life in London. There's even a claim that Meghan was frustrated by Harry's very slim chances of ever becoming king, and by extension, her own chances of becoming queen. From that perspective, it raised questions about what her long-term vision really was. At the same time, William and Kate were said to be concerned about Harry himself. They knew his past, his struggles, his personal challenges, his history of difficult moments, and believed Meghan may have stepped into that space in a way that created more division than unity within the family. Then things took another sharp turn right before the One Young World Summit. According to the book, Meghan's team allegedly demanded strict control over the entire setup. We're talking tight restrictions, journalists reportedly blocked from entering freely, and even protesters kept far away from the venue. That's not how these events usually go.
It wasn't like Balenciaga was clamoring for Meghan Markle to appear. She just said, "Hey, I would love to go." And they're like, "Sure, it will give us some publicity, we'll generate some interest."
Normally, crowds gather, people cheer, and there's a real public energy outside. But in this case, the atmosphere was heavily controlled and only selected photographers were allowed in. Even the media presence was carefully filtered. One of the few writers reportedly allowed inside was royal commentator Omid Scobie. So instead of a typical charity event, it started to look more like a polished media production than an open global summit. On screen, everything may have looked smooth and organized. But behind the scenes, reports suggest it was much more rigid, with Meghan arriving with her own rules. And those rules had to be followed exactly. And then comes the financial side of things, which adds even more pressure to the story.
I thought, a little bit more detail.
Really?
Please.
After the Netflix and Spotify deals wrapped up, Bauer claims things started tightening fast. Security alone was reportedly costing at least $3 million a year, while income streams weren't keeping up. Even their Archewell Foundation saw a major drop. Revenue reportedly fell from $5.3 million down to $2.1 million. At the same time, spending was said to hit around $3.9 million, while donations only brought in about $1.2 million. That gap forced some big decisions. Certain charitable efforts were reportedly handed off to the Parents Together Foundation, a move presented publicly as a step forward, but one that critics questioned heavily. And then there's Meghan's lifestyle brand, As Ever. One product in particular caught attention, a raspberry fruit spread that was marketed as something special.
Breaking news from London, Prince Harry was seen arriving at Clarence House today for a meeting with his father, King Charles. It's their first reunion in more than a year and a half. The two have been estranged since Harry and his wife Meghan left royal life, moving to California.
But critics quickly pointed out a detail that raised eyebrows. According to the book, it wasn't labeled as jam because the consistency didn't meet the standard definition. It was reportedly too runny to qualify, which only added more conversation around the brand and how it was being presented. And somehow, it still doesn't end there, because the next part takes things in an even more unexpected direction. So instead of calling it jam, it got labeled as fruit spread, which had people joking that it was just a polite corporate way of saying watery jam. That alone had critics side-eyeing the whole thing. Then came the price, $12 for a single jar. And according to many reviews, it didn't taste any better than regular jam you could grab for way less. People started asking, what exactly are you paying for here? To push sales, her team reportedly built a story around it. The pitch? That it came straight from Meghan's own kitchen, with her children watching excitedly as she made it.
With Love Meghan came in at number 385. The show has garnered just 5.3 million views since its debut in March, which is a pretty dismal number.
Sounds warm and personal, sure, but critics weren't fully buying it. A lot of people started questioning whether anyone really wanted to pay premium prices for something that felt more like a Pinterest-style kitchen project than a luxury product. That gap between image and reality? Yeah, it stood out. Then things take a sharp turn into fashion drama. According to Tom Bauer, Meghan wasn't actually invited to Paris Fashion Week. Instead, he claims she reached out herself to designer Pier Paolo Pacioli with a proposal. And this is where it gets bold. She allegedly suggested making a surprise appearance at the show, if the brand agreed to cover her expenses. Not small expenses either. We're talking around $250,000. But it didn't land the way she may have expected. Pacioli later went on record and said Meghan wasn't invited at all. That statement flipped the whole.
Well, fun fact, Meghan wore reportedly $300,000 worth of jewelry to this event. Charity events are designed to shine a spotlight on those in need, but Meghan's dazzling display drew attention away from the cause and onto her wardrobe. For someone who talks so much about compassion and equality, critics are arguing that the optics feel a little out of touch.
Story upside down. The situation suddenly sounded less like a glamorous fashion moment and more like someone asking, "Can I come if you pay for everything?" It gave off awkward energy that people couldn't ignore. Now shifting over to something much more serious, the Invictus Games. This was Prince Harry's major project, built to support injured veterans through sports. Even Queen Elizabeth backed it, showing just how important it was. But according to the book, critics started using a different name, the Meghan Games. And yeah, that label stirred up a lot of reactions.
That blue bling on her finger, that really stood out. It's the same gem Meghan sported during her wedding reception back in 2018. And at the time, a Kensington Palace official confirmed to ET that the aquamarine ring once belonged to Diana.
The reason? During the events, attention reportedly kept drifting away from the athletes and toward Meghan's outfits, appearances, and photo ops. Headlines started focusing more on what she wore than on the veterans competing. That shift didn't sit well with a lot of people, because at its core, the event was supposed to highlight resilience, recovery, and real stories, not fashion breakdowns. And here's a simple test people started bringing up. Can you name the team that won the most medals last year? Most people can't. That says a lot about where the spotlight ended up. Then came a big image move. A Harper's Bazaar cover meant to position Meghan as a strong global figure entering a new phase. Everything about it was styled to look polished and powerful.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, the two little hucksters from Montecito, they're going crawling back to the UK. Apparently in July, they're going over there for the Invictus.
But one small detail quietly stood out. When the journalist arrived at her home, a butler reportedly announced, "Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex," to an empty room. That moment felt oddly theatrical, and people picked up on it right away. It added to the growing perception that everything was being carefully staged. And it doesn't stop there. At an event in New York, observers noticed something else. Both Harry and Meghan looked exhausted. Not just tired, but worn down from constant appearances and media pressure. At one point, things reportedly got tense between them. Meghan was seen pushing Harry's hand away during what looked like a disagreement. Now, to be fair, every couple argues. That part is normal. But when you're constantly in the public eye, even a small moment like that can explode into global headlines within hours. Then there's Harry's security concerns during his UK visits. According to Bauer, he was deeply shaken after the Home Office declined to provide armed police protection in cities like Manchester and London. That decision reportedly left him feeling exposed, and in his own words, abandoned. From his perspective, it was a serious risk. But here's where things get complicated. Despite those fears, a full private rail carriage was reserved for his sufferer from London to Manchester. That's a level of security and comfort most people will never experience. Even with that setup, though, his discomfort reportedly didn't go away. Bauer paints a picture of someone caught between feeling unsafe and still surrounded by privilege. And honestly, the next part pushes that contrast even further in a way you probably won't expect. According to Bauer, Harry was essentially saying the UK felt too dangerous to visit, while still choosing to go back. That contradiction alone had people questioning the full picture. Then came a move that really stood out. When Harry returned to the UK, he reportedly donated £1.1 million of his own money to charity. Now that sounds generous, and it is, but the way it was done raised eyebrows. Unlike most royals who quietly support causes without highlighting exact amounts, Harry made this donation very public. The money reportedly went to Well Child, not Barnes & Noble, and the announcement was clear and specific. In royal culture, that's unusual. You're not really supposed to spotlight your own giving like that. And Bauer doesn't hold back. He suggests that to some observers, it didn't look like pure generosity. Instead, he claims people saw it as mitigation money, a very expensive way to repair a damaged public image. That interpretation, yeah, it sparked a lot of debate. Then came a moment many people were waiting for. After nearly 2 years apart, Harry finally met with his father, King Charles III. You'd expect emotion, right? A reunion filled with tension, maybe even relief, something real between father and son. But according to the book, that's not how it played out. The meeting reportedly lasted just 54 minutes and was described as formal and distant. No photos, no visible warmth, no emotional reunion moments. Insiders even compared it to a scheduled appointment rather than a family reconnection. That alone says a lot about where things stand behind closed doors. Meanwhile, Meghan's lifestyle series with Love, Meghan was supposed to relaunch her image in a big way. The goal was clear, position her as a leading lifestyle voice. But according to Bauer, it didn't land the way they hoped. The show reportedly ranked around 383rd on Netflix charts. For something meant to reset her brand, that number didn't exactly make waves. And from a business angle, Netflix reportedly decided not to continue with it. If a project isn't performing, the investment stops. That's just how the industry works. Then there's the shift in public appearances. Bauer claims Meghan started showing up at events she had previously ignored. One example, a charity event hosted by Kevin Costner. The year before, she reportedly had little interest, but later appeared wearing jewelry valued at around $325,000. People noticed that change immediately. Critics saw it as a sign that visibility had become a priority again, especially when trying to rebuild a public image. It gave the impression that events once passed over were suddenly back on the list, for a reason. And during Paris Fashion Week, the lifestyle image took another turn. Meghan reportedly stayed at the Plaza Athénée in a suite costing around $22,000 per night. That level of luxury definitely fits a high-end influencer image. But critics pointed out the contrast. It doesn't exactly match the idea of a simple home-style kitchen brand. That gap between relatable and ultra-luxury? Yeah, people picked up on it fast. At several events, Meghan also wore jewelry that once belonged to Princess Diana. Naturally, that draws attention every single time. But critics argue that those connections have become a consistent media magnet, something that keeps headlines flowing during public appearances. Then comes another claim from the 2025 Invictus Games in Vancouver. According to Bauer, Meghan allegedly requested to be addressed as ma'am, with Harry as sir. That detail didn't sit well with everyone. Titles like that carry weight, and critics questioned whether it felt appropriate in that setting. There were also concerns raised about costs, private jets, security, and overall expenses reportedly funded by others. And attendance? Reports suggested some events had very low turnout, with claims of just 43 paying spectators at one wheelchair basketball match. There were even suggestions that empty seats were filled for appearances, which only added more questions. Again, the focus was meant to be on the veterans, but critics say attention kept shifting elsewhere. And finally, Bauer points to what could be the next big move. There are claims that Harry and Meghan may try to reconnect with the UK through the 2026 Birmingham Invictus Games. Part of that idea reportedly involves getting King Charles to open the event, creating a major moment that would bring the family and the cameras back together. But Bauer sees that plan as unlikely. With ongoing tensions, possible public backlash, and lingering criticism, a smooth return might not be so simple. And just like that, those are the 25 major claims from Tom Bauer's betrayal. Some surprising, some controversial, and some that definitely got people talking. Let me know, which one shocked you the most? And if you want more breakdowns like this, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what's coming next.
Harry was not in love with Meghan Markle. He was in love with somebody else who turned him down.
When you look at the one who got away, and she's living the life that you hope to live one day, in Mystique no less, with a lovely man who treats her very well, of course that is going to hurt.
Hey, quick one. This story starts off calm, but it flips fast. Stick around, and if you're into these real-life twists, tap subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. On March 30th, 2026, Chelsea Davies posted a quiet photo on Instagram. She was holding her third child, a baby boy named Finn, wrapped in a soft white blanket, sunlight glowing behind her on a calm beach in Mauritius. No press team, no cameras, no big announcement, just a mother, her newborn, and the peaceful island she calls home.
You can see it under public appearances that this man can't even stand to look at this woman. Diana looked after him like a child. He was a child, but she had to really nurse him and hold him, and he was a damaged child from the start.
At that exact same time, everything looked completely different somewhere else. Prince Harry was sitting in a London courtroom, not by the ocean, not holding a baby, but giving testimony in a legal fight tied to a long-running dispute with the Daily Mail. Then things took a sharp turn. Private messages suddenly showed up as evidence, messages that had been denied before, with words like sugar and references to movie snuggles. Just like that, the situation got messy and questions started flying everywhere. Two people who once shared 7 years of history were now living totally different lives. One focused on quiet family moments, the other facing heavy public pressure under a global spotlight.
Yeah, he loved her a lot, and she really loved him, and they had great fun together. And he liked it because she wasn't worried about the royal family. That wasn't a big deal for her. She just fitted in very easily. So he started having affairs with all sorts of other girls.
That single week made it clear how far apart their paths had gone. And this isn't just about whether Harry misses Chelsea. It goes way deeper than that. It's about how choices, step by step, shaped two completely different outcomes. Someone who once had love, support, and direction slowly saw everything shift. Not by chance, but through decisions that changed the course of his life. Chelsea didn't just move on. She built something intentional. She created a life centered on privacy, calm, and family. Everything that once sounded so appealing.
If there was a willing billionaire, she would only leave for a step up.
Unfortunately for Harry, after just a couple of dates, Sarah and Markle decided that Harry was too dumb, too self-absorbed, too nasty to date, that she didn't want to date.
Africa, simplicity, peace, raising children far from constant cameras, that vision actually became her reality. Meanwhile, Harry's life moved toward California, public legal battles, and non-stop global attention around his marriage, with people constantly speculating about what's next. And there's one date people keep bringing up.
A set of highly inappropriate, very flirtatious text messages sent by the Duke of Sussex to a leading British journalist, which imply not just friendship, but potentially something of a far more intimate nature.
The Daily Mail left a nuclear bomb to go off at the end because Harry has said and kind of maintained that no, he has no personal relationships with the press.
These are creepy, very sexualized messages towards a young woman in journalism, and Harry claims, I found out she's a journo, I pulled the plug, but yet the evidence seems to contradict.
May 2028. It keeps showing up in conversations, and some believe it could matter more than expected as things continue to unfold. Years earlier, Chelsea had already made her feelings clear about royal life, saying it felt so full-on, crazy and scary and uncomfortable. I couldn't cope. That was back in 2016, long before everything else that followed. She didn't just talk, she made real choices that changed her direction completely. Their story started in Cape Town in 2004 during a gap year, turning into years of an on and off relationship. At one point, she even moved to England and studied law just to be closer to him.
Harry has woken up and smelled the roses, and he's not happy because it's not roses he's smelling something bad. Poop.
Prince Harry is heartbroken all over again. Now, of course, this is something that he is never going to admit publicly, especially as his marriage to Meghan Markle crumbled.
She showed up to major royal events too, including Peter Philip's wedding and the 2011 wedding of William and Kate. Harry later admitted there were still strong feelings, but one issue kept coming back: intense media, pressure. Reports described constant monitoring, private investigators, and even travel details being leaked to tabloids. Harry spoke about it himself in court, pointing to press intrusion as something that damaged his personal relationships. He said admitted more than once that the media played a role in what happened with Chelsea, even explaining, "I always felt as if the tabloids wanted me to be single."
She tries to direct and show people what to do because she's a controller. And that's what we see in her body language. That is her showing control because she is control obsessed.
She wants to showcase that image to the world that she is the one who's the boss, but she's not really the boss.
But here's where it gets complicated. Chelsea didn't walk away just because of headlines. She walked away because she didn't want that life at all. Yes, the pressure was real, but her own words made it clear she wasn't looking for someone to blame. She didn't want constant scrutiny, strict expectations, or a life that felt like it was always on display. So she chose distance, privacy, and independence, and quietly stepped out of the spotlight. She went on to qualify as a solicitor at Allen & Overy, one of the most prestigious law firms in the world. And this is where
we always talk about how Meghan's like, they took my voice. Well, she's taking Harry's. She's taking his voice. She's taking, his freedoms away from him to do what he wants to do.
Actually had no intention of moving to South Africa with him and escaping the press and living a private life. What she always intended to do was go to California.
Things start to get even more interesting. Things didn't stay the same for long. Her next moves changed everything. Make sure you stay locked in, because this shift says a lot, and it only gets deeper from here. And if you haven't already, hit subscribe so you don't miss how this all connects. Later, she switched paths completely, diving into gemology and building her own jewelry brand from the ground up. She focused on ethically sourced African gemstones and 18-karat gold, creating her own supply chain step by step with full control over the process.
It's usually a 6-month period for Meghan's mask to slip, and then she turns. And you can go in one day and not know anyone that you had been working with weeks before. Very significant in California. In California, if you're married for 10 years in California, everything is communal property.
Oh, wow.
So it doesn't matter if you have a prenup or not. After 10 years, it's communal property and you get.
Then she married Sam Cutmore Scott, an Eton-educated hotel professional running a luxury hospitality group far away from nonstop public attention. The wedding itself? Extremely private, so private that she reportedly picked her dress just one day before the ceremony. No big media moment, no drawn-out coverage. Within 4 years, she had 3 children and eventually moved to Mauritius, where her family already had roots. No interviews, no streaming deals, no public drama, just a quiet life built exactly how she wanted it. A friend told the Daily Mail in late 2025 that breakup was probably the best thing that ever happened to her. That one line got people talking everywhere. Think about that image: economics degree, law degree, gemology diploma, a successful business, 3 kids, and a calm coastal lifestyle. It paints a picture that's hard to ignore, because when you compare it to what comes next, the contrast feels almost unreal. Observers have pointed to patterns in how relationships shifted over time. Some friendships reportedly became strained during major life changes. One example often mentioned is Tom Skippy Inskip, a longtime friend from Eton who was said to have advised caution early on. Later reports claimed he wasn't invited to the private evening wedding reception. Tatler didn't hold back, stating, "Skippy advised Harry not to marry Meghan and has paid the price." Whether fully accurate or not, that claim pulled massive attention. Other reports described distance growing between the couple in certain social circles. Royal correspondent Katie Nicholl even wrote about what she described as an unspoken expectation of loyalty. According to those accounts, speaking publicly about private matters could lead to tension, or even separation. Over time, several relationships seemed to shift direction. Family dynamics also became a major topic in public conversations. In one documentary interview, Harry admitted he had lost a few friends along the way. Media outlets later shared claims from unnamed sources pointing to serious disagreements within the family. One widely repeated quote said, "He absolutely hates Harry." Another line that kept showing up in headlines claimed, "William will never, ever forgive Harry for what he has done." These statements fueled nonstop speculation and debate. Even his memoir, Spare, sparked backlash. Some veterans criticized how certain military experiences were described. Former Colonel Tim Collins said publicly, "That's not how you behave in the Army." That comment alone triggered a wave of discussion about what should stay private and what gets shared with the world. Looking at everything together, many believe key decisions shaped the outcome. Writing the memoir, doing high-profile interviews, and speaking openly about private conflicts all played a role. Some relationships grew stronger, but others clearly faded. It shows how fast things can change when personal matters turn into global headlines. Some observers say it didn't feel like slow disagreements. It felt sudden, like people were simply cut off. Longtime friends seemed to disappear, replaced by new voices more aligned with the direction things were going. That shift didn't go unnoticed. And now, Harry himself has confirmed just how strained things have become. In a BBC interview, he said communication with his father had broken down, stating directly, "He won't speak to me because of the security stuff." That didn't come from rumors, that came straight from him on record. Years before all of this escalated, Chelsea had already stepped away from that world, choosing distance before things reached this level. 16 years later, the same structure she once avoided is still making headlines, and Harry is still right in the middle of it, with more still unfolding ahead. Now this is where everything gets messy, fast. Stay with this part, because the details here start connecting in ways people didn't expect. And if you've been following closely, this is where it really turns. The story shifts from difficult to seriously complicated. Harry's legal fight with parts of the British press has become one of the biggest chapters of his post-royal life. Across multiple lawsuits, reported legal costs are now climbing close to £40 million. And the core argument hasn't changed. Claims that private information was gathered through unlawful methods like phone hacking, surveillance, or deceptive data tactics. There have been real legal developments tied to those claims, and key statements started to shape the entire case. But then March 31st hit, and everything changed. During closing submissions, the defense introduced a set of previously unseen messages. According to court records, the conversation started back on December 4th, 2011, with Harry reaching out first. Messages went back and forth across multiple dates. In those texts, he used the word sugar, while she referred to him as Mr. Mischief and HBO. One message shown in court included the exact line, "Miss our movie snuggles." Another read, "I'm off comms all week in case you think I'm being rude." He also said, "I've been seriously busy since I last saw, but plan on getting back in the mix for February." Phone records reportedly showed a call at 2:50 in the morning, along with 3 text exchanges dated June 9th, 2012. But for many watching, the tone of the messages wasn't the biggest issue. He was single at the time, and private conversations are personal. The real focus was the gap between earlier sworn statements and what this new evidence seemed to show. Statements like "met once," "no idea about Facebook messages," and "not friends with journalists" suddenly came under intense scrutiny. The tension in the courtroom rose quickly, because now credibility itself was being questioned. Every word given under oath was being re-examined against the evidence presented in that same court. Alexander Larman from The Spectator said it directly. The messages challenge Harry's testimony in the witness box. Tom Sykes at the Daily Beast pushed it even further, saying the texts actually made Charlotte Griffiths appear as the most credible royal reporter in the case. He walked into that courtroom already under pressure over credibility, and some believe this moment may have made things even harder for his case. The final ruling could still take months, but March 31st already left a mark that won't fade quickly. Then there's the money side, and this is where things tighten even more. Some deals are fading, others barely holding, and the overall picture shows a shrinking flow of revenue. Spotify stands out. A $20 million deal signed in December 2020 ended in June 2023 after only 12 episodes. Spotify executive Bill Simmons didn't hold back, calling them grifters on a public podcast heard by millions. Netflix has also faced challenges. The original deal was reportedly worth up to $100 million. But while Heart of Invictus performed well, other projects like Live to Lead, polo content, and a cooking show barely made noise. By summer 2025, the deal shifted from exclusive to a first-look arrangement. Then in March 2026, Netflix stepped away as an equity partner for Meghan's lifestyle brand. Reports say the internal mood came down to 2 words: "We are done." Even Penguin Random House pulled back. Paula Froelich reported that at least 2 book ideas were pitched. One focused on leadership, another described as a divorce angle. But a publishing source said clearly, Penguin Random House is done with them. Some biographers have even pointed to historical parallels. Prince Philip once referenced Edward VIII and Wallace Simpson, an American divorcee linked to a royal exit and a lifetime away from the institution. Ingrid Seward described their story as filled with estrangement, memoirs, staff issues, and ongoing disputes. Anna Pasternak portrayed them as jet-setters who never fully felt settled, always looking back toward England. There's even that striking moment recorded by Gore Vidal. Right after their wedding, Edward reportedly turned and asked, "And now what do we do?" That line still sticks because the comparison feels uncomfortably close for some observers. Different era, different stakes, but a similar emotional question that doesn't fully go away. Of course, the situations aren't identical. Edward was king. Harry is sixth in line. Today's world is louder, faster, and far more connected. Harry has children, global visibility, and opportunities Edward never had. But the core story some people see hasn't changed much. A man giving up a lot for love, then quietly facing what comes after. Chelsea never wanted any of that spotlight. No crown, no constant attention, no celebrity-driven life. She didn't chase streaming deals or brand empires. She wanted Africa, privacy, and a life built around family and calm moments. And she actually created it, step by step, on her own terms. Harry has said he wanted that kind of life too. In Spare, in interviews, even in court, he kept coming back to the same ideas. Africa, simplicity, peace. In one witness statement alone, he referenced it again and again. That transcript might be one of the clearest windows into what he was really thinking. Public opinion adds another layer. Recent polling shows Harry at 31% positive and 60% negative in the UK, while Meghan stands at 21% positive and 67% negative. Meanwhile, William is at 74% positive and Catherine at 71%. Those numbers show how sharply perception has shifted, so the question still hangs there. Can his reputation recover after years of legal fights, broken deals, and a memoir that reshaped key relationships? Or has too much already changed? And while all of this plays out in headlines and courtrooms, there's a quiet image that keeps coming back. On a beach in Mauritius, Chelsea holds her baby Finn, living the exact kind of life Harry once described as his dream. She built it. She stepped away and never looked back. If you've got thoughts on all this, drop them in the comments. And if you want more breakdowns like this, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next.
The biggest addiction in America is attention. We are addicted to attention. Easiest way to get attention is to be addicted. You're so racist. You're so racist. Some of that she went through was not racism. It was just some in-laws. Because she's complaining. I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about? No, but they're so racist. They wanted to know how proud the baby's going to be. I'm like, that's not racist. Because even black people want to know.
It started like every other major comedy event. People expected to dominate social media for a weekend. Bright stage lights, loud crowd, cameras locked onto every reaction shot. Before the first joke even landed, viewers online were already predicting viral clips and headline moments. But then Chris Rock walked out, grabbed the microphone, and within minutes, the atmosphere changed completely. Because suddenly, this was no longer just another celebrity comedy routine. The energy inside the room shifted fast. The laughs became louder, sharper, almost nervous at times. Like the audience realized they were watching a moment that would immediately explode online the second the clips escaped onto social media.
A Christmas photo released by the royal family features a bad Photoshop job where Prince Louis's finger appears to be missing. And this is sweet. Meghan Markle said she has a finger they can use if they need it.
And at the center of it all, unexpectedly, was Meghan Markle. What caught people off guard was how direct Rock sounded right from the beginning. There was no slow setup, no cautious approach, and no attempt to soften the topic. He jumped straight into jokes about Meghan and Prince Harry with the kind of confidence only someone like Chris Rock can pull off on a massive stage. And you could feel the room reacting in real time. Some people were laughing instantly. Others were turning toward the audience around them, almost as if asking, wait, did he really just say that out loud?
Everybody trying to be a victim. Like, what was this girl? Meghan Markle. Seemed like a nice lady. Just complaining. I was like, did she hit the light-skin lottery?
That tension is what made the moment feel so huge. If you enjoy deep dives into royal media culture, celebrity image shifts, and the viral moments that quietly reshape public perception overnight, make sure to subscribe, because this story gets much bigger once you look at what happened after the laughter faded.
And still going on complaining, acting all dumb like she don't know nothing. Going on Oprah, I didn't know. I had no idea how racist they were. It's the royal family. You didn't Google these motherfuckers?
Because for years, Meghan's public narrative had largely centered around pressure, isolation, media hostility, and the overwhelming experience of entering the royal family as an outsider. Interviews, documentaries, magazine profiles, and commentary pieces consistently reinforced that image. But Chris Rock approached the subject from a completely different angle. Instead of treating the story delicately, he reframed parts of it through comedy in a way that challenged how believable some audiences found the narrative itself. And one joke in particular immediately detonated across the internet. Rock compared Meghan acting surprised by royal culture to a basketball player claiming they had never heard of the NBA before entering the league.
Posting up pathetic pictures. This is me eating sushi. Like me. This is me 25 years ago when I was hot. Like me. Ouch.
The reason that line spread so fast was not because it was complicated or deeply analytical. It was the exact opposite. The joke was simple, easy to repeat, and instantly understandable to millions of people scrolling online. Within hours, social media platforms were flooded with reposted clips. TikTok reactions exploded. Commentary channels uploaded breakdowns almost immediately. Meme pages grabbed the quote and turned it into viral formats within the same night. But one of the most fascinating parts of the entire moment was not even the laughter itself. It was the silence afterward. Because after some of the biggest punchlines landed, there were these strange pauses where the room briefly quieted down. You could almost feel people processing the implications underneath the jokes in real time. And that silence may have hit harder than the comedy, because suddenly the audience was not just reacting emotionally, they were debating internally.
Best way to have a snack is to take the snack out of one bag and then move them into another bag and then label this new bag, even though this bag already has a label.
The atmosphere shifted from entertainment into something much more cultural, a conversation about public trust, celebrity storytelling, and whether audiences still fully believe the Sussex narrative the same way they once did. That is why the routine became so important online afterward. Comedy changes conversations differently than journalism does. A news article can be ignored. A political debate can divide audiences instantly. But when a joke lands successfully in front of millions of viewers at once, it can reshape public perception almost overnight, because humor lowers people's defenses first. And according to many observers, that is exactly what happened here. The clips did not disappear after one news cycle. They kept spreading, replaying, and generating arguments across the internet for days afterward. Some viewers thought Rock was brutally honest. Others believed he crossed the line completely. But regardless of which side people took, one thing became obvious immediately. The public conversation surrounding Meghan Markle had just changed tone in a very noticeable way. The thing about truly successful comedy is that the best punchlines never stay confined to one stage or one night. They escape into culture. They start repeating themselves in people's minds long after the audience goes home. And once that happens, every future interview, every headline, and every public appearance starts getting filtered through the joke. That is exactly what happened after Chris Rock's Meghan Markle routine. Within hours of the special airing, social media exploded. Clips spread across TikTok, X, Instagram, YouTube, everywhere at once. People were not just reposting the jokes themselves, they were reposting the audience reactions too, because the crowd's shock and laughter made the whole moment feel even more dramatic. One line especially took over the internet almost immediately. Rock joked that acting surprised by royal culture was like marrying into the Budweiser family, and then being shocked they drink beer. The simplicity of the comparison made it impossible to escape online. TikTok creators started remixing the clip with reaction edits, dramatic zoom-ins, sitcom sound effects, and commentary overlays within the same night. YouTube channels rushed to upload breakdown videos with giant thumbnails and titles framing the routine like a massive celebrity turning point, unfolding live in real time. And then something even more important happened. Other comedians joined in. especially in Britain. UK comics quickly started building their own material around Harry and Meghan, but with a much drier and more understated style. The humor focused heavily on what many critics viewed as contradictions between wanting privacy while continuing highly visible media projects, interviews, documentaries, and public appearances. The crowds immediately understood the references. That is what made the jokes land so effectively. British comedy often works through understatement. Comedians barely changing expression while audiences explode, because everyone instantly understands the implication underneath the line. Meanwhile, in America, late-night television picked up the same energy almost immediately. Host after host began joking about podcasts, Netflix documentaries, public interviews, and the now famous privacy debate surrounding the Sussexes. Online, the phrase "wanting privacy" became one of the internet's favorite recurring punchlines, because people kept pairing it with clips of red carpets, speaking events, media launches, and public appearances. And once the internet locks onto a joke like that, it evolves fast. That is what made this moment different from ordinary celebrity criticism. The jokes no longer felt isolated. Different comedians in different countries were suddenly making similar observations independently, which usually signals something much bigger culturally. Because comedy tends to follow audience mood. Writers only keep returning to the same punchlines if crowds consistently respond positively, and by the end of that week, Meghan's online image had noticeably shifted. Old interviews resurfaced. Past quotes reappeared. Meme pages and commentary accounts started re-editing years-old footage into short viral clips designed specifically to reignite debate around consistency, authenticity, and public image. TikTok especially turned the entire situation into ongoing entertainment content. Creators added dramatic music, exaggerated captions, reaction cuts, and sarcastic edits to old Sussex footage. Some posts were lighthearted, others were openly mocking, but almost all of them carried the same underlying tone: skepticism. And that may have been the biggest shift of all. The internet was no longer just discussing Harry and Meghan as royals or celebrities. Increasingly, they were becoming recurring entertainment commentary material, the kind of public figures audiences now instinctively react to with irony, memes, and punchlines before sympathy. And once a public image crosses into that territory online, reversing the momentum becomes incredibly difficult. Across social media, the reactions stopped feeling like separate conversations and started feeling like one giant shared internet event, unfolding in real time. Every platform amplified the next one. TikTok clips fed YouTube commentary. YouTube reactions became meme templates on X. Instagram pages reposted audience reactions alongside old interview clips. The momentum just kept multiplying every hour, and on YouTube especially, creators went into full analysis mode. People were slowing down interview footage frame by frame, zooming in on facial expressions, replaying awkward pauses, and comparing old public statements side by side like they were investigating some giant ongoing reality show mystery. At that point, the discussion around Meghan Markle had clearly shifted beyond normal celebrity coverage. She was no longer being discussed online purely as a royal figure or public advocate. Increasingly, she was being treated like a recurring internet character, someone audiences constantly debated, parodied, reacted to, and remixed every single day. And once public figures enter that part of internet culture, escaping it becomes incredibly difficult, because memes move faster than public relations strategies ever can. Before any official response could even gain traction, dozens of new edits, reaction clips, and sarcastic compilations were already replacing the previous ones online. The cycle never slowed down long enough for the conversation to reset. That shift became obvious on late-night television too. By that point, comedians barely needed setup anymore. The audience already understood the references instantly the second Harry or Meghan appeared on screen. On shows like Saturday Night Live, the Sussexes increasingly became shorthand for celebrity overexposure, media contradictions, and image management. Harry was often portrayed as confused, overwhelmed, or drifting through situations without control. Meghan, meanwhile, was exaggerated as hyper-polished and intensely focused on controlling public narrative and branding. Now, obviously, sketch comedy exaggerates everything, but what made the audience reaction so strong was how familiar those themes already felt from online discussion. That overlap between internet perception and mainstream comedy is exactly why the jokes landed so hard. And then more hosts joined in. Jimmy Fallon leaned into the smaller details audiences were already mocking online: emotional interviews, headline-generating revelations, and the constant transformation of private moments into public storytelling. Stephen Colbert followed with sharper commentary that mixed humor with the feeling that audiences were already in on the joke. One line especially exploded online after Meghan discussed marrying Harry privately before the royal wedding ceremony itself. Colbert joked about feeling foolish waking up early to watch two married people get married. The audience erupted because they immediately understood the reference without explanation, and that repetition across multiple shows started becoming more important than any individual joke itself, because once multiple comedians keep circling the same themes night after night, media deals, interviews, luxury branding, emotional storytelling, non-stop headlines, comedy stops simply reacting to public perception. It starts shaping it. That freedom made the comedy even sharper once stand-up comics outside television started joining the conversation. Unlike network hosts, club comedians were not limited by broadcast rules or polished corporate filters, so the material became far more blunt. A lot of the jokes targeted the Netflix documentary and Prince Harry's memoir. Comics mocked the dramatic music, emotional storytelling, and cinematic slow-motion scenes, framing the projects as overly serious attempts to generate sympathy from audiences. Simon Brodkin especially leaned into that angle, joking that the documentary felt less like a royal story and more like a giant emotional advertisement. Harry's memoir also became easy material for comedians because of how personal many of the stories were. Comics pulled out details about royal life, privilege, and family drama, then flipped them into jokes about isolation, celebrity culture, and public oversharing. But even with Harry involved, Meghan remained the central focus of the comedy wave. Her speeches, interviews, and carefully polished public appearances became recurring targets. Comedians often described them as overly rehearsed or too tightly controlled. And inside comedy clubs, the reactions were immediate. The laughs came harder because there was no television filter softening the tone. Then South Park completely changed the conversation. The Privacy Tour episode exploded online because it compressed years of internet debate into one brutally simple parody. The animated versions of Harry and Meghan demanded privacy while constantly appearing in public, promoting projects, and traveling with cameras following them everywhere. The joke landed instantly because viewers immediately understood the contradiction being mocked. Within hours, screenshots and clips flooded social media, memes spread everywhere, and suddenly phrases and visuals from the episode became part of internet culture itself. That is when the situation crossed into dangerous territory for public image. Because once a parody becomes stronger in people's minds than the real person, every future headline starts getting filtered through the exaggerated version automatically, and according to many observers, that is exactly what started happening to Harry and Meghan after months of comedy sketches, viral edits, and animated satire. Then Bill Maher entered the conversation with a completely different tone. Instead of relying on giant punchlines, Maher used calm, blunt commentary, questioning the balance between asking for privacy while continuing highly public media projects and maintaining royal branding. And because his delivery sounded less emotional and more analytical, many viewers felt the criticism hit even harder. Bill Maher framed the situation less like a scandal and more like a communication breakdown that kept confusing audiences watching from the outside. According to him, the issue was not one interview, one documentary, or one emotional moment. It was the pattern. The constant cycle of public explanations, emotional revelations, media projects, and attempts to clarify previous statements left many viewers unsure how they were actually supposed to interpret Harry and Meghan's story anymore. Then Maher made the comparison that immediately spread everywhere online. He contrasted Harry and Meghan's highly public approach with the late Queen Elizabeth II's famously restrained style. The Queen endured decades of scrutiny, criticism, scandals, and non-stop global attention, while almost never publicly explaining herself. Maher presented that contrast as two completely different philosophies of public life. One side appeared disciplined, traditional, and emotionally reserved. The other looked highly visible, emotionally expressive, and deeply engaged with media storytelling. And whether audiences agreed with him or not, the comparison landed hard. But the moment that really shifted the atmosphere inside the room was not even a joke. It was Maher's suggestion that audiences do not automatically owe endless sympathy to celebrity conflict, simply because it is delivered emotionally. The crowd reaction was different there. Not explosive laughter, not applause. Just this strange wave of quiet agreement moving across the room as people nodded and processed what he was saying in real time. And by that stage, Meghan Markle and Prince Harry's online image had already changed dramatically from where it started years earlier. What began as discussions about royal pressure and media treatment had evolved into non-stop memes, reaction videos, late-night monologues, viral edits, and recurring comedy references across almost every platform online. The jokes started lasting longer than the original headlines themselves, and that is the dangerous thing about comedy and celebrity culture. News stories fade, interviews disappear, public statements get forgotten, but once comedians and internet culture turn someone into a recognizable punchline, that image becomes incredibly difficult to escape. Every future appearance starts getting filtered through the parody automatically, fair or unfair. That is where Harry and Meghan now seem trapped culturally. Chris Rock may have ignited the moment, but social media, late-night television, meme culture, and non-stop commentary transformed it into something much larger than one comedy special. The jokes stopped being isolated entertainment and started shaping public perception itself. If you enjoyed this deep dive into celebrity culture, royal media battles, and the hidden ways comedy reshapes public image in real time, make sure to subscribe, because the deeper this story goes, the more fascinating the cultural shift becomes. And right now, many observers believe that shift is far from over.
Princess Lilibet Diana had been christened. Why would they use a title for their children to represent an institution they loathe so much? Well, Harry and Meghan have never provided any evidence for that highly incendiary claim. It's not like they haven't had the chance to. After all, they pumped out 6 hours of self-indulgent bilge on Netflix, trashing Britain and the press for its racism. She was never pregnant at all. Instead, the videos embolden conspiracy theorists. They're calling it Megspiracy, and the pair are being subjected to yet more merciless ridicule.
Piers Morgan is furious, and this time, he is definitely not standing alone. Senior palace insiders are quietly lining up behind him, and reports are hitting both the US and the UK at the exact same time. Something serious is moving behind Buckingham Palace doors, and almost nobody is saying a word about it. A quiet, cold, highly calculated investigation is now in motion, and here's the twist.
Meghan's Netflix series, released to the world this morning, is packed with, well, not really revelations, are they? It's sort of rehashed old revelations with a new twist. As it turns out, we've apparently been wrong all along. Britain is a nasty, racist hellhole where only magnificent Meghan stood up to all this, and the world world's biggest victims.
It is not about Harry. It is not about Meghan. The spotlight is locked directly on Archie and Lilibet. Their births, their paperwork, their titles, and their exact position in the royal line are all being closely examined. And once you hear what investigators are rumored to have uncovered, missing signatures, confusion around a birth certificate, and even a christening with zero official church records.
Harry and Meghan Markle's surrogacy scandal has entered the mainstream media domain.
It suddenly starts to click why Meghan Markle is reportedly in full meltdown mode inside that Montecito mansion. Every part of this situation connects right back to what Piers Morgan has been saying loudly for months. He keeps pushing one question that a lot of mainstream media seems to dance around. A brutally simple question. If Harry and Meghan keep using their Sussex titles for every deal, every brand move, every public statement, while also presenting themselves as victims of that same royal system, then what is really going on here?
How does it get there, Omid? Surely you as the author, you must be furious, right? You must be demanding. Heads roll. And you want names, don't you, ironically? Omid, about who did this to you? Who besmirched your reputation as an author? I would, Omid. I'd want to know right now, especially if I was trying to convince the world that I had nothing to do with it myself, and I'd never ever put these names in writing, and maybe some lawyer had come along and told me not to. I mean, it couldn't possibly have happened because you've given us your word, and as I've established so far in this monologue, your word is your bond and should be taken as sacrosanct. Well, I'm going to cut through all this crap. I'm going to tell you the names of the two senior royals.
Piers does not soften it. He calls it straight hypocrisy on a massive scale. Those titles show up everywhere. Official statements, Netflix deals, lifestyle branding, you name it. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex is not just a title anymore. It is a full-blown product. And now that same product is being extended to their children, Prince Archie.
And now they want to give their kids the titles of Prince and Princess, even though they don't live anywhere near the royal family. They don't do any duties, they do nothing to deserve it. They live in a mansion in Montecito in California and use their own royal titles to make loads of money.
Princess Lilibet. More titles bring more spotlight, more attention, and yes, more money. Piers Morgan labeled it exactly how he sees it. This is about cash, not just status. And the moment he said it, people instantly understood what he meant. But here's why Piers is turning. The pressure up now. This is no longer just about Harry and Meghan.
They kept telling the world how ghastly the monarchy is. It's a prison camp. All the royals want to get away from it, but they can't because they're trapped in the world of titles and privilege. And now they want to give their kids the titles of Prince and Princess, even though they don't live anywhere near the royal family. They don't do any duties. They do nothing to deserve it. They live in a mansion in Montecito in California.
This is about what those titles actually mean for Archie and Lilibet. And things start getting serious very fast right here. Think back to the Oprah interview. An interview Piers Morgan has called one of the most damaging moments in royal history. Meghan claimed that Archie was denied a royal title because of his skin color.
Were dealt with a bit more, you could call it aggressively. When it came to errant members of a royal family, you sent them off to war and hoped that war took care of the rest, sort of thing. And so I think in this sort of modern era, you do actually need some way to, discipline may sound like a harsh word, but to share with them, hey, you're part of this, you have to be a situation like Harry, because Harry and Meghan left in part because they thought they could just do whatever the heck they wanted. Nobody was going to tell them no.
She suggested the palace made a decision about her child based on race. Piers pushed back hard. And here is why. Under the rules set in the letters patent from King George V, great-grandchildren of a monarch do not automatically receive prince or princess titles. That rule applies across the board. No special treatment. Archie was not singled out. The rule simply did not apply to him at that time. Piers Morgan called it a lie, broadcast to millions about an institution that could not publicly respond. And now, that same claim is reportedly sitting right at the center of why the palace is taking another look at everything connected to these children's royal status from the ground up. The moment children's titles become part of a global racism narrative.
This case about whether you think the birth was real, whether you think there was a surrogate, whether you think Meghan was wearing a moon bump, the fact is, Harry and Meghan lied. Buckingham Palace lied on their behalf. There was a complete cover-up over the birth of Prince.
Everything shifts, and the palace is left with no choice but to double-check every document tied to those children very closely. And what they are said to be finding, it is raising serious questions. Now this is where things really start picking up speed, because Piers Morgan is no longer the only voice raising concerns. Breaking reports from News Nation in the United States are now backing up what royal watchers have been hearing for weeks. Prince William is reportedly preparing to strip Harry and Meghan of their royal titles.
Harry and Meghan. It's a bit like criticising the police force. I often criticise the Met Police. My uncle was a commissioner in the Met Police. Doesn't mean that I don't believe in having a police force. You can criticise the monarchy and say, here are the fault lines, and do it clumsily.
But why would they want to inflict on their children royal titles that make them part of the royal family worldwide and expose them to the misery and pain and trauma which Harry tells us he suffers on an hourly basis, normally for large checks, by the way.
And insiders are saying it is no longer a question of if, but, and it does not stop with Harry and Meghan. According to the latest reports, William's plan could stretch further to Archie and Lilibet as well, all four of them. Piers Morgan has been pointing to this exact scenario for months, and now it is starting to feel very real. He keeps bringing up the same comparison, Prince Andrew and Sarah Ferguson, two figures who stayed close to the royal name while bringing constant controversy, all while still benefiting from that connection.
Do you think if Kate and William did this,
do you think they'd ever release it?
If they did,
do you think Kate would release a twerking video,
use headlines
heavily
like that?
pregnant at the bedside?
Would people say things like that?
The thing is, these two will sell anything about their privacy.
A lot of the royal watchers were complaining that they felt like her posts on social media where she barely shows the kids is almost taunting the king, who doesn't know these children, and how unfair this is.
Pierce's argument is sharp and straight to the point. The situation is tightening fast for Harry and Meghan. The big money deals are not hitting like they used to. Netflix has gone quiet, the podcast is gone, and newer projects are not landing with the same impact. When income starts slowing down, but the royal image is still heavily used, that becomes something the palace cannot ignore. And here is where it gets even more strategic. There are talks that titles could be reviewed across the board, including figures like Beatrice and Eugenie.
This crisis won't die down until the irrefutable truth comes out.
For Harry and Meghan, it's more a case of never reign and never abstain, especially when it comes to nauseating self-publicity, which invariably backfired.
Harry and Meghan playing games that resulted in people unnecessarily questioning things. Every toxicity thing is result of them.
Prince William doubles down. According to multiple sources, it's now a matter of when, not if, he strips Prince Harry and Meghan Markle of their royal titles.
This is not about personal feelings. It is about policy. The principle Piers Morgan keeps repeating is simple. If you are not a full-time working royal, you do not need a royal title. Zara Tindall built a strong, respected life without one. And now the same question is being raised about Archie and Lilibet, children growing up in California, far removed from royal duties and responsibilities. Then comes the detail that is really making people stop and stare. Meghan is reportedly telling people she is ready to take legal action if those titles get removed. She is said to be fully prepared to fight this in court. Piers Morgan's response?
So, concerns and conversations about how dark his skin might be when he's born.
What? About how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Hold up.
There's several conversations.
There's a conversation with you?
With Harry.
About how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Sharp and immediate? What court? You cannot sue the monarch. Titles come from the crown, and they can be taken away by the crown. There is no court in the US or the UK that can step in and force Buckingham Palace to hand titles back. It simply does not work like that. The fact that this is even being talked about has people seriously questioning how far things have shifted behind the scenes in Montecito.
There's no racism.
No, none at all, and that was actually quite shameful what was said at that time.
Well, let's remember what she said. This is what she told 50 million people around the world.
I do recall it and regret it.
It's worth reminding.
The idea of the first member of color in this family not being titled in the same way that other grandchildren would be, it's not their right to take it away.
It was a complete, hang on, Tessa, it was a complete lie.
Appalling ignorance, and also used in a very, very nasty way to attack people who couldn't answer back.
Yes.
And now it moves into the part that is sending real shockwaves through royal circles, beyond the titles, beyond the public, back and forth, beyond any legal talk. Something much bigger is unfolding. Senior advisors at Buckingham Palace have reportedly launched a quiet internal verification review focused directly on Archie and Lilibet, their births, their official records.
They're legally covering their backs. There's just too many unknowns. And then, of course, we have that the doctor that allegedly delivered Lily put her practice 2 weeks after giving birth to Lily, or delivering Lily. That sentence there is missing.
They're standing in relation to the crown, and Piers Morgan is making one thing very clear. This is not routine. This is something much more serious. This is where the situation takes a turn that even longtime royal watchers did not expect. Because when the palace launches what is being described as an internal verification review, that is not just normal paperwork. It signals concern at the highest level. Moves like this do not happen unless there are real questions that need clear answers.
Apparently, they invited all the royals to Lilibet's christening, but they all declined to come, as if they're all going to get on a plane and fly to California to embrace the people who've been trashing them for the last 3 years. But it looks like from the jungle drums, they have been invited to the coronation, right? Now, they're holding it out to make it all about them, make it a big drama. So, do you think they're actually going to come?
What makes this even more intense is the level of detail reportedly being examined. We are talking about official birth records, registration timelines, signatures, and whether every single step lines up with royal protocol. Nothing is being skipped. Everything is under a microscope.
I do now, yeah. I think because it's their currency, isn't it? They've made an awful lot of money, and again, it's their tax by having that association with the royal family.
It's the cachet and cash.
You mentioned the favoured journalists that they were briefing in the first instance that they weren't.
And here's the key issue being quietly discussed: consistency. Do all the records match perfectly? Were all procedures followed exactly as required for royal family members? Are there any gaps, delays, or irregular details that need explaining? These are the exact questions driving this review right now. Because when it comes to the line of succession, there is zero room for doubt. This is not about opinions or headlines. This is about official status, constitutional order, and public trust. If something does not line up on paper, it becomes a problem the palace cannot ignore. Piers Morgan has been pushing this point hard. This has moved far beyond interviews and media moments now. If titles are being claimed, if royal status is being used in global deals, and if a family is positioning itself inside that system, then everything tied to that status has to be completely solid and unquestionable. And that is exactly why this review is being seen as explosive. Because if everything checks out, the palace can shut down all speculation instantly and move forward cleanly. But if inconsistencies show up, even small ones, it could open the door to much bigger consequences. We are talking about possible changes to titles, updates to official records, and serious conversations about placement within the royal structure. And here's what makes this even more intense: silence. The palace has not said a word publicly about any of this. No denials, no confirmations, nothing. And in royal terms, that kind of silence often signals that something is happening behind closed doors that they are not ready to reveal. That silence is exactly what is driving speculation right now. At the same time, public attention is building fast, especially as more reports begin lining up across different outlets. When multiple sources start pointing in the same direction, people start paying very close attention. And right in the middle of it all is Piers Morgan, pushing the conversation further into the spotlight. He is not backing down, and he is making it clear this could be a defining moment for how royal titles are used, who gets to keep them, and what standards need to be met going forward. Because at the end of the day, this is about more than just one family. This is not just about headlines anymore. This is about the rules holding the entire royal system together, and what happens when those rules get tested out in the open. The palace does not move like this without a reason, and they definitely do not step into something this serious unless they feel they have no choice. The monarchy can survive scandal, but uncertainty, that is where real problems begin. Because once questions touch the bloodline, it hits the core of the entire system. This is not gossip territory, this is constitutional ground. And according to current reports, those questions have now reached a level where they cannot just be brushed aside. Start with Archie's birth certificate, the most basic and official proof for someone in the line of succession. It is supposed to be clear, fixed, and consistent. But this is where things take a strange turn. Months after his birth, that document was reportedly changed. Meghan's full legal name, Rachel Meghan Markle, was quietly removed. And in its place, only her royal title appeared, Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Sussex. No first name, no last name, just the title. Piers Morgan has locked onto this detail and it stands out instantly. In royal administration, changes like that are extremely rare. These are not small edits you make casually. Someone had to request it, someone had to approve it, and someone had to officially record it. But when people tried to trace where it came from, the explanations did not match up. Meghan's side reportedly said the palace requested the change. Palace insiders pushed it back, saying it came from Meghan's team. No clear agreement, no consistent version, no clean paper trail, just a changed record and conflicting claims. Then comes the birth announcement, and this is where royal protocol really starts to look shaky. Every royal birth follows a strict and verified process. There is confirmation, named doctors, official timing, and a formal palace announcement. But with Archie, that sequence did not play out the usual way. The public was told Meghan had gone into labor after Archie had already been born. Hours went by with confusion, no clear hospital details, and no confirmed witness statements. And here's the detail Piers Morgan keeps pointing at. The announcement did not include signatures from the attending doctors. That might sound minor, but it is not. Those signatures are part of the formal process. They confirm the birth is properly recorded and legitimate within the system. Without them, questions naturally start building. Calling it privacy does not fully answer those gaps. Now shift to Lilibet, because this is where things reportedly get even more intense. She was born in California, handled entirely through Harry and Meghan's personal team. No British doctors, no royal medical staff, no palace bulletin, and no traditional public announcement outside Buckingham Palace. For celebrities, that is completely normal. But for a child connected to the British line of succession, that is a major break from long-standing royal protocol. And now comes the detail that is raising the most concern behind palace doors. When advisors reportedly checked Church of England records connected to Lilibet's California christening, they found nothing. No entry, no registry listing, no confirmation from any bishop, no acknowledgement from the Archbishop's office. Piers Morgan is direct about this. A royal christening is not just for photos. It is a formal act that links the child to the Church of England, the same institution tied closely to the crown itself. And without that official record, the situation becomes much more serious, because now it is not just unclear, it may be incomplete from a constitutional standpoint. And that is exactly why, behind the polished photos and controlled public image, the mood in Montecito is being described as far more tense than it looks. Piers Morgan has been pushing harder on this point, and he is not backing off. He keeps saying Meghan's entire current image, the lifestyle branding, the media deals, the public persona, leans heavily on one thing: the power and mystery of the British crown. Take the royal children out of that equation and cracks start showing fast. Strip the titles completely and the whole structure starts to look unstable. Piers puts it in the most direct way, without Sussex tied to every statement. Every deal, every public move, what is really left? Just a couple who stepped away from the most famous royal family in the world, then spent years publicly criticizing that same institution while still building deals around it. That is not a powerful brand. That is a caution story. And when it comes to Harry, Piers points to something many people miss. Harry reportedly believed that even while living in California, far from royal duties, his children would always carry that royal identity, that it was permanent, locked in, untouchable no matter what happened. But now, that idea is being shaken. Reports suggest Harry has been trying to contact senior members of the royal family, and those calls are going unanswered. Because once the palace steps into constitutional territory, emotions do not lead the way. This becomes about structure, rules, and long-term stability. The review is happening, and nothing Harry or Meghan say publicly can slow it down. Piers Morgan is also turning his focus toward King Charles. In his view, Charles had multiple chances to act firmly and chose not to. After the Oprah interview, no action. After the Netflix series, no action. After Spare, still no action. Each time, Piers repeated the same warning: delaying decisions only makes the situation grow. And now that bigger situation has arrived, and it is landing right in Prince William's hands. According to Piers, William is far less likely to hesitate. He has watched everything unfold step by step, and he understands exactly exactly what is at risk. This is not just about family tension. It is about protecting the future of the monarchy itself. Because one day, his children, George, Charlotte, and Louis, will inherit this entire system. So now the question becomes, what happens next? Those closely watching this palace review say there are 3 possible outcomes for Archie and Lilibet's royal status. The first is a quiet freeze. The titles technically stay, but they stop being actively used. No public push, no reinforcement, just a slow fade into the background over time. The second is a quiet reclassification. No big announcement, no dramatic headlines. Their names simply stop appearing on official royal listings. They become private individuals, completely outside the working royal structure. And then there is the third option, the one Piers Morgan says is now seriously on the table: formal removal. If the review finds that key protocols or standards were not properly followed, the Crown has the authority to act. No spectacle, no emotional speeches, just a clean official move to remove titles and recognition completely. Piers Morgan's stance has stayed the same, but now it carries even more weight. The Crown always survives, people don't. Harry and Meghan may have built a public image closely tied to royal status, but the palace controls the system behind it. And in the end, it only takes one decision, one formal move, to reshape everything they have built over the years in California. So now the real question is, does the palace bring everything into the open or keep it locked behind closed doors? Because one thing is clear, this situation is far from over.
And this is now becoming a real crisis.
Harry was not in love with Meghan Markle. He was in love with somebody else who turned him down.
Hey, this story just took a wild turn, and you're going to want to catch every piece. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what's coming next. On March 30th, 2026, Chelsea Davy dropped a quiet post on Instagram. No hype, no warning. She's standing on a beach in Mauritius, sunlight glowing behind her, holding her third baby, a boy named Finn wrapped in a white blanket. No press release, no PR machine, no cameras in her face, just a mother, her newborn, and the life she chose. That same week, Prince Harry is sitting in a London courtroom, not on a beach, not holding his child, but locked in a legal fight with the Daily Mail over a grudge that's been dragging on for years. And then it gets messy.
I don't think that Harry would ever leave those children. And so he's stuck in California and he doesn't have any friends, really. You know, Nacho is there sometimes, but he also lives in Florida and he's constantly traveling. He hangs out with his security guards and Meghan and the kid.
Private messages show up in court. Messages he claimed didn't even exist. Messages using the word sugar, talking about movie snuggles. Suddenly, everything starts cracking in public view. 2 people who shared 7 years together, now living completely different realities.
When you look at the one who got away, and she's living the life that you hope to live one day, in Mystique no less, with a lovely man who treats her very well, of course that is going to hurt.
One is building a peaceful family life far away from the spotlight, and the other is watching his credibility get picked apart in real time. And right there, in that one week, you can see everything that went wrong. It's not just about whether Harry misses Chelsea. It goes way deeper than that. This is about how he ended up here.
Harry is heartbroken all over again. Now, of course, this is something that he is never going to admit publicly, especially as his marriage to Meghan Markle crumbled.
How someone who had love, purpose, family, lost it piece by piece. Not because of bad luck, not by accident, but through a chain of decisions that slowly pushed away everyone and everything that once grounded him. And here's the part that hits hard. Chelsea didn't just move on.
You can see it in their public appearances that this man can't even stand to look at this woman.
She built the exact life he once said he wanted. Africa, simplicity, peace, children, no cameras. She got all of it. Meanwhile, he's in Montecito dealing with lawsuits and a marriage people are already questioning, with some even circling May 2028 like it means something big.
Diana looked after him like a child. He was a child, but she had to really nurse him and hold him, and he was a damaged child from the start.
Keep that date in mind. It's going to come back. Around. Chelsea saw it long before anyone else did. Back in 2016, she called royal life so full-on crazy and scary and uncomfortable and said, "I couldn't cope." And she didn't just say it. She acted on it. She rebuilt her entire life around one simple word. No. Go back to the beginning.
If there was a willing billionaire, she would only leave for a step.
2004, Cape Town. They meet during Harry's gap year. 7 years of on and off. off, breakups, and makeups. She even moved to England for him, studied law at Leeds, met the Queen, attended royal weddings. She was right there in it. But no matter how close she got, one thing kept hitting her: the pressure, the constant spotlight. There were private investigators tracking her car, surveillance around the clock.
He has woken up and smelled the roses. And he's not happy because it's not roses he's smelling. He's smelling something bad. Poop.
Flight details leaked, even plans to place people next to her on planes. Harry himself described all of this in court. And here's where it flips, because his entire case is built on the idea that the press destroyed his relationships. He said, "I always felt as if the tabloids wanted me to be single." But Chelsea's story tells something different. She didn't walk away just because of the tabloids. She walked away from the life itself.
Penguin Random House is done with the Sussexes. It will never publish another book by them. They were financially burned.
And I think Penguin is just so financially burned, they can't imagine doing anything with them again.
The system, the constant exposure, the expectations. She didn't need someone to blame. She just chose to leave, and she meant it. And once she left, she didn't look back. Qualified as a solicitor at a top-tier law firm, then switched paths completely. Studied gemology, built her own jewelry brand with ethical African stones, real craftsmanship, her own supply chain.
Totally miserable, totally allowing his negative past to take over him, all of these court battles, and just a great sense of sadness, actually, and anger connected to.
Then came marriage to Sam Cutmore Scott, a low-profile hotelier, in a ceremony so private it barely made a ripple. 3 kids in 4 years. A full move to Mauritius. No interviews, no deals, no public complaints. Just a quiet, controlled life she built on her own terms. And by late 2025, even a close friend summed it up in a way that's going to make the next part hit even harder. Yeah, that breakup?
Nothing can actually get through to him to be happy now. He just feels it. Everything's wrong.
Turns out it might have been the best thing that ever happened to her. Now lock that image in your head. Chelsea Davy, economics degree, law degree, gemology diploma, thriving jewelry brand, 3 kids, beach life in Mauritius, calm, private, controlled. Because what comes next flips that picture hard, and you don't want to miss how it connects.
It's usually a 6-month period for Meghan's mask to slip, and then she turns. And you can go in one day and not know anyone that you had been working with weeks before.
Here's where things start to look less like coincidence and more like a pattern, a real playbook. And once you see it, it's hard to unsee. Start with the friends. Tom Skippy, Harry's closest friend from Eton. Not just some casual connection. This was his inner circle.
Yeah, he loved her a lot, and she really loved him, and they had great fun together, and he liked it because she wasn't worried about the royal family. That wasn't a big deal for her. She just fitted in very easily.
He warned Harry things with Meghan were moving too fast. And just like that, he's cut off. Not invited to the private wedding reception. Tatler didn't sugarcoat it either. They said Skippy advised Harry not to marry Meghan and paid the price. That's not a simple disagreement. That's straight up banishment. Then it spreads. One by one, more friends gone. Royal correspondent Katie Nichol described it as a code of silence. Talk to the press and you're out. No debate, no second chances, just gone. Then comes family.
She was love-bombing him, completely love-bombing him, playing along with all their plans at the time.
And this is where it gets heavier. Harry himself admitted on camera he lost a few friends during all this. A few? That word feels small compared to what actually unfolded. Reports say William told a friend he absolutely hates Harry. William will never, ever forgive Harry for what he has done. That's not rumor floating around. That quote stuck because of how direct it was. And it didn't stop there. Even the military circle, people who shared real experiences with him, started pulling back.
Set of highly inappropriate, very flirtatious text messages sent by the Duke of Sussex to a leading British journalist, which imply not just friendship, but potentially something of a far more intimate nature.
The Daily Mail left a nuclear bomb to go off at the end because Harry has said and kind of maintained that no, he has no personal relationships with the...
After Harry described combat in Spare in a way that didn't sit right, former Colonel Tim Collins publicly said, "That's not how you behave in the Army." That's a serious line to cross. Let's be real for a second. Harry made his own choices too. No one forced the interviews, the book, the public statements. Those were his 8 calls. But when you step back and look at the full sequence, it's hard to ignore the pattern. Anyone who questioned their relationship, friends, family, professional circles, didn't just disagree.
She tries to direct and show people what to do because she's a controller. And that's what we see in her body language. That is her showing control because she is control obsessed.
She wants to showcase that image to the world that she is the one who's the boss. But she's not really the boss.
They disappeared from his world. The people who knew him the longest replaced. And now even he's saying where things stand. In his own words to the BBC, he won't speak to me because of the security stuff. Talking about his father. That's not gossip, that's straight from him. And this is where it really hits. Because Chelsea saw something like this coming years ago and walked away. Fast forward 16 years and the system she avoided is still spinning. But now Harry's the one stuck inside it.
We always talk about how Meghan's like, they took my voice. Well, she's taking Harry's. She's taking his voice. She's taking, his freedoms away from him to do what he wants.
Now the story shifts from messy to something way more serious. Harry's legal war with the British press isn't small. It's massive. 3 major lawsuits, legal costs nearing £40 million. His entire argument rests on one core claim that his private information could only have been obtained through illegal methods, phone hacking, surveillance, all of it. And to be fair, he did score some real wins. £140,600 in damages from Mirror Group.
This is a man who claims he disowned Charlotte Griffiths when he found out she's a journalist, and he's messaging her about movie snuggles.
A reported £10 million settlement with News Group, plus an apology. That's not nothing. That's huge. But then came the big one, the Daily Mail case. Trial runs from January through March 2026. His team felt confident, evidence lined up, testimony ready, Harry himself on the stand, emotional, especially when talking about Chelsea. Then everything starts to shift.
They feel a little bit used. They're using Montecito as a community for their brand, but they're not really involved in the community.
During cross-examination, he's asked about Charlotte Griffiths. Under oath, he says, "I met her once at a weekend." Claims he didn't really know her, didn't even know if they'd spoken on Facebook. He adds, "I'm not friends with any of these journalists." Sounds clear, right? Then March 31st hits, the final day, and the defense drops something nobody expected. Facebook messages, not random, not one-off, weeks of conversation.
So he started having affairs with all sorts of other girls, and she got very upset, and he didn't go and see her for a long time, so she went off and left him. Now that's his fault, 100% his fault.
Starting December 4th, 2011, Harry himself reaching out. He gives her his private number. Messages stretch across multiple dates. He calls her Sugar. She calls him Mr. Mischief, even H-bomb. And then one message in particular comes up in court, word for word. And what it says changes the tone of everything that came before. And then this message shows up in court, and it hits different. Miss our movie Snuggles. I'm off comms all week in case you think I'm being rude.
They think there are royalties, but there aren't. Penguin overpaid, and with marketing, printing, and other costs, even with millions of copies sold, they will never earn out or get royalty.
He signs off with Mo and multiple kisses. Then adds, "I've been seriously busy since I last saw you, but plan on getting back in the mix for February." Now here's the part you can't ignore. Phone records back it up. Calls at 2:50 in the morning, multiple texts on June 9th, 2012. And no, the issue isn't flirting. He was single, that's his business. The real problem, what he said under oath, met once. No idea about Facebook messages. I'm not friends with journalists. Every single one of those statements.
And I also think it's interesting because the 10-year date of their marriage is coming up, and that is very significant in California. In California, if you're married for 10 years in California, everything is communal property. So it doesn't matter if you have a prenup or not. After 10 years, it's communal property and you get half.
Now directly contradicted by evidence shown in that same courtroom. Alexander Larman from The Spectator didn't hold back. He said the messages completely undermine Harry's claims in the witness box. Then Tom Sykes from the Daily Beast takes it even further, saying these texts actually make Griffiths look like the most credible reporter in the entire case. Why?
The predicament that she's in, Paula, is that Meghan might need to go with this book earlier than planned. But if she does that because she needs the money and she's still with Harry, she is going to have to lie.
Because her defense was simple. She got information through normal access, not hacking. And now there's proof stacked behind it. And here's a detail that really sticks. During the Mirror Group case, Harry mentioned Chelsea 118 times, and Meghan just 5. 118 versus 5. That's not a small gap. That says something deeper about where his head was, even in court.
When he is rebelling against her, because now I think it's going to be more and more where we're going to see Harry want to try to get more and more of his freedoms back from Meghan.
So picture this: Meghan in Montecito, Chelsea in Mauritius with her newborn, and Harry in a courtroom, still circling a past that clearly never settled. The transcript lays it all out, and it doesn't exactly help his case. The ruling might take months, sure, but the real damage, that landed the moment those messages were read out loud on March 31st. And from here, things start shifting into money, power, and what's actually left. Because now the question isn't just credibility, it's sustainability. Let's break it down. Spotify, gone. $20 million deal, signed in 2020, ended in 2023 after just 12 episodes. And it didn't end quietly. Bill Simmons called them grifters on a podcast heard by millions. That label stuck. Netflix, not what it used to be. The original deal had massive potential, up to $100 million. But outside of the docuseries, most projects barely made noise. Heart of Invictus faded fast. Polo didn't land. The Cooking Show, one season and done. By 2025, Netflix scaled things back to a first-look deal, not exclusive anymore. Then March 2026 hits, and Netflix pulls out as an equity partner in Eve, Meghan's lifestyle brand. Internal word reportedly came down to 2 words. We're done. That's not a soft exit, that's a door closing. Publishing, not looking strong either. Reports say Penguin Random House got multiple proposals from Meghan. One about leadership, another described as a divorce-focused concept. And the response, a source said, Penguin Random House is done with them. They were burned. That's direct. Now step back and count what still stands. Spare brought in a $20 million advance and sold over 6 million copies. That's solid. The Murdoch settlement, around £10 million. Diana's inheritance, estimated near £10 million. And their Montecito home, bought for $14.65 million, now valued close to $29 million. So no, they're not broke. Not right now. But the burn rate, that's where it gets serious. Private security alone runs between $2 to $4 million a year. Property taxes around $300,000. Staff, legal fees climbing into the tens of millions. And those bills don't pause. Meanwhile, the income streams meant to support all of this, most of them are either gone or fading fast. Since 2020, around 25 staff members have left. Their foundation restructured in 2025 down to a single key employee. Longtime aide James Holt, gone by December that same year. Even their PR team, 11 professionals in, and one after another, walked away. And then there's one detail that keeps coming back. And this isn't rumor, this is law. In California, once a marriage hits 10 years, it's considered long-term. That means courts can order spousal support with no fixed end date, no automatic cutoff, ever. Harry and Meghan married May 19, 2018. The 10-year mark, May 19, 2028, just 25 months away. That date again. Every analyst watching this, every commentator following closely, they all keep circling it. And the closer it gets, the more everything around this story starts to feel like it's building toward something big. And this is where everything circles back to that date, May 19, 2028. Because under California law, once a marriage crosses the 10-year mark, everything changes. Spousal support doesn't just expire. It can be extended, adjusted, even brought back with no clear end. That's not speculation. That's how the system works. Now, are they definitely heading for divorce? No. Even Harry joked in 2024, we've apparently been divorced maybe 10, 12 times. Meghan in 2025 said, do I think we'll be married forever? Yes. She called him a fox and described their life as still in a honeymoon phase. Those are their words. But here's the part that matters. All the facts laid out here, they're documented. Court records, financial reports, direct quotes, name sources. The facts are solid. The interpretation is where things get real. Every major professional tie around them has either collapsed or weakened. Spotify, gone. Netflix, scaled way. Back. Publishing, reportedly cooled off. Their foundation, downsized. Staff, dozens gone. Personal circle, shrunk. Family ties, strained. That pattern isn't random. And let's cut through the noise for a second. Body language breakdowns, wild internet rumors, all of that, not reliable. But the financial pressure, the legal setbacks, the public statements, the exits of key people, that's concrete. There were even reports, separate outlets, that a memoir concept tied to a possible divorce was floated. Denied, yes. But the conversation existed. You can read that however you want. Meanwhile, the clock keeps ticking. Every month closer to May 2028 raises the stakes just a little more. And people are watching that date for a reason. There's also a comparison that keeps coming up. One that's hard to ignore. The story of Edward VIII and Wallace Simpson, a royal who stepped away, chose love, left duty behind, and spent decades in a kind of exile. Different time, different world, but the emotional pattern, that part feels familiar. Biographers have pointed out how that story ended. Years later, a quiet question. And now what do we do? That line stuck for a reason. And here's where it all lands. Chelsea Davy didn't want any of this. No spotlight, no pressure, no brand deals. She wanted a simple life. Africa, privacy, family. And she built it, piece by piece, exactly how she saw it. Harry said he wanted that too. He said it in interviews, in his book, even in court. Africa, peace, simplicity, over and over again. But somehow, the life he described and the life he's living now don't match. Public opinion has shifted hard. Recent polling shows the gap clearly. And while numbers don't tell the whole story, they do show how far things have moved. So the real question isn't what the public thinks. It's whether Harry ever stops and asks himself the same thing. After the lawsuits, the deals that didn't last, and bridges burned, and the distance from the life he once described. Because somewhere far from all of this, there's a quiet beach in Mauritius, and a life that looks exactly like the one he said he wanted. She stepped away and built it. He stayed, and now everything's still unfolding. If you've been following this story all the way through, stay locked in and subscribe so you don't miss what comes next.
This is huge! Meghan Markle has a comprehensive plan for divorce.
Because she's got such a big ego, she probably thinks she can be James Bond. Didn't you know I'm not Meghan Markle anymore? I'm James Bond.
Meghan is smart.
And for the first time, Chris had some luck in the playoffs. In the first round, the Suns got past the Lakers after Anthony Davis got hurt.
Like,
Then he defeated the Nuggets without Jamal Murray.
Cat waits. Have you noticed how patient the cats are? I'm so confused. The truth is that Meghan is a serial failure. Everything she touches turns to mud, which is why she has gone back to acting.
Meghan Markle just got dropped right into the middle of a Hollywood frenzy, and it's moving fast. Insiders are saying offers are flying at her from every direction. Every studio suddenly wants a piece of her spotlight. At the same time, talk about a possible split from Prince Harry is heating up, and that's adding even more intensity to the situation.
We're told that Meghan knows which lawyers she's going to be using, that Meghan knows where she wants to live, and of course, Meghan is said to be prepared for the mother of all legal battles for parental access to Archie and Lily, who, as we've seen in recent months, and particularly over Easter, have become a central part of her public relations strategy.
What started as quiet whispers about her maybe stepping back into acting has now turned into something way bigger, almost like a calculated play to build her own money, her own power, and full independence if her personal life takes a sharp turn. And the second this story started bubbling up, Hollywood didn't sit back and wait. It jumped in immediately. They're not treating her like a former royal easing back into work. They're treating her like a full-on headline magnet who can flip the media cycle overnight.
So Netflix did very well from the Harry and Meghan documentary. You see, that is where the gold is. What Harry and Meghan have
after an even second-round
is
series
the
against
royal
Dallas,
credentials,
where
the
the
royal
home team
pedigree,
won
the
every game of the
relationship
series. The Suns were ready to
the late
win
Queen
Game 7
and with
in front
Charles
of their home
and all the
fans.
rest of it.
And what happened next
So
was
Meghan,
the
after
biggest
divorce, it's our
fiasco
understanding
ever seen
that
in the
Meghan
deciding
thinks she can
game,
get
as the
double
Mavs blew
or
them out
triple
by
or maybe
33 points.
quadruple.
At one point,
It's less
the
about
lead
her
was
past
46.
and more about the
And that
attention
game
she brings
marked
right
the
now.
end of
And
Chris
that kind of
Paul's
pull
prime,
is rare.
which lasted for
What's
17
really
years.
wild
In
is
that
how this
period,
whole
he
storm
averaged
even started.
18.1 points,
There was no
9.5
big announcement,
assists,
no polished
5.5
PR
rebounds,
rollout,
and
nothing
2.1
like
steals
that.
per game.
It
Shooting
reportedly
an
came from
efficient
one simple
47%
comment
from the field,
by a former
37%
co-star
for three,
hinting
and
she might return
87%
to
from
acting,
the charity
and that
stripe.
alone
Just like his
sent
Wake
casting
Forest
agents into
predecessor, Tim
complete
Duncan, Chris
overdrive.
Paul never took
Insiders
over
in Los
games
Angeles
in the
say
manner of
phones
Jordan,
started
Kobe,
ringing
and LeBron.
non-stop,
CP
with agents
only
calling
has
it one of the
8
craziest
40-point
waves
games
of
in his
interest
career,
they've seen
as it
in
was
years.
never his style to
And this
outgun
isn't
the
just
opponent.
casual curiosity,
CP3 was
it's
playing
aggressive
basketball
moves behind the
methodically,
scenes.
efficiently,
Studios are
and
racing
within
each
a
other,
team
trying to get
concept.
scripts
Like
and deals
Timmy,
in front of
Paul
her
was
before anyone
consistently
else
good
even
for
gets
so many
close.
years that it
The
almost
types
went
of roles being
unnoticed. There
thrown
were
her
no
way are
flashy
all over
dunks,
the
no
place too,
50-point games,
which makes it
no
even more
loud
intense.
celebrations after
Romantic
wins, but
comedies,
you could
high-end
always count on
dramas,
his
sitcoms,
18, 10,
full
and a
soap-style
couple steals,
productions,
making the
even
right
horror
decisions,
projects.
hitting elbow
Nothing is
middies,
off limits,
and finding
and that
an
says
open
everything.
teammate.
At this
Similar
point,
to Steve
it's
Nash
not
and
even
John
about finding the
Stockton,
perfect
two pass
role
first point
anymore.
guards who never
It's
won the
about
title.
locking her name into
CP3
anything that can
probably should have
explode
taken
in
more
the public
shots.
eye.
And yes,
She is going to be
point guard
playing
will likely
herself.
finish
But
his
who
career
is
as a
Meghan
great
Markle?
record.
Because
Aside
we don't
from
know
a
who the
couple
real
playoff
Meghan Markle is.
meltdowns,
Prince
Chris
Harry
Paul
doesn't
has
know who
been
the real
clutch
Meghan Markle
his
is.
Meghan
entire
Markle was
career.
just one of
For
the
half of
working
his
girls
career,
for
he played
Soho
on
House.
bad
Call
teams.
girl, working
And for
girl,
the other half,
escort,
he
whatever
had
you want to
terrible
call
luck
it.
with
That's what
injuries.
she was.
He's
I think this is the perfect role for Meghan.
from the point
One
guard
senior
position,
casting
with
agent
9
even called her a
all-defensive teams and
unicorn,
6 times
saying
leading
she
the
brings
league in
this
steals,
mix of
which is an
global
NBA
fame,
record. He had an
controversy,
insanely
curiosity,
low number of
and
turnovers at
non-stop
just 2.3
conversation that
for his
almost
whole
nobody
career,
else can match.
compared to Magic
Now,
Johnson, who
the
had
conversation has
3.9
completely
turnovers per
shifted.
game, and Isaiah
It's not
Thomas, who
just,
averaged
is she
3.8.
coming back to
John
acting
Stockton may
anymore?
have over 3,000
It's,
assists
what
more
does
than
this move
CP3,
actually
but he
mean?
also had
Because while
1,200
Hollywood
more
is chasing
turnovers than
deals,
Paul.
there's a
Kobe
deeper
once
layer
said
people
that
can't
the world was
ignore.
lucky that Allen
Some
Iverson
insiders are
wasn't
saying this might
6'5".
not just be a
And
career
that saying can
comeback.
translate
It could
to
be a
Chris
full
Paul, too,
strategic
because he's
reset.
probably
They're
the
talking
greatest
timing,
small guy
control,
to ever
and
play.
long-term
Thanks for watching.
independence
And if you
if
like this
major
one, we
changes
have
hit her
another
personal
video for
life.
you right
And
here.
behind closed doors, things are getting even more intense. This isn't just about roles anymore. It's about leverage, timing, and the raw power of attention itself.
Anthony Davis
Meghan isn't being viewed as just another actress stepping back in.
Why not make money showing the downfall of your relationship, your marriage? You are now not very much together. It's great to show Harry and how he is so not happy at the moment.
She's being seen as someone whose next move could shake streaming platforms, influence production budgets, and dominate global media cycles all at once. That kind of influence is rare, and Hollywood clearly sees it. At the same time, there's a layer of uncertainty making everything even more dramatic. People inside the industry are scrambling, trying to figure out who is actually guiding her next move. Agents and producers are reaching out through old connections just to re-establish contact. And in Hollywood, when things aren't clear, it only makes the speculation louder. Ambiguity like this never stays neutral. It instantly turns into talk of either massive opportunity or possible instability, depending on who's talking. Meanwhile, her media presence after stepping away from royal life seems to be shifting again.
In fact, Davis has had 51 unique injuries and 296 in
She's
total,
barely a human
including
being. She's an
55
avatar. She's a
foot injuries
hologram.
throughout his career.
She's
So
a
when
grinning
exactly
tan
was his prime? And
human
how good
manifestation
was prime Anthony
of
Davis actually?
ChatGPT software.
Most dominant big men in basketball
Meghan
history
is the
were
world's
big their
first
whole lives.
AI
Shaq was always
Earlier
huge.
streaming
Tim Duncan
plans that
was
once
always a
looked
post
solid
player.
are now
Hakeem
being
was always
described
long
as
and
less
athletic.
certain,
But
with
Anthony
insiders
Davis
hinting at
wasn't
changing
supposed to be a big
priorities
man at all.
and the
He
feeling
went
that
to
the original
Perspectives Charter School
direction
in Chicago,
might not
a
be
small
landing
math
the
and
way
science
people
academy
expected.
that barely had a
All of
basketball
this
program.
stacks
The
up
team
and
didn't
adds
even
even
have its
more
own
pressure
gym.
to the
They practiced at a
situation.
nearby church.
It's clear that whatever comes next won't be some simple return. It's shaping up to be a major turning point with serious stakes. With Hollywood rushing in, confusion around who's actually representing her, and shifting media deals happening at the same time, it's creating the perfect storm where even the smallest rumor can blow up into something massive overnight. What should have been a simple update about her maybe returning to acting has now turned into something way bigger. It's being treated like a full transformation moment, like her entire public identity is shifting in real time.
Once he had started playing AAU with Mean Streets and went to national camps, Davis went from an unknown recruit to a 5-star prospect to the #1 player in the entire 2011 class within a year. year. By the time he committed to Kentucky, NBA scouts were already talking about him as a future #1 pick before he had played a single college game. And somehow, he still exceeded expectations.
What was the
At
high
Kentucky, Davis wasn't the leading scorer, but he controlled every game. As a freshman, he averaged 14.2 points, 10.4 rebounds, 4.7 blocks per game, and shot over 62% from the field. He led the entire country in blocks, set the NCAA freshman record for block shots with 186. And at one point in the season, he was blocking more shots by himself than entire Division I teams.
And as the noise keeps getting louder, the conversation around Meghan Markle is clearly splitting into two different sides. On one side, some people see this as a real comeback, a chance for her to step back into acting on her own terms and take control of her career again. But on the other side, not everyone is convinced it's that simple. There are people who think this move could be connected to bigger changes happening behind the scenes, especially with all the ongoing talk about her relationship with Prince Harry and what that could mean for her independence and long-term future. Inside Hollywood, the reaction is anything but calm. Insiders are describing the situation as straight chaos, with casting agents and studios moving fast to pitch ideas, lock in meetings, and beat each other to the opportunity. It's not even starting to look like a normal casting process anymore.
This is huge, right? So Meghan is
He didn't need 30 points.
She waited a long time.
He didn't need
to
the
pounce
offense
on
built
Harry.
around him. He
She
could
identified a guy
completely
that
control
was
the game
emotionally
with
broken.
defense,
PTSD,
length, timing,
trauma,
and
all that
versatility.
stuff.
And by the end of the season,
A damaged
there wasn't
little
any
creature, and
debate
she
about the
zeroed
2012
in.
draft.
And
Anthony Davis
it
was
was
being
mission
called one of the
accomplished.
best defensive
But she
prospects
waited and she
in
was
years,
patient and she
one of the
played
most
the game
unique
beautifully
big
while
men
still
scouts had ever
doing the
seen,
same-
and
It
the
feels
kind
more
of
like
player
a
who could
high-stakes
change
bidding
any
war,
franchise
where the
the
real
moment he
prize
entered
isn't
the
the role,
NBA. And it's
it's
not
the
hard to see
attention
why. He
attached
was
to
coming
her
off one of the
name.
most dominant
And that's
freshman
where things
seasons in
really
college
shift.
basketball history. at
Meghan
Kentucky,
Markle
where
isn't
he
being
won a
judged in
national
the usual
championship,
way at
Final
all.
Four, most outstanding
Nobody is
player,
sitting around
National
analyzing
Player
her
of the
past
Year,
roles
and
or career
Defensive
path
Player of the
like
Year
they
in the
normally
same
would.
season.
Instead, everything is being boiled down to one question: how much noise will this create? Because right now, attention is the most valuable thing in media, and she brings a level of curiosity that's hard to ignore. That's exactly why the offers are coming from everywhere. Different genres, different formats, completely different styles. It doesn't even have to fully make sense creatively. The real goal is to tap into that unpredictable wave of attention that follows her everywhere. It's less about deep storytelling and more about impact, and everyone wants in on it. But not everyone believes this momentum will last.
Eric Gordon had struggled with injuries. Ryan Anderson was one of the main scoring options, and the team was still searching for a long-term
Netflix have
core.
lost
So when a
millions
19-year-old
in
rookie
their
walked
brand
into that
partnership
situation,
with
the
Meghan. We also know
expectation
that nobody
wasn't
watched
dominance
Harry's
right away.
boring
When you first come
polo
in the league, it's like,
documentary.
hey, look, I'm getting my money. I just want to get
A
bread.
growing
I
number
wanna
of
get paid.
critics are
And then at
starting
some
to push
point, it
back,
switches like,
saying the hype might be
Most
driven more
elite
by
big men
curiosity
take
than
time.
real
I mean, even
long-term
Hall of
interest.
Fame players
Some are
usually
even
need a few
suggesting
years
that
before the game
audiences might
slows down
show
for
up
them.
just to
But
see what
Anthony
happens,
Davis started
not because
showing it
they're
almost
fully
immediately.
invested in the
his
project
NBA debut
itself.
against the
In that
Spurs,
scenario,
he scored
the
21
first
points
project,
and led the team
whether
in
it's a
scoring.
show,
A week later,
film,
he put
or
up
even a
23
short
points,
appearance,
11
could
rebounds,
pull
and 5
massive
blocks
global
in his
attention,
first double-double.
spark
Before the
non-stop
first month
debates
of his career
online,
was over,
and take
he
over
already had
headlines
games with
everywhere.
28 points,
And then,
16
just as
rebounds,
fast,
multiple
it
steals,
could
and
cool
multiple
off.
blocks.
Because
The
while
production was
controversy and
there, but
headlines
what
can
really
grab
stood
attention
out was
quickly,
how he was doing
real
it.
success
He
in
wasn't
acting
just scoring
usually
in the
depends
post.
on something
He was running
deeper.
the floor,
Strong
finishing
connection,
lobs, blocking jump
consistency,
shots,
and
switching onto
storytelling
guards,
that actually
and covering
sticks
ground
with people.
defensively in a way
And
most
those things
centers
can't be
couldn't.
guaranteed
Even with injuries
just because
limiting him to
everyone is
64
talking
games,
at once.
Davis finished
To
his
be
rookie
clear,
year with
that Netflix
13.5
aren't
points,
stupid and they've lost a
8.2
lot of money
rebounds,
and
and
they've
1.8
also
blocks per
totally
game,
tweaked
made
their
all-rookie
reputation
first team, and
as a
led all
platform
rookies in
for great
double-doubles.
content.
New Orleans was me.
But Sarandos
Coming
is
in at
not
19
stupid.
and then all the way
Right,
to
this is a guy that's
24,
at the helm
25. I'm
of the
like,
biggest
all I know is New Orleans.
broadcast
And that
platform
was just the
on
starting point.
On top
After
of
the
that,
2013
the
season,
industry
the
she's
franchise
stepping back
rebranded to
into
the Pelicans,
isn't the same
added Drew
anymore.
Holiday in a
Hollywood
trade,
has
and made it
changed
clear the
fast.
plan was
It's
to
more
build
crowded,
everything
more
around
global,
Davis.
and
That's
heavily
when the
driven
jump
by
started,
streaming
because in his
platforms and
second season,
algorithms that
Davis went
decide
from
what
promising
rises
to
and what
dominant,
disappears.
almost overnight.
That adds
He opened
another
the
layer
year
of
with
pressure
20
that
and
wasn't
12,
there
then
before.
26 and
There's also
17,
growing talk
then a
about
game
how
with
this
25
possible
points,
move fits with
6
her
steals,
earlier
and
media
6
deals.
blocks.
which were once framed as a major shift into content creation alongside Prince Harry. Now, those plans seem to be quietly shifting, with insiders hinting that priorities are changing and the original vision might not be playing out the way people expected. Even without any official confirmation, all these small signals are stacking up.
The only reason why Netflix has stayed in the game with Harry and Meghan is because they're anticipating that the couple will divorce, and Netflix want to be close to Meghan so they can have the exclusive and they can have Meghan, My Story, which will be a 10-part awful documentary about her and her terrible life being married to Harry.
Changes in projects, subtle shifts in messaging, and the overall tone of her public presence are starting to paint a picture of someone in transition, not full stability. And the more Hollywood pushes to work with her right now, the more it fuels the speculation. It turns into a loop that keeps feeding itself. Interest creates more interest, and suddenly everything feels bigger, louder, and way more intense than it originally was. In this kind of pressure, nothing stays neutral for long. Every small move gets analyzed like it's part of some bigger strategy.
She's accepted now that she needs the money and that her career is absolutely in the toilet.
Even the smallest update starts to feel loaded with meaning, and every project connected to Meghan Markle begins to look less like simple entertainment and more like a signal of where her life could be heading next. This is where everything starts going deeper, because the mix of Hollywood momentum and personal speculation turns this into way more than just casting news. It stops being about roles and starts becoming about identity, independence, and who really controls the narrative moving forward. Whether the rumors about her relationship with Prince Harry are true or not, they're already shaping how people see the situation. What could have been a simple return to acting is now being viewed as a layered media moment, mixing career ambition with non-stop personal speculation. It's no longer just, she's acting again. It's
financial and public relations live draft after Harry and she go their separate ways. This project is a post-divorce project.
What does this actually mean? And that one question is driving the entire conversation right now. As everything keeps unfolding, the focus is clearly shifting. It's not about whether she's getting offers, because that part is obvious. And it's not about whether Hollywood is interested. That's already confirmed by the chaos behind the scenes. The real question now is what all this attention actually represents. People are stepping back and looking at the bigger picture. They're connecting it to ideas like independence, brand reinvention, and long-term control over her own story. And with ongoing talk about Prince Harry still circulating in the background, it just adds more weight to everything. That's exactly why this possible acting comeback feels so much bigger than entertainment. It's starting to look like a move to redefine who she is on her own terms, separate from royal ties, past media deals, or shared branding that once shaped her public image. And Hollywood offers something extremely powerful in this moment, the ability to turn visibility into serious global money. That alone makes the situation stand out, no matter what's really driving it behind the scenes. But here's where things get even more intense. Some voices are now suggesting this could be part of a much larger personal shift. They argue that if a major life change were to happen, stepping straight into a high-profile independent career would give her financial security and control over her narrative almost instantly. Now, none of that is confirmed. But the fact people are even saying it shows how tightly personal life and career moves are connected in today's media world. At the same time, there's still confusion behind the scenes, and it keeps adding pressure to the situation. Reports say industry insiders aren't even fully sure who's guiding her next steps right now. Studios and producers are reaching out through old contacts and indirect connections just to open a line of communication. And in Hollywood, that kind of uncertainty doesn't slow things down. It actually speeds everything up, because people start reading between the lines and assuming something major is happening. All of this is unfolding in an industry where attention is the ultimate currency. It's not just about talent or storytelling anymore. It's about who can dominate the conversation instantly. And that's exactly why Meghan Markle is in such a powerful position right now, because her name alone can spark global discussion before a project even begins. That kind of influence is rare, and it's exactly why this situation keeps getting louder, bigger, and harder to ignore. But there's a twist to all of this. That level of attention comes with serious risk. When success is driven by hype and headlines, it can rise fast and drop just as fast when the excitement fades. That's the unstable side people are starting to call out. Critics are saying the first wave of interest in her return would be massive, no question, fueled by curiosity, media buzz, and non-stop public debate. But what happens after that first surge? That's where things get unpredictable. Because staying power doesn't come from attention alone. Long-term success depends on things you can't fake. Real audience connection, strong performances, and stories that actually keep people invested over time. And this is the tension everyone is locked in on right now. The gap between people showing up out of curiosity and actually staying long-term is huge. It's the difference between trending for a moment and building something that lasts, and closing that gap is not easy at all. At this point, the story around Meghan Markle isn't just about roles or Hollywood deals anymore. It's about how modern fame actually works. Everything is blended together now. Personal life, public image, and entertainment value, all feeding into each other in real time. And depending on what happens next, this moment could go in completely different directions. It could turn into a full career comeback, a calculated repositioning, or just a quick burst of attention that fades as fast as it showed up. But one thing is already clear. Every single move carries serious weight right now. The mix of industry interest, non-stop speculation, and unanswered questions has created an environment where even the smallest update can shift everything. A simple confirmation or denial could flip the entire story overnight. Because this isn't just about acting anymore. It's about perception, timing, and control in a world where every move gets watched closely. And when you zoom out, it gets even bigger. This isn't just about Hollywood or celebrity culture. It's about how public figures operate when everything they do gets amplified instantly. Every rumor starts to feel real. Every decision looks strategic. Every possibility turns into part of a much bigger story playing out in front of millions. What really stands out is the speed of all this. The way this situation exploded from quiet whispers into a global conversation feels unreal. Hollywood ambition, personal rumors, and media interpretation have all merged into one non-stop cycle of attention that keeps feeding itself. And whether the reports about her getting flooded with offers are completely accurate or slightly exaggerated, the timing stands out. Between casting buzz, comments from people connected to her past, and the public's non-stop curiosity, everything is hitting at once. Even the smallest hint of movement is turning into a headline. And that kind of momentum is exactly what drives deals behind the scenes. Because in Hollywood, perception can be just as powerful as reality. Once that momentum starts building, studios and producers don't wait around. They jump in early, sometimes before anything is even confirmed. That's why the wide range of offers matters so much. It shows this isn't about one perfect role. It's about the bigger move of attaching Meghan Markle's name to something that can dominate global attention. At the same time, the conversation about her personal life, especially anything involving Prince Harry, keeps adding pressure to the whole situation, even without confirmed changes. That background noise reshapes how people view every move she makes. Suddenly, a simple acting rumor doesn't feel simple anymore. It feels like part of a much bigger reinvention story happening in real time. What really makes this situation stand out is how clearly it shows how modern entertainment works. Fame, rumors, and business deals aren't separate anymore. They're all connected, moving together like one system. One small comment from a former colleague can spark industry chatter. That chatter turns into insider quotes, and suddenly those quotes are everywhere, spreading across media platforms until people start treating them like confirmed facts just because they keep hearing them. That's why the situation feels bigger than just one story. It's not only about her, it's about how celebrity narratives are built today. Attention is doing double duty here. It's both the fuel pushing everything forward and the final prize everyone is trying to grab. And whether she signs a deal soon or not, one thing is already obvious. Her name still carries serious global power. It doesn't even matter if the reaction is positive or negative. Excitement, criticism, curiosity, controversy, it all feeds the same cycle. And very few people in entertainment can create that kind of impact. Right now, everyone is watching closely for her next move. Because in a situation like this, silence doesn't stay silent. It gets analyzed, questioned, and turned into even more speculation. And in Hollywood, interpretation spreads way faster than confirmation ever does. So whether this turns into a full acting comeback, a more controlled return, or just another wave of buzz that slowly fades out, one thing has already been proven. The industry has shown exactly how it sees her. Meghan Markle is still someone who can shift global conversations almost instantly without warning. And that alone is enough to keep this story alive, growing, and impossible to ignore long after most headlines would have disappeared. If you've got thoughts on this, drop them in the comments. Let's hear what you think. If this breakdown got you thinking, hit subscribe and stay locked in for more deep dives like this. Don't forget to tap that like button and share this with someone who needs to see it.
Meghan Markle's publicity stunt trip to Chicago has just blown apart Prince Harry's UK security life.
Saturday morning, Holy Name Cathedral, Chicago. A woman in a beige turtleneck quietly slipped into a pew, smiled at the congregation, and posed for a quick photo beside a local TV reporter. The reporter posted the image online, then quickly deleted it. But by then, it was already everywhere. Because the woman in that photo was Meghan Markle, and the timing of that appearance immediately triggered controversy online for one major reason. The date was May 2nd, 2026, exactly 1 year and 1 day after Prince Harry lost the most important security court battle of his life. And once people connected those two moments together, the internet exploded. If you want more breakdowns like this, subscribe now, because this story gets much deeper the closer you look at it. Harry's legal case against the British government centered on one core argument, that the United Kingdom had become too dangerous for Meghan and their children without armed police protection funded by the state. His legal team argued repeatedly that security risks placed their safety and even their lives at stake. That was not a small claim.
Do this to get some decent PR after the Australian disaster. But for me, actually, Brittany, what she doesn't realise is she's just literally thrown a grenade into Harry's claim about why he needs security.
The case stretched back to February 2020, right after Harry and Meghan stepped away from royal duties. Soon after, RAVEC, the Royal and VIP Executive Committee responsible for state security decisions, ruled that Harry would no longer receive automatic Metropolitan Police protection after March 31st, 2020. Future visits to Britain would instead be handled case by case. Harry sued. By September 2021, the legal battle was officially underway. By December 2023, Harry submitted statements saying Britain remained central to his children's heritage, but argued they could not feel safe there without proper security protection. One phrase became the backbone of the case: not safe on UK soil. Then, in April 2025, Harry's barrister, Shahid Fatima KC, argued before the Court of Appeal that extremist threats against Harry remained serious. References were made to al-Qaeda threats and security risks. The language used in court was dramatic. Safety, security, and life are at stake. But on 2025, 3 senior judges rejected Harry's appeal unanimously. Sir Geoffrey Voss, one of the most senior judges in England and Wales, ruled that RAVEC's approach was lawful and reasonable. Harry lost. And now, fast forward 1 year later, Meghan Markle is photographed moving casually through downtown Chicago during a busy public weekend, smiling comfortably beside strangers inside a crowded cathedral. No visible panic, no extraordinary security scene, no appearance of someone trapped by overwhelming danger. That contrast instantly became the story. Critics immediately argued that the image completely undermined Harry's years-long security narrative. Because if Meghan could comfortably appear in a major American city surrounded by the public, people started asking why Britain had been framed as uniquely unsafe. And that's why this photo mattered so much. Not because it was scandalous, but because it collided directly with the public arguments Harry spent years making in court. Fair or unfair, the comparison became unavoidable online almost immediately. Royal biographer Tom Bauer has repeatedly claimed that contradictions in the Sussex story would eventually become impossible to ignore. To critics, the Chicago photo felt like exactly that moment. A quiet image creating a very loud problem. Because in today's media world, symbolism often matters more than legal nuance. A single relaxed public appearance can suddenly reshape how years of courtroom arguments are viewed by the public. And once that perception shifts, it becomes incredibly difficult to control the narrative again. That's why the beige turtleneck photo spread so quickly. It was no longer just Meghan Markle attending church in Chicago. It became part of a much bigger debate about consistency, credibility, and whether Harry's security argument now faces an even larger problem outside the courtroom than it ever did inside. After losing the appeal, Prince Harry stepped outside and sat down for a BBC interview that immediately became one of the defining moments of the entire case. And during that interview, he said something people are still repeating a year later. I can't see a world in which I would be bringing my wife and children back to the UK at this point. That quote matters because it summarized the emotional core of everything Harry had argued in court. The idea that Britain had become too unsafe for Meghan and their children without full state-backed protection. Now, fast forward exactly 12 months. Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, Holy Name Cathedral, downtown Chicago, one of the city's most recognizable Catholic churches, located right in the middle of a major urban area. Meghan Markle arrives quietly for a First Communion service connected to close friends from her Northwestern University years. And according to People magazine, which remains one of the Sussexes' most consistently friendly outlets, Meghan attended the service just like everyone else. No hidden entrance, no dramatic security lockdown, no exclusive arrangements separating her from the public. She reportedly sat among other families inside the cathedral with only one visible private bodyguard nearby. One. Harry was not there. Archie and Lilibet were not there either. The trip was completely solo. The reason given was personal. Meghan was reportedly attending the First Communion of her godson, the son of one of her longtime Northwestern friends. Neither the friend nor the child was publicly identified, but the framing was clear. This was meant to appear private, personal, and low-key. Then, the situation became public anyway. NBC Chicago reporter Natalie Martinez, who happened to be attending the same Mass because her own daughter was receiving First Communion, posted a photo online with the caption, "Yep, that is exactly who you think it is to her right." The image spread quickly before being deleted, and suddenly, people began comparing that quiet Chicago appearance with Harry's security claims from the previous year. Because here was Meghan Markle moving through one of America's largest cities, attending a public religious service with minimal visible protection, surrounded by strangers and ordinary families. That immediately raised questions online. Critics pointed out that Chicago statistically remains far more dangerous than London in terms of violent crime. Even though Chicago's homicide numbers dropped significantly in 2025, the city's rate still remained dramatically higher than London's. And that comparison is what turned a simple church visit into a major story. Because people immediately went back to Harry's BBC interview. I can't see a world in which I would be bringing my wife and children back to the UK. Yet Meghan appeared perfectly comfortable attending a public event in central Chicago with a single bodyguard and no sign of extraordinary concern. Fairly or unfairly, the optics became difficult for Harry's critics to ignore. But then, another detail from the People story started getting attention online, and this one opened an entirely different conversation. The article described the child receiving communion as Meghan's
Defensively, he
God
led the league in blocks and
It sounds
finished near the
simple
top
enough
of
until people
Defensive Player
started
of the Year
looking at
voting
Catholic
multiple
canon
times.
law itself.
Somehow never winning, though.
Under official Catholic Church rules, godparents are
because I know
required
how
to meet
much,
specific
I put
religious
into the defensive
conditions.
end.
He was the kind
Canon
of player people compared to
874
Tim
of the
Duncan,
Code of Canon
Kevin
Law
Garnett,
states
and the
that
other
a
all-time
godparent
two-way
must be a
greats.
confirmed
And when
Catholic
everything
who
came
has
together in
received the
2020,
Eucharist and
we saw
actively
the perfect
practices the
version of
faith.
Anthony
A
Davis.
baptized
That playoff
non-Catholic
run might
Christian
have been the
may only
best
participate
basketball of his
alongside a
career.
Catholic
He
sponsor
averaged about 28
and is
points in the
classified as a
postseason,
Christian
shot over
witness,
50%
not
from the
technically
field,
a godparent.
hit clutch
That
shots late in the
detail
game,
suddenly sparked
walked
another
away
round
an
of online
NBA
debate,
champion.
because
But when
Meghan
people
has
look
never
back years from
publicly
now,
identified
Anthony
herself
Davis
as a
will always be
practicing Roman
remembered the
Catholic.
same way.
Now,
One of the most
none of
dominant
this
players of
proves
his era,
wrongdoing
and
or
one of the
scandal.
biggest
There are
what
multiple
could have been
explanations
careers
people
in NBA
immediately
history.
pointed out
Win, lose, or
online.
draw.
Terminology
Like, to be
is
in that
often used
experience and
loosely in
environment
everyday
again, like,
conversation.
that's the thing I
Families
want
sometimes
most before
use
it's all said and done.
godmother
Thank you for watching.
informally
And if you
outside
like this
strict
video,
church
there's another one
definitions.
right here.
And nobody outside the family actually knows the private details involved here. But once that detail entered public discussion, it added yet another layer to a story that was already exploding across social media. Because what started as a quiet church appearance in Chicago suddenly became tied to security arguments, legal contradictions, public image, and even religious technicalities all at once. And in the current Sussex media cycle, even the smallest detail never stays small for very long. Here's where the story starts becoming genuinely uncomfortable for the Sussex narrative, because the details matter. Meghan Markle was baptized into the Church of England on March 6th, 2018, at the Chapel Royal in St. James's Palace. The ceremony was conducted by then Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, using water brought from the River Jordan. That is public record. She is not publicly known as a Roman Catholic, and she has never publicly been received into the Roman Catholic Church. Yes, she attended Immaculate Heart School in Los Angeles growing up, but attending a Catholic school does not automatically make someone Catholic. Plenty of non-Catholic students attend religious schools. That alone is not unusual. What made people pause was the wording in the People magazine story describing the child in Chicago as her godson. Because under Catholic canon law, official godparents are supposed to meet very specific requirements, including being confirmed Catholics who have received the Eucharist. So once that wording appeared publicly, people immediately began questioning whether the term was being used formally or simply casually. And that distinction matters because it was not random internet speculation introducing the label. The wording came directly through a Sussex-friendly media briefing. So critics immediately started asking questions. Was godmother simply being used loosely for warmth and relatability? Was there some form of church exception? Or did nobody around the story bother thinking about the religious technicalities at all? Fair or unfair, the debate became another example of something critics have accused the Sussexes of for years, using institutions, titles, and emotionally loaded language in ways that create powerful headlines first and leave details for later. But the much bigger issue was still security, because once people placed Harry's court arguments side by side with Meghan's Chicago weekend, the contradictions became impossible for critics to ignore. Harry's legal team repeatedly argued that private security could not adequately protect his family. Yet Meghan attended a highly public religious service in downtown Chicago with one visible private bodyguard and no extraordinary visible perimeter. Harry's barrister argued before the Court of Appeal that safety, security, and life are at stake. Yet Meghan voluntarily traveled alone into one of America's largest cities using the exact kind of private security structure Harry's legal team had previously described as insufficient. Then came the quote everyone remembers. I can't see a world in which I would be bringing my wife and children back to the UK at this point. That statement was made after Harry lost his appeal in May 2025. Yet 1 year later, Meghan appeared publicly in Chicago under circumstances critics immediately argued looked even less protected than the bespoke UK security arrangements Ravek had offered. And people noticed another contradiction too. Harry's legal filings had previously referenced the New York paparazzi incident as evidence that private security arrangements failed to protect them properly in America. Yet, during the Chicago church appearance, Meghan was photographed openly by a local television reporter while operating under that same private security model. No visible escalation, no emergency response, no obvious disruption. Again, none of this proves Harry's fears were fake or that security concerns are not real. Public figures absolutely face risks, but politically and legally, optics matter enormously. And for critics, the optics from Chicago completely collided with the emotional urgency Harry's legal case relied upon. That's why this story spread so quickly online. Because suddenly, people were not debating abstract legal arguments anymore. They were comparing courtroom claims directly against visible public behavior. One side saying the threat environment is too dangerous without state protection. The other side showing Meghan moving calmly through a public cathedral surrounded by strangers during a busy weekend. And once those images entered public memory, critics knew they would never disappear from future discussions surrounding Harry's security claims again. And this is where the contradictions become almost impossible to ignore. Because if the threats Harry's legal team described are truly active and ongoing, then the logic cannot suddenly stop at the British border. During the appeal, Shahid Fatima KC argued that the risks facing the Sussex family were serious, credible, and continuous. The argument presented to the court was not that danger existed only inside London for a few specific hours. The argument was broader than that. It framed Harry and his family as individuals facing exceptional international security threats tied directly to his status and public profile. If that is genuinely the case, then duty of care applies everywhere, not selectively. Either the threat environment is severe on both sides of the Atlantic, or parts of the argument presented in court were amplified for legal effect. Critics say Meghan's Chicago appearance forced that contradiction into public view in a way no press release could control, because Harry spent years arguing that private security alone could not adequately protect his family. Yet Meghan voluntarily appeared in downtown Chicago with exactly that model in place. One visible private bodyguard, no large police presence, no secured perimeter, no heavily restricted environment, media. Then there is Harry's own BBC interview after losing the appeal in 2025. He framed the ruling almost as a form of confinement, saying the decision prevented his family from safely returning to Britain and living freely there. But critics argue that image completely collapses when compared against Meghan's actual behavior 1 year later. Because while Harry publicly described Britain as unsafe for his wife and children, Meghan appeared entirely comfortable traveling independently into a major American city with a significantly higher violent crime rate than London. Fair or unfair, that comparison immediately became part of the public conversation, and the contradictions keep stacking up. Harry's legal team argued that the Ravek bespoke arrangement, requiring notice and case-by-case assessment, created unacceptable risks. Yet according to Meghan's own team, there were no extraordinary arrangements in Chicago at all. Critics immediately pointed out the irony. The security structure Harry rejected in Britain now appeared, on paper, more robust than the casual private setup Meghan actually used in America. Then, there's the issue of the children. Archie and Lilibet have rarely visited the UK since 2022 because of stated safety concerns. Yet their mother traveled thousands of miles alone while they remained in California. Critics began asking a blunt question. If Britain is uniquely dangerous, why does Chicago suddenly qualify as acceptable under lighter security conditions? That question is exactly why this story gained so much traction online, because it created something visually powerful. On one side, Harry sitting before cameras insisting his family cannot safely return to the UK. On the other, Meghan smiling calmly inside a crowded cathedral during a public weekend appearance in Chicago. For legal analysts and critics alike, those two images now exist side by side permanently. And that's the real problem for the Sussex security narrative going forward. Any future challenge, appeal, or renewed request for taxpayer-funded protection will now run directly into this moment. Opposing lawyers would not even need dramatic arguments. The visual contradiction speaks for itself. That's also why commentators like Tom Bauer continue returning to the same core claim. Not that threats are imaginary, but that the Sussex security argument increasingly appears tied to status, institutional positioning, and leverage rather than behavior consistent with the level of danger described publicly in court. Because ultimately, courts do not judge fear alone. They judge consistency. And once public conduct starts contradicting legal claims, perception changes very quickly. That is why the Chicago photograph mattered so much. Not because Meghan attended a church service, but because the image directly collided with years of courtroom arguments about risk, safety, and the impossibility of living normally without state-level protection. The receipts have finally caught up, and the Chicago appearance has now become the moment critics will point to again and again. For years, commentators warned that the Sussex security argument would eventually collide with visible reality. On May 2nd, that collision happened in the simplest possible way. One photo, one cathedral, one beige turtleneck, and one very awkward question. Either the family faces a level of danger so extreme that ordinary public movement is impossible, without state-backed protection, or the danger was presented in court in a way that does not match how they actually live. Critics say those are the only two options left. And after the Court of Appeal already ruled against Harry, Meghan's own behavior now appears to reinforce the same conclusion. Because what did Saturday look like on the ground? A solo trip across America. One visible bodyguard. A public cathedral with more than 1,000 ordinary congregants. A television reporter nearby taking a phone photo. A post on X. A deletion. Then confirmation from a friendly outlet. No lockdown. No visible crisis. No sign of the impossible danger described around UK visits. And that is why the moment cut so sharply. This was not happening in isolation either. It landed inside a busy news cycle. Questions around Meghan's absence from the Met Gala, royal headlines involving Buckingham Palace, updates around family tensions, brand criticism, and ongoing public debate about the Sussexes' future. Into that cycle came one image that seemed to pull every contradiction back into focus. A woman whose family argued Britain was too dangerous appeared relaxed in a major American city with lighter visible security than the arrangements Harry rejected in the UK. That contrast is now the story. And for Harry, it creates a problem that no statement can easily erase. His legal case was built on fear, risk, and the claim that his family could not safely return without extraordinary protection. But Meghan's conduct in Chicago gives critics a visual answer to that claim. Subscribe now, because in the next part, we break down the Court of Appeal ruling line by line, including the section Harry's team will not want quoted back at them. The case may be legally over, but the public debate is not. And from this point on, every future security claim will have one image sitting beside it. Meghan Markle, calm in Chicago, while Harry's argument hangs in the background.
Harry and Meghan left the royal family for financial freedom, but the irony is that their independence appears to come with an extremely expensive price tag. And yes, that private security bill is unreal. I think at some point, the public will start asking whether Harry and Meghan are funding safety or actually funding status.
Even after years of public fallout, is now reportedly connected to a new round of controversy, this time surrounding alleged demands tied to a possible return to the United Kingdom. And according to royal insiders, Prince William is not happy about it at all, because if the reports circulating through royal commentary circles are accurate, Meghan allegedly does not want any future UK visit treated like a quiet family trip. Critics claim she wants the visit framed with the status, symbolism, and treatment associated with senior royals, despite Harry and Meghan stepping away from official duties years ago. If you enjoy deep royal analysis and the hidden power struggles unfolding behind palace walls, make sure to subscribe, because this story becomes much more revealing once you examine what these alleged demands actually mean. According to reports, several requests were supposedly communicated through Prince Harry himself.
Meghan Markle's insane demands to enter the disunited kingdom have been revealed. Insiders say now that even though she is planning her first return to Britain in 4 years, it will actually only happen if her strict personal conditions are met.
with commentators describing him as acting as the go-between, carrying Sussex expectations back to the palace. But one alleged demand in particular immediately grabbed attention: accommodation inside Kensington Palace. Specifically, reports claim Meghan wanted access to apartment 1A, the famous royal residence previously occupied by Prince William and Princess Catherine before they relocated to Windsor. And this is why the story exploded online. Apartment 1A is not a standard guest suite.
Also around the children, she'll make these special demands, and it's like you can't negotiate or try to accommodate someone who really doesn't want to be around.
It is considered one of the most prestigious royal residences connected to Kensington Palace, reportedly featuring around 20 rooms, reception spaces, staff areas, nurseries, and large private quarters traditionally associated with senior working royals. That detail matters because critics immediately pointed out the contradiction. Harry and Meghan voluntarily stepped away from royal duties, relocated to California, built independent commercial brands, and publicly criticized the institution multiple times. So the idea of allegedly requesting accommodations tied so closely to active senior royal status struck many observers as extraordinarily bold, especially given William's reported feelings toward the situation. Royal commentators have repeatedly claimed the relationship between William and the Sussexes remains deeply damaged following the Oprah interview, Netflix series, and Harry's memoir, Spare. Trust, according to many insiders, has largely collapsed behind the scenes, and that is why these alleged requests are being interpreted as something much larger than logistics. To critics, they symbolize an attempt to retain royal-level privilege and prestige, while remaining outside the responsibilities and restrictions attached to working royal life. And according to observers, that is exactly the kind of issue that creates serious tension inside the monarchy, because the palace now faces a difficult balancing act: reject the requests and risk fueling another public Sussex grievance cycle, accommodate them, and risk signaling that years of public attacks against the institution carried no real consequences at all. And once that contradiction enters the picture, the entire situation starts looking far more complicated than a simple family visit. For many royal commentators, the biggest issue is not simply the alleged requests themselves. It is the contradiction behind them, because critics argue you cannot publicly separate yourself from royal duty, reject the structure of monarchy, build an independent commercial identity in California, and then still expect access to the highest levels of royal privilege whenever it becomes convenient. And according to observers following these reports, that is exactly why the reaction inside royal circles has reportedly been so intense. But the accommodation request was apparently only the beginning. According to insider claims now circulating online, Meghan allegedly also requested access to the Wales household beauty and styling team during any future UK stay. And this is where the story starts sounding less like a family visit and more like a celebrity production operation. Reports specifically mention Princess Catherine's trusted glam team, including longtime hairstylist Amanda Cook Tucker and makeup artist Arabella Preston. According to the speculation surrounding the story, Meghan allegedly wanted priority access to those services ahead of other royal scheduling needs. Now, to be clear, none of these claims have been publicly confirmed by Kensington Palace or the Sussexes themselves, but the rumors alone have already sparked enormous debate online because of what they symbolize. For many observers, Catherine's team represents part of the future Queen's carefully managed royal operation. Access to those resources is not simply about makeup or hair appointments. It is tied directly to institutional hierarchy, trust, loyalty, and royal status. And then came the detail that reportedly shocked some palace watchers even more. According to the reports, Meghan allegedly wanted celebrity stylist Law Roach flown in to assist with appearances connected to the visit. That detail instantly intensified criticism because many commentators argued it reflected a Hollywood-style celebrity mindset, colliding directly with the more restrained image traditionally associated with the monarchy. Critics questioned what practical purpose such extravagant arrangements would even serve. After all, Even active working royals are not generally viewed as operating with full celebrity entourages built around luxury image management. Royal appearances are traditionally meant to emphasize duty, diplomacy, and public service, not red carpet level styling operations. But according to the speculation surrounding the alleged demands, Meghan's requests did not stop there either. Reports now claim she also insisted that any UK return would require what insiders described as maximum comfort, including a luxury support entourage built around her personal preferences. That reportedly included demands for a private chef and extensive lifestyle accommodations throughout the stay. And this is where the criticism becomes especially sharp, because many royal observers argue these alleged expectations appear dramatically disconnected from the financial and institutional realities of someone who is no longer a working royal. Others see it as further evidence that Meghan still views herself through a hybrid lens, neither fully outside the monarchy nor fully inside it. And according to critics, that unresolved identity may now be creating a growing clash between celebrity culture expectations and the monarchy's increasingly rigid boundaries. And according to the growing list of insider claims, the alleged requests became even more detailed from there. Reports now suggest Meghan also wanted a personal yoga instructor available throughout the visit, a detail that immediately triggered criticism online. Many commentators questioned why a temporary UK stay would require that level of highly customized lifestyle support, especially within royal residences traditionally associated with duty rather than celebrity luxury culture. But perhaps the most debated claim involved childcare. According to the speculation circulating through royal commentary circles, Meghan allegedly requested 2 Norland-trained nannies, the same elite childcare professionals historically associated with royal households, including Prince William and Princess Catherine's children. And that detail struck a nerve with many observers, because critics immediately pointed out what they viewed as another contradiction. Harry and Meghan stepped away from royal life, partly under the argument of wanting greater independence and privacy for their family. Yet according to these reports, Meghan still allegedly expects access to some of the monarchy's highest-tier institutional resources when it suits operational convenience. Then came another detail that intensified the celebrity versus royalty debate even further. Reports claim Meghan allegedly requested children's fashion stylist Charlotte Cooley as part of the broader support structure connected to the visit, combined with claims about personal staff arrangements equivalent to those assigned to senior working royals. Critics argue the overall picture starts resembling a Hollywood production environment rather than a family trip to Britain, and this is where the story reportedly becomes especially demanding behind the scenes. According to insiders, Meghan allegedly wanted advanced preparation teams sent ahead before her arrival to inspect and customize any residence she would occupy. Reports claim this preparation would involve replacing approved kitchenware, changing cleaning products, and fully laundering linens using chemical-free materials before use. The residence itself, according to the rumors, would reportedly need to meet non-toxic environmental standards approved by Meghan's team before she would stay there. Even palace cleaning supplies would allegedly require approval. Now, to supporters, some of these requests could simply reflect personal health preferences or lifestyle choices common among celebrities and wellness-focused public figures. But critics argue the cumulative effect of the demands paints a very different picture, one of extraordinary expectation attached to someone no longer carrying official royal responsibilities. And then came perhaps the most controversial claim of all: who would pay for it? According to the reports, Meghan allegedly expects most, if not all, operational costs connected to the visit to be covered through royal resources. That reportedly includes accommodation, staffing, security, childcare, household operations, chefs, and logistical expenses. And this is exactly why the situation is reportedly creating such frustration among royal observers, because many critics believe the monarchy already spent years navigating public fallout, security disputes, and institutional tension surrounding the Sussexes' departure. So the idea of reintroducing royal-funded luxury arrangements for non-working royals strikes some commentators as politically and publicly explosive, especially during a period where the monarchy itself is increasingly focused on appearing streamlined, disciplined, and financially restrained in the public eye. For many royal commentators, the deeper issue behind all these alleged requests is not luxury itself. It is expectation, because critics argue the demands reflect a belief that royal status should continue delivering permanent privileges even after stepping away from royal responsibility, and that is exactly where the public debate becomes so heated. Harry and Meghan chose independence. They left official duties, relocated to California, pursued commercial opportunities, and repeatedly emphasized their desire for a different life outside the institution. So many observers now question why royal resources should still be expected to operate at full capacity for them years later. And nowhere is that debate more intense than around security. Security has remained one of the most emotionally charged issues in the entire Sussex story ever since Harry and Meghan stepped down as senior working royals. Harry has repeatedly argued publicly that concerns surrounding safety remain serious, particularly during visits to the United Kingdom. But according to the latest insider claims, the scale of Meghan's alleged security expectations has stunned even experienced royal observers. Reports suggest she allegedly requested a team of 8 former military or special forces level bodyguards during any UK return. In addition to that, claims circulating online suggest 3 dedicated protection officers would be assigned specifically to Archie and Lilibet. And then came another detail that intensified criticism further. According to the reports, Meghan allegedly wants access to royal armored and bulletproof vehicles for all travel movements inside Britain. Critics immediately questioned whether such arrangements would exceed protections even granted to some active senior royals carrying out official state responsibilities. Now, supporters of Harry and Meghan argue security concerns surrounding the couple are genuine, especially considering Harry's status as the king's son and the level of global media attention surrounding the family. But critics counter that the alleged scale of these demands appears dramatically out of proportion for individuals no longer operating as working royals, and this is where the monarchy's larger institutional problem becomes impossible to ignore. Because if these reports are even partially accurate, the palace faces a dangerous public optics issue either way. Refusing the requests risks another public narrative about security disputes and mistreatment, but agreeing to them risks creating the perception that royal privileges remain permanently available regardless of responsibility, hierarchy, or institutional role. Then there is the issue of Archie and Lilibet. According to the speculation surrounding the story, Meghan allegedly requested dedicated fashion management for the children, including a personal stylist overseeing wardrobe planning, similar to arrangements associated with senior royal children during official appearances. That detail especially frustrated many commentators online, because critics argue such privileges traditionally exist for children expected to participate in official royal life and public ceremonial duties. Harry and Meghan, however, chose a path built around privacy and independence outside the monarchy, and that contradiction keeps resurfacing again and again throughout these alleged demands. The Sussexes publicly separated themselves from royal structure, yet according to critics, many of the reported expectations still rely heavily on royal infrastructure, royal prestige, and royal-level institutional support. And for many observers, that is exactly why the backlash surrounding these reports has become so intense. According to the latest insider claims, Prince Harry's role in these negotiations has become increasingly focused on one central issue: protecting Meghan from what he reportedly views as a hostile, royal environment. Sources now suggest Harry allegedly wants guarantees that Meghan would not face criticism, tension, or uncomfortable interactions during any future return to Britain. Reports claim he requested measures designed to ensure she feels emotionally protected throughout the visit, including what some commentators describe as special handling from palace staff and careful management of interactions behind the scenes. And that request reportedly frustrated some insiders immediately, because within royal protocol, emotional guarantees are almost impossible to formally provide. Even senior royals who have served the institution for decades do not receive assurances about media treatment, public reaction, or interpersonal dynamics behind palace walls. But according to the speculation surrounding these talks, Meghan allegedly wants something even broader, protection from negative public perception itself. Reports claim Harry believes Meghan should be treated with the same level of deference and respect afforded to active senior royals, despite the Sussexes no longer carrying out official duties. Palace insiders, according to commentators, found that expectation difficult to reconcile with reality. And this is where the entire situation reportedly became deeply frustrating for Prince William, because from the Wales household perspective, critics argue these negotiations no longer resemble discussions about a family visit. Instead, they allegedly resemble negotiations surrounding a celebrity appearance, or Hollywood contract writer, with detailed personal conditions attached before any agreement can move forward. That perception matters enormously. Royal life traditionally operates around duty first and personal preference second. But according to observers discussing the alleged demands, the current dynamic appears reversed, with institutional arrangements being asked to reshape themselves almost entirely around Meghan's comfort, image management, and personal expectations. And for many commentators, that is where the backlash intensifies. Critics argue Harry and Meghan voluntarily stepped away from the monarchy while continuing to publicly criticize parts of the institution afterward. So the idea of now requesting elite accommodations, image protections, luxury staffing, expanded security, and emotional guarantees from the very system they left has struck some royal watchers as astonishingly contradictory. According to reports, Prince William allegedly views the situation as crossing a serious line institutionally. Insiders claim he believes adjusting long-standing royal protocol to satisfy non-working royals would weaken the structure and credibility of the monarchy itself. From that perspective, granting these requests would create a dangerous precedent, one where royal privilege becomes detached entirely from royal responsibility. And according to commentators, that may be why this situation could become one of the final breaking points between William and Harry personally. Because for William, the monarchy is not supposed to function like celebrity culture. It is not meant to operate through negotiation tactics, image demands, or Hollywood-style conditions, and insiders reportedly say he has no intention of allowing the institution to bend in that direction under his watch. If you enjoy these deep dives into the hidden tensions, power struggles, and royal dynamics unfolding behind the headlines, make sure to subscribe, because this story is clearly far from over. So what do you think? Should Harry and Meghan receive these kinds of accommodations if they return to Britain? Or should the palace draw a hard line and reject the request completely?
A cynical new low for the prince as he plots yet another fake royal trip overseas in a last shameless attempt to win over King Charles and make himself a frontline serving royal once again.
Well, it has to be stopped. They need to have lots of police and all sorts of people there to stop her doing that, to ruin that for the royal family, because she's not representing the United Kingdom one bit. She's representing herself, and I don't think she should be allowed to do that.
Harry sees this trip as a potential game changer in his relationship with the family, and our source goes on to say Harry wants to turn heads, wow everyone, and show the royals what they're missing.
Stop everything for a second, because the timing of this is way too loud to ignore. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have just confirmed they're heading to Australia in mid-April. On paper, it sounds clean and polished. Private business, charity events, all very official.
Harry wants to be a frontline serving royal because he's bored in America and he's flat broke. Don't forget, the deals are disappearing and Netflix have just pulled the plug.
But let's be real. The timing? That's where things start to get interesting. This didn't drop during a win, not even close. It came right after a major shakeup. Netflix has reportedly cut ties with Meghan.
She walked out of a market that had been done specially for her, that had taken days, if not weeks, to be ready.
And asked to be paid.
And asked to be paid. But she didn't like that either. She felt uncomfortable. And she just hated it there. She didn't want to go. Rather like she doesn't like the royal family. She hates it. But there's all sorts of rumours that she wants to go back. It's the same thing in Australia. She didn't like it. She hated it. But she wanted to, she wants to go.
The same streaming giant that was supposed to help build their media empire, gone. No new shows, no renewals, just a quiet exit that speaks volumes. And then suddenly, boom, headlines shift. Now it's all about Australia. That doesn't feel random. It feels strategic. Because in today's media game, one big international appearance can flip the narrative overnight. Cameras flashing, public appearances, polished outfits. And just like that, the conversation changes from setback to comeback. Let's rewind for a second. The last time Harry and Meghan were in Australia was back in 2018.
So the Sussexes have announced that they're planning a major trip to Australia next month, April 2026. And the Mark Dolan show has been told by a very well-placed royal source that we trust implicitly that this trip is one that Harry hopes will put him and Meghan back on the royal map.
Royal tour, massive crowds, non-stop media attention. At that moment, their image looked unstoppable. Fast forward to now.
Red flag, literally waving right in front of Charles's face. It's waving right in front of his face about Harry and Meghan. And he just seems unable to recognize how past actions, past dealings with Andrew have resulted in Harry and Meghan, and how that's just going to get worse.
And everything's different. They're no longer working royals. Their brand is built on deals, partnerships, and media presence. And losing Netflix is a serious hit. But almost instantly after that news, a new storyline appears. Australia, Sydney, Melbourne, big cities, big buzz. So now the real question is, why now? Because when something big falls apart, there's one move that always works. Create noise, shift attention, and keep things moving forward. This doesn't feel like a casual trip. It feels like a calculated media play, one designed to project influence, relevance, and momentum.
Yes, Harry and Meghan went to Nigeria back in 2024, but going to Australia, really making this seem like another attempt at a cosplay royal tour on such close, in a country so closely connected to the monarchy, should be very, very disturbing to those working in Buckingham Palace right now.
And it's already working. The headlines are changing. The focus is shifting. The narrative is being rewritten in real time. Now everyone's talking about the trip, instead of what really happened behind the scenes. Netflix is out, but the spotlight is still on.
Now, our insider has said, and I quote, Harry believes that the optics of this Australia trip will be perfect. You heard me right. Harry believes the optics of this Australia trip will be perfect. Revisiting a country where the couple last visited as frontline members of the royal family in 2018. Our source goes on to say, Harry is hoping to tap into some of the magic of that last trip 7 years ago, where he believes that he and Meghan truly shone. He thinks that his father, the king, will be impressed with this Australian trip and will reach out.
And if this Australia visit unfolds the way it's being teased, expect a full-on spectacle. Early reports mention Sydney and Melbourne, but here's the catch. There are no real details, no confirmed events, no official partners, no named organizations.
Everything they do, Angela, seems to be driven by a sense of revenge. And we've even seen that overnight with the news that it looks like their plan to go to Australia.
Just a headline and a promise that more is coming. And when you see that kind of rollout, it usually means one thing. The headline did its job. Within hours, media outlets picked it up everywhere. Old 2018 tour photos started resurfacing. Commentators began revisiting their past popularity. Just like that, the story flipped. And here's where it gets even more interesting. There's talk Meghan might appear on an Australian podcast called Her Best Life.
But what we see is them acting their fantasies out. They're acting as if they are what they always intended to be, and the Queen told them no. And if Charles does not address this, again, we have seen with Andrew how this leads to absolute.
Hosted by Jackie O. Henderson, there are even whispers of a live event tied to it. Nothing confirmed, but the buzz already building. And in this game, buzz is Everything. Maybe it turns into a celebrity Q&A. Maybe it's a flashy live appearance designed to pull in cameras and social media buzz. Nothing is confirmed, but
people will say wow, right? So he wants to turn heads and wow everyone. People will say wow when he goes to Australia. They'll say, wow, this couple are so embarrassing. Wow, this couple are deluded. Wow, this couple are living on another planet.
That's the whole strategy. Because the rumors do the heavy lifting. They build anticipation, they spark curiosity, and most importantly, they generate headlines. And once those cameras start flashing, Sydney Harbour glowing in the background, red carpet energy in Melbourne, the narrative flips again. Now it's fashion, appearances, celebrity presence. Exactly the kind of spotlight that pushes uncomfortable questions out of view. Because let's be honest.
And Harry and Meghan, of course, always wanted to conflate that. Meghan in particular wanted to be paid to do a walkabout. When they went to Australia and these huge crowds appeared, she was looking around going, why isn't anybody paying me for my appearance? I'm a stinking celebrity, gosh darn it. When I was an actress on Suits, I would get paid to shake hands with people. I would get paid to spend time with fans. Like, that's part of it. But that's not what royals do. Royals give of themselves a lot much more than celebrities do in many ways. And Meghan just couldn't understand that.
That spotlight was getting a little too intense. The reported Netflix fallout didn't just raise eyebrows, it raised serious doubts. That deal was supposed to be the foundation of everything Harry and Meghan were building post-royalty. And if it's truly over, that leaves a noticeable gap, which makes this Australia timing feel even more deliberate, because global appearances don't just show relevance, they create it. They reinforce influence. They remind people that the brand is still moving, still visible, still active. And if this really is a media move, then this trip isn't about Australia at all. It's about time to shift focus, time to control the narrative.
That is how deluded these people are, that they think there's a chance that there's a way back when clearly there is not.
Time to make sure one story doesn't define the bigger picture. But here's where it gets deeper. That Netflix deal wasn't just another partnership, it was positioned as the crown jewel. A major content pipeline meant to secure long-term influence in entertainment. And according to insider chatter, it didn't fade, it collapsed. Projects halted, direction changed.
And Meghan Markle walked into the royal family thinking, oh, her multi-millionaire dreams were finally coming true. And then she gets stuck in Nottingham Cottage and is like, oh my gosh, this sucks. I need to get out. I need to get out. How dare I? I'm a duchess now and I'm living less well than I was when I was an actor.
And suddenly, Meghan is no longer part of that equation. That kind of shift doesn't stay small. It shakes perception. It raises questions. It puts pressure on everything connected to the brand. And right on cue, Australia enters the chat. Big cities, big visuals, big distraction. Now
it's quite extraordinary. It's going to have the opposite effect. If Harry thinks that this will be a game changer, the game will be changed and it will work against him, because Harry is going to once again infuriate not just his father, King Charles, but of course the real power behind the throne, William, who is the equivalent of the president-elect. He is the heir to the throne. He's the king in waiting, and he won't take any of this nonsense from Harry when he becomes the main man.
Headlines are filled with travel plans, possible appearances, and rising buzz. Meanwhile, the bigger issue quietly steps out of focus. That's not coincidence, that's timing. Some insiders even suggest the PR machine kicked into full gear. Shift the energy, change the conversation, make the moment feel bigger than the problem. Because if the spectacle is strong enough, people stop digging, and the media follows the momentum. Suddenly it's lifestyle coverage, outfit breakdowns, event speculation, and the deeper story fading into the background. That's how this game works. Headlines don't just inform, they redirect. They act like shields. They reshape perception.
And this is another clear sign and indicator of why Charles needs to take the ultimate step that he seems so reluctant to do, which is strip them of not only their titles, but places in the line of succession. Because Harry and Meghan are doing this not because they have anything to offer the people of Australia. No. They are doing this because the royal family has not held them to the Sandringham Accord. Harry and Meghan agreed that they could not be half in, half-out working royal.
And sometimes they buy just enough time to reset everything. Because this isn't just about one deal falling through, it's about what that deal represented. Without it, every next move gets scrutinized. Every partnership gets questioned. Every opportunity carries more weight. That's where pressure builds. But here's the twist. This Australia trip instantly restores a certain image. Now it's global movement, purpose-driven travel, influence across continents, entrepreneurs, public figures, still in motion. And while that image grows stronger, the harder questions get quieter. The strategy feels clear. Glamour over scrutiny, movement over pause.
So Harry wants to be right at the heart of the royal family again because he wants the fame, he wants the status, he wants the privilege, and he wants the money.
Thank you. Headlines over hesitation.
You have to come.
The public sees
Sorry.
energy, expansion, visibility. But underneath, there's still a story.
We are.
Why does it matter? I thought we were having a night.
Time to recalibrate. Time to reposition. Time to make sure the setback doesn't take over the narrative. Because when something major falls apart, sometimes the only move left is to go bigger, louder, and impossible to ignore. Now let's get into the details of this Australia trip. Because this isn't just a visit, it's a rollout, a carefully staged moment. And so far, almost nothing is actually confirmed. No venues, no partner organizations, not even a clear schedule. Just phrases like private business and philanthropic work floating around with no specifics. That's not transparency. That's controlled messaging. PR being shaped in real time. And the reason for that sudden headline push? It's complicated. Reports suggest Netflix has stepped away from Meghan, ending what was supposed to be a defining media partnership. A deal that once positioned her as a major content force now appears to have quietly dissolved. But that's not the part dominating the conversation. Instead, the public sees Australia. Travel, appearances, style, buzz, a complete shift in focus. Some observers are calling it exactly what it looks like, a distraction. The timing lands right after the reported Netflix fallout, and almost instantly, the narrative pivots. Now it's red carpets over contracts, visibility over viability, and whether intentional or not, it's effective. Because speculation keeps the story alive. There's talk of podcast appearances, exclusive events, and media moments. None confirmed, but all generating attention. And in this environment, attention is currency. Meanwhile, every new image, every public sighting builds a polished surface. But underneath, questions are stacking. Back in 2018, their Australia tour was framed as a clear success, structured, celebrated, and widely embraced. Now, 7 years later, the tone feels different. Less celebration, more control. Every move appears measured. Every headline carefully positioned. Because beyond the visuals, there are broader pressures being discussed. The reported end of the Netflix deal removes a major pillar. Their lifestyle brand has faced mixed signals around demand. Their foundation has drawn scrutiny over operations and funding balance. Individually, these might be manageable. Together, they shift perception. And that's what makes this Australia trip carry more weight than it seems. It redirects the lens. Suddenly, the narrative becomes global movement, influence, presence. Not contracts ending or partnerships changing, but momentum, visibility, continuation. A different story, told at the same time. Insiders suggest the PR effort feels intense. Fast-moving, highly responsive, built to stay ahead of the cycle. But there's a limit to how long optics can lead the conversation. Because while the surface may look strong, the underlying questions don't disappear. They just wait. And as this Australia tour unfolds, if it unfolds the way it's being hinted, the real test won't be how it looks. It'll be whether it holds. Financial pressure, partnerships shifting, big plans facing real tests. That's the layer sitting underneath all the photos, appearances, and polished moments. Because this Australia trip, it doesn't just feel like a visit, it feels like a live narrative shift. A way to keep attention locked on movement, style, and global presence while deeper questions stay out of focus. And it works. At least for now. The more the spotlight stays on travel and appearances, the less space there is for conversations about deals ending, brands adjusting, or foundations being scrutinized. But that raises the bigger question. How long can headlines hold attention away from the full picture? Because behind every curated image and every high-profile appearance, the broader story is still developing, and it's not as controlled as it may seem. This is where everything connects. The timing, the buzz, the rollout. It all aligns with a moment where perception matters more than ever. When pressure builds, visibility becomes strategy. every appearance reinforces momentum, even if the reality behind the scenes is more uncertain. And according to ongoing discussions, that pressure is real. When major partnerships change direction, it naturally leads to bigger questions about long-term positioning, about sustainability, about what comes next. That's why this Australia moment carries weight. It doesn't just generate attention, it reshapes how things are seen. It creates the impression of continuity, of forward motion, of stability, even while adjustments may be happening behind the curtain. And that contrast, that gap between image and underlying reality, is where the story gets interesting, because this kind of narrative only works if the focus stays on the surface, on visuals over structure, on presence over detail. Australia becomes the stage. The audience watches the highlights, but the rest of the story doesn't disappear. It just waits outside the spotlight. For now, the coverage is doing its job. The images are strong, the attention is there, but the situation is still evolving. Changes have already happened. More questions are forming, and this trip is becoming a defining moment in how that story is told. So while the world watches the highlights, the full picture is still unfolding just out of frame. If you've got thoughts on all this, share them below. And if you're into breaking down the bigger story behind the headlines, stay tuned, because there's always more happening beneath the surface.
Harry, it ain't gonna happen. Dream on, baby.
Hasn't Australia suffered enough? What have you done to deserve this?
There shall be a crowd, and they shall be mobbed. It'll be like the Beatles in the 1960s. No one's interested. They could do a press release about where they're going to be and when, and it'll be a no-show. So a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess, we don't know who it is, but it will be someone that will be fired early tomorrow morning. And it'll be another member of the Sussex Survivors Squad. Here's what they said. They said, the Sussexes.
What happens when a country that once cheered on a royal couple suddenly says, "Not so fast, you're not welcome here"? And what does it mean for the monarchy when one of the Crown's most loyal Commonwealth nations starts pushing back? Welcome in. Thanks for clicking this video. Seriously, it means a lot.
We'll visit Australia in mid-April to take part in a number of private, business and philanthropic engagements. Who do these people think they are? What are those business engagements going to be? Given the fact that the world's biggest streaming giant has just fired Meghan Markle and has had nothing to do with Harry for years.
And if you enjoy these breakdowns, make sure to subscribe, because it costs you nothing and you won't miss the next part of this story. That's the storm building right now as Prince Harry and Meghan Markle prepare for their next trip to Australia.
Forget, or don't think for 1 second they won't try to make it look like an official royal engagement. They will want certain photo opportunities where there's an audience clamoring for them so that they can send those pictures to People magazine. But for the most part, I do think that it will be mostly private events and commercial ventures that they're pursuing more so than charity opportunity.
But before they've even boarded a plane, a political firestorm is already erupting. A petition signed by thousands of Australians is spreading fast online, demanding that not a single cent of taxpayer money goes toward their visit. And this isn't some small corner of the internet making noise. This is turning into a full national debate. For many Australians, it all comes down to one simple question.
So it's quite extraordinary. It's going to have the opposite effect. If Harry thinks that this will be a game changer, the game will be changed and it will work against him, because Harry is going to once again infuriate not just his father, King Charles, but of course the real power behind the throne, William, who is the equivalent of the president-elect. He is the heir to the throne. He's the king in waiting, and he won't take any of this nonsense from Harry when he becomes the main.
Why should public money support two people who no longer officially represent the crown? And here's what makes this even more intense: the history. Back in 2018, Harry and Meghan landed in Australia for their first royal tour as a married couple, and the reception was massive.
I expect there'll be a very different level of public access to them this time. Would they be likely to be doing public events with meets and greets of members of the public, do you think, or will this all be very tightly controlled?
It will be tightly controlled. I've seen, what I thought was interesting was the announcement included private events. Like wouldn't we just assume that they would want privacy throughout the excursion? But don't.
Crowds filled the streets of Sydney and Melbourne. People waited hours just to catch a glimpse. Meghan's style and confidence connected instantly, and Harry looked completely at ease. At that moment, they felt like the future of the monarchy. But that moment didn't last. Since then, everything has changed.
I mean, the couple's, I know, I'm thinking thoughts and prayers. The couple's popularity in Australia in 2018 was the catalyst for Harry and Meghan making demands as working members of the royal family. I don't know if you know that. In trying to step out of William and Catherine's shadow, Meghan started comparing herself to Princess Diana and tried to use this trip as leverage with the late Queen. As of late 2025, Harry and Meghan's popularity in Australia is at an all-time low.
The couple stepped back from royal duties, moved to California, and launched major projects, from the interview with Oprah Winfrey to their documentary series and Harry's memoir. Along the way, they built a global brand that critics say still leans heavily on royal connections. Now they're returning to Australia under a completely different spotlight, not as working royals, but as private figures with something to prove. And the second their visit was announced on March 8th, backlash hit immediately. The petition gained traction fast, with a message that couldn't be clearer. If they visit, it must be treated as a private trip.
Harry wants to be right at the heart of the royal family again because he wants the fame, he wants the status, he wants the privilege, and he wants the money.
She and Harry have been a massive disappointment for Netflix.
Yeah, I feel like we had this on our 2026 bingo card, didn't we?
No official status, no government coordination, and absolutely no taxpayer-funded perks. For many Australians, the rules have changed. The era of automatic royal privilege may be coming to an end.
And the Mark Dolan show has been told by a very well-placed royal source that we trust implicitly that this trip is one that Harry hopes will put him and Meghan back on the royal map. That is how deluded these people are, that they think there's a chance that there's a way back when clearly there is.
The petition lays it out bluntly. No VIP treatment, no ceremonies, no public spending. With rising living costs, many argue that public money should stay focused on everyday citizens, not high-profile visitors. And the comments? They're brutal. Some say Harry and Meghan can easily afford their own expenses. Others go further, calling these visits performances, or even cosplay tours, suggesting they mimic royal duties without delivering real value. That word, cosplay, it hits hard, because it raises a bigger question. Has the line between royalty and celebrity already been crossed? And once that line is crossed,
by up-and-coming reporters, you know, people just starting out, people you don't know of. Jackie O! I mean, Jackie O, how does she qualify? The whole thing is such a farce.
It's so unserious. It is so unserious. And I used to have maybe a shred of respect for them. Now it's totally gone at this point. I can now see the truth of what Meghan's PR strategy is. Craven views, that publicity here and there. She doesn't care about independent journalists. She just doesn't. It's true. All she wants is a bit of a headline, and unfortunately, we keep giving them to her because she's easy. She's very easy to go after, but she makes it like that for herself, Andrew.
can it ever really go back? If you're already seeing where this is heading, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what comes next. Because in the next part, things escalate even further and the reaction gets even more intense. According to royal commentator Tom Sykes, writing in his Substack newsletter, this backlash isn't coming from just one side. It's spreading everywhere. And if you're following this closely, you already know this is where things start getting serious. So make sure you're subscribed because the next parts only get more intense and you don't want to miss how this unfolds. Opposition is now building from both monarchists and Republicans, two groups that almost never agree on anything. And that might be the biggest signal of all.
They're doing this all wrong. I mean, they're very lucky that they got out of Jordan just days before the Middle East erupted. But you can see that they're not privy to any of the sort of stringent protocols that go with being a royal, going on a royal tour. I think it's totally disrespectful to the royal family, especially with all they're going through at the moment.
Republicans see this visit as the perfect moment to question the monarchy's relevance in modern Australia, especially when Harry and Meghan are now global celebrities running private ventures. But for monarchists, the reaction cuts even deeper. Many loyal supporters no longer see Harry and Meghan as representatives of the crown. Instead, they're viewed as individuals who have openly criticized the monarchy while still benefiting from the global attention tied to their royal titles.
And there's no way that any self-respecting entrepreneur is going to throw a few Australian dollars in their direction. The other thing about the Australians that I know intimately well is they don't like grifters. They don't like fakes. They don't like phonies. If you go to Australia, you don't have to be perfect, but you've got to be real.
For them, the idea of the Sussexes arriving and receiving anything that resembles an official welcome feels like a direct contradiction of Queen Elizabeth's long-standing principle. You're either in or you're out, no middle ground. And suddenly, the timing of this trip becomes incredibly interesting. Harry and Meghan are expected to arrive in April. But months earlier, something happened quietly behind palace doors. Last September, Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese met with King Charles and extended an official invitation for the Prince and Princess of Wales to visit.
In a way, it's confected. It's because they're irrelevant. They're falling off the news cycle. Meghan isn't selling any jam. You know, it was the Queen's dying wish. She did say in that statement when they Mexited that she didn't want them to be 1 foot in, 1 foot out royals. Now, over here, we're calling them kind of gig economy royals because it seems like they're just picking up jobs here and there, wherever they want to do them. They never wanted to do the full-time work. I think Meghan found it way too hard.
There were strong rumors that Prince William and Princess Catherine might tour Australia later this year. But now, those plans are uncertain. And by the day, they seem less likely. And that creates a twist no one expected. The couple who stepped away from royal duties could end up being the first major royal figures to step foot in Australia in years. While William and Catherine remain thousands of miles away, Harry and Meghan are the ones meeting veterans, attending major events, and dominating headlines. Palace insiders reportedly say that contrast is already creating quiet tension.
And of course, they're so worried about their security. Are they going to have armed cops in Australia? Well, the good people of Australia will not be expected to cough up money for the protection of these royal spoiled brats. Why should they? The Australians have no skin in that game. And we know that Harry's battling the Home Office in the UK for armed royal protection.
Because every headline about the Sussexes sparks the same question across the Commonwealth. Why aren't the future king and queen showing up more often? The spotlight is about to get intense. For years, William and Catherine have been positioned as steady, reliable, carefully managed. Meanwhile, Harry operates outside the system, free to move fast, grab attention, and dominate global conversations in ways the future monarch simply can't. And
it is a total farce. You can see, I love that, the Bogan vote. I mean, you can't get more sort of out of touch or out of tune with how Australia is than to think, oh, I'm going to stand up for women's rights and talk about my, my plight and my fight for freedom with Jackie O.
Australia isn't just another stop. It's a stage loaded with history. Their 2018 tour won over the public, but reportedly stirred friction behind the scenes. Now they're returning as private figures with business interests, controversies, and a completely different public perception.
Our source goes on to say, Harry is hoping to tap into some of the magic of that last trip 7 years ago, where he believes that he and Meghan truly shone. He thinks that his father, the king, will be impressed with this Australian trip and will reach out.
Every appearance now carries weight. Every handshake, every photo, every moment gets analyzed. The same country that once embraced them is now questioning their place. This isn't just about a visit anymore. It's about identity, influence, and the future of how royalty is seen.
Harry sees this trip as a potential game changer in his relationship with the family, and our source goes on to say, Harry wants to turn heads, wow everyone, and show the royals what they're missing. Yikes! What is going on? Is Harry back on the mind-altering substances? We know from reading the book Spare that he was baked for a decade. Well, people will say wow, right? So he wants to turn heads and wow everyone. People will say wow when he goes to Australia. They'll say, wow, this couple are so embarrassing. Wow, this couple are deluded. Wow, this couple are living on another planet.
Australia is bracing for something bigger than a tour. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex have become a symbol of a monarchy under pressure, of a global family drama, and of growing public frustration. And that petition demanding they fund their own trip, it's now turning into something much larger. The government has already made one thing clear. This is a private visit. Taxpayers are not automatically expected to cover the costs, but in reality, it's not that simple.
Harry and Meghan plan to rebound from this latest flop with another tour of Australia. A spokesperson for the couple telling news.com.au the couple will be visiting in mid-April. Kinsey, their last tour here was back in 2018, 18 months before they quit their royal duties and relocated to the US.
Local authorities still have responsibilities. police forces may still need to manage security, crowds, and logistics, which raises the next question. Even if it's labeled private, who really ends up paying the price? Stick with this, because in the next part, we break down exactly how that plays out and why this situation could escalate even further.
They're among the least popular members of the royal family. I would say reception will be a combination of morbid curiosity with the side of, why are they here?
Yikes! Harry's desperate move, a cynical new low for the prince as he plots yet another fake royal trip overseas in a last shameless attempt to win over King Charles and make himself a frontline serving royal once.
They're coming to do a mock royal tour of Australia next month, Samara, where Meghan Markle is going to appeal to the bogan vote by going on a podcast with Jackie O. What is this visit all about?
Oh God, can they just stop with the pseudo-royal tours? I mean, they're like pound store royals at this point. You just can't sort of understand why they're doing. And Meghan and Harry, it's just another cheap publicity stunt for them. What's new? What's new? Honestly.
And if you're still here, drop a quick subscribe. It genuinely helps and keeps you in the loop for everything coming next. The symbolic punch of that petition is now colliding with real-world logistics, and the gray area just keeps getting bigger. Every public appearance during this visit will feel like walking a tightrope. Will cheers overpower the boos, or will old tensions flare up even stronger?
Now, Harry wants to be a frontline serving royal because he's born in America and he's flat broke. Don't forget, the deals are disappearing and Netflix have just pulled the plug.
Because sometimes the fate of major institutions isn't decided in Parliament. It starts with petitions that grow louder and louder until they can't be ignored. Australia is about to test what many are calling the Sussex model.
Sources told Page Six the return on investment simply wasn't there. The show was a significant disappointment to the streamer, and with the product line being an extension of With Love Meghan, it makes absolutely no sense to maintain this working relationship.
Private celebrities with royal blood stepping into public spaces that may no longer see them as heroes. And if you've been following this story, you already know it's escalating fast, so make sure you're subscribed, because the next part might be the most revealing yet, and you don't want to miss how this plays out. What started as a whisper has now become a full-scale political story. The petition has exploded across major outlets and even gone international, and it's forcing Harry, Meghan, and even the palace itself to confront questions they've managed to avoid for years. The stakes couldn't be higher. When the Sussexes land in April, they'll be stepping into a nation that feels divided. The Prime Minister has tried to stay neutral, carefully labeling the visit as private. But neutrality doesn't stop headlines, and it definitely doesn't stop public opinion. Every move will be analyzed. Every smile will be questioned. Every headline will carry weight. Australia, once the backdrop of their biggest royal success, has now turned into something very different. A high-stakes battleground. And behind the scenes, officials in Canberra are walking a diplomatic tightrope. Show too much support, and they risk angering thousands of petition signers. Show too little, and it creates awkward tension with the king's own son. It's a fragile balance. Because while Harry may operate like a global celebrity, he is still a royal by blood, and that changes everything. Meanwhile, political voices are starting to take advantage of the situation. Critics are using the petition as proof that the monarchy itself may be losing its grip, arguing that the Sussexes have blurred the line between duty and personal ambition. This visit is no longer ceremonial. It's a test of relevance. The monarchy once commanded automatic respect, but today, every decision is questioned. Every cost is scrutinized. Public pressure, online campaigns, and petitions have become powerful tools, and now they're shaping the narrative in real time. And Harry and Meghan stepping onto Australian soil? It's no longer just a visit, it's a moment of reckoning. At the same time, William and Catherine remain silent, exactly as protocol demands. But make no mistake, they're watching closely. Every headline, every shift in public opinion, every debate about royal funding, it's all being tracked. Some palace observers believe this could be part of a long-term strategy. Let Harry and Meghan absorb the pressure, spark the controversy, and raise the difficult questions, while William and Catherine later step in as the steady, dependable alternative. The royals who follow the rules maintain the balance and earn public trust rather than chase headlines. And then there's King Charles, caught in the middle of it all. On one side, his son. On the other, the survival of the institution he represents. Publicly, he stays neutral. He avoids commenting on non-working royals. But privately, the situation is far more complicated, because he understands something crucial. Harry and Meghan's global presence still draws power from the royal name. Every appearance, every project, every headline. It all ties back to the crown in some way. And now, this petition in Australia is a direct reflection of that tension. The timing couldn't be worse. The king is managing his own responsibilities, shaping his reign and dealing with personal challenges, while controversy linked to his own son erupts in one of the monarchy's most important Commonwealth nations. And now, the questions are getting louder. Questions about funding, responsibility, and where the line should really be drawn. Stay with this, because in the next and final part, everything comes together, and the possible outcomes might be even bigger than anyone expected. And if you've made it this far, take a second to subscribe. It genuinely costs you nothing, and you'll be first to catch what happens next. Relevance, loyalty. These are the words now following Harry and Meghan everywhere they go. Royal watchers are starting to notice a clear pattern. From Canada to the United States to the UK, public scrutiny doesn't fade, it follows. And now, Australia has become the ultimate testing ground. If Harry and Meghan are forced to cover their own costs here, it could set a